In her past life, Yi Qingyu was infatuated with the fourth prince, compelling her grandfather to seek a marriage proposal through military achievements. She dragged the Duke of the State's household into the fray, exhausting her entire clan's resources to assist him in ascending to the throne, only to be repaid with the annihilation of her family on charges of treason. She watched helplessly as her loved ones fell, one by one, into pools of their own blood.
Stop. Please stop.
Do not kill them. Shen Mingxiu, I implore you, spare their lives. I beg you, please, no. Yi Qingyu struggled desperately, her eyes ablaze with fury and despair, as she was tightly restrained, witnessing her beloved grandfather's throat being slit, blood gushing forth. The ground was littered with her relatives' corpses, crimson blood saturating the courtyard as she fought against her captors, her screams piercing the air. At an indeterminate moment, she found herself released, collapsing to the ground. She crawled toward her family's lifeless bodies, her pale hands smeared with sticky blood. Grandfather, grandfather, wake up, second uncle, second aunt. Third uncle, third aunt, please wake up. She clutched her grandfather's cold corpse, tears surging forth, her cries hoarse and filled with despair. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her blood-red eyes brimming with boundless hatred directed at the man before her. Why? Why did you kill them? The man, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, bore a strikingly handsome yet frigid expression, his sword still dripping with blood. Traitors and rebels, their entire household shall be exterminated. His voice was as cold and unyielding as ice, terrifyingly devoid of emotion.
Yi Qingyu laughed madly. Ah.
What a farce! Treason? The Duke's household assisted you in attaining the position of Crown Prince, aiding you in reaching the pinnacle of power. What kind of treason is that? Grandfather entrusted you with all military authority. The Duke's household possesses not a single soldier. How can he be guilty of rebellion? Shen Mingxiu, you cruelly harm the loyal and murder the entire clan of meritorious officials. Such viciousness before even ascending the throne. You not fear the instability of your reign? A voice interrupted her maniacal laughter. Cease your nonsense. Yi Qingyu, you should be grateful that His Highness the Crown Prince has merely cast you aside and spared your life to collect the remains of these traitors. Lord Yi stepped forward, gazing at her with disdain. You have been disowned by the Duke's household. You are no longer a lady of the house and have no ties to us. Yi Qingyu's expression was one of utter despair, her laughter turning into a shrill, deranged cackle. Father, how truly you are my dear father. This was her family. They treated her like a discarded shoe, eager to betray their own blood in a bid to prove their loyalty. Yi Qingyu, you cannot blame your father. You are the granddaughter of a traitor. Your father has shown you mercy by not executing you, and Brother Mingxiu has spared your life. You should be grateful. Yi Qianqian approached gracefully in her phoenix robe, linking her delicate hand with Shen Mingxius, her eyes gleaming with pride and triumph. You, scoundrels! May you meet a wretched end. Witnessing this scene, she finally understood his abandonment was merely to make way for Yi Qianqian. Insulting His Highness. Do you wish for death?
Ha! Death. Who fears it?
Yi Qingyu clenched the dagger tightly in her grasp, lunging toward Yi Qianqian. Yi Qianqian screamed in terror. Brother Mingxiu, save me. With a sickening thud, the dagger pierced Yi Qingyu's heart, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the man before her. This was the man she had desperately wanted to marry, the one for whom she had paved the way for the entire Duke's household to rise, only to be met with the betrayal of her own heart being pierced by his hand, while he disdainfully tore away the blood-stained hem of his garment. Yi Qingyu collapsed to the ground, her feeble hands resting upon her abdomen, where their child, already 3 months old, resided. Forgive me, my child, I could not bring you into this world. In a daze, she seemed to see the king of Chu, clad in battle armor, striding toward her. He sighed, gather the bodies of the Duke's household and give them a proper burial. What was her life worth? If there were a next life. In her hazy state, a voice brushed past her ears, calling her name. Miss, what has happened? Miss, awaken. The voices were laced with urgency and concern, familiar yet distant, evoking a sense of strangeness within Yi Qingyu. Who was it who was calling her? Had someone come to rescue her? Shen Mingxiu. Yi Qianqian. May you meet a wretched end. Yi Qingyu shouted desperately, her voice strained with despair and resentment. Suddenly, there was a violent shaking, and Yi Qingyu opened her eyes wide, her dark, deep gaze brimming with tears and boundless sorrow. Miss, you have finally awakened. Did you have a nightmare? As her vision cleared, she discerned the figure before her. A porcelain white, oval face bore a hint of baby fat, a petite nose, willow-like brows, and pure almond-shaped eyes filled with concern gazing back at her. This person resembled Nian Chun, albeit younger. Yet, Nian Chun had perished due to her own misfortune shortly after her marriage to the fourth prince. Nian Chun, have you come to escort me? On the path to the underworld, was she not supposed to feel a sense of relief at having company? Nian Chun looked at her mistress with a mix of worry and confusion. Miss, have you been asleep for too long? I have been by your side all along. Did you have a nightmare? Why are you crying so sorrowfully? Nian Chun gently wiped the tears from her cheek with a handkerchief, her heart aching for her. The soft fabric brushed against her face. The sensation felt so real. Only then did Yi Qingyu realize something was amiss. She seemed to be in a carriage, which was swaying slightly, moving at a slow yet tangible pace. Yi Qingyu abruptly sat up straight, anxiously pulling back the carriage curtain to look outside. What met her eyes were lush, green thickets, the faint sound of birds chirping, and the brilliant sunlight bathing her fair hands in warmth, a scorching heat. Ha! She was back. She had been reborn. Yi Qingyu laughed foolishly. Was it not the heavens themselves that could not bear her foolishness, sending her back for vengeance? Nian Chun, seeing her mistress laughing and crying simultaneously, grew even more anxious. Miss, what is the matter? Please do not frighten me. Yi Qingyu smiled faintly. I am fine. Where are we? Nian Chun paused for a moment before answering. We just set out from Manhwa Temple, on our way back to the Duke's residence. Our carriage encountered some trouble and is now lagging behind. Yi Qingyu lifted the curtain, gazing ahead, her bright, dark eyes as unfathomable as a cold pool. She remembered in her past life, her tragedy had begun here. It had been just as it was. Her carriage had inexplicably malfunctioned, and the driver had spent half an hour repairing it before they could set off again. At that time, she had been dozing in the carriage, unaware that the driver had not taken the main road but had instead veered onto a secluded path where she encountered bandits, nearly being abducted. In that critical moment, she had been saved by Yi Shuwen, who was on his way to the capital for the examination, along with his servants, driving the bandits away. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, she had encountered this man again at the old lattice side, only to learn that he was a distant relative of the Duke's household. Later, for reasons unknown, her father and the old lady took a liking to Yi Shuwen, wanting to adopt him as a legitimate son under her mother's name. They used the life-saving favor as leverage, persuading her to agree to the adoption and to convince her grandfather. At that time, she had genuinely believed they sought to provide her with a supportive elder brother, unaware of the malicious intentions hidden beneath their actions. Everything had begun from that day. Chapter 2. Your Highness, save me.
Stop the car.
Miss, what is the matter? Yi Qingyu gazed upon the face before her, her expression gradually turning icy. She turned away, walking back along the official road. The driver's countenance shifted in surprise, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Miss, we are nearly catching up with everyone. Returning now would consume a great deal of time. It is nothing. We shall return, she replied. The driver, taken aback by Yi Qingyu's obstinacy, insisted, that cannot be. If the marquis does not see the young lady for an extended period, I shall be punished. Rest assured, we will soon catch up with everyone. This small road is a shortcut. Perhaps we shall even arrive ahead of them. Without awaiting Yi Qingyu's consent, the driver urged the carriage forward. Hey, will you not stop at once? Did you not hear the young lady's words? Best remain seated, Mississippi. The small road is bumpy. Be cautious not to be jostled. He showed no intention of halting. Yi Qingyu comprehended the situation. Prior to her visit to Manhwa Temple to offer incense, her usual driver had sustained an injury, necessitating this new driver. The supposed carriage malfunction and the claim of a shorter route were mere pretexts. A carefully laid trap awaited her ahead. I shall say this once more. Return. The driver seemed impervious to her command, instead hastening the carriage's pace. You insolent servant. How dare you disregard your master's words and refuse to stop? Nian Chun exclaimed indignantly. Yi Qingyu cast a cold glance at the driver, gradually closing her eyes, choosing silence thereafter. Nian Chun, witnessing the young lady's demeanor, fell silent, her face flushed with indignation as she cast a fierce glare at the coachman. Upon returning to the marquis's residence, she vowed to ensure that the marquis would punish this disobedient servant. The carriage raced forward, jostling violently as Yi Qingyu closed her eyes, reminiscing about the events that transpired during this time in her previous life. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, causing the occupants to lurch against the walls. My lady, are you unharmed?
Nian Chan inwiret anjosli, sitidinye vingyo.
She shook her head. indicating that she was fine. Just then, the coachman shouted loudly, "Miss, trouble is afoot, there are bandits." "Haha, so there is a young lady inside. Do not be afraid, my dear. Step out, and let us brothers have a look at you." "Haha, brother, I've heard that the daughters of the wealthy are quite enchanting." "My lady, what shall we do?" Nian Chun trembled with fear. Yi Qingyu parted the carriage curtain to peer outside. 4 or 5 ragged men stood there, each brandishing a large knife.
Ling ahead.
"Oh, what a lovely beauty we have here. My dear, why not descend and entertain us for a while? Do not be frightened. As long as you are obedient and instruct your family to prepare a ransom, all will be well." The coachman turned to her, his face pale with terror.
"Miss."
"What should we do? What to do? This is how we shall proceed." A chilling glint flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes as she wielded the incense burner she had held ready in her hand, striking the coachman fiercely on the back of his head. Before he could comprehend the unfolding chaos, he collapsed into unconsciousness. With a swift kick, she sent the coachman tumbling from the carriage, seized the reins, and with a crack of the whip upon the horse's flank, she deftly turned the steed around, propelling the carriage forward at a breakneck pace. The bandits stood frozen, and only when the carriage vanished around the bend did they regain their senses. "What are you standing around for? They've fled. Hurry and give chase." Nian Chun gazed in astonishment at the bandits pursuing the carriage from a distance, rendered speechless. When did the young lady learn to drive a carriage? Yi Qingyu urged the horses onward with fervor, and soon the official road came into view. Upon reaching the thoroughfare, Yi Qingyu continued her course towards Manhwa Temple. Nian Chun, thinking she had taken a wrong turn, exclaimed, "Miss, you've gone the wrong way. That's the direction to Nanhua Temple." "I am aware," came the composed reply. The official road was smooth and expansive, the carriage galloping ahead. Nian Chun was perplexed by her mistress's intentions. Yet upon witnessing the severe and icy expression on her face, she felt a tinge of unfamiliarity towards her. Before long, a group of horsemen appeared in the distance. Upon seeing the speeding carriage, they swiftly moved to intercept it. "Who approaches? Halt, at once." With a heavy breath, Yi Qingyu brought the carriage to a stop, leaped down, and hurriedly knelt, her exquisite and graceful visage etched with fear. "I am Yi Qingyu, the legitimate daughter of Marquis Qingyuan, beseeching an audience with His Highness the Chu Wang. I implore your Highness for assistance. I am beset by robbers who are soon to pursue us." Observing her mistress's plight, Nian Chun hastily descended from the carriage, dazedly following suit, kneeling and bowing her head in supplication. "Your Highness Chu Wang, I beg you to save my lady. The bandits are hot on our heels." Yi Qingyu knelt upright, gazing at the modest carriage of Prince Chu. In her previous life, she had only come to understand that Prince Xinyanli had visited Nanhua Temple today to pay homage to the late empress, returning to the capital just behind them. She recalled regretting that had she lingered a moment longer, she might have encountered His Highness, and thus, no bandit would have dared to appear. Just as the master and servant cried out for help, a cacophony of shouts erupted from behind. "You wretched girl, don't let us catch you. You shall suffer." With the bandits drawing nearer, a flicker of anxiety crossed Yi Qingyu's eyes. Silence enveloped the carriage, and seizing the moment when the guard was momentarily distracted, she suddenly rose and dashed toward the carriage. "Miss Yi, do not!" came the warning. Ignoring it, Yi Qingyu reached the window and called out loudly, "Your Highness, I am Yi Qingyu, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Qingyuan, beset by bandits. I implore your assistance." "Yi Qingyu?" A deep, resonant voice emerged from within the carriage, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Chapter 3. The Old Lady's Invitation. How do you know who I am? Yi Qingyu remained unperturbed, addressing the commander Jiang with poise. The captain of the Chu Wangfu's guards, Jiang Bei, paused momentarily upon hearing her words. After a brief silence within the carriage, a command was given. "Jiang Bei, deal with them." "Yes," Jiang Bei replied. Yi Qingyu hastily interjected, "Your Highness, simply apprehending these individuals and delivering them to the authorities will suffice." However, the bandits, vociferously cursing as they hastily pursued, were suddenly confronted by a formidable squadron of armored guards wielding sharp blades emerging from the halted carriage. They abruptly halted in their tracks. Yi Qingyu's icy gaze bore into them, as though she were gazing upon the dead. The bandits, not lacking in wit, realized they had stirred up trouble far beyond their expectation. "Curse it, we've bitten off more than we can chew." "Run!" one exclaimed. "This job has truly cost us dearly. Flee." The bandits fled like the wind. Yet, No matter how swiftly they ran, they could not outpace the galloping horses. Soon, they were overtaken, and Commander Jiang along with his subordinates subdued them with ease. In a desperate bid for survival, the bandits surrendered before Yi Qingyu could utter a word. Miss Yi, we were merely hired to do this. We meant you no real harm. Your grace is vast. Please spare us, and we shall divulge all we know. They pleaded. Yi Qingyu scoffed disdainfully. There is no need for fear or confessions. Once we reach the authorities, you will be interrogated in due course. With that, she turned and approached the Chu Wang's carriage, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for your timely rescue. Inside the carriage, silence reigned supreme. As her carriage lacked a driver, King Chu dispatched someone to escort her, ensuring that Yi Qingyu was accompanied back to the capital. Upon arriving at the gates of the Qingyuan marquis, she had just disembarked when a maid hurried towards her. Miss, you have finally returned. I was terribly worried. The maid exclaimed. Yi Qingyu felt a slight disorientation, as if the entire situation were but a dream. The two maids by her side, Nianchuan and Wanqiu, had been chosen by her mother when she was but 5 years old, and they had remained by her side ever since. Yet, due to her circumstances, neither had met a fortunate end. Wanqiu, I am well. There is no need for concern. Seeing you safe and sound brings me great relief. You cannot imagine my fear upon seeing the matriarch and the others return, yet you were nowhere to be found. Now that you have returned safely, I can finally breathe easy. Once back in the Wanyan Pavilion, Wanqiu assisted her in changing into fresh attire and prepared tea for her. By the way, where is Nianchuan? It was only then that Wanqiu noticed Nianchuan's absence. I instructed her to attend to some matters. Just as those words left her lips, they were interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps outside, and Mama Chen, the matriarch's confidant, stepped inside. Miss, the matriarch requests your presence in the Chunhui Hall. Yi Qingyu took a delicate sip of her tea before setting the cup down. Do you know why the matriarch has summoned me? Mama Chen's wrinkled visage bore a serious expression, though upon closer inspection, a hint of disdain flickered across her features. I am afraid I cannot say, but it would be prudent for you to go with me at once. Yi Qingyu gazed intently at Granny Chen, a slight smile playing on her lips as she rose to her feet. The penetrating gaze from Yi Qingyu made Granny Chen's scalp tingle, causing her previously disrespectful demeanor to soften somewhat. By the time Yi Qingyu arrived, the Chunhui Hall was already bustling with activity, and as she approached, the laughter of the crowd echoed from within. Upon her graceful entrance, all eyes turned toward her. The matriarch, Yi Qingyu's grandmother, exhibited a flicker of warmth in her eyes, her face adorned with a gentle smile that radiated affection as she regarded Yi Qingyu. Qingyu, I heard your carriage encountered some trouble. Are you unscathed? She inquired, tenderly. My dear child, after your carriage malfunctioned, you should have taken your second dance carriage. Fortunately, you have returned safely. Second Aunt Wu, wearing a worried expression, moved beside her, scanning her from head to toe. Upon confirming that Yi Qingyu appeared unharmed, she finally relaxed. What could possibly have happened to me? I am perfectly well. However, her cousin, Yi Qingya, displayed a hint of concern in her eyes but spoke with an awkward tone. You girl, how can you speak like that? Instead of showing concern for your elder sister who faced misfortune, you make light of the situation, Wu admonished sternly, her brow furrowed. I didn't say anything wrong, Yi Qingya muttered, somewhat displeased. Yi Qingyu smiled warmly. My second sister speaks the truth. I am well, though I was delayed in returning home. Yi Qingya, the legitimate daughter of her second uncle, had a somewhat spoiled disposition, being doted upon by her uncle, aunt, and elder cousin. Naturally, her character was more innocent and straightforward. The two were the only young ladies in the marquis's household, and having grown up together, they shared a close bond. However, ever since the passing of her mother, Yi Qingyu developed a fondness for the fourth prince, which gradually caused a rift in her relationship with Yi Qingya. Yi Qingya, known for her forthright nature, tried to persuade her that the fourth prince was not a worthy suitor. At that time, Yi Qingyu was deeply engrossed in her infatuation with Xin Mingxiu and was unable to extricate herself from those feelings. Angered by Yi Qingya's words, they had a fierce quarrel, and from that moment, their relationship resembled that of two strangers. After marrying, they never crossed paths again. Observing Yi Qingya's stubborn demeanor despite her evident concern, Yi Qingyu felt a soft pang in her heart. Yi Qingya had always been straightforward, and one must not speak ill of her. Seated to the right, the third aunt, Mrs. Zhou, dressed in a light green gown, briefly displayed a flicker of disappointment on her delicate face.
As long as you are well, she said.
It was indeed inappropriate for Yi Qingyu to cause her elders such worry. Yi Qingyu responded with a smile. I am well, and my father is quite anxious too. He will come to see you shortly. No sooner had she spoken than footsteps echoed from outside. The servants retreated respectfully, bowing as they acknowledged the marquis. The elderly matron beamed at the entrance. Ah, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The door curtain was lifted by a servant, and a man strode in confidently. Clad in a blue brocade robe, he possessed a handsome and refined countenance. Mother, he greeted. Eldest brother has arrived. Please have a seat. Who is this young gentleman? The elderly matron inquired with keen interest. Standing behind Lord Yi was a young gentleman adorned in a stone-gray brocade robe, tall and with a scholarly air about him. I am your nephew, Yi Shuwen. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed matron, he said, bowing to the elderly lady and acknowledging the gathered aunts. The marquis explained, Mother, Shuwen is a distant relative of our family who has come to the capital to participate in the imperial examination. The elderly lady gazed at Yi Shuwen with a face full of affection, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Oh, to be so young and already a scholar, truly a prodigy. Our Yi family is indeed blessed. Yi Qingyu looked at the person before her, struggling to suppress the surging resentment within her heart. In her past life, due to her own foolishness, this individual had become her stepbrother, who had always reproached and scolded her, while showing utmost care for his stepsister, Yi Qianqian. She had always believed that it was her inadequacies that led her brother to favor another. Little did she know, they were the true siblings. Chapter 4. A debt of gratitude in this lifetime, she would spare none of those who ascended to power atop the blood of the duke's residents. Yi Qingyu gazed at him with a profound intensity, beginning with Yi Shuwen. Qingyu, why do you not come and greet your savior? How can you be so lacking in manners? Lord Yi seemed to have just noticed Yi Qingyu, his countenance reflecting discontent as he scolded her. Yi Qingyu's cold gaze rested upon the man who claimed to be her father, the memories of her past life flooding back vividly, igniting a deep-seated hatred within her. His reproachful tone and the disdainful glint in his eyes made it seem as though she were not his flesh and blood, but rather an adversary. Suppressing the animosity simmering within, Yi Qingyu replied in a detached tone, I do not comprehend my father's intentions. You ungrateful wretch. Is this the upbringing you have received? You fail to acknowledge the debt of life. The old lady questioned sternly, What debt of life? Eldest, please clarify. Lord Yi retorted. Yi Qingyu encountered bandits on her way back to the residence. Had it not been for Shu Wen fortuitously passing by to rescue her, our family's reputation would have suffered greatly. Is that so? The old lady seemed to have just learned of this, her expression towards Yi Qingyu devoid of any warmth. Lord Ye's face was a mask of fury. This ungrateful girl remains oblivious to her obligations, truly bringing disgrace to the Yi family. The old lady looked at her with profound disappointment. Qingyu, this is indeed your fault. Our Yi family has always believed in repaying kindness. Your actions are, without doubt, inappropriate. Wu's gaze was tinged with concern as he looked at Yi Qingyu, silently urging her to provide an explanation. Knowing her to be exceptionally understanding and courteous, he wondered if there had been some misunderstanding. Suddenly, Yi Qingya interjected, her expression marked by indignation. Uncle, have you not the slightest concern for Yi Qingyu after her encounter with the bandits? Shouldn't you be asking if she was frightened or harmed? Why do you immediately chastise her for being ungrateful? Why do you not speak of your own encounter with the robbers? She cast an exasperated glance at Yi Qingyu, who remained nonchalant, further fueling her irritation. Speak up, she demanded, frustration evident in her glare. Observing Yi Qingyu's silence and her demeanor of a wronged party, Yi Qingya felt a surge of anger. It was truly unbearable. After all, she was the young lady of the Ho residence. Yet, in the presence of her uncle and grandmother, she acted as though she were a mouse confronted by a cat. Ever since her aunt's passing, Yi Qingyu had become submissive, losing the lively charm she once possessed. Yi Qingya's words cast a brief silence over the room. The Marquis of Yi spoke again, his anger laced with a hint of embarrassment. Yet he maintained a stern countenance as he declared, Is she not well? That does not justify her lack of gratitude. Qingyu, you must not tarnish the reputation of our Ho residence. Go and apologize to young Master Yi at once. The old matriarch sighed helplessly. Were it not for him, you might not even be here today. He not only saved your life, but also preserved the honor of our family. Should you not express your gratitude? The old lady wore a stern expression. The previously gentle demeanor vanished without a trace, and her gaze towards Yi Qingyu reverted to its customary disfavor. Yi Qingyu surveyed the room filled with people, her second aunt's worry, her cousin's concern mixed with frustration, her third aunt's silence laced with a hint of schadenfreude, and the relentless pressure from her biological father and grandmother. Yi Shuwen, displaying a magnanimous attitude, spoke with humility and courtesy, stating, "My lord and the old lady are being overly gracious. My efforts were but a trifling matter, unworthy of such commendation. Having paid my respects to the elders, I shall take my leave." However, Lord Yi quickly interjected, "Shuwen, do not depart just yet. The Yi family has never been ungrateful to its benefactors. Today, I shall ensure you receive proper acknowledgement. Rebellious daughter, why do you not kneel before me?" Yi Qingyu appeared unfazed by Lord Ye's fury, her dark, bright eyes fixed upon Yi Shuwen. "Father, there is no need for such anger. Your daughter is not the kind of ungrateful wretch who would repay kindness with ingratitude." Lord Yi snorted in response. "Well, as long as you understand." Yi Qingyu maintained a calm demeanor, her melodious voice unwavering as she continued. "Indeed, I encountered robbers on my way back home and was saved by someone, thereby avoiding a calamity. For a savior, it would not be excessive for me to kneel and express my gratitude, or even to perform the utmost reverence in presenting gifts at their door. For not only did they save my life, but they also preserved the honor of our household, a fact I fully comprehend." Lord Ye's expression softened slightly. "Since you are aware, why do you not kneel to thank your benefactor? One must naturally express gratitude to a benefactor, however." Yi Qingyu paused slightly, her gaze directed at Yi Shuwen, imbued with a hint of mockery. "Who might this gentleman be? I have never encountered him, let alone been saved by him." Lord Yi originally believed that Yi Qingyu acknowledged Yi Shuwen's life-saving grace, although he was acutely aware that the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Yi Qingyu, in a fit of madness, had assaulted the coachman and fled on her own, yet she returned unscathed. Since no one had come to her aid, he was determined to compel her to recognize Yi Shuwen as her savior. Given Yi Qingyu's timid disposition, he presumed she would not dare to defy him. "What did you say?" Lord Yi, who had just reveled in the thought that his plan was about to succeed, was taken aback when Yi Qingyu abruptly claimed not to recognize him. The astonished gazes of the onlookers converged upon Yi Qingyu. "Did you truly encounter bandits?" Yi Qingyu could not help but regret not insisting that her sister join her in the carriage. Otherwise, such a dreadful incident might have been averted. "Indeed. But merely a band of buffoons," Yi Qingyu responded nonchalantly. "Oh, do keep up the pretense. If you are frightened, just admit it. I cannot endure your constant airs. Isn't it exhausting?" Yi Qingyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Mrs. Wu, irritated, tapped Yi Qingyu on the forehead. "Silence. Instead of offering comfort to your elder sister, you resort to snide remarks." Turning to smile gently, Mrs. Wu advised, "Elder brother, do not be angered just yet. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Qingyu's claim of not having met this gentleman is likely genuine. Qingyu has always been an honest child. Surely, there has been some mistake." Wu was indeed convinced of Yi Qingyu's integrity. Could I possibly be mistaken in such matters? The coachman has already returned to report the truth to me. Shuwen merely came to pay respects to his elders, and there was no mention of this incident whatsoever. Lord Yi displayed a countenance of anger, his gaze towards Yi Shuwen filled with admiration and concern. Yi Qingyu silently scoffed. How could one not feel admiration and concern for one's own son? Yi Shuwen stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute, and addressed the lord and the old matron. "My lords, I have come today on my mother's behest to pay my respects to my elders. It was merely a trifling gesture, and I dared not impose upon your kindness. I had not anticipated that this would lead to such an unfortunate misunderstanding. This is indeed my fault. With examinations approaching shortly, I shall return to the inn to resume my studies." With a demeanor both respectful and composed, Yi Shuwen prepared to withdraw. Chapter 5. Kneel before me. The elderly lady hurriedly interjected, her tone laced with urgency and concern. "Shuwen, where are you going? Why would you leave the comfort of home to stay at an inn? Even if you had not rescued Qingyu today, you are family, and it is inappropriate for you to reside outside. Remain here peacefully. It would allow the eldest to take you around and help you meet more people." Shuwen appeared somewhat hesitant. "Grandmother, I believe it would trouble my cousin if I stayed." The Duke of Yi glared at Yi Qingyu, his expression filled with displeasure. "You need not concern yourself with her. This household is not subject to her whims. Ultimately, Shuwen reluctantly agreed to stay. The Duke of Yi fixed a fierce gaze upon Yi Qingyu and commanded, Yi Qingyu, how can you sit there with such audacity? Kneel before me. Yi Qingyu's expression remained calm and unperturbed as she obediently knelt. Do you recognize your fault? The daughter replied candidly. May I ask father what error he believes I have committed? Her inquiry was neither submissive nor confrontational. The Duke of Yi, seething with rage, retorted, have you thrown your manners to the dogs? To this day, you still fail to acknowledge Shuwen's life-saving grace. Do you want me to summon the coachman to confront you today? Qingyu, your grandmother has taught you since childhood the virtues of kindness and the importance of repaying favors. Your actions today have truly disappointed me and have brought shame upon the Ho residents. If this matter were to spread, regardless of how others perceive you, the rest of the Ho family would find it difficult to hold their heads high. Do you wish for this old bone of mine to endure ridicule and scorn in my twilight years? The old matriarch was utterly humiliated, her expression akin to that of one who had witnessed a heinous crime. Qingyu, ponder this carefully. Was it truly not this gentleman who saved you? Wu looked at her with concern, observing the old matriarch and Lord Ye's demeanor, which led her to question whether Qingyu was in denial. Zhou followed suit, urging, indeed, Qingyu, you ought to reflect deeply. Yi Qingya surveyed the room, noting that everyone was pressuring Yi Qingyu to acknowledge this supposed act of kindness. Even though Qingyu insisted that it was not Yi Shuwen who rescued her, her uncle and grandmother seemed determined to believe otherwise. What was the meaning of this? She had stated clearly that it was not this individual. Why persist in this coercion? The old matriarch shot Yi Qingya a fierce glare, commanding, Qingya, hold your tongue. Lord Yi cast a frigid gaze at Yi Qingyu, asking, Qingyu, have you truly resigned yourself to denying the truth? Yi Qingyu replied with a cold smile. To acknowledge him would be a grave disrespect to my savior. Very well, very well. Lord Yi seethed, his face pale with anger. Bring in the carriage driver. The servant bowed, having encountered the lord and old matriarch before. Yes, son heir, come forward and confirm. Was it not this young gentleman who saved you? Son heir gazed at Yi Shuwen, and with a sudden thud, he knelt before him, tears streaming down his face. Young Master Yi, I am eternally grateful for your salvation of both my esteemed young lady and myself. Were it not for your timely intervention, my lady would have been abducted, and I would have surely met my demise at the hands of those rogues. Truly, you are a living bodhisattva descended from the heavens. I bow before you, expressing my deepest gratitude for your life-saving grace. Lord Yi cast a cold glance at Yi Qingyu. Do you have anything to say? With a witness present, the gaze of the assembled crowd towards Yi Qingyu had shifted dramatically. Miss, how can you not acknowledge your benefactor? In your haste to flee, you cast me from the carriage. Had it not been for your benefactor's intervention, my life would have been forfeit, son heir lamented, his words laden with reproach towards Yi Qingyu. Ungrateful girl, how dare you abandon your servant and escape on your own? Who taught you such cruelty? Yi Qingyu replied with an indifferent tone, since I have escaped on my own, what connection do I have to this act of salvation? He is your benefactor, after all. Son heir's sobs momentarily ceased, taken aback by Yi Qingyu's sharp retort. Miss, that reasoning is flawed. Were it not for your benefactor apprehending the thieves from behind, how could you have managed to escape? Yi Qingyu arched an eyebrow. Apprehended them, you say? Then why not bring those thieves forward for questioning? Yi Shuwen, flustered, lowered his gaze. Those thieves have all fled. Yi Qingyu scoffed. Is that so? They certainly chose their moment to escape wisely. Father, this is merely son heir's account. Accompanying me at the time was also the maid Nian Chun. There is more than one witness. The expression on Lord Ye's face momentarily froze, for he had not encountered Nian Chun in quite some time and had forgotten about the maidservant accompanying Yi Qingyu. Son heir's demeanor grew anxious, and as she spoke, a hint of guilt seeped through her words. Miss, your maidservant will naturally abide by whatever you say. Lord Yi replied with a scoff. Yi Qingyu, you are less discerning than a mere servant. Since that girl Nian Chun is also in the carriage, we cannot rely solely on the servant's word. Uncle, summon Nian Chun to speak. With your and grandmother's authority, she would not dare to utter falsehoods. Though Yi Qingya did not fully grasp the unfolding drama, she discerned that her uncle and the old matriarch aimed to compel Yi Qingyu to acknowledge the supposed gratitude owed to Yi Shuwen. While she remained uncertain of their motives, she understood the intent behind their actions. When adults converse, you have no place to interject. The old matriarch shot a glare at her before turning her frosty gaze upon Yi Qingyu. Qingyu, Do you still refuse to acknowledge this? Your maid has grown up by your side, her contract bound to you. Her words are insufficient to persuade. If you remain obstinate, you may as well kneel in the ancestral hall until you come to your senses. What vile intentions do you so-called relatives harbor, pressuring Qingyu to recognize a fabricated benefactor? The door to the hall suddenly slammed open with a forceful kick, and a stunning lady clad in sumptuous purple swiftly approached Yi Qingyu. Upon hearing the voice of the newcomer, Yi Qingyu's face, which had remained composed and obstinate throughout, suddenly filled with a profound sense of grievance. She turned her gaze towards the elegant woman, her pair of pitch-black, luminous eyes brimming with tears. It was her vivacious aunt, not the lifeless figure lying in a pool of blood. In this moment, she truly felt the authenticity of her rebirth. Aunt! Yi Qingyu cried heartbrokenly as she embraced the beautiful woman. Chapter 6. Household Matters. Aunt Su, the wife of my third uncle, was a close confidant of my mother. She married my third uncle and has always showered me with more affection than my third cousin. After my mother's passing, she frequently invited me to stay at the Duke's residence, but later, due to the old lady's disapproval of her constant visits, she began to come only occasionally. Nevertheless, Aunt Su visited regularly, concerned that I might be bullied without anyone to protect me. After my marriage, she often came to see me at the Chiwang residence. It was during this time that I observed how Shin Mingxiu disapproved of my close ties with the Duke's household, unilaterally severing our connections. I initially thought he simply wished to avoid excessive interaction with court officials and had no interest in political affairs. Unaware of how he secretly maneuvered to win over numerous officials through his ties with the Duke's estate. Since my rebirth, Aunt Su was the first relative I encountered from my maternal grandfather's side. The haunting image of her lying in a pool of blood surfaced in my mind, and witnessing such a lively and spirited person in front of me made me truly feel that I had been reborn. Aunt Su embraced me, gently patting my back in a comforting manner, her beautiful eyes coldly surveying everyone present. Cry, go ahead, she seemed to convey, with me here. Who dares to bully you? The sudden appearance of Aunt Su startled both the old lady and Lord Yi, who exchanged anxious glances. Nianchuan pointed at Sun Er, her face inflamed with anger, declaring, "Third madam, it was this coachman." The young lady asked him to stop and return to the main road, but he insisted on taking the small path. If he hadn't taken that route without the young lady's consent, we would never have encountered those robbers. This man is truly despicable, and he dares to lie. Su regarded Sun Er with a chilling gaze, as if he were a lifeless corpse. Bring him here and seize this disobedient servant. Give him a thorough beating. The guards advanced and swiftly subdued Sun Er, who cried out in panic, "My lord, save me. My lord, help." Madame Yi glared at Su with indignation. "Madame Gu, this is the residence of the Qingyuan marquis, not the Duke of the State. Sun Er is a servant of my household. Any punishment he deserves is our affair alone. It is not the place of those from the Duke's residence to flaunt their authority here. To strike my servant is to strike at my very dignity." Su remained unfazed by Madame Ye's wrath. "Since your household servants dare to bully their master, I see no harm in teaching them a lesson, so they may learn to show proper respect." Madame Yi gritted her teeth, asserting, "This is a matter for the Qingyuan marquis' household. There is no need for Madame Gu to concern herself." Su showed no sign of yielding. "That will not do. I care not whom your servants dare to offend, but they must never cross paths with Qingyu. If they have done so, they must face the consequences." Madame Ye's expression hardened. "Even if you are the third aunt of Qingyu, you ought to know when to draw the line. This is a private matter of my household. If Madame Gu wishes to display her authority, I kindly suggest she return to the Duke's residence." The old matron was genuinely enraged. She had never favored those of the Duke's household, and given the current situation, could Su's arrival allow the matter to proceed as originally intended? Su let out a cold laugh. "Very well. Then let us trouble the magistrate to apprehend this servant who has endangered his master, and interrogate him to uncover who is truly behind this." The magistrate, with a look of helplessness, entered and respectfully addressed Lord Yi. "My lord, the Duke of the State has accused this servant of colluding with thieves to harm Miss Yi. I have come to apprehend the individual, and I hope for your cooperation." Lord Yi, somewhat taken aback, replied, "This matter falls within the realm of family affairs. We can resolve it ourselves." He had not anticipated that it would escalate to the authorities. Indeed, magistrate," he continued, "it is merely a misunderstanding with our in-laws. You are ever so busy. Such trifles should not trouble you. The old matriarch wore an expression of shock, panic, and a forced smile, endeavoring to downplay the situation. With a gentle tone, she lowered herself to address Madame Su. In-law, how has it come to this? If word gets out, it will tarnish the reputation of both our families. People might think we are at odds. Please, withdraw the lawsuit. Madame Su, with a tone laced with sarcasm, retorted, Oh. So now you are anxious? Where was your urgency when you were pressuring Qingyu? If you think I will withdraw the lawsuit, you are sorely mistaken. Seeing that Madame Su was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, the old matriarch turned her gaze to Yi Qingyu. Qingyu, you are the most sensible child. Please persuade your third aunt. This is a trivial matter. If it escalates, you will bear the blame for both families. The old matriarch knew that Yi Qingyu was always willing to swallow her grievances to please her. Her words carried an implicit threat, urging compliance. Madame Su, however, was not blind to her manipulations. Is this how a grandmother behaves? How dare you threaten Qingyu? Yi Qingyu lifted her head from Su's embrace, her clear eyes already swollen and red from crying. She tugged at Su's sleeve. Aunt San, let me speak. Su handed her a handkerchief to wipe away her tears, her voice gentle enough to evoke compassion. Very well. Aunt San will listen to you. Yi Qingyu rose gracefully and performed a curtsy. I greet Lord Prefect. Lord Chui inquired. Miss Yi, do you have something to say? Yi Qingyu nodded, her voice slightly hoarse from her weeping. My lord, you must have received the bandits delivered by His Highness the Crown Prince. Lord Chui affirmed. Indeed, they were personally escorted to the government office by Commander Jiang. Yi Qingyu turned to Sun Air. This man, on my way back to the residence, did not seek my consent and recklessly drove the carriage down a secluded path. When I demanded he return to the main road, he refused to comply. She then glanced at Yi Shuwen, her tone icy. And this person has falsely claimed merit. Spinning lies. It was clearly His Highness the Crown Prince who rescued me and escorted me back to the marquis' residence. Yet he colluded with the coachman to assert that he was the one who saved me, with the coachman corroborating his tale. I implore you, my lord, to detain both of them and interrogate the mastermind behind this. Lord Prefect nodded solemnly. His Highness the Crown Prince has sent word to me, instructing a thorough investigation into this matter. With so many noble ladies visiting Huanan Temple, should any of them be harmed, it would be my dereliction of duty. Miss Yi, rest assured, I shall conduct a thorough inquiry. With a command, Lord Chui ordered the two individuals to be apprehended. Help, my lord! The adults and students are wronged. Lord Yi is truly flustered this time. My lord, is there some misunderstanding? He glared fiercely at Yi Qingyu and said, Qingyu, Prince Chu saved you.
Why do you not speak of it?
Yi Qingyu's expression remained indifferent. Before she could respond, Yi Qingya, filled with mockery, interjected, Uncle, did you not always claim that this Yi Shuwen is my elder sister's benefactor, insisting she acknowledge it? Yet, I have not seen you inquire about who it was that saved her. You. Lord Yi was rendered speechless, casting a fierce glare at Yi Qingya. Madame Wu hurriedly covered her mouth. Chapter 7. I am your father. Lord Yi, with a forced smile, sought to defuse the situation, saying, My lord, this is merely a trivial family dispute. I assure you, I shall punish the servant. This scholar is a distant relative of mine, and I will take it upon myself to discipline him. Might you consider showing leniency? The magistrate's expression remained grave as he replied, My lord, this matter pertains to the safety of the surrounding regions of the capital. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Chu, has personally ordered a thorough investigation. You may seek to have His Highness rescind the command, but I must take my leave for now. Chui, the magistrate, observed Lord Ye's discomfort, noting the rumors that portrayed him as a cultured and courteous gentleman. Today, however, it seemed he was no better than the rest. The officials escorted the two wailing individuals out of the premises. Inside, the silence was palpable, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Lord Ye's face was dark with fury. Yi Qingyu, do you have any idea what you have done? Does father understand what he is doing? Yi Qingyu replied coolly, unperturbed by his wrath. Her clear eyes fixed upon the man she referred to as father, filled with mockery. Are you so blind to the identity of that Master Yi Shuwen, to whom you extend such protection? Have you never considered what would happen if I were truly abducted? Lord Ye's demeanor turned icy, and he fell into silence. It was he who orchestrated the entire affair. How could he allow Yi Qingyu to be genuinely taken? Yi Qingyu let out a cold laugh. Do you truly not care if I am seized, or do you know deep down that I am beyond harm? Lord Ye's expression shifted, a flicker of panic crossing his gaze as he looked at Yi Qingyu. What do you mean? I am your father. How could I possibly harm you? Su understood Yi Qingyu's words. Are you implying that this incident was a deliberate scheme? Su's expression turned icy as she gazed at Lord Yi. The Marquis of Qingyuan, you truly are a commendable father. I shall certainly inform the Duke about this matter. The old matriarch's heart raced in alarm, compelling her to interject. Third Madam, you mustn't speak recklessly and jeopardize their father-daughter bond. Qingyu is the legitimate daughter of our marquis. We cherish her dearly. This must be an attempt to harm the Yi family.
Ha!
Su snorted derisively, her voice laced with contempt. The old matriarch hurriedly comforted Yi Qingyu. Dearest Qingyu, do not let your imagination run wild. It could very well be an attempt to sow discord between you and your father. Do not fall victim to other schemes. The old matriarch was genuinely perturbed. She could not fathom how Yi Qingyu had discerned the truth of the situation. Perhaps someone had informed her? Regardless of the cause, it was imperative to keep Yi Qingyu's heart aligned with the marquis. Otherwise, their plans would be rendered futile. Yi Qingyu regarded the old matriarch, who appeared to be in distress, with a cold gaze, as if observing a performance. There is no need for you to fret, dear matriarch. I believe the magistrate will provide us with a clear resolution soon. The old matriarch was taken aback, her lips trembling in fear. Su, filled with anger, retorted. Since His Royal Highness, the Prince of Chu, has already given his instructions, I believe the authorities will deliver their verdict within a few days, and the truth will soon be revealed. Turning to Yi Qingyu, Su's voice softened instantly. This place is filled with chaos, Qingyu. You must have been greatly frightened by the robbers you just encountered. Come, let us return to the Duke's residence for a proper recuperation.
With that,
Su took Yi Qingyu by the hand and began to lead her away. The old matron, realizing the situation, hastily interjected. This is Qingyu's home. Madam San need not worry. We shall take excellent care of Qingyu. There is no need to trouble yourselves at the Duke's residence. She glanced at the second and third branches of the family, urging them to speak up in agreement. Wu, slightly embarrassed, nodded in acquiescence. Indeed, Madam San, please rest assured. We will look after Qingyu. Yi Qingya tugged at Wu, signaling her to refrain from saying too much. It was evident that the Duke's family intended to take her away, and given the expressions of her uncle and grandmother, it was clear they had conspired something. It would indeed be better for Yi Qingyu to go to the Duke's residence. Cough, cough. Qingyu, your grandmother is right. You have grown up now, so you need not trouble your maternal family anymore, Lord Yi warned with a significant glance. Yi Qingyu found it amusing to see those who usually disregarded her now so anxious about her departure. I haven't visited my grandfather in quite some time. It seems fitting to accompany Madame San to see him. With that, Yi Qingyu no longer wished to engage with them. Linking her arm with Su's and departing from Chunhui Hall, the old matron watched as Yi Qingyu truly left, casting an anxious glare at Lord Yi. What are you waiting for? Quickly think of a way to keep her here. How can we possibly do that? The Duke Yi was filled with indignation, feeling utterly powerless with the presence of the Guogong mansion involved. Observing the grim expressions of both the matriarch and Duke Yi, which seemed capable of dripping water, Mrs. Wu hastily took Yi Qingya and departed from the Chunhui Hall. Yi Qingya quickened her pace to catch up with Yi Qingyu and the others ahead, casting worried glances. Are you truly all right? I am perfectly fine. Do not fret, Yi Qingyu replied reassuringly. Yi Qingya exhaled in relief. Well, do not be disheartened. Once we arrive at the Guogong mansion, make sure to find a good physician to examine you and to rest well. Though she did not fully grasp the situation, she understood that Yi Qingyu must be feeling quite distressed. Yi Qingyu offered a faint smile. Is my second sister expressing concern for me? Yi Qingya, feigning indifference, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and irritation. I am not. You should hurry and leave. Here, take this, she said, handing over a small package before pulling Mrs. Wu along and hastily departing. Yi Qingyu gazed at the paper bundle in her hands, taking a careful whiff to discover it contained peanut brittle. Her beloved snack had been gifted to her, and her second sister remained as adorably awkward as ever. As she watched Yi Qingya's retreating figure, a smile gradually faded from her lips. She remembered that in her previous life, her second sister had married poorly and lived a life of hardship. Chapter 8. Third cousin. The carriage halted before the grand entrance of the Duke's residence. With the gentle assistance of Nian Chun, Yi Qingyu alighted slowly. Upon gazing at the imposing gates, memories of a past life surged forth. dark clouds looming, crows cawing chaotically, and the ground soaked in blood. Shaking her head, Yi Qingyu endeavored to dispel the gruesome imagery from her mind. Now reborn, she was resolute in her determination to safeguard the Duke's household, vowing never to allow the tragedies of her previous existence to recur. Qingqing, let your second aunt have a look. Are you hurt anywhere? Did it frighten you? Second Aunt Zhong's expression was filled with concern as she scrutinized Yi Qingyu from head to toe, her worry and compassion palpable. A glimmer of tears welled in Yi Qingyu's eyes as she fought to maintain her composure. Second Aunt, Qingqing is fine. I apologize for causing you concern. Su Shi, unable to contain her indignation, interjected, I'm so relieved I went to fetch Qingqing. You have no idea how that family treated her. Humph. That old hag from the Yi family is utterly unworthy of being Qingqing's grandmother. As Su Shi and Zhong Shi each took Yi Qingyu by an arm, their faces flushed with anger, Yi Qingyu found it difficult to interject. Upon reaching the side hall, Zhong Shi sat down furiously, her face a mask of discontent. Had I known it would come to this, I should have accompanied you. Our Qingqing has endured such great injustice. Do they truly believe she is a child without protection? Su Shi vehemently added, Indeed. Seeing Qingqing kneeling on that cold, hard ground, had it not been for my upbringing, I would have wanted to slap that old hag myself. You ought to go. Our beloved child, whom we cherish dearly, cannot be subjected to such indignities. Do they truly believe the Duke's residence is an easy target? Once the Duke returns, a thorough discussion shall ensue. Yi Qingyu gazed at her two aunts who stood before her, fiercely protective and affectionate. Tears welled in her eyes. She truly despised her past self for being blind and naive for the sake of those in the Ho residence who never regarded her as kin, accommodating their whims while distancing herself from the Duke's household. It was utterly unworthy. Aunts, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. There is no need for concern. Yi Qingyu gently reassured them. Zhong Shi grasped Yi Qingyu's hand, her gaze filled with maternal affection. Oh, my dear child, your understanding is heart-wrenching. Just then her mother, second aunt, and cousin entered, the latter exuding grace and charm. Gu Huaizhi strode in briskly, a physician trailing behind, medicine box in hand. His anxious gaze fell upon Yi Qingyu. Seeing her demeanor untroubled, he accepted the news from Yan Chun that she had not been harmed. Cousin, were you frightened? He inquired. Typically, a young girl would dissolve into tears after such an ordeal, yet given Yi Qingyu's previous reactions, he expected her to be quite shaken. However, her current composure was somewhat surprising to Gu Huaizhi. Thanks to His Highness, the Prince of Chu, I was not frightened at all. Yi Qingyu gazed with her bright, ebony eyes at her distinguished third cousin, whose grace and elegance were evident. A flicker of sympathy crossed her gaze as memories flooded back. Her cousin mocked, ridiculed. His dignity trampled upon, enduring unspeakable humiliation. Once a prodigious talent, he had been unjustly stripped of his examination qualifications due to others' treachery, ultimately leading to his dismal downfall and a tragic demise. Gu Huaizhi observed the tender emotion in his cousin's eyes, feeling a strange bewilderment. Qingqing, why do you look at your cousin in such a manner? He inquired, wondering if the child had truly been so frightened that her mind was unsettled. After all, she was the one deserving of pity. Yi Qingyu, slightly embarrassed, averted her gaze and coughed lightly. It's nothing. I simply haven't seen my cousin in a long while and find myself missing him. Is that so? Gu Huaizhi regarded her with a hint of confusion, questioning if he had misinterpreted her expression as longing. Move aside. Do not disturb the doctor while he examines your cousin, Su Shi interjected, pushing Gu Huaizhi aside with an air of annoyance, settling down beside the doctor with a worried expression, dreading any unfavorable news. The young lady is in good health. There is no need for concern, the doctor assured the gathered crowd, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Yet, Zhong Shi remained uneasy. Should we not give her some calming herbal concoction? Her health is perfectly fine. What need is there for medicine? Are you not aware that medicine can be toxic? The elderly doctor replied with evident displeasure. Zhong Shi, undeterred by his admonishment, nodded obediently. Very well. As long as she is well, I appreciate your assistance, doctor. Huaizhi, please see the doctor out. Yi Qingyu was aware of her own well-being, yet her aunts were filled with concern. She gently reassured them, second aunt, third aunt, I truly am fine. There is no need for you to worry. Sue's voice was as soothing as water as she advised. Good, as long as you are well. Having seen a doctor, we can rest assured. What young lady has not been frightened into illness by such events? Although you seem well now, we must remain vigilant. If you feel any discomfort, you must speak up, understood? Yi Qingyu obediently nodded, inquiring softly, has grandfather not returned from court yet? She had been there for some time, and if her grandfather were in the residence, he would have come to see her long ago. Su nodded, indeed. We do not know what matters the emperor has that keeps your grandfather in the palace. Otherwise, it would not be I going to the marquis' residence, but your grandfather coming to fetch you. Su lamented, if it were your father, he might have even lifted the roof of the marquis' house. Second, madam, lunch is ready. A servant reported. Understood. Ching, you must be hungry after all this commotion. Since you returned from Manhwa Temple, you haven't eaten, have you?
Come.
Second aunt has prepared your favorite dishes. Let us not worry about anything else. Let us have our meal first. Yes, it's almost noon. Ching must be famished, Su agreed. The two women guided Yi Qingyu to sit properly and served her the dishes she loved. Yet, Yi Qingyu did not pick up her chopsticks and softly asked, shall we not wait for grandfather? With noon upon them, the emperor must also be having his meal, and surely grandfather would return soon. Yi Qingyu gazed out the window, perpetually yearning for the vibrant figure of her grandfather to materialize before her. In her previous life, she had witnessed the tragic murder of her grandfather, a haunting scene that incessantly resurfaced in her mind. The absence of her grandfather instilled an undeniable sense of unease within her. Suddenly, she heard a servant exclaim from outside that the Duke had returned. Yi Qingyu sprang to her feet and swiftly made her way outside. Chapter 9. Her purpose. At the corner appeared a venerable gentleman, his demeanor vigorous and imposing. His hair and beard were streaked with silver, and his expression bore a grave seriousness that commanded respect, instilling a sense of awe that prevented one from meeting his gaze. She gazed at the approaching figure, murmuring softly, grandfather. Upon encountering the living embodiment of her grandfather, tears of suppressed emotion welled up anew in Yi Qingyu's eyes. The Duke hastened forward, enveloping his beautiful granddaughter in a warm embrace. Oh, Ching, do not weep. Your grandfather's heart aches at your tears. If there is any grievance, speak it, and I shall advocate on your behalf. His voice retained its robust vigor as he held his sobbing granddaughter, his heart trembling with compassion. She was the sole descendant left by his daughter, their family's only girl, cherished and doted upon by the entire Duke's household. Having spent an extended period in the palace, he remained unaware of the circumstances that had unfolded. He could not bear to see his granddaughter in distress. What has transpired? Who has upset my dear Ching? Yi Qingyu choked back her tears and replied, it is nothing at all. I merely missed my grandfather. She feared that her second and third aunts might divulge the events that had transpired, not wanting her grandfather to worry. She believed she could resolve the matter on her own. She cast a glance towards her two aunts and her third cousin, signaling them to remain silent. Understanding her intent, they refrained from speaking. Su Shi, wearing a beaming smile, remarked, it seems Ching has not visited in some time. She must be yearning for her father. The Duke, not dwelling on matters too deeply, thought it was good that all was well. Child, if you miss me, come visit, he said. It has been 2 months since you last came, and yet you still shed tears over it. You are grown now, and should not feel ashamed. He understood that Yi Qingyu had reduced her visits to the Duke's residence for the sake of the Ho family, and he did not wish to impose upon her. After all, the Ho residence was her true home. Madame Zhong busied herself with the servants, adding more dishes to the table. There, everyone has arrived now. Father, lunch is prepared. Ching insisted on waiting for your return. The Duke gazed at Yi Qingyu with a look of indulgence, exclaiming, ah, how fortunate I am that my granddaughter cares for me. This rascal here lacks the thoughtfulness of his cousin. He shot a disapproving glare at Gu Huai, filled with disdain. Gu Huai, taken aback by the unprovoked criticism, wore an expression of helplessness. The family gathered joyfully around the table for lunch. Afterward, Yi Qingyu returned to her quarters in the Duke's residence, Haitang Courtyard, finally able to quiet her mind. This courtyard had been her mother's boudoir before her marriage, and its unfamiliarity brought a pang of bitterness to her heart. Since marrying Shinmingxiu, she had scarcely spent any time here. Nianchuan noticed Yi Qingyu reclining on the imperial concubine couch, looking weary, and tenderly advised, Miss, you should rest a while. She had witnessed how her mistress had navigated perilous situations that day, standing firm against the Ho family and expending much of her energy. Indeed, Yi Qingyu replied, feeling the fatigue settle in. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into slumber, only to awaken when the sun had dipped low in the sky, signaling it was time for dinner. Yi Qingyu had resided in the Duke's residence for 3 days, and her grandfather was already aware of her circumstances. With a touch of charm, Yi Qingyu had persuaded her grandfather to allow her to handle the situation herself, thus alleviating the Duke's anger at the prospect of storming the estate of the Qingyuan marquis. Yesterday, her second aunt, Madame Wu, and her third aunt, Madame Zhou, came to fetch her home. However, before she could even enter her courtyard, she was summarily dismissed by her third aunt, who publicly claimed that Yi Qingyu had fallen ill from fright and required peace and quiet to recuperate. After partaking in breakfast, Yi Qingyu was engaged in conversation with Madame Su when a messenger from the Zhao family, connected to the Minister of Rites, arrived with an invitation. Madame Su examined the invitation and noted that the minister's legitimate granddaughter was to celebrate her coming-of-age ceremony in 2 days. Yi Qingyu's hand, which held the teacup, paused momentarily, a flicker of intrigue passing through her eyes. Zhao Qianxue, was it? Madame Su nodded in affirmation, remarking, "Indeed, it is she. You are of similar age. It is time for our Qingqing to also celebrate her coming of age next year, as she will soon be a young lady." With a benevolent gaze, Madame Su regarded Yi Qingyu, her smile growing even more radiant as she recalled, "Next year, your mother will have completed her 3 years of mourning. Your coming-of-age banquet must be splendidly arranged." Yi Qingyu responded softly, "Yes, will my third aunt be visiting the Zhao family in 2 days?" Madame Su nodded and cheerfully added, "The invitation has been issued. It would be improper to disregard the Zhao family sentiments. Would you like to accompany your aunt for a pleasant outing?" "Certainly," Yi Qingyu replied with a smile. As her gaze shifted, she turned to Gu Huai. "My cousin will be attending as well, correct?" Gu Huai looked at her in confusion. "How does my cousin know I am going?" Yi Qingyu said, "I recall that one of your classmates is Zhao Qianxue's brother." Gu Huai nodded slightly, acknowledging that brother Zhao had indeed invited his classmates, to which he had consented. Though Yi Qingyu maintained an impassive demeanor, she was acutely aware of the underlying motive behind her visit to the Duke's residence. In her previous life, her third cousin had attended Zhao Qianxue's coming-of-age banquet, a fateful event that led to his demise due to scheming. She vowed that such a tragedy would not befall him again. In this lifetime, her cousin would pursue the imperial examination with tranquility, relishing the accolades he deserved. On the day of the coming-of-age banquet, the entrance of the Minister of Rites residence was a veritable hub of activity, bustling with carriages and throngs of guests. Zhao Qianxue, being the legitimate granddaughter of Minister Zhao and the eldest daughter of his firstborn son, was naturally afforded an extravagant celebration, especially with an older brother, Zhao Yi, in tow. In her previous life, Yi Qingyu had not received an invitation from the Minister of Rites household. She understood that it was a deliberate snare set by Zhao Qianxue. Zhao Qianxue harbored affections for the fourth prince, Shen Mingxiu, and at this juncture in her past life, she was hopelessly enamored with him. They were rivals in love, their encounters fraught with animosity, each wishing the other would disappear. Meanwhile, Shen Mingxiu discreetly expressed his fondness for Yi Qingyu, which only served to inflame Zhao Qianxue's ire. In her previous existence, Yi Qingyu had been disinclined to witness Zhao Qianxue's ostentatious display. Although her second aunt had received an invitation, she chose not to accompany her and later learned that at this very banquet, her third cousin had been ensnared by treachery, ending up in bed with Zhao family's fifth daughter, Zhao Qianmei, thereby tarnishing her reputation. The affairs concerning cousin San were reported to the emperor by the censor, resulting in the revocation of his qualifications to participate in the imperial examination. His previously arranged marriage was also annulled, as the emperor decreed that cousin San should take the illegitimate daughter, Zhao Qianmei, as his legitimate wife. Contemplating this, Yi Qingyu gazed at the Ministry of Rites with a penetrating coldness in her eyes. Whoever sought to harm cousin San or bring misfortune to the Duke's residence would first have to contend with her. Madame Zhao, congratulations. Madame Zhao, welcoming guests at the entrance, approached with a beaming smile, while Su Shi offered her warmest regards. Thank you, Madame Gu, for your kind words. Please come inside.
Oh.
Is this the esteemed Miss Yi from the Marquis Qingyuan's residence? What a splendid young lady. Madame Zhao's gaze towards Yi Qingyu held a hint of ill intent. Yi Qingyu, seemingly oblivious to the malice in Madame Zhao's expression, smiled and greeted, I have the honor of meeting you, madam. At that moment, another luxurious carriage came to a stop. Chapter 10. Why are you following? Madame Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight as she disregarded Yi Qingyu, eagerly approaching. Ah, Princess Yongjia, Your presence truly illuminates our humble abode. The princess, donned in a resplendent lotus-red gown, exuded an aura of radiance and warmth, responding with grace. It is indeed an honor for Yongjia to attend the esteemed Mrs. Coming-of-Age banquet. With a smile, she gracefully bypassed Madame Zhao, directing her gaze towards this side. Madame Gu. Miss Yi arrived even before me. Greetings, Your Highness, Yi Qingyu said, bowing in compliance with Su Shi's lead. Madame Zhao personally escorted Princess Yongjia into the minister's residence. Yi Qingyu observed the beaming princess, her brows slightly furrowing. Zhao Qianxue must possess considerable influence to have invited the princess herself. Princess Yongjia, the sole daughter of the Grand Princess and General Cui, though of noble birth, was unpretentious and favored by the Empress Dowager. A flicker of suspicion crossed Yi Qingyu's eyes as she recalled her past life's encounter with Princess Yongjia. The hall was already filled with numerous esteemed ladies and young misses from various families, with Yi Qingyu spotting Wu Shi and Yi Qingya seated together.
Aunt. I shall greet second aunt, she said.
Go ahead. At that moment, Yi Qingya turned, her face flushed with indignation, but upon seeing Yi Qingyu, her eyes lit up instantly. And she rose to wave at her. Yi Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle. Her younger sister resembled a puppy excitedly anticipating a bone. Indeed, she was endearing. Yi Qingya pulled her aside to share a whispered conversation. Why are you here? Didn't you say you were unwell? I'm fine now. I've already recovered. Yi Qingya glanced at her with understanding, recognizing that she was feigning illness to avoid returning to the Ho residence. Second aunt, I hope you are well. Yi Qingyu greeted Feng Shi, who had already anticipated that Yi Qingyu was not truly unwell and refrained from inquiring further. With a slight sidelong glance, Yi Qingyu momentarily lost her focus, only to be struck by the sight of someone seated nearby, her expression instantly turning frosty. Second aunt, who is this? Lu Qianqian. She had not expected to see Lu Qianqian so soon before her. No, she was not yet worthy of the Yi surname. Lu Qianqian. Yi Qingya shot a disapproving glance at Lu Qianqian and said with irritation, "Humph, a relative from grandmother's side insists on tagging along." Lu Qianqian, resembling a delicate willow swaying in the wind, looked at Yi Qingyu with an air of pitiful fragility, her voice soft and trembling as if she might shatter at any moment. Qianqian has met the eldest cousin. Her face bore a look of grievance, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed mournfully at Yi Qingya. Second cousin, I truly apologize. Qianqian should not have listened to Grandaunt's words and come to see the world. Perhaps I should return. She appeared on the verge of tears, her timid demeanor evoking sympathy from those around them, making it seem as though they were the ones bullying her. Yi Qingyu couldn't help but sneer inwardly, fiercely suppressing her rising fury. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, she addressed her. Qianqian, how truly pitiable you are. Do not mind Qingya's words. She has always been straightforward. Since you are here, let us enjoy ourselves. As grandmother sent you, there must be good intentions behind it. But I know nothing and fear I shall be a burden to you all. Yi Qingya observed her pitiable demeanor and rolled her eyes, about to speak, when Yi Qingyu tugged at her sleeve. How could that be? With you by her side, my second sister won't be bored at all. Auntie Yi, well aware of her daughter's temperament, quickly interjected with a smile. Indeed, your second cousin has always been one to say one thing and mean another. Good child. Do not take her words to heart. Yi Qingyu watched as Lu Qianqian, who was being coddled and appeared quite smug, a flicker of coldness crossing her gaze. She had not anticipated Lu Qianqian's early arrival. It seemed that in her previous life, at this moment, Lu Qianqian and her mother were meant to be entering the capital alongside Yi Shuwen. At that time, to persuade her to accept Yi Shuwen as her stepbrother. They must have been residing outside. Now that she had refused, sending Yi Shuwen to the authorities instead, the two of them must be anxious. Ha! Zhao Qianxue did not wish for her to attend this coming-of-age ceremony precisely because the Zhao family had invited the fourth prince, Shin Mingxiu. How could Zhao Qianxue allow her to meet the fourth prince? Today was her splendid day, and naturally, she intended to present herself before Shin Mingxiu. Now, not only had she arrived, but also the one who truly occupied Shin Mingxiu's heart had come as well. It appeared that today was destined to be quite lively. She was unaware of how Shin Mingxiu and Lu Qianqian had met in her previous life, but she was eager to observe the nature of their interaction today. After conversing with Yi Qingya for a while, Yi Qingyu returned to her third aunt. The coming-of-age ceremony commenced. Zhao Qianxue donned a resplendent gown, adorned with pearls and jewels, which greatly enhanced her poise and grace. The honored guest approached Zhao Qianxue. On a propitious day of the auspicious month, one embarks upon the ceremonial rites of adulthood, casting aside youthful aspirations to embrace the virtues of maturity. May longevity and blessings be bestowed upon you, and may your fortunes flourish. Excerpt from the Earth Crown Ode. Anonymous. The formalities commenced as the guests honored the occasion. Zhao Qianxue, adorned in splendid attire, rose to express her gratitude to the assembly, who offered their heartfelt congratulations. Yi Qingyu observed Lu Qianqian's envious demeanor, a chill glimmering in her gaze. The arrival of His Highness, the fourth prince, commanded the attention of all, prompting everyone to rise in respectful greeting. Zhao Qianxue, her beauty accentuated by a hint of shyness, approached him gracefully. I have come to pay my respects to His Highness on this momentous day of Miss Zhao's coming-of-age ceremony, he proclaimed, his demeanor exuding elegance and warmth, a gentle smile illuminating his handsome visage. Thank you, Your Highness, Zhao Qianxue replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Shenmingxiu. The ladies of the assembly approached to offer their salutations. Yi Qingyu sidled up to her second aunt, casting a casual glance at Lu Qianqian. Shall we go to greet His Highness together? She suggested. Noting her sister's eagerness, Yi Qingyu tugged at her gently, cautioning, we are in another's home. Be mindful of your comportment. Yi Qingyu paused, realizing her younger sister still perceived her as a foolish infatuate of Shenmingxiu. You overthink. I have lost interest in him, she retorted. Yi Qingyu regarded her with skepticism, as if to say she was too naive to believe her. The second aunt led the trio to pay respects to the Qi King. Yi Qingyu noticed that when Shenmingxiu beheld Lu Qianqian, his ever-amiable expression faltered for a fleeting moment. Madame Yi Miss Yi, and Miss Yi. His gaze inadvertently flickered towards Lu Qianqian, who stood behind. This fleeting glance, if not observed closely, concealed the significance and surprise within it. Yi Qingyu had been silently observing him and realized that he had indeed fallen for Lu Qianqian at first sight, having lived a second life. Witnessing their initial encounter confirmed that Shenmingxiu's affection for Lu Qianqian was genuine, and that was sufficient. Zhao Qianxue believed Shenmingxiu was gazing at Yi Qingyu. She clenched her silver teeth and hastened forward. Your Highness, the banquet has been prepared at the residence. Please, allow me to guide you. I appreciate your efforts, Miss Zhao, he replied. Before Shenmingxiu turned to leave, he cast another glance which, from Zhao Qianxue's perspective, seemed directed at Yi Qingyu. Filled with resentment, Zhao Qianxue shot a glare at Yi Qingyu, leading Shenmingxiu towards the men's seating area. Yet, Yi Qingyu merely scoffed and chose to follow behind them. Chapter 11. Someone seeks to harm you. Zhao Qianxue was taken aback by the audacity of her rival to follow her. What brings you here? She inquired. Shenmingxiu raised an eyebrow, a hint of unintentional smugness gleaming in his eyes. Typically, Yi Qingyu maintained her demeanor as a noble lady, subtly concealing her admiration for him. However, perhaps spurred by Zhao Qianxue's presence, she had become unexpectedly proactive today. Shenmingxiu feigned innocence, asking Miss Yi, do you require something from this palace? Your Highness has misunderstood. I am merely accompanying you, she replied. Shenmingxiu's expression revealed his skepticism. Zhao Qianxue, standing nearby, clenched her teeth in frustration. With a mocking smile, she offered Miss Yi, where are you headed? Allow me to guide you. No need for such courtesy, Miss Zhao. I am en route to a location alongside you. Please disregard my presence. I shall follow closely behind. Yi Qingyu responded, her composure unruffled. Zhao Qianxue seethed with resentment, wishing to slap the serene countenance of Yi Qingyu. It is rather amusing, Miss Yi, that you insist on this path. I am merely escorting His Highness to the male guest area. What purpose do you have there? Zhao Qianxue's voice was laced with indignation as she gazed at the composed Yi Qingyu, internally cursing her audacity. Yi Qingyu merely smiled subtly, unfazed by the ire directed at her. I, too, am headed to the male guest area. Is it that the path to the minister's residence is forbidden to me? Miss Zhao, this is the manner in which your household treats its guests. In her previous life, she had indeed become Shenmingxiu's primary consort, while Zhao Qianxue had attained the position of a secondary consort, persistently creating obstacles for her. Her first child was lost due to her negligence. It is perhaps inevitable that the tragedy of the Guogong mansion bears a share of the Zhao family's misfortunes. Upon this realization, a layer of frost settled in her eyes. Zhao Qianxue was taken aback by such a sharp retort. Yi Qingyu was typically meek and easily intimidated, yet today she wielded her words with such acuity. Just as she was about to express her anger, her peripheral vision caught sight of Shin Mingxiu, compelling her to suppress her fury. Miss Yi, you're exaggerating. The path is clear. I merely fear you may stray from it. Yi Qingyu, just wait. Shin Mingxiu had not expected that in the brief time they had been apart, Yi Qingyu had grown considerably in strength. Witnessing her disregard for her own dignity in choosing to accompany him, a hint of delight flickered in his eyes. It seemed that his schemes were soon to come to fruition. Upon reaching the men's seating area, Shin Mingxiu addressed Zhao Qianxue with a congenial demeanor, saying, "Thank you, Miss Zhao, for guiding the way." He cast a glance at Yi Qingyu, as if to indicate that he had arrived at his destination and it was time for them to depart. Yi Qingyu, however, did not spare him a glance and walked past him without acknowledgement. Shin Mingxiu? Zhao Qianxue? What was Yi Qingyu planning? From a distance, Yi Qingyu spotted her third cousin, Gu Huaizhi, and approached him leisurely, entirely unfazed by the surprise of the two. Her arrival incited a stir within the side hall, and Gu Huaizhi, noticing her approach, hastily rose to greet her. "Qing, what brings you here?" His gaze fell upon Shin Mingxiu, and understanding dawned upon him regarding Yi Qingyu's presence, his expression darkening. "Cousin, I have something to discuss with you." Very well. Gu Huaizhi believed she was merely using him as an excuse to meet Shin Mingxiu. He followed Yi Qingyu out of the side hall and into a secluded area. With a resigned sigh, Gu Huaizhi said, "Well, you've seen him. Let me escort you home."
Yeving yuchaklet softly, somahate kasperatet.
"Cousin, I genuinely came to find you. There is something important I must convey." Gu Huaizhi nodded indulgently. "Very well, speak on. Your cousin is listening." He assumed she was simply too shy to admit her true intentions. Yi Qingyu, uninterested in further debate, stated directly, "You must not touch a single drop of alcohol at the banquet." Regarding how her cousin had been drugged in a past life, she was uncertain. She had only heard some details from her third aunt later on. Her cousin had consumed several drinks at the gathering, becoming drowsy and unaware as he was led to Zhao Qianmei's chamber. By the time he regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded in her room. This deceit cost him not only a promising future, but also a wonderful match in marriage. Since his marriage, he had never visited Zhao Qianmei's quarters, yet she, unwilling to endure solitude, had clandestine meetings with her lover, which Gu Huaizhi discovered. In retaliation, they broke his leg, leading to his eventual drowning in a pond due to his impaired mobility. "Oh, why?" Gu Huaizhi remarked upon seeing his little cousin's serious demeanor, sensing she was not merely fabricating an excuse. Yi Qingyu did not conceal the truth, stating plainly, "Someone intends to harm you." Gu Huaizhi's expression shifted dramatically. He is about to participate in the imperial examination, and there are numerous individuals who cannot bear the prosperity of the Duke's residence. Naturally, there are many who wish to see him falter. However, how does my cousin know that someone intends to harm him? Gu Huai's expression was grave, yet he refrained from inquiring further. "I understand, I will be vigilant," he stated. Yi Qingyu conveyed the matter and prepared to depart. Gu Huai admonished her, "You must also exercise caution." Yi Qingyu nodded and left, accompanied by Mo Shu and Mo Hua, two handmaidens assigned to her by the Duke for her safety, both of whom were quite capable. Today, she had deliberately brought them along. Mo Shu, keep an eye on Zhao Qianmei. Understood. Miss, since the young master is aware, he will surely take precautions. That individual should find it difficult to succeed. Yi Qingyu rubbed her temples, fearing they might have further schemes. She remained unsettled, haunted by the image of her cousin's desolation in her previous life. She absolutely could not permit even the slightest misstep for him in this life. Observing the young lady deep in thought, Mo Hua felt a pang of sympathy. She was uncertain of the veracity of Yi Qingyu's concerns, but seeing her so young yet fervently striving to protect her loved ones made it clear to her why the members of the Duke's household cherished her so dearly. By the time Yi Qingyu returned to the ladies' banquet, the feast had already commenced. After satisfying their appetites, Madame Zhao instructed Zhao Qianxue to take the young ladies for a stroll in the garden. Madame Zhao smiled and said, "You young ladies may entertain yourselves. There is no need to accompany us old folks. Qianxue, please take good care of the esteemed guests." The young ladies from various families then followed Zhao Qianxue towards the garden in small groups. It was at this moment that Yi Qingya seized the opportunity to approach Yi Qingyu. "What were you doing with the fourth prince just now?" she inquired.
Yeving you ape-lined.
"I was looking for my cousin San. Do you expect me to believe that?" Yi Qingya responded with an eye roll, exasperated. Carefully choosing her words, she cautiously advised, I speak sincerely. That fourth prince is not a man of virtue. The two had previously quarreled over this matter, resulting in a prolonged silence between them. Now that their relationship had finally begun to thaw, Yi Qingya was reluctant to jeopardize it further. Yet she truly did not wish to witness Yi Qingyu being deceived by that fourth prince. Chapter 12. Someone fell into the pool.
Ye Wingyu nodded earnestly.
Affirming her intention to seek out her cousin, San Biao. Given her previous actions, Qingya harbored doubts about her normalcy, yet in time, she would naturally witness her transformation. Lu Qianqian, adopting a cautious and obsequious demeanor, inquired about the conversation between the two sisters, expressing her desire to join. Zhao Qianxue, hearing the exchange, turned around with a mocking laugh. Yi Qingyu, is this your relative? You aren't bullying her, are you? She looks utterly pitiful. Lu Qianqian shook her head in a flustered manner. No, my two elder cousins have not bullied me, Miss Zhao. You are mistaken. Meanwhile, the gentle Lord Yongjia interjected. Qianxue, do not torment Miss Yi. They are merely engaging in sisterly conversation. Why misconstrue it? He turned to Yi Qingyu. Please do not hold it against Qianxue. She is known for her forthrightness and speaks her mind. Yi Qingyu responded with a faint smile. Your Highness, I harbor no grievances against Qianxue. Nearby, someone grasped Yi Qingya's arm, gently suggesting, let us all enjoy a leisurely stroll through the garden. There are indeed a variety of flowers to behold. As they walked, Yi Qingya gradually found herself distanced from Yi Qingyu. Lu Qianqian approached Yi Qingyu. Elder cousin, have I caused you trouble? Yi Qingyu replied coolly, it is nothing. You need not worry. Noticing her indifference, a flicker of resentment crossed Lu Qianqian's eyes. In the back garden of the minister's residence, a pond brimming with blooming lotus flowers captivated the attention of the onlookers. This is a variety that my grandfather specifically sought from the south, for my grandmother. Zhao Qianxue urged everyone to pause and admire, while Yi Qingyu, noticing the malicious glint in her eye directed at herself, began to grasp the unfolding plot. Just as the crowd was engrossed in the spectacle, a sudden exclamation of dismay erupted. A young lady had stepped on the hem of her own gown, losing control and tumbling forward, directly towards Yi Qingyu's position. Anticipating Zhao Qianxue's scheming, Yi Qingyu was prepared. As the young lady stumbled towards her, Yi Qingyu feigned being knocked backward, with Zhao Qianxue positioned right beside her. Zhao Qianxue, reveling in the perceived success of her scheme, was taken by surprise when Yi Qingyu did not fall into the pond as anticipated. Instead, it was she who unexpectedly toppled backward, landing supinely into the lotus pond.
Oh!
Zhao Qianxue gasped in terror, clutching the sleeve of the Princess Yongjia beside her. The princess, yanked by Zhao Qianxue's frantic grip, nearly followed her into the water, but fortunately, a nearby young lady reacted swiftly, catching the princess just in time, though a portion of her sleeve was torn away. Someone has fallen into the water. Quick! Someone help! A voice cried out urgently. With a loud splash, a man's voice rang out. Do not fear. My lady, I shall rescue you. Yi Qingyu, still seated on the ground, could not suppress a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. Such unrefined tactics were utterly characteristic of Zhao Qianxue. Help! Help!
Woo-woo!
Zhao Qianxue's maid, witnessing her mistress in the water, cried out in panic. It's the young lady. The young lady has fallen in. Hurry! Save the young lady. The maid beside her suddenly realized that it was her own mistress who had fallen into the water. As she noticed an unknown man approaching the young lady, the two maids quickly jumped into the water, encircling Zhao Qianxue to protect her, and swiftly pulled her to the shore. My lady, how are you? One of them urged. We must take you back to change into dry clothes at once, lest you catch a chill. The princess of Yongjia, without a hint of concern for nearly being dragged into the water herself, anxiously inquired about Zhao Qianxue's condition. Quickly, take the young lady back. Esteemed ladies, I must excuse myself for a moment. Zhao Qianmei, visibly worried, addressed the gathering. Ladies, we have strolled through the garden long enough, and I am concerned for my elder sister's well-being. I hope you can forgive my absence. We too are worried about Miss Zhao's situation. Perhaps we should all go and check on her, the princess of Yongjia suggested. Under Zhao Qianmei's guidance, the group made their way to Zhao Qianxue's courtyard. By the time they arrived, Zhao Qianxue had changed into a fresh, dry gown, her hair still damp. Upon seeing Yi Qingyu, she suddenly sprang to her feet. It was you who pushed me, she exclaimed. Yi Qingyu remained composed, replying calmly, Miss Zhao, one must speak with evidence. There were many witnesses. It was Miss Chiu who accidentally fell and knocked me to the ground. How could I have pushed you? You are pretending. You pushed me and feigned a fall. Zhao Qianxue insisted stubbornly. She felt aggrieved, for this was a scheme devised to tarnish Yi Qingyu's reputation, yet it had nearly resulted in her own ruin. Yi Qingya indignantly exclaimed, Miss Zhao, are you truly blind? Do you not perceive the presence of the esteemed ladies and Princess Yongjia? At that moment, my elder sister fell to the ground. How could she have pushed you? Are we to believe in the absurdity of remote strikes? When the incident transpired, she had been pulled away from Yi Qingyu's side, yet she witnessed the entire episode. It was evident that Miss Chiu had inadvertently fallen upon her. How could she then blame my elder sister for this? Princess Yongjia was right beside you at that time, and she observed everything clearly. You nearly dragged the princess into this muddle yourself. Yi Qingya showed no regard for Zhao Qianxue's dignity. The onlookers regarded Princess Yongjia with expressions of bewilderment. The princess, her countenance both dignified and exquisite, wore a serious expression, yet her voice was gentle as she remarked, Indeed, Qianxue, you have misjudged Miss Yi. It is merely a misunderstanding. Beside her, Miss Chiu tearfully apologized. Miss Zhao, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. I was so captivated by the lotus flowers that I inadvertently stepped on a hem, which led to my fall and caused you to tumble into the water. I bear full responsibility. Miss Chiu, frightened, knelt with her delicate face pale from guilt. In light of this scene, Zhao Qianxue could scarcely place blame. For they were all guests, she could only suppress her simmering rage. Miss Chiu, you're being too hard on yourself. It was merely an accident. Please rise. Zhao Qianmei, visibly concerned, said, I shall fetch the cook to prepare a bowl of ginger soup. My elder sister must not catch a chill. With that, she hurriedly exited. The others paid little heed to Zhao Qianmei's departure, assuming she was merely anxious for her sister and felt compelled to take action. Only Yi Qingyu signaled to Mo Shu to follow Zhao Qianmei. The affairs here had long been reported to Lady Zhao, prompting a group of noble women to hasten over. Qianxue, my child, are you unharmed? Lady Zhao anxiously grasped Zhao Qianxue's hand, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Mother, I am quite well. Lady Zhao, filled with indignation, inquired. What on earth has transpired? Chapter 13. Madam, something terrible has happened. Zhao Qianxue cast a resentful glance at Yi Qingyu, merely shaking her head in a display of grievance. Miss Chiu, standing nearby, could only weep and reiterate her explanation once more. It became clear that Miss Chiu need not bear excessive guilt. As the hostess, Qianxue was obliged to safeguard her esteemed guest. Madame Zhao, astute as she was, discerned the intricate nuances of the situation. However, given the current circumstances, she refrained from making any remarks in front of the numerous noble ladies present, for fear that their family's reputation might suffer. Miss Zhao, selflessly prioritizing others, truly exemplified the virtues of a refined young lady. Indeed, it had long been said that Miss Zhao was well-educated, composed, and gracious. Witnessing it firsthand only deepened the admiration for her benevolence. It seemed Miss Zhao had yet to be betrothed. Any family fortunate enough to claim her as their own would surely be blessed beyond measure. The esteemed guests were not stingy with their praise, expressing their admiration and allowing the matter to fade into the background. All the noble ladies were astute observers of the household intricacies, fully aware of the underlying dynamics. They merely assumed that Zhao Qianxue had plunged into the water to save someone else. Suddenly, a breathless servant burst into the room. Madam, something terrible has happened.
Silence.
On such a joyous occasion, why utter such disheartening words? Madame Zhao, already irate, found her temper tested by the servant's lack of discretion. The newcomer was Xuelio, the maidservant of Zhao Qianmei, her face a picture of panic, drenched in perspiration. Madame Zhao impatiently inquired, What is it? At that moment, Mo Shu quietly returned to Yi Qingyu's side. Madam, as you anticipated, the third young master has indeed fallen victim. I have brought him to our carriage. May I administer the tranquil heart pill to him? It has already been administered. In less than a quarter of an hour, the third young master shall regain consciousness. Understood. Upon finishing her words, Mo Shu quietly stepped aside, as if she had never left at all. Madam, you must go and check on the fifth young lady. The young lady has been abducted by a drunken scoundrel. Please, save her. Shuel Lu cried inconsolably, leaving the gathered noble guests exchanging bewildered glances.
What?
This is utterly outrageous. In broad daylight, How dare someone perpetrate such vile acts against a lady of the minister's residence? Who is responsible for this? Come, where has your young lady been taken? The Lady Zhao was truly flustered and anxious, prompting the noble ladies in the room to follow suit. Yi Qingyu observed the Lady Zhao's distress and confusion, which seemed genuine. Evidently, she was unaware of the situation. Shuel Lu led the group to a secluded courtyard, and as they approached the entrance, the cries of a woman in distress reached their ears. Yet, there was not a single servant in sight. Seeing this, Yi Qingyu's eyes flashed with a hint of cold amusement. How thoroughly prepared they are. Ensure that this courtyard is secured. No one is allowed to enter. Lady Zhao commanded. Such a scandalous and disgraceful affair, which tarnishes the family name, is best kept from the knowledge of as few people as possible. The esteemed ladies of this circle, upon hearing the news, rushed over under the guise of concern, though it was clear to all that their true intention was merely to witness the commotion at the residence of the Minister of Rights. Lady Zhao harbored a deep-seated resentment, loathing the impudent Zhao Qianmei for bringing such shame upon the Zhao family. Can you recognize the person who abducted your young lady? A look of fear crossed Xuelio's face. Yet her voice rang out clearly, ensuring that all present could hear. I recognize him. I've seen him once before. That gentleman must be the third son of the Duke's household. The presence of Su Shi among them caused her countenance to change abruptly at this revelation. The expressions of the onlookers turned varied, yet none bore goodwill. The third son of the Duke of Zhen, resplendent and elegant, was renowned for his talents. At the tender age of 17, he excelled in the provincial examinations, and should he triumph again in this year's imperial examination, he would ascend to the highest ranks, elevating the Duke's household to unprecedented glory. The noble ladies observed Su Shi with a hint of schadenfreude. After all, which of the young gentlemen from the academy had not been overshadowed by Gu Huai? It appeared that this man, intoxicated, had acted quite thoughtlessly, suggesting that rumors should not be taken at face value. Madame Gu, it seems your son is eager to take a wife. Alas, I have heard that your household has yet to arrange a proper maid for him. Is it not rather excessive to intrude upon the respectable young lady of another household? One remarked, perhaps he simply drank too much and acted carelessly. Do not speak further. It is best that my son maintains a distance from such a character, lest his disposition be tainted. Witnessing the scornful and mocking expressions, Su was seething with indignation. Each of you, esteemed ladies of the capital, would dare to tarnish my family's reputation based solely on the words of a mere maid. Lady Zhao, with a stern countenance, remarked, Madame Gu, if this girl were to speak falsehoods, why would she specifically name your son rather than any other young gentleman? He remains within, and it is impossible for you to hold him accountable. Su maintained her composure, sneering, slander? Ha! It appears you intend to harm my son, who truly knows the depths of the situation. To claim it is my son is to underestimate the integrity of our noble house. A voice from the crowd chimed in. Madame Gu, there is no need for further debate. Let us enter and ascertain the truth of this girl's claims. Yi Qingyu gently stroked Su's back, soothingly advising. Aunt, do not be upset. You know well the character of Cousin San. He would never engage in such actions. Now that we are here, and since the young lady of the minister's residence is unafraid of scandal, why not enter and see for ourselves? Her words darkened Lady Zhao's expression. Indeed, such disgraceful matters are typically kept under wraps, as families fear even the slightest hint of scandal which could tarnish their reputation and impact the marriages of their daughters. Yet, Zhao Qianmei's maid had openly spoken in front of everyone, seemingly eager for all to know. Indeed, there is not a single moment of tranquility among the three old families. Master Sen spends his days indulging in lavish feasts and gambling, reveling in a life of pleasure, and his daughter is equally unrefined. Madame Zhao is infuriated to the point of gnashing her teeth. Today marks the coming-of-age celebration for her daughter Qianxue, an occasion she had hoped would be splendid, envisioning a promising match for her daughter. Alas, this joyous event has been utterly marred by that little wretch, Zhao Qianmei. The prospects for Qianxue's future marriage are now undoubtedly jeopardized. With such thoughts racing through her mind, Madame Zhao disregards Zhao Qianmei's dignity and strides forward with the gathered guests. Chapter 14. Who is he? Su's face was contorted with rage, yet her palms were slick with sweat. She firmly believed in her son but feared that someone might have deliberately orchestrated a scheme to frame Huaiji. Yi Qingyu gently squeezed Su's hand and whispered, Aunt San, do not fret. It could never be San Biaoge. Her unwavering tone offered Sue a measure of solace. Naturally, the young ladies remained outside, while the curious matrons followed them inside. As the servant forcefully kicked the door open, an unpleasant odor assailed them. The seasoned ladies of the household immediately discerned that something was amiss. The scene within was shockingly debauched. The two individuals under the influence of a drug were utterly oblivious to anyone's entrance. "Quickly, separate the two," commanded the matron, as several sturdy servants stepped forward to pull them apart, draping garments over their bodies. With clearer visibility, the crowd recognized the man's face. Upon seeing him, Sue's heart, previously in turmoil, found respite. The man, with a somewhat dusky complexion yet possessing a fair countenance, was undoubtedly not Gu Huaiji. The stench in the room was intolerable, prompting the ladies to retreat outside. A servant splashed cold water over the two, rousing them from their stupor. Zhao Qianmei, upon witnessing her aunt's livid visage, let out a startled cry and hastily concealed herself. "Get dressed and come out at once." Madame Zhao emerged from within, and upon seeing the two individuals being dragged out, Sue could not help but scoff. It appeared that the minister's residence truly deemed the duke's household as easy prey, daring to level all manner of baseless accusations against the young master of our esteemed family. "Madame Zhao, do not attempt to tell me that your servants are blind and mistaken. In what way does this man resemble my son?" Feeling the weight of her guilt, Madame Zhao spoke with a hint of trepidation. "Madame Gu, it is all a misunderstanding. It is the doing of that girl. Someone, take her away and give her a thorough beating," Madame Zhao commanded fiercely. "Madam, please spare me. Miss, save me. I shall be beaten to death." Zhao Qianmei's face drained of color, understanding that after today's events, her life was irrevocably ruined. She could not fathom how such a predicament had arisen. It was supposed to be Gu Huaiji who was drugged and found lying on the same bed with her, and with the crowd drawn by Xueliu. She could have claimed that he had drunkenly taken advantage of her. Once his reputation was tarnished, Gu Huaiji would be compelled to marry her, and she would rightfully become the third mistress of the duke's household. However, everything seemed to have spiraled completely out of her control. She gazed at the man bound beside her, bewildered as to why her cousin was with her. Had he not sent Gu Huaiji away and departed long ago? Yi Qingyu observed Zhao Qianmei's ashen countenance, a glimmer of hatred flickering in her eyes. It was she who, through such despicable means, ensnared my third cousin, ruining his career and, as the third young mistress of the duke's residence, dared to clandestinely meet her lover. When discovered by my cousin, the two conspired to break his legs. Both of these individuals deserve their fate. Yi Qingyu had long instructed Mo Shu to keep a watchful eye on Zhao Qianmei, observing her rendezvous with this man. After having Mo Shu escort my cousin away, she rendered the man unconscious, administering drugs before delivering him to this chamber. Zhao Qianmei initially intended to feign innocence, but the drugged man would not spare her, having long been in collusion with her. This man was her cousin from her mother's side. In a twisted sense, she had facilitated the union of this pair of lovers. Miss, it was you who instructed me to speak. I am merely following your orders." Facing the imminent threat of death, Xueliu disregarded Zhao Qianmei, who showed no inclination to rescue her. "Silence, you wretched creature. How dare you tarnish my name? Bind her mouth and strike her fiercely." Lady Zhao, sensing the precariousness of the situation, interjected hastily. "This cannot possibly be attributed to Zhao Qianmei. If it were, it would surely incite enmity with the duke's residence." Zhao Qianmei was not foolish. She intended to shift the blame onto Xueliu. "And you must stand up for Qianmei. How can I live on after this? Just days ago, Xueliu secretly took my jewelry, and when I discovered it, I punished her. She harbored resentment, and never did I imagine she would go so far as to harm me. I cannot live with this shame. I have no face to exist in this world." Zhao Qianmei, in a fit of despair, was on the verge of colliding with a pillar when an attendant timely intervened to prevent her from doing so. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, and her gaze toward Xueliu was filled with sorrow. "Xueliu, I have merely penalized you by withholding your wages for 3 months and administering 10 strikes. How could you cause me such distress? We have been master and servant for many years, and I have always acted with a clear conscience toward you. I have rewarded you on your parents' birthdays and have arranged for your brother's education. Do you not realize that your actions have ruined my entire life? With what face will your family stand in the Zhao household after this?" Xueliu's delicate face turned ashen, devoid of any color. She recognized that her mistress was leveraging the lives of her family to coerce her into confessing to all the charges. The light in Xue Lu's eyes extinguished. She whispered, "I confess. It was my hatred for you that tarnished your reputation." Upon hearing Xue Lu's admission, Zhao Qianmei felt a weight lift from her heart.
Aunt.
It is my inability to discern character and my excessive compassion that have caused the Shang's residents to suffer disgrace because of me. I am to blame. Madame Zhao relaxed her expression slightly. It is good that you understand. Take her away and execute her. Wait, Yi Qingyu interjected suddenly. I have further inquiries to make of Miss Xuelu. She has already confessed, and the matter is clear. There is no need for further questions, Miss Yi. Su Shi coldly remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Madame Zhao. Are you afraid she might reveal something she ought not to? Madame Zhao found herself unable to counter this, her demeanor betraying a sense of guilt that only fueled further suspicion. Yi Qingyu softly inquired, Miss Xuelio, you claim that you deliberately spread rumors to harm the fifth miss. Yet why did you assert that the third young master of the Duke's residence abducted her? Xuelio's voice was weak as she replied, I merely mentioned someone at random. Yi Qingyu pointed to the bound man and asked, Oh, then who is this man? Did you summon him to dishonor the fifth miss?
Yes.
Since you are acquainted. May I inquire about this young gentleman's name? Xuelio fell silent for a moment, genuinely unaware of the man's identity. When the young lady had rendezvoused with him, she only referred to him as Dong Lang. What's the matter? Do you not know? Yi Qingyu's gaze was fixed intently on Zhao Qianmei, causing Zhao Qianmei to feel a surge of panic. She bit her lip and, with a quivering voice, responded, Xuelio, even at this juncture, you still refuse to speak the truth. This man is not your beloved. Do you think I am unaware? Chapter 15. The arrival of old Madame Yi. Xuelio closed her eyes for a moment and lowered her head, saying, Yes, he is my neighbor's elder brother. We share mutual feelings, and I sought his assistance this time. Yi Qingyu scoffed, looking at Xuelio as if she were a fool. You have feelings for him, yet he pursues other women? Miss Xuelio, do you not find your words contradictory? Or, do you believe the people here are all simpletons, easily deceived? Xuelio, indignant, exclaimed, I am responsible for my actions. I accept my guilt. What more do you wish from me? Yi Qingyu smiled slyly. If you are willing to forfeit your life. It seems this young gentleman does not share your sentiment. Turning her gaze to the bound man, her voice softened with temptation, she continued, My dear sir, are you aware that my cousin has already achieved the status of a scholar? You and Xuelio have conspired to tarnish the reputation of a gentleman. This could lead you to a grave fate. Upon hearing this, the man panicked, stammering, I did not. I was coerced. They forced me into this. Yi Qingyu interrupted, Sir, given the current circumstances, you must understand that you have ruined the fifth Miss's reputation. She now faces two paths. One is to marry you and become the legitimate wife, where the noble ladies here are not known for their chatter. Thus, you could forge a commendable union. The other is to preserve her honor and the reputation of the minister's residence, leading her to take her own life with a white silk ribbon, thereby becoming a paragon of virtue, celebrated as an admirable woman. And what of you? You have tarnished the purity of the esteemed young lady, sullied the reputation of the minister's residence, and driven a maiden to her demise. What do you believe should befall you and your family? Yi Qingyu was warning him against speaking indiscreetly. Only by marrying Zhao Qianmei and becoming the grandson-in-law of the minister could he hope to preserve his life. The man, not lacking in intellect, understood the underlying implications of Yi Qingyu's words. He quickly retorted that Xuelio had lied, claiming that he and his cousin were in a romantic rendezvous, and that she harbored resentment against his cousin for punishing her, thus seeking to expose their affair to draw attention, falsely implicating the third son of the Duke's residence. Yi Qingyu smiled with satisfaction. She desired that this matter remain entirely unassociated with her third cousin, who should simply float like a cloud in the sky. Zhao Qianmei was taken aback by her cousin's assertion, gazing at him in astonishment. The onlookers directed their glances towards Madame Zhao, their expressions transformed. To involve one's own family affairs with the Duke of the State's residence was a sign of madness. Or was it a deliberate act to accumulate more enemies against the minister's house? Indeed, one could only commend the granddaughter of Lord Zhao for her remarkable folly. The crowd could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Madame Zhao, as her household had been severely compromised. Such a ruckus would make it difficult for Zhao Qianxue to find a suitable match. What on earth was happening? The minister, accompanied by the eldest and third masters, was followed closely by Gu Huaiji. The crowd beheld Gu Huaiji, resplendent in his moon-white brocade robe, his presence commanding varied reactions. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the Minister of Books quickly grasped the essence of what had transpired. He turned to glare at the third master, exclaiming, "This is the result of your fine upbringing. You have utterly disgraced the Zhao family." The third master of Zhao, chastised, dared not raise his head. "Select an auspicious day to finalize their engagement and hasten the marriage," he commanded. In shock, Zhao San protested, "No, father, this young man is merely a scoundrel seeking to take advantage. How can Meyer possibly marry him?" The minister shot him a fierce glance, declaring, "If she does not wed him, you may as well wish for Zhao Qianmei's demise." With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to Madame Su, stating, "Rest assured, I shall personally visit the Duke to elucidate today's events." Seeing his determination, Madame Su acquiesced, promising to convey the message to her father. As the farce concluded, Madame Su approached Gu Huai, casting a swift glance in his direction. Gu Huai reassured her, "Mother, I am unscathed." "Humph, you still have the audacity to speak. We shall discuss this further upon our return home."
Come.
Once in the carriage, Madame Su regarded her son, insisting, "Now, explain what transpired today." Gu Huai glanced at Yi Qingyu, uncertain of how to articulate the events. Despite his cousin's admonitions and his own vigilance, he had inadvertently succumbed to being drugged and awakened in the carriage, utterly oblivious to the details. "Allow me to explain," Yi Qingyu interjected with a smile. She recounted how she had overheard Zhao Qianmei conversing with a man, uncovering their nefarious plot to tarnish her cousin's reputation, intending to ensnare her into wedlock with the Duke's household. Such audacity is truly outrageous. Madame Su exclaimed in a fury. The daughter of a concubine dares to set her sights on her son, who grants her such audacity. Su cast a reproachful glance at her foolish son, acknowledging that today's success was largely due to Qingqing. "You ought to express your gratitude to your cousin at once. Naturally, one must extend heartfelt thanks to her. In a few days, your cousin will present a significant gift." He was indeed somewhat taken aback, had it not been for his cousin's clever planning. Not only would his previously arranged engagement have been nullified, but his examination prospects might also have been jeopardized, which would undoubtedly impede his future career. A person's reputation holds paramount importance. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, Yi Qingyu felt utterly fatigued. Her thoughts had been preoccupied with the day's events, fearing missteps. At last, her third cousin's tribulations had been surmounted, allowing her a measure of relief. Unbeknownst to her, she soon drifted into slumber. During her days at the Duke's residence, her two aunts had taken to preparing a delightful array of dishes for her, and as a result, Yi Qingyu's cheeks had grown pleasantly plump. One day, just after finishing lunch, she was enjoying tea with her aunts when a servant announced the arrival of the old matriarch of the Ho family. Third aunt glanced at Yi Qingyu, who, with a gentle smile, invited the matriarch to enter. It was indeed time to return to the Ho residence. As the old matriarch entered, she immediately spotted Yi Qingyu. Leaning on her cane, her face suffused with a blend of affection and concern, she approached Yi Qingyu and said, "Qingyu, the last time your second aunt visited, she mentioned that you were quite ill. Have you recovered now?" Yi Qingyu gazed softly at the matriarch and replied, "Yesterday, second aunt attended Zhao Qianshua's coming-of-age banquet. She must have informed you that I am quite well now." Madame Yi displayed no embarrassment at being unmasked. Instead, her countenance radiated warmth and affection. It was a relief that she had recovered, for I was deeply concerned. Su, however, found Madame Ye's feigned sincerity tiresome and impatiently inquired about her purpose for visiting. With a smile, Madame Yi replied that she had come to see Qingyu, who had been residing in the Duke's residence for some time. Should she wish to return home, the old woman would gladly accompany her. Turning her gaze towards Yi Qingyu, she expressed, "My dear, during your absence, your grandmother has missed you dearly. Upon hearing of your illness, I was consumed with worry, unable to eat or sleep. Now that I see you are well, my heart is at ease." Su could hardly contain her disdain at Madame Ye's unabashed fabrications, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Yi Qingyu responded calmly, "I apologize for causing you concern, grandmother. Under the care of my two aunts, I have fully recovered." Chapter 16. The dowry of my mother then. Shall you return home with grandmother? Though your father may not express it, he sincerely misses you, as does Qingya. Without you, she has no one to converse with. The old lady truly spoke without reservation in her desire to have Yi Qingyu return to the Ho residence.
Je vink ju furovet her brais, appearing troubled.
However, I have yet to experience enough of the Duke's manner. A flicker of impatience crossed the old lady's eyes, yet her smile remained unwavering. If you feel you haven't had your fill, you may come back in a few days. Look how much your grandmother misses you. Even this old woman, with her frail legs, has come to see you. Everyone at home is eagerly anticipating your return. By the way, grandmother has brought you many jewels that you adore. The old lady had truly spared no expense in enticing Yiqingyu back to the Ho residence. Servants entered in succession, each bearing trays laden with dazzling ornaments that left onlookers awestruck. Yiqingyu feigned enthusiasm as she approached to admire them. Do you like them? This is merely a fraction. Most of the gifts have been sent to your Wanyan pavilion, and you will see them upon your return. Really? Thank you, grandmother. Yiqingyu displayed a joyful demeanor akin to that of a young girl. It pleases me that you are delighted. Shall we return to the Ho residence then? Please express any wishes you may have to your grandmother. I shall surely fulfill them. Madame Yi patted her thigh, exuding an air of helplessness. Alas, it's all your father's fault. It was his failure to clarify the intricacies of the situation that led to this misunderstanding about you. And as for Shu Wen, he too, in a moment of folly, sought to curry favor with our family, hence he did not speak the truth. The grandmother understood that Qingyu had always been a good child, generous and uncalculating. After all, they were family and they all recognized their mistakes. If your anger has yet to subside, you may scold or chastise as you wish. Should you desire any form of compensation, grandmother shall acquiesce. With her clear eyes sparkling with anticipation, Yiqingyu inquired, Really? Can grandmother grant me anything I wish for? Of course, the old lady affirmed, with certainty. She mused to herself that Yiqingyu, being but a young girl, would likely desire nothing more than exquisite jewelry or beautiful fabrics, perhaps even some silver coins. Qingyu, unreserved, boldly expressed, I wish for my mother's dowry. Dowry? Madam Yi thought she had misheard. She stared at Yiqingyu, momentarily stunned, before grasping the meaning behind her words. Indeed. Qingyu considered that since her mother's passing over a year ago, it had been an inconvenience for grandmother to manage the dowry. Now that Qingyu was growing up, it was time for her to learn how to handle such matters. After all, one must learn eventually. It is better to begin sooner. Yiqingyu turned to her aunts, Su and Zhong, and winked. Aunties, do you think my reasoning is sound? Su immediately grasped Yiqingyu's intentions. Indeed. Qingyu has reached the age to learn the art of household management. It is only fitting that she practices with her younger sister's dowry. Even if it means incurring some expenses, it would be of no consequence. Madame Ye's smile froze on her face. She found herself at a loss for words. She had never anticipated that Yiqingyu desired this. She had just promised to fulfill any request, yet now she felt compelled to refuse, especially within the confines of the Duke's residence. However, parting with the Gu family's dowry left her with a sense of reluctance. The Gu family's marriage had once been celebrated with a splendid bridal procession, and the dowries included numerous shops and estates, which had contributed a substantial sum of over 100,000 taels of silver over the past year. She hesitated, fumbling for words, suggesting that perhaps it was a tad premature, as Qingyu had yet to reach the age of coming of age. She was still a young girl, unprepared to delve into the chaotic ledgers. As the legitimate daughter of the marquis' household, it would not hurt her to indulge in her youth a little longer. Learning such matters could wait until her engagement. Indeed, Qingyu is still quite young. There is no rush to acquire such knowledge, chimed in Aunt San Zhou. Su raised an eyebrow, her expression bearing an air of authority as she regarded Madame Yi, questioning why it was too early. I would argue that it may even be somewhat late. Some girls begin managing household affairs at the tender age of 10. Is there something troubling you, Madame Yi? Zhong's expression darkened as she spoke with a hint of coldness, urging Madame Yi to voice any difficulties she faced so they might find a solution. A sheen of sweat broke out on the old lady's forehead as she hastily waved her hand, forcing a smile as she replied, There is nothing of the sort. I simply feel for Qingyu. She is the eldest daughter of the marquis' household. Since Qingyu has shown such determination, it is only fitting to support her. Upon our return home, I shall entrust your mother's dowry shops and estates to you. Su spoke assertively, paying no heed to the old matriarch's rigid expression. Let us conclude the matter here. There is no need to return to the residence. This provides an excellent opportunity for us to witness the proceedings. I kindly request that you send someone back to fetch the account books. The matriarch understood that the duke's household was clearly intent on reclaiming the dowry for Yi Qingyu today, and she realized that any attempt to evade this would be futile. With a stiff countenance, she instructed Zhou to retrieve the account books. Zhou took the keys and returned to the duke's residence. Before long, Zhou returned with a box filled with various property deeds and account ledgers. It was then that Yi Qingyu comprehended the true magnitude of her mother's dowry. In her past life, she had only received her mother's dowry just before her marriage, at which point the old matriarch had lamented the significant losses, stating that only 3 estates and 5 shops remained. Now, it became evident that those assets had been embezzled by her. Sue requested that the dowry list from the duke's household be brought forth. There were 3 copies of her mother's dowry list, one in the duke's residence, one filed with the authorities, and another that had accompanied the dowry to the marquis' residence. Aware of the duke's household's intentions today, the matriarch dared not engage in any deceitful practices and was left with no choice but to return all the shops and estates in full.
Zhou, standing nearby,
Felt a pang of envy as she gazed at the properties. Once the inventory was complete, the matriarch forced a smile and inquired, "Qingyu, your grandmother has fulfilled your requests. Will you accompany her back to the residence?" Having just received a substantial sum of assets, Yi Qingyu felt elated and readily agreed. Since her grandmother had honored her promises, she was equally committed to her word. Madame Yi finally exhaled in relief. As Yi Qingyu prepared to return to the marquis' residence, she had much to arrange. Her 2 aunts had graciously provided her with an array of provisions, necessities, and amusements, and they even personally arranged a carriage to escort her back. Upon arriving at the marquis' residence, Yi Qingyu made her way directly to her own Wanyan pavilion. Wan Xiao, who had been overseeing her courtyard during her absence, joyfully approached her upon her return. "Miss, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly. Next time you visit the duke's residence, you must take me along." Yi Qingyu gently patted her head and replied, "Certainly, my dear Wan Xiao. I will make sure to bring you next time. These items were all brought back by my aunts. Please help me organize them." Yi Qingyu directed the maids to tidy up the belongings, just as someone from Chunhui Hall arrived to summon her. Chapter 17. Apology. Upon arriving at Chunhui Hall, the room was already filled with guests. The elderly matriarch, radiating warmth, beckoned, "Qingyu, come here to your grandmother." Yi Qingyu cast a fleeting glance at the side, where Lord Yi sat, his smile appearing rather strained. She chose not to linger on him and promptly took her place beside the matriarch. "Grandmother," she greeted. The old lady clasped Yi Qingyu's hand affectionately, embodying the essence of a loving grandmother. "Dear Qingyu, I have summoned you at your father's behest. He and Shuwen wish to apologize to you and hope you can forgive his missteps." With that, she shot a discreet look at Lord Yi, urging him, "Eldest, why not proceed?" Lord Ye's countenance darkened, yet he forced a semblance of a smile as he addressed Yi Qingyu. "Qingyu, it is my failure to grasp the situation that has caused you distress. I take full responsibility for this, and I sincerely apologize. These gifts have all been personally selected by me. Please, do see if they please you." With a wave of his hand, a stream of attendants entered, bearing an array of jewelry boxes, luxurious fabrics, and various cosmetics, items that any young lady would cherish. Despite his awkward demeanor, he inquired, "Do they suit your taste?" He had never anticipated a day when he would need to placate Yi Qingyu, and his expression was far from cheerful. Beside them, Yi Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she observed the scene. Yi Qingyu, however, merely smiled gently, her demeanor calm and serene. She bore no resentment towards her father, reassuring him that such measures were unnecessary. Relieved, Lord Yi exhaled. "It is a comfort to know you harbor no anger towards your father. Dear Qingyu, you must understand that Shu Wen, your cousin, acted out of a momentary lapse in judgment. He is, at heart, a good-natured soul. Perhaps, given his intentions, you might find it in your heart to forgive him this once." Lord Yi pulled Yi Shuwen closer, casting a glance at him. With a thud, Yi Shuwen knelt down, his face etched with remorse. "Cousin, it is my fault entirely. I was blinded by my own ambitions, acting in a manner devoid of shame. I cannot fathom what possessed me to behave thus. All I desired was to earn the favor of the marquis, and in my folly, I committed this grave error.
"Cousin."
This hairpin was purchased with all my savings, a token of my sincerity. I do not expect your forgiveness, for I know I am deserving of my plight. I only implore you to cease your anger, for it is my greatest transgression that my momentary folly has caused you distress." Tears streamed down his face, embodying genuine repentance. The elderly matriarch, with a sorrowful and pitiful countenance, was visibly moved to tears. Qingyu, grandmother acknowledges that Xu Wen erred, yet he has faced considerable hardships. He journeyed to the capital alone to partake in the imperial examination, entirely unaccompanied, and it was his desire to gain the marquis's support that led to his misstep. He has truly understood his wrongs during his time in prison and has endured much suffering. If you do not grant him your forgiveness, he may find it impossible to focus on the examination. Indeed, Qingyu, added Mrs. Zhou, this is Xu Wen's first venture far from home, and the unfamiliarity undoubtedly bred anxiety, leading to his mistake. As a person of great magnanimity, surely you can find it within you to forgive him. Due to official duties, Uncle Heir was not at home. Wu Shi brought Yi Qingya along with her cousin Yi Yanji. This marked Yi Qingyu's first encounter with her cousin since her rebirth. Uncle Heir's family had always treated her with kindness, but later, due to certain circumstances, a conflict arose between Uncle Heir and Lord Yi, prompting him to request a transfer, taking his family far from the capital, never to return until her death. Although Uncle Heir was a son of the grandfather's concubine, he was a person of considerable talent and had risen to the rank of a fourth-grade official, surpassing Lord Yi, who held a fifth-grade position. Moreover, her cousin was quite accomplished as well. Being the eldest grandson of the Duke's mansion, he had participated in the imperial examination, successfully achieving the rank of Jinshi and now held a position of his own. Upon learning the details from Yi Qingya, Yi Yanji furrowed his brow, a disapproving expression gracing his handsome features. For a scholar, character and virtue are of utmost importance. The actions of Yi Xuwen clearly indicated that he was no gentleman. Uncle, the conduct of this Yi Gongzi is indeed a disgrace to scholarly decorum. My sister Qingyu is the true victim. You should not pressure her so. Yi Yanji's words caused Lord Yi to feel a bit embarrassed. The old matriarch interjected, Yanji, your uncle is acting for the benefit of our Yi family. Harmony within the family fosters prosperity. Why should we dwell on such matters when we are all family? Unable to restrain herself, Yi Qingya retorted, what family? This Yi Gongzi is merely a distant relative of ours. Isn't he already 5 degrees removed? The old matriarch shot her a fierce glare, prompting Yi Qingya to sheepishly fall silent. With a gentle smile, Yi Qingyu addressed Yi Yanji, assuring him that there was no need for concern, as she was well aware of what actions to take. Observing her confidence, Yi Yanji refrained from further interference. Suddenly, Yi Qingyu turned her gaze toward Lord Yi, inquiring whether the bandits and the coachman had confessed and if the authorities had uncovered the mastermind behind the incident. Lord Yi was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of anxiety crossing his features. The officials had indeed discovered that Sun Heir had colluded with the bandits in an attempt to abduct her, seeking to extort a sum of money from the marquis due to his gambling debts, which had spiraled into a considerable amount. Alas, it was my negligence that allowed him to exploit the situation, nearly endangering you. Now, those miscreants languishing in prison have taken their own lives out of fear of punishment, a fate they rightly deserve. Yi Qingyu maintained a serene smile, fixating her gaze upon Lord Yi. Oh, is that so? Does this imply that the case has been resolved? Lord Yi averted his eyes, affirming, yes, indeed. Yi Qingyu hesitated slightly, nodding as if she comprehended the gravity of the matter. Turning her attention to Yi Xuwen, her tone was cool and composed. As a guest of the marquis, it is my duty to extend proper hospitality to young Master Yi. Thus, there is no cause for anger on my part. Since both my father and grandmother have consented to young Master Ye's stay at the marquis, I harbor no displeasure. Yi Xuwen, sensing that Yi Qingyu remained steadfast, felt a flicker of resentment beneath his charming facade. With a faint smile adorning his face, he remarked, since my dear cousin feels this way, it appears she is not fond of this hairpin. Rest assured, I shall procure something far superior. The old lady observed that Yi Qingyu was resolutely unwilling to forgive Yi Xuwen, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes, though her face retained a facade of loving kindness. Xuwen, your cousin is still upset. You must reflect on how to pacify her. Yi Xuwen replied respectfully, yes. It is my duty to do so. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce you. This is your maternal cousin, my niece from my side of the family. And this is her daughter, Qianqian, Lady Yi introduced with a smile. Yi Qingyu gazed at this cousin, resentment surging within her. Even upon entering Chunhui Hall, she had already recognized these two. She was indeed the mother of Yi Xuwen and Lu Qianqian, and would soon become the lady of this marquis. Chapter 18. The inspection of the shop in her previous life. After marrying into the fourth prince's residence, Lord Yi took Shen Yinin as his legitimate wife, intending to establish Yi Shuwen as the heir of the marquis. Concerned for her safety, her grandfather had someone investigate the backgrounds of a few individuals. It was then revealed that long before marrying her mother, Lord Yi had already had an affair with Shen Yinin. When her mother wed Lord Yi, Yi Shuwen was already 3 years old. Clad in simple white garments, Shen Yinin, despite having borne 2 children, retained the grace and elegance of a youthful maiden. Her voice was soft and gentle as she addressed Qingyu. "Your cousin has nothing of value. This bracelet is a mere token for our meeting. I hope you do not find it lacking." As she spoke, she removed a jade bracelet of vivid green from her wrist, intent on adorning it on Yi Qingyu's hand. Yi Qingyu swiftly withdrew her hand, halting Shen Yinin's motion. "Such a precious gift. I cannot accept it." "Cousin, please take it back," she replied with a calm demeanor. Shen Yinin looked somewhat aggrieved at Lord Yi, questioning if Qingyu disliked the bracelet. Lord Yi, with an expression of displeasure, interjected, "Qingyu, this is your cousin's sincere intention. You should graciously accept it." "Indeed, Qingyu, while it may not be of great value, it is still a heartfelt gesture from your cousin." "Well then, I shall not stand on ceremony," Yi Qingyu conceded, allowing Wan Qiu to receive it on her behalf. With the matter settled, Yi Qingyu decided to take her leave. She bid farewell and turned to exit. Upon returning to the Wan Yan pavilion, Yi Qingyu summoned Wan Qiu. "What commands you have for me, miss?" "You are to find 2 maids," instructing them to inadvertently reveal to Yi Shuwen my intention to present the white jade Buddha statue from Jinyukshuan as a birthday gift for grandmother. "I understand." Wan Qiu has taken her leave to attend to this matter. "Miss, the second miss has arrived," reported Nianshuan. "Allow Qingya to enter," was the response. Yi Qingya strode in swiftly, her expression one of exasperation as she approached. "Yi Qingyu, how could you be so spineless? Just a few trifling gifts from uncle, and you have forgiven him? You even consented to let Yi Shuwen stay in the marquis' residence?" Yi Qingyu smiled faintly, a hint of mockery in her tone as she replied, "It seems the second sister is rather fond of those few gifts." Yi Qingya, with her fair complexion raised defiantly, retorted, "I do like them. But how could a father so heartlessly hurt his own children, offering such insincere apologies? I certainly would not accept them." Yi Qingyu sighed softly, her demeanor somewhat subdued. "Historically, there have been no perfect parents. Even if I disagree, what difference does it make? This marquis' residence is ultimately governed by father and grandmother." Yi Qingya rested her chin in her hands, echoing a resigned sigh. Indeed, even though Yi Qingyu had the backing of the duke's residence as a child, she found herself naturally powerless to resist. "You should not allow Yi Shuwen to reside in the marquis' residence. Are you not aware of how much effort uncle exerted to secure his release? He has never shown such concern for you," Yi Qingya lamented. Feeling discomfort on behalf of Yi Qingyu's voice was as penetrating as cold ice, compelling one to act under her watchful gaze. She mused that certain matters could be resolved more easily. Did one think her father's and grandmother's approval would wane simply because she disagreed? In their eyes, Yi Shuwen was indeed a precious gem. Yi Qingya pouted in annoyance, waving her hand dismissively. "Very well, do as you wish. As long as you can come to terms with it, I shall take my leave." "Wait," she added. "Please inform my elder brother that I will handle the matter regarding Yi Shuwen myself, so he need not worry." Yi Qingyu feared that her cousin might take measures against Yi Shuwen, risking the ire of Lord Yi, who cherished Yi Shuwen dearly as his own son. "Understood. I shall take my leave now." Yi Qingya had come merely to ascertain the situation regarding Yi Shuwen, and now that she realized Yi Qingyu was not truly naive, her concerns were alleviated. "Do you have any plans for tomorrow?" Yi Qingya paused, turning back to her with a puzzled expression. "Nothing in particular. Why do you ask?" Yi Qingyu smiled subtly. "I plan to inspect the shop that my mother left for me. Would you care to accompany me for a stroll?" With Yi Qingya by her side, the outing would surely be more enjoyable. Naturally, Yi Qingya was delighted at the prospect of going out, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she readily agreed. Not long after Yi Qingya departed, Wan Qiu returned. "Miss, the situation has unfolded as planned. Yi Shuwen is now aware and has already gone to Jinyukshuan with his companions." "Excellent." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Wan Qiu hesitated before speaking again. "Miss, I have investigated, and it appears that the matter is linked to the heir of the Zhuang Wang." Yi Qingyu's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Indeed. It belongs to that little demon king." The exquisite white jade Buddha statue was a gift from the crown prince of the Zhuang kingdom, Shen Juncheng. The crown prince is renowned as the most formidable figure in the capital. His father is none other than the current emperor's own younger brother, Prince Zhuang. And together with Princess Zhuang, they have raised him with utmost affection, as if he were the very apple of their eye. Moreover, the emperor holds great trust in his only brother, showering Shen Juncheng with more favor than he does some of the other princes, such as Shen Mingxiu of the fourth house, who pales in comparison to Zhuang Juncheng in the emperor's regard. With such indulgence, it is only natural that his temperament has become rather arrogant and domineering, leaving no one in the capital willing to provoke him, if Yi Shuwen were to take his possessions. The following day, accompanied by Mo Shu and Wan Qiu, and having summoned several guards, they made their way to the main entrance to meet Yi Qingya. From a distance, Yi Qingya could be seen with Yi Yanji by her side. With a cheerful smile, Yi Qingya linked arms with Yi Qingyu, saying that her brother was worried about their outing and insisted on accompanying them. Yi Qingya pouted slightly in displeasure. She had hoped to visit some special places, but with her brother tagging along, those plans were thwarted. You are both still young, and those shopkeepers are quite shrewd. I will accompany you to prevent you from being deceived, Yi Yanji explained. As the eldest grandson of the duke's residence, it is his duty to safeguard his younger siblings. Yi Qingyu smiled sweetly. With her elder brother by her side, she felt utterly at ease. The group climbed into the carriage and set off towards the shop. Throughout the journey, Yi Qingyu busied herself with the account books, while Yi Yanji, concerned that she might not fully comprehend them, provided detailed explanations from the side. Recently, there was a jewelry shop located on the bustling Suzuka Street in Kyoto. Yi Yanji first led the two companions to a nearby tea house to enjoy some tea while observing the foot traffic at the jewelry shop across the street. He also inquired with the tea house attendant about the situation of the jewelry shop, receiving reports of its lucrative success. Many patrons were affluent ladies and young misses known to them in Kyoto. However, Qingyu discerned something amiss. What is it? Yi Yanji asked. There seems to be an issue with the accounts. Although the ledger does not indicate that the jewelry shop is operating at a loss, the profit of only 180 taels over the entire last year raises significant suspicions, suggesting that the accounts are fabricated. By extension, my mother's other shops likely have similar discrepancies. Chapter 19. Grandmother, you must stand up for your granddaughter. Yi Qingyu entered the jewelry shop accompanied by several individuals. The shopkeeper recognized her, as she had occasionally accompanied the Gu family during their inspections. Miss, what brings you here? The shopkeeper inquired, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Seize them, Yi Qingyu commanded without hesitation. Esteemed patrons, this establishment is temporarily closed due to unforeseen circumstances. We kindly ask for your understanding, and upon our reopening, we shall offer discounts as an apology for today's events. In her previous life, Yi Qingyu had overseen the entire prince's residence, and she had discerned the shopkeeper's petty tricks just last night. Otherwise, she would not have ventured out with guards today, intent on apprehending the wrongdoers. She instructed her guards to secure the individuals and proceeded to the next establishment that had raised her suspicions. In the span of a year, the old matriarch had yet to bribe all the shopkeepers, and naturally, there remained those loyal to her mother who would not waver. Yi Qingyu bound the untrustworthy shopkeepers and brought them back to the marquis' residence. Yi Qingya watched her with concern. What do you intend to do? Report them to the authorities? Yi Qingyu smiled faintly. Of course, I shall seek restitution from those who have absconded with the funds. Having observed the proceedings, Yi Qingya began to comprehend Yi Qingyu's intentions. Is it wise to confront them so directly? What is unwise about it? My granddaughter has been wronged by these treacherous shopkeepers who have pilfered the earnings. Naturally, I must appeal to grandmother for justice. Given her deep affection for me, how could she allow her granddaughter to suffer? Yi Qingyu's lips curled into a smile that sent a shiver down one's spine. Yi Yanji furrowed his brow slightly and sighed. After all, she is my grandmother. Qingyu, you must exercise discretion. He refrained from explicitly advising her against seeking trouble, yet he held his grandmother's actions in disdain. Rest assured, elder brother, I believe grandmother will surely feel compassion for me. Upon returning to the marquis' residence, Yi Qingyu instructed her attendants to bring the restrained shopkeeper to Chunhui Hall. Upon entering, she wore a look of grievance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Grandmother, you must stand up for Qingyu. Inside Chunhui Hall, the matriarch was engaged in conversation with her cousins, Chen Yining and Lu Qianqian. Without waiting for an announcement, Yi Qingyu burst in, presenting herself as the epitome of distress, throwing herself into the arms of the matriarch. The old lady's expression stiffened momentarily, but she quickly donned a facade of maternal tenderness, gently comforting Yi Qingyu. "What troubles you, my dear? Why do you weep so sorrowfully? Your tears pierce my heart. Share your grievances, and I shall advocate for you." "Grandmother, I knew you would care most for your granddaughter," Yi Qingyu responded. "Bring them in." The guards escorted several shopkeepers into the room, and upon seeing them, the old lady's demeanor shifted drastically. Yi Qingyu pretended not to notice and, through her sobs, continued, "You cannot imagine what I discovered during my inspection of the shops left by my mother. These shopkeepers have dared to deceive you and embezzle the profits. Their audacity knows no bounds. Examine these ledgers. They are nothing short of fraudulent. I have uncovered that the revenue from this shop last month amounted to a substantial 2,000 taels. Yet the account provided to my granddaughter indicates a loss of 20 taels this month. Last year, the total profit was merely 180 taels, while the shop's records from the previous year boasted earnings exceeding 20,000 taels. These two ledgers are completely contradictory, audaciously falsified. Grandmother, had I not decided to take a leisurely stroll today with my younger sister and visit the shop, I would have remained oblivious. To my astonishment, the sight nearly infuriated me to death. These shameless parasites, these oblivious servants, have dared to tamper with the shop's revenue. Grandmother, you must stand up for me. How should I deal with these individuals? I find myself at a loss. Perhaps it would be best to report them to the authorities." Yi Qingyu wore an expression of utmost trust in the venerable matriarch, her small face flushed with indignation. Yi Leofuren was taken aback by her outburst. She had not anticipated that Yi Qingyu would inspect the shop, especially just a day after reclaiming it. Her original plans had been dashed before they even began. Grandmother, are you all right?" No. I was merely startled. I did not expect such a turn of events." Yi Leofuren regained her composure, quickly donning an expression of righteous indignation. "You audacious servants, how dare you commit such acts? You truly deserve punishment." I shall report this to the authorities. Their embezzlement of these funds warrants the death penalty," declared Yi Qingyu vehemently. The elderly matron hastily intervened, gently advising, "Qingyu, perhaps it would be best to refrain from reporting this to the authorities. It is hardly a matter of pride. Should this be made known, it would reflect poorly on our family's governance, ultimately tarnishing the reputation of our noble house." Yi Qingya, brimming with indignation, interjected, "But they are the ones who have committed a crime. This is not a failing of the Ho residents. Moreover, if we do not report them, what will become of the embezzled silver?" "Indeed, grandmother, that amount represents nearly 2 years' worth of profits, at least 100,000 taels," she continued. "Grandmother, our Qing dynasty has always been unwavering in its stance against corruption. Those who break the law must face their due consequences," Yi Yanji stated solemnly. The matron maintained her composure, responding sternly, "Yanji, I understand your position as an official and your intolerance for such matters. However, even if we report this, there is no guarantee we will recover the funds. Furthermore, it is my oversight. I failed to supervise them properly, which allowed them to seize this opportunity." "Are you suggesting I should be imprisoned for this?" Yi Qingyu murmured. "This has nothing to do with grandmother. It was their own greed. Surely, grandmother must be aware that if she had known, they would not have dared to act so brazenly." The elderly matron knew she could not allow Yi Qingyu to report the crime, for it would undoubtedly implicate her. With a visage filled with regret, she said, "Qingyu, why not leave this matter in grandmother's hands? I shall ensure they return the 100,000 taels to you." Yi Qingyu appeared slightly swayed by her words. Beside her, Chun Yinin remarked, "Qingyu, you should heed your grandmother's advice. She acknowledges her shortcomings in supervision, recognizing her faults. By not allowing her to address this matter, you only amplify her guilt, causing her to suffer in both rest and nourishment." Yi Qingyu, feeling perplexed, nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall trouble grandmother then." The old matriarch of the Yi family exhaled a sigh of relief, smiling as she said, "There is no need for such formality between us, dear. You have toiled throughout the day. Do take the time to rest properly." Once Yi Qingyu and the others departed, the expression on the old lady's face darkened to a deep shade of blue-black, and she violently cast aside the prayer beads in her hand. That little wretch. Chapter 20 Adoption. Madame Yi, not one to be easily deceived, clearly perceived the ulterior motives behind Yi Qingyu's performance. Yi Qingyu had discovered that the profits embezzled by the steward had found their way into her hands. She was coercing her to return the silver, threatening to report her to the authorities, which would not only tarnish her reputation but also plunge the marquis's household into disrepute. The current condition of the marquis's residence was already precarious, had it not been for the ambition to align with the duke's estate. She would never have partnered with that man and married the despicable Gu family member. Grandmother, please do not be angry. From now on, all the silver I earn will be dedicated to you, Lu Qianqian soothingly reassured Madame Yi. Madame Yi grasped Lu Qianqian's hand, her heart swelling with pride.
Ah.
My dear Qianqian is so considerate, unlike that wretched girl who is blinded by wealth. If it weren't for the sake of propriety, I would never allow such humiliation to befall me. The thought of having to part with the 100,000 taels of silver, which had barely warmed in her possession, pierced her heart with anguish. In recent days, Lu Qianqian had watched Yi Qingyu receive extravagant gifts with ease and had now extracted another 100,000 taels from her grandmother. Jealousy coursed through her veins. She, too, was the true daughter of her father and the beloved granddaughter of her grandmother. All of this should rightfully belong to her. Why should Yi Qingyu claim it all? She was unwilling to accept this fate. Yi Qingyu, unfazed by the sentiments of the grandmother and granddaughter, was elated at the prospect of a substantial influx of silver. She had initially intended to invite Yi Qingya and Yi Yanji for a grand feast. But given that they had spent the entire day accompanying her, they were understandably fatigued and chose to return to their own quarters to rest. In late autumn, as she observed Yi Qingyu's actions, there was a lingering sense of concern that left her at a loss for words. Yi Qingyu, perceptive to her unease, inquired, "Is there something you wish to convey?" After a brief pause, late autumn spoke. "Miss, your treatment of the old matriarch cannot remain unnoticed by such a shrewd individual. By offending her, and with the marquis showing you little regard, how shall you navigate your future within the marquisate? The fate of the Qingyuan marquisate lies firmly in the hands of Lord Yi and the old matriarch. You have antagonized both. Yet your marriage prospects are entwined with their decisions. If they choose to exert their influence over your matrimonial arrangement, what then?" Yi Qingyu lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, reflecting on the years spent in servitude to their whims, obedient and compliant, especially after her mother's passing, when she dared not err in the slightest. Yet, she mused, have they ever shown me a modicum of kindness? Late autumn sighed softly, acknowledging, indeed, they have been exceedingly harsh with you. Yi Qingyu maintained an air of calm, devoid of sorrow. If this is the case, why should I continue to curry favor with them? As long as the Duke's residence supports me, they will think twice before daring to act against me. My marriage is not something a mere marquisate can dictate. The Duke's household wields military power and is a thorn in the Emperor's side. The current sovereign would never allow a union between her and the offspring of a powerful minister, not out of distrust for the Duke's house, but because throughout history, emperors have feared such alliances, viewing them as the gravest threat to imperial authority. Thus, it is the reigning emperor who ultimately holds sway over her marital fate. In her previous life, she was able to marry Shen Mingxiu because, in the emperor's eyes, Shen Mingxiu lacked any formidable backing, appearing utterly absorbed in poetry and art, detached from courtly affairs, and devoid of ambition or rivalry. Wanqiu discerned that the young lady was profoundly disillusioned with the marquisate, having relinquished all expectations of them. It was sufficient for you to harbor your own calculations. After a day had passed, the matriarch summoned Yi Qingyu to Chunwei Hall. "Qingyu, my dear," she began, "I have retrieved some silver from those stewards. Much of it has already been utilized, but I shall supplement what is lacking as a means of taking responsibility for my oversight. Is this amount satisfactory for you?" The old lady instructed someone to present a stack of banknotes to Yi Qingyu. "How can I allow you to spend so much, grandmother? I trust you implicitly, there is no need for me to count." Although Yi Qingyu expressed her reluctance, she unhesitatingly accepted the banknotes, handing them to Wanqiu behind her. "You are such a trusting child. Your faith in me only deepens my sense of guilt." The matriarch lamented with a sigh. "Grandmother, this is not your fault at all. Qingyu understands that you were merely deceived. You need not feel so troubled.
Ah.
It is precisely because you are a young lady, all alone, that these stewards took advantage of your situation. They saw that your mother had passed and that you lacked a supportive brother, recognizing you as an easy target. I had them subjected to severe interrogation overnight before they confessed. It was truly a case of bullying a defenseless girl. My heart aches for my dear granddaughter." Yi Qingyu gazed at the old matriarch with a sense of yearning. "Grandmother, with you and father protecting me, I naturally fear nothing." The old matriarch, exhibiting a look of frustration, replied, "Your father and I will inevitably leave you one day. We cannot shield you for all eternity. Alas, if only you had an elder brother, he could safeguard you throughout your life." She noticed Yi Qingyu's expression and continued, "Previously, when you were still young and unaware, your mother once confided in me that she wished to adopt a brother for you, someone who could protect you. Your mother suffered greatly when she bore you and could not have another child. Your father, being unwaveringly devoted, refused to take a concubine, leaving you without a brother. Your mother had spoken of wanting to adopt an elder brother for you during her lifetime, but who could have imagined that she would pass so soon, leaving this matter unresolved? Now, in light of recent events, I find myself recalling this wish. Qingyu, your mother only ever sought what was best for you. How do you feel about the idea of having an adopted brother?" The old matriarch assumed a tone of absolute authority. Yi Qingyu furrowed her brows. "I have never heard my mother mention this." Her expression remained impassive, yet internally, she seethed with resentment. Thinking how this old woman could invoke her mother's name for such schemes, how could her mother possibly consider adopting a brother? The old matriarch patted her hand gently. "At that time, you were still a child, and your mother naturally would not have mentioned it to you, but she did consult me, and I agreed. Would you like to have an elder brother to protect you? Grandmother genuinely wishes for someone to protect you, a desire echoed by your mother." The old lady is aware of the close bond between Yi Qingyu and the Gu family. She firmly believes that Yi Qingyu will heed any wishes of the Gu family. Yi Qingyu appears to be wavering, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she speaks with uncertainty. Having an elder brother to look after her is undoubtedly a good thing, and since it is her mother's wish, she ought to comply. The old lady's expression brightens, and she hastily remarks, "Ah, if you can think this way, your mother will surely find peace in the afterlife." Thus, this matter is settled. Does Qingyu have anyone in mind? Chapter 21. The candidate? Yi Qingyu turned to her grandmother, the old matriarch, inquiring if there were any suitable candidates. The grandmother proposed that Shuwen would be a good choice. Noticing the change in Yi Qingyu's expression, the old lady hastily clarified, "My dear Qingyu, please listen to your grandmother. Our family is not thriving. Apart from your elder cousin and your second cousin, who, I must say, lacks ambition, there is little to rely on for your protection in the future. Your elder cousin, on the other hand, is promising and the heir to our house. However, your second uncle is rather obstinate and may not agree. Xu Wen is a distant relative, belonging to our extended Yi family. Though still young, he has already attained the status of a Jiren, and this year he is poised to take the imperial examination, where he is likely to achieve the rank of Jinshi. He possesses considerable capability, and being aware of the wrongs he has done to you, he is naturally inclined to protect you and will not dare to neglect his duties. Consider this, my dear. Does it not hold truth?" The old matriarch gently persuaded Yi Qingyu with a warm tone. "Perhaps," Yi Qingyu replied, a hint of confusion in her voice. "Qingyu, take your time to ponder this over. I truly believe Xu Wen is the most optimal choice. If you find it agreeable, do inform your grandmother so that I may inquire about Xu Wen's thoughts on the matter." Yi Qingyu appeared to waver. "I might need to consult my maternal grandfather." The old lady nodded eagerly. "Yes, indeed. It is prudent to discuss with in-laws. I believe the Duke will understand your intentions and will not oppose them." Yi Qingyu nodded, performed her curtsy, and turned to leave. However, as soon as she stepped out of Chunhui Hall, her expression instantly turned cold. Upon returning to the evening smoke pavilion, Wan Xiao could hardly contain herself as she spoke. The old matron was clearly attempting to deceive the young lady. While she found it difficult to voice her concerns in the Spring Radiance Hall, she could not stand idly by as the young lady was misled. That Yi Shuwen was certainly not a commendable character. Even being the young lady's brother would not ensure his benevolence towards her. Wan Xiao anxiously inquired, "My lady, you cannot truly intend to acquiesce, can you?" Yi Qingyu's expression remained calm as she replied, "I have merely agreed to consider it." Wan Xiao sighed in relief, saying, "That is a relief. I feared you might genuinely wish to accept Yi Shuwen as your brother, which would have terrified me." Yi Qingyu smiled indulgently. "Oh, you truly think your mistress is so foolish?" Wan Xiao playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked, "It was merely the way you seemed to concur with the old matron's words. Moreover, the old lady even used your mother as a means to manipulate. I was concerned you might be momentarily deceived." Yi Qingyu's gaze turned frosty, her eyes glimmering with frost. It was unacceptable to use her mother as a guise. Wan Xiao recognized that her mistress was genuinely displeased. Matters concerning her mother always weighed heavily on her heart. Furthermore, The old matron had indeed never treated her mother kindly. Had her mother not been a daughter of the Duke's manor, she would likely have been ground down by the old lady's machinations. Prepare the carriage. I shall visit the Duke's manor, Yi Qingyu commanded. Just as her carriage departed from the marquis' residence, news reached the Spring Radiance Hall. Chen Yining, still filled with concern, inquired, Aunt, do you think Yi Qingyu will obediently allow Shuwen to be adopted under the Gu family name? She harbored a modicum of concern, particularly in light of the recent events that had sown seeds of doubt in Yi Qingyu's heart regarding Shuwen. Would she truly offer her heartfelt agreement? An underlying sense of unease lingered within her. The old lady appeared self-assured, reassuring her not to worry, for having already persuaded Yi Qingyu. She would subsequently convince the Duke to acquiesce. Once Yi Qingyu was placated, the Duke's residence would pose no obstacle. Chen Yinyan's worries lessened somewhat. If that were indeed the case, it would be splendid. Lu Qianqian deemed her mother overly anxious. Mother, you need not fret. Grandmother understands Yi Qingyu's temperament intimately. We need only heed her guidance. The old lady felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Chen Yinyan's lack of trust. Rest assured, that wretched girl cannot escape my grasp. Just wait until she becomes of no further use. I shall show her what consequences await. The mere thought of the 100,000 taels of silver she lost to Yi Qingyu caused her considerable distress. She would undoubtedly devise a method to reclaim that fortune. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, Yi Qingyu refrained from mentioning her adoptive brother to her grandfather, instead sharing a simple lunch with him before returning to the marquis' residence. She spent the entire afternoon nestled in her study, reviewing accounts. The following day, having made plans with Yi Qingyu to dine on delectable pastries at Tianfu restaurant and enjoy a leisurely shopping excursion, she breakfasted and then sought out Yi Qingyu in the second courtyard. Naturally, the two first paid their respects to the old lady and informed her of their outing. The old lady nodded with a warm smile, her gaze falling upon Lu Qianqian, who brimmed with envy and longing, prompting her to speak. Qianqian is also your cousin.
She has been in Kyoto for some time.
Since you are going out shopping, it would be beneficial to take her along, allowing her to familiarize herself with the city and preventing any potential faux pas due to ignorance of local customs. Naturally, Yi Qingyu was reluctant to agree. Yet with the matriarch's request, Yi Qingyu felt compelled to acquiesce. Thus, their outing transformed from 2 to 3. Yi Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at Yi Qingyu, her delicate features displaying a hint of displeasure. In a soothing manner, Yi Qingyu tenderly patted her hand, offering silent reassurance. Lu Qianqian, brimming with excitement, inquired with sparkling eyes, Sisters, where shall we go first? With a warm smile, Yi Qingyu recalled their previous agreement to indulge in the delectable dim sum at Tianfu restaurant. Cousin Qianqian, I believe you have yet to visit Tianfu. The dim sum there is exquisite. Lu Qianqian shook her head, feigning a pitiful expression. Since my arrival in Kyoto, I have only visited the Zhao family and have not ventured elsewhere. Unfazed, Yi Qingyu replied, Is that so? You should explore more. Kyoto is vast, brimming with delightful places to eat, drink, and play. Dear eldest cousin, could you take me around a bit more? Yi Qingyu rolled her eyes and bluntly stated, Eldest sister is quite busy. Do you think she has nothing better to do? Seemingly intimidated by Yi Qingyu's gaze, Lu Qianqian murmured, I apologize for my presumptuousness. Yi Qingyu, undeterred, suggested, Cousin, perhaps the matriarch can arrange for a nurse to guide you and your mother as you explore Kyoto. Lu Qianqian's expression darkened. Thank you, cousin. Qianqian will certainly speak with Grandaunt. The Tianfu restaurant is situated on Baihu Street, in the southeast direction of the marquis' residence. The carriage took less than half an hour to arrive. Yesterday, Yi Qingyu had sent someone to reserve a private room, and the waiter courteously led the three of them to an upstairs room. Yi Qingyu pushed the menu towards Yi Qingyu, inviting her to order at her leisure. Naturally, Yi Qingyu was unreserved, quickly selecting over 10 exquisite dishes. Yi Qingyu then encouraged Lu Qianqian to order her favorites as well, but Lu Qianqian modestly declined, claiming she was not picky with food. Renowned for its swift service, the Tianfu restaurant soon began to present the delicacies one after another. As she beheld the array of visually appealing and aromatic treats, Lu Qianqian's eyes widened in delight once more. Chapter 22. The generous benefactor. After enjoying some refreshments, the three of them began to stroll through the streets, visiting jewelry shops, clothing stores, fabric shops, and cosmetic counters. At each stop, whenever Yi Qingyu or Yi Qingyu found something appealing, they would unhesitatingly have it wrapped and sent to the Duke's residence. Lu Qianqian watched with envy. her eyes reddening with jealousy, wishing she could snatch those exquisite pieces for herself. Naturally, Yi Qingyu would occasionally bestow a few items upon her, but compared to what she gave Yi Qingya, it felt like mere alms for a beggar. Lu Qianqian clenched her teeth in frustration, reluctant to discard her gifts, and could only stow them away with bitterness. Exhausted from their shopping spree, Yi Qingyu led the two of them to Tianfu restaurant for lunch, where they ordered a lavish spread of dishes, enough to fill an entire table. Even sampling each dish left them feeling quite stuffed. After a day of extravagant spending, Lu Qianqian felt somewhat numb but resolutely affirmed her determination. She was destined to become a lady of the marquis' household, and all these treasures would ultimately belong to her. Yi Qingyu returned Lu Qianqian to Chunwei Hall before heading back to her own courtyard with Yi Qingya. Yi Qingya stared intently at her. A curious expression etched on her face. What is it that you wish to say? What are you up to today, you generous benefactor?
Je vind you simulate lightly.
What else wrong? Are you displeased that I'm spending silver on you? Yi Qingya shook her head, of course not. It's just that your favoritism towards Lu Qianqian is rather blatant, isn't it? It seems you are targeting her. Did she offend you? Yi Qingyu chuckled softly. Not at the moment. Then what are you up to? Yi Qingya found herself somewhat perplexed. Ever since their return from Manhwa Temple, Yi Qingyu's demeanor had struck her as markedly different. Although she could not articulate precisely what had changed, she did perceive a newfound kindness directed towards her. Yi Qingyu evaded her inquiry, smiling as she urged her to leave. Well, after a day of wandering, aren't you tired? Return home and rest. Please deliver this letter to our elder brother. Yi Qingyu extracted a letter from the ledger and handed it to Yi Qingya. With a perplexed expression, Yi Qingya questioned, What scheme are you concocting with our elder brother? Internally, she harbored doubts, fearing her sister was up to mischief. It's nothing of the sort. I merely wish to ask for his assistance with a few matters, Yi Qingyu replied, intending to give Yi Yanji a heads up about forthcoming events, so he could be mentally prepared. Confounded, Yi Qingya departed, while Yi Qingyu resumed her examination of the ledger. Suddenly struck by a thought, she summoned Yan Chun and instructed her to fetch Fu Bo. Fu Bo was the steward sent by her maternal grandfather to manage the shop. I have a task for you, she began. Take these banknotes and procure as much grain and coal as possible. The more, the better. Fu Bo accepted the banknotes, his expression one of puzzled satisfaction. Given that spring has just begun and the seedlings have only recently been planted, the market is still filled with last year's stock. Surely, the household's provisions should suffice until the new harvest arrives. Isn't it a bit premature to hoard grain at this stage? As for coal, it is typically stockpiled just before winter. Purchasing last year's coal now seems rather early. Miss, the price of coal is currently quite low. And since the grain is mostly aged, it is also inexpensive. With a sum of 100,000, you could acquire a substantial amount. Perhaps you should consider opening a coal shop, although the timing for such an enterprise might not be ideal. Yi Qingyu smiled gently, reassuring Uncle Fu, rest assured. I have my plans. Just assist me in procuring supplies. Stockpile as much aged grain and coal as possible. If funds run short, you may come to me for more. By the way, please remind the Duke's residents to stockpile additional grain and charcoal. It will be beneficial in the future. Understood. Though Uncle Fu felt that Yi Qingyu was perhaps jesting, he had no choice but to comply. As March approached, everyone anticipated the warmth of spring. However, unexpectedly, a heavy snowfall descended, devastating the crops that had just begun to sprout. Snow disasters ensued across the regions, and countless people suffered from frostbite due to the lack of heating coal. Yi Qingyu's hoarding of grain and coal was not motivated by profit but rather by a sense of duty. Reflecting on the current emperor, Yi Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim in dismay. She had completely forgotten to express her gratitude to His Highness, the Prince of Chu. Lately, she had been so busy that she neglected the important task of thanking him for saving her life. She quickly summoned Wanqiu. Wanqiu, please retrieve the paintings and calligraphy my mother left for me, along with rare medicinal herbs of considerable age. Select the finest pieces to send to His Highness, the Prince of Chu. No, I shall go myself to my private collection. Yi Qingyu was filled with shame and self-reproach, wondering how she could have forgotten such a crucial matter. Alas, the Crown Prince must harbor a poor impression of her. She should have expressed her gratitude for his life-saving intervention the day after her return home. But she had been preoccupied with unraveling the schemes of Lord Yi and rescuing her third cousin, thus neglecting the Crown Prince's kindness. It was truly lamentable. It was only now, late in autumn, that she recalled this significant task. Miss, it is my fault for forgetting the token of appreciation for His Highness the Crown Prince, said Wanqiu. Yi Qingyu, filled with vexation, lightly tapped her flawless forehead, her exquisite features marred by frustration. It is not your fault. I simply overlooked it.
Sigh.
I must make amends with His Highness tomorrow. Determined to show her sincerity, Yi Qingyu personally selected 3 centuries-old wild ginseng roots, esteemed calligraphy and paintings, rare editions, exquisite jade, and a roux kiln vase from the previous dynasty. In total, she carefully chose dozens of items, each one a treasure of considerable value. The following day, Yi Qingyu, accompanied by a retinue of guards, arranged for 2 horse-drawn carriages to transport these gifts to the Crown Prince's residence. Upon her arrival at the gates of the Crown Prince's mansion, she was greeted by none other than Commander Jiang, who had been stationed there on the day of her previous visit. Commander Jiang, I kindly request you to announce my presence. Yi Qingyu from the Qingyuan Marquis residence seeks an audience with His Highness the Crown Prince. Miss Yi, please wait a moment. Before long, Commander Jiang emerged, stating, Miss Yi, His Highness requests your presence. Yi Qingyu nodded slightly and followed him, while Wanqiu directed the guards to unload the gifts from the carriages. Inside the Crown Prince's residence, the winding corridors were adorned with intricate carvings and paintings. Under the guidance of Commander Jiang, Yi Qingyu made her way to the banquet hall of the Crown Prince's estate. Miss Yi, the prince is inside. Please do enter. As she stepped inside, she beheld a man seated in the prominent position, adorned in a robe of deep azure silk. The gentleman seemed oblivious to her presence, calmly pouring his own drink. His slender fingers delicately grasped a porcelain teacup, his brow slightly lowered, revealing a profile of unparalleled beauty, yet his expression remained cold and distant. I, Yi Qingyu, have come to pay my respects to His Highness, the King of Chu. I am truly remorseful for my long delay in expressing my gratitude for your life-saving grace. Yi Qingyu knelt with utmost sincerity, her voice laced with shame and regret. It is of no consequence. Rise, came the deep, detached voice, cool and unruffled, devoid of any emotion. Chapter 23. Only Yi Yanji, it is the fault of this humble servant, Your Highness. Your magnanimity and lack of resentment are commendable. Yet I cannot overlook the kindness shown to me. I have prepared some gifts, knowing that you lack nothing. They are tokens of gratitude for your life-saving grace, and an apology for any neglect shown towards you. I implore you to accept them.
Ah, comment déjeune?
Commander Jiang entered and respectfully collected the gifts, taking them away. His deep, cool voice carried a hint of helplessness. May I rise now? Please take a seat. Thank you. Your Highness. Yi Qingyu stood and settled beside him, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes brimming with profound gratitude. Prince Chu Xinyanli, the son of the late Empress, once a dazzling crown prince, had suffered grave injuries while leading troops north to quell a rebellion, rendering his legs useless. A crown prince who could not stand could not remain in that position, the memorials advocating for his deposition piled high on the emperor's desk. After much hesitation, Shun Yanli personally attended court to request the relinquishment of his title, and from that moment on, he became Prince Chu. Yi Qingyu's mind conjured the image of him standing before her in a past life. Could it be that his legs were never impaired? She gazed at his ethereal visage, youthful and spirited. Which young lady would not yearn for the crown prince, who would not dream of marrying him? Why does Miss Yi regard this prince with such intensity? His low, icy voice interrupted her reverie. Realizing her distraction, Yi Qingyu's delicate face suddenly flushed with a rosy hue. She had just been staring blankly at His Highness, the Prince of Chu. How utterly embarrassing. I beg your pardon, Your Highness, Yi Qingyu said, feeling a twinge of guilt as she stole a glance at Xin Yanli. The man's beautifully arched brows furrowed slightly, yet his strikingly handsome countenance betrayed no sign of displeasure. Miss Yi, the gift has been delivered. You may take your leave now, he stated in a calm and detached tone. Yi Qingyu bit her delicate lip, rose from her seat, and bowed respectfully. I take my leave, Your Highness. Shun Yanli lowered his gaze to the teacup in his hands, remaining silent until she turned to depart. Only then did his dark eyes lift to follow her retreating figure. Your Highness, why did you not invite Miss Yi to luncheon? What a splendid opportunity. The anxious old steward interjected from the side. Just yesterday, upon receiving Miss Ye's invitation, the usually icy expression of his master had softened into a hint of a smile. He had not misjudged. His master's eyes were indeed discerning, and he had never seen the prince take so long to choose attire for any noble lady.
Today,
Having met her, he had said barely a few words, one of which was to hasten her departure. With a voice that was both ethereal and tinged with a hint of melancholy, he replied, "Her reputation is rather unfortunate." The steward, visibly flustered, exclaimed, "My lord, if you harbor any feelings for Miss Yi, why not seek the emperor's blessing for a marriage? Surely, his majesty would acquiesce." Shen Yanli scoffed lightly, a trace of derision flitting across his celestial features, his ink-black eyes seeming to plunge into an unfathomable abyss, chilling to the bone. "Uncle Tang, as a mere invalid, what right do I have to wed her?" Uncle Tang's face was etched with concern. "What are you saying? You will surely recover." Shen Yanli gazed ahead, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, his handsome visage marked by a pallor of weakness. Yi Qingyu hurriedly exited the residence of the King of Chu and climbed into her carriage, her delicate face still flushed with embarrassment, her clear eyes sparkling like the stars scattered across the night sky. "My lady, do take care, and do not fall." "It's nothing. Let us return to the manor." Yi Qingyu fanned her heated face with her small hand, recalling the mortification she had suffered before the king, having been rendered speechless by his presence. It was utterly disgraceful. 2 days passed before the Spring Radiance Hall could no longer contain its impatience and sent someone to invite Yi Qingyu. Only then did she leisurely make her way to the hall. The old matriarch, suppressing her inner anxiety, wore a loving smile. "Qingyu, come here to your grandmother." As Yi Qingyu entered, she noticed the Earl of Yi seated beside the old matriarch. "Grandmother, may you be well." Yi Qingyu offered her respects and took her place beside the old matriarch. The old matriarch, with a hint of urgency, inquired, "Qingyu, how have your discussions with your maternal grandfather been? Is there any progress regarding the adoption?" Observing the old matriarch's anxious gaze, Yi Qingyu replied with calm assurance, "I've spoken with my grandfather, and he has agreed to adopt an elder brother." Instantly, the Earl felt a wave of relief wash over him, his expression softening as he regarded Yi Qingyu with newfound warmth. "That is wonderful news. Your grandfather, like your grandmother, cares for you deeply and will certainly grant your request." Lord Yi proclaimed with satisfaction that the Duke's agreement to adopt Shu Wen as your elder brother was indeed a mark of discernment. Yi Qingyu quickly shook her head, clarifying that it was not Shu Wen. Her grandfather stated that only her elder cousin could be adopted as her elder brother, and he would only consent to that.
what?
The expression on Lord Ye's face shifted dramatically. "Did you not inform him that it was Shu Wen?" The old matriarch's previously serene and comforting demeanor evaporated, her words laced with inquiry. "Did I not tell you it was Shu Wen? Why did you not communicate this to the Duke? Your elder cousin would never agree to the adoption. How could he possibly become your elder brother?" "Yi Qingyu, did you truly persuade the Duke? This matter of adoption is not to be taken lightly. Qingyu, did we not come to an understanding? You even agreed to it. Why have you changed your stance upon arriving at the Duke's residence? Shu Wen is such a fine young man. Having him as your brother would indeed be a blessing. He does not hold your naivety against you and has consented to the adoption. But do you even comprehend the essence of integrity? If you have promised something, you must see it through." Yi Qingyu coldly regarded the two, whose expressions conveyed a desire to devour her, yet her heart remained unperturbed. She had long since seen through their true natures and vowed not to show mercy in the future. Feigning innocence, she spoke softly, "Grandmother, did you not say that everything would align with my wishes? What is wrong with my choice of elder cousin?" The old matriarch's expression stiffened, contorting slightly. In her attempt to placate Yi Qingyu into agreeing to the adoption, she had been rather liberal with her words, never anticipating that Yi Qingyu would take them to heart. Lord Yi cast a discontented glance towards the matriarch, Lady Yi. With a defiant posture and a stern expression, she asserted, "I have indeed stated this before. Yet did you not promise to adopt Shu Wen as your elder brother?" Yi Qingyu, feeling aggrieved and helpless, her clear eyes glistening with tears, replied, "Grandmother, I mentioned that I would consult with grandfather regarding this matter. It is not solely within my authority to decide." Grandfather expressed concern over Yi Shu Wen's questionable character, suggesting that adopting him under our mother's name would tarnish her reputation. He consented to the idea of adoption, yet stipulated that the candidate must be our eldest cousin. Chapter 24, Impossible. Yi Qingyu's gaze turned towards Lord Yi, her clear eyes brimming with tears, her expression tinged with shame. "Father, it is my inadequacy that has led to this. I could not persuade grandfather to heed your wishes. I truly tried, but you know his temperament. He seldom listens to anyone. Lord Yi fell silent, well aware of his father-in-law's disposition, a man who even dared to disregard the emperor's words. To expect him to heed his counsel was a mere fantasy. A mix of frustration and helplessness engulfed him, yet he refrained from reprimanding Yi Qingyu too harshly. Dear child, do not be disheartened. It is I who have wronged you. Wiping away her tears, Yi Qingyu replied softly. I understand that both you and grandmother have my best interests at heart. It is I who have let you down. Enough, Qingyu. This is not your fault. Yi Qingyu stifled her tears, her voice gentle. Grandmother, I also concur with grandfather's perspective. I grew up alongside my elder cousin, who has always cared for me. Moreover, he is the eldest grandson of our noble household. With father having no son, it is only natural for the title of heir to fall upon him. If he were to be adopted under my mother's name, there would be no hint of impropriety. My cousin is a capable individual already serving in the Ministry of Revenue. His character is impeccable, and he is known for his integrity and fairness. He is regarded as a model grandson by others. With such a successor, our household will undoubtedly flourish further. Yi Qingyu did not hold back in her praise for Yi Yanji, her demeanor and words reflecting her deep admiration for him. The elderly lady and Lord Yi exchanged glances, remaining silent for a moment. Indeed, Yanji is quite remarkable. However, your second uncle may not acquiesce, she remarked, echoing the analysis she had previously shared with him. Yi Qingyu pouted, but grandfather has his eyes set on my eldest cousin. She countered with the intentions of the duke. The elderly lady fell silent, unable to retort. Lord Yi suppressed his simmering indignation, realizing that if it was his father-in-law's wish, he would persuade his second uncle. Yi Qingyu expressed her gratitude with a radiant smile, thanking her father for his efforts. Joyfully, she departed. The elderly lady could no longer conceal her displeasure. Turning to her eldest son, what shall we do? Are you truly considering adopting Yi Yanji? Lord Ye's face darkened. Absolutely not. In a few days, I will inform her that my second brother disagrees. The elderly lady pondered for a moment, her expression wavering. The duke has made his intentions clear. He desires Yi Yanji. If you tell her that the second brother opposes it, this matter will fall through. Lord Ye's countenance turned as grim as soot. Do not worry, mother. Shuwen is my son. The heir of the Ho residence can only be Shuwen. Tomorrow, I shall summon the clan elders and declare that the duke's residence also consents to adopt Shuwen under the Gu family name. We will handle this privately. As long as Shuwen is recorded in the family tree, I can secure his title as heir. Lord Ye's expression was resolute and frigid. This is a matter of my household. The duke's residence shall not interfere. Seeing her son had devised a plan, the elderly lady refrained from further protest, her only concern being the return of her eldest grandson to the Ho residence. Yi Qingyu returned to the Wanyan pavilion and summoned Mo Shu. In recent days, Mo Shu, keep a vigilant eye on the movements of the marquis. Certainly, Mississippi. Yi Qingyu curled her lips into a scornful smile. She harbored no belief that they would relinquish their intentions. The following day, Lord Yi summoned someone to inform her that her second uncle disapproved of adopting her elder cousin into the main family, advising her to wait a while longer as he would attempt to persuade her uncle anew. Yi Qingyu paid little heed to Lord Ye's words, for she had anticipated such developments. Meanwhile, Lord Yi hastily summoned the clan elders to the ancestral hall of the marquis' residence, where he broached the subject of adoption. In stark contrast, Yi Qingyu's late-night gathering at the Yen Smoke Pavilion was particularly lively. Yi Shuwen arrived, triumphantly carrying a jade Buddha amidst a flourish, beaming with pride. Cousin, this jade Buddha is the one you desired. I have brought it for you. Yi Qingyu feigned surprise, questioning, Lord Yi, what are you speaking of? When did I express a desire for such an item? With a beaming smile, Yi Shuwen replied, it seems I have misspoken. I overheard a maid mention that you were seeking a jade Buddha as a birthday gift for the old matriarch. What do you think of this one? I went to great lengths to procure it. Consider it my sincere offering. Please do not turn it away, dear cousin. Yi Qingyu shook her head, her expression grave. Lord Yi has misunderstood. I am not in search of any jade Buddha. I have already prepared a gift for the matriarch's birthday. If Lord Yi wishes to express his own regard for our grandmother, he may present it himself. With her demeanor serious and composed, Yi Qingyu's resoluteness left Yi Shuwen in a state of uncertainty. Could it be that he had truly erred? If Yi Qingyu had not sought such an object, then had he indeed misjudged the situation? Yi Shuwen wore a smile that brimmed with servility, perhaps due to his cousin's miscommunication. He implored his cousin not to take offense, as he was merely eager to atone for his misdeeds, which led to his misunderstanding. Since his cousin held no value in this gesture, he would seek a more fitting gift to express his contrition. Yi Qingyu's expression hardened as she spoke sternly. Young Master Yi, there is no need for apologies or gifts. If there is nothing further, I kindly ask you to leave. Nianshuan escorted him out. Yi Shuwen, his face frozen in discomfort, was ushered from the Wan Yen pavilion. At that moment, Mo Shu quietly returned from outside. Miss, the marquis has summoned the clan elders to the ancestral hall, and the old matriarch has also gone there. Yi Qingyu raised an eyebrow, sensing their impatience. Miss, I just saw the steward beside the marquis summon Yi Shuwen away, Nianshuan reported after accompanying him out. Yi Qingyu produced a letter, handing it to Nianshuan. Take this to the duke's residence through the back door. If my grandfather is unavailable, deliver it to my third aunt. Nianshuan accepted the letter and swiftly departed from the Wan Yen pavilion. Wants you, discreetly inform everyone in the second branch, especially my second uncle and eldest cousin. If they are not present, seek them at the yamen and ensure they are brought to the ancestral hall without delay. Once you received her orders and hurried off. Mo Shu. Mo Hua. Accompany me, Yi Qingyu commanded, her eyes glinting with icy resolve as she made her way toward the ancestral hall. The curtain of drama was about to rise. Inside the ancestral hall, the elderly matron grasped Yi Shuwen's hand, her face radiating kindness. Esteemed elders, she began, Shuwen is an exceptional child, soon to embark on his journey this autumn. Given his remarkable intellect, achieving the title of Jinshi will undoubtedly pose no challenge for him. This boy possesses a noble spirit, marked by loyalty and kindness, and he holds profound respect for his elders. At such a tender age, he has already attained the status of a Jiren, exhibiting both a virtuous disposition and remarkable obedience. Our lineage within the Ho family is not abundant, and adopting such an outstanding child as Shuwen could indeed lead to the flourishing and expansion of our esteemed house. The elders, however, wore expressions of concern. To adopt him under the Ho name signifies that he would become the heir apparent, the future lord of the Ho estate. While we remain uncertain of this child's character, we have watched Yanji grow, and his capabilities and virtues are nothing short of exemplary. Why pursue an uncertain path when Yanji seems a far more fitting choice? Chapter 25. Why has my elder brother not inquired about me? The elders of the clan still believed that placing me in the hands of Yi Yanji would be a more prudent choice, instilling them with greater confidence. Lord Yi and the matriarch wore expressions of slight displeasure. After all, it was the second son's descent that had caused this discord. What objection could there be? Allow Yanji to adopt from both families. It does not preclude him from acknowledging his son. Let him come forth, and we shall converse. Observing that the clan elders remained unconvinced, Lord Ye's countenance hardened. This was also in accordance with the wishes of the Duke of Zhenghua. The elders looked on, astonished and incredulous. Really? Is it truly the Duke's intention? Lord Yi nodded with an air of calm assurance, affirming, Indeed, it is my esteemed father-in-law's wish. The elders hesitated. After all, the might of the Duke of Zhenghua was undeniable, and since the adoption would be under the Gu family's name, should the Duke disapprove, the endeavor to confer the title of heir would be rendered futile. If it is indeed the Duke's will, then there is no other course but to comply. The elders sighed with regret, casting glances at Yi Shuwen. Though their acquaintance with the young man was limited, it was clear that his current achievements paled in comparison to those of Yi Yanji. Lord Yi, the matriarch, and Yi Shuwen felt a surge of joy as they noticed the elders beginning to relent. Just as Lord Yi was about to speak, the door to the ancestral hall was pushed open. Yi Qingyu entered, her face aglow with delight. She greeted the clan elders, her radiant visage illuminated by a beaming smile. Her voice filled with exhilaration. Grandmother, father, has my second uncle consented to adopt my elder cousin under my mother's name? Why did you not inform me of such a grand occasion? It was only when my maid went out to fetch some pastries and saw the elders arriving that I became aware of it. Yi Qingyu, filled with joy, radiated a youthful exuberance, reminiscent of a little girl who has just received her most cherished possession. Neither Lord Yi nor the matriarch expected to see Yi Qingyu present, leaving them momentarily stunned. Where is my elder cousin? And my second uncle? Have they not yet arrived? Yi Qingyu inquired with curiosity. It was only then that the elders comprehended the implications of Yi Qingyu's words. Qingyu, whom do you intend to adopt under your mother's name? Yi Qingyu blinked innocently. Feigning simplicity, elder cousin, did my father not mention it when he invited you? Upon hearing Yi Qingyu's confirmation, the expressions of the elders shifted dramatically. Lord, Madam Chen, would you kindly elucidate the situation? Why does Qingyu speak of adopting Yanji, while you refer to adopting Yi Shuwen? The matter was suddenly laid bare, causing the matriarch and Lord Yi to panic. Yi Qingyu's smile faded, replaced by an expression of inquiry. Father, why did you tell the elders about adopting Yi Shuwen? Did you not say you would persuade my second uncle to agree? Lord Yi, in a flustered tone, began. No, Qingyu, allow your father to explain. Your second uncle still does not consent. Is that so? What do you mean by not consenting? My elder brother might as well ask me directly. A powerful voice, infused with indignation, resonated from outside the door. The second uncle strode in, followed by the entire family from the second branch. Upon witnessing the arrival of the second branch of the family, Lord Ye's countenance grew increasingly grim. Uncle regarded Lord Yi with a frosty gaze, his stern features etched with discontent. Brother, if there is something to discuss, now is the time, he declared. The matriarch's voice rose sharply. You, second son, who permitted you to enter the ancestral hall as a mere illegitimate son. This is not a place for you. He is a descendant of the Yi family. Why should he be barred from entering? The clan elder retorted angrily towards the matriarch. At this juncture, it was evident that they had nearly been deceived by this mother and child duo. The elder ought to have sought the ancestors long ago. You old harpy, how dare you reprimand the second son's family? You have yet to account for the actions you and the eldest have taken. Why flaunt your authority as a legitimate matriarch before the second son? The clan elder bellowed in fury. The matriarch stammered in her defense. Elder, I meant no offense. The elder slammed the table. I care not for your intentions. Do you truly believe I am so easily misled? You would have me adopt this unknown child? Chin, in your youth, you treated the illegitimate son of the late marquis with disdain. Now the second son's family, out of respect for the late marquis, has not split from the family, preserving your reputation as the legitimate matriarch. Look at what you have done. If you cannot bear to see the second son's child inherit the marquis, then let the eldest produce a son. The elder was genuinely incensed, his chest heaving with indignation, prompting those nearby to intervene and calm him. The matriarch and Lord Yi, chastised, could only remain silent. Uncle coldly interjected. So it was for the purpose of adopting a brother for Qingyu. Why did you not come to me, brother? I would naturally have consented to the adoption of Yayan under my sister-in-law's name. Upon hearing the words of the elder, the clan elder grew increasingly incensed. How absurd! You dare deceive both sides without even inquiring with the second elder. The first elder retorted, Is this how you conduct yourself as a marquis? Yi Qingyu coldly interjected, Father, did you not claim you consulted Uncle Heir, and that he disapproved? How could you deceive your own daughter? What merits does Yi Shuwen possess that you are so invested in him? Previously, when he wrongfully seized my benefactor's position, you overlooked it. Now he deceives your daughter merely to adopt him as your son. Yi Yanji spoke icily. I have never aspired to the title of the marquis. If my uncle feels uneasy, the second branch can certainly separate. The elder let out a derisive snort. Uncle, since you are all present, why not proceed with the division of our branch today? It would spare my elder brother from living in constant anxiety. I truly do not covet this title. The clan elder sighed, rubbing his forehead. Second elder, such words should not be spoken in haste. If you were to separate, how would outsiders perceive our marquisate? Would it not invite ridicule? Moreover, you and Yanji would face scrutiny while serving in the court. The second elder merely snorted in response, choosing not to speak further. The clan elder turned to Yi Qingyu. Qingyu, please elucidate the situation. Yi Qingyu shook her head, her delicate countenance filled with sorrow. I do not comprehend. I never anticipated things would transpire in this manner. Had I known, I would have opposed the adoption of any elder brother. Grandfather stated that he would only consent to adopt my eldest cousin as my brother. Father, why must you deceive me? Yi Hao's face darkened, and he remained silent. The elder of the clan shook his head in disappointment, letting out a sigh. Well, since matters have come to this, let us speak no more of the adoption. Let it be as if it never occurred. The elders rose, preparing to depart from this distressing place. Hold on, interrupted the clan uncle. Please proceed with today as adoption ceremony and ensure the documents are registered in my name. Lord Yi spoke with a stern countenance, his tone commanding. Even now, You wish to continue? Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Are you aware of the consequences that may ensue? The elder, filled with ire, pointed his cane at Lord Yi and inquired. Lord Yi, maintaining his cold demeanor, replied, Indeed, I am fully aware. As long as I remain the clan leader, my word is final. Chapter 26. The heir of the marquis, the clan elder, was nearly knocked over by anger. Are you not afraid of offending the duke's residence? This is a matter of my marquis. The duke's residence has no authority over my affairs. As for Yi Qingyu, she is to follow her husband upon marriage and obey her father while at home. I am her father, and this marquis does not afford her the opportunity to interfere. Yi Qingyu gazed at the scheming marquis, her feigned sorrow gradually dissipating, replaced by a cold smile that adorned her exquisitely beautiful face. Had her father not stated that the matter of adopting an elder brother was for her own security, which is why her grandfather consented?
Now.
Her father's unwavering stance in this matter seemed far from being for his daughter's benefit. The marquis scoffed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he regarded her. When did I ever claim it was for you, ungrateful daughter? It is merely to adopt an heir for the marquis. Oh, so since it is under my mother's name, does my father care nothing for the duke's residence's opinion? This is a matter of my marquis. What right does the duke's residence have to intervene? Since the duke's residence has no authority over the affairs of the marquis, I shall today remove my daughter's memorial tablet and sever all ties with the duke's residence and your Qingyuan marquis. The door to the ancestral hall was forcefully pushed open, and the duke's voice, filled with rage, echoed clearly within. Father-in-law, you. What brings you here? The marquis, who had previously exuded an air of indifference, now appeared flustered upon seeing the duke, hastily stepping forward to pay his respects. The Duke of the State wore a cold expression and remarked, I dare not claim the title of father-in-law to the esteemed Lord Qingyuan. Today, as you part ways with Schwanger, I shall take her spirit tablet and depart, severing all ties with your noble residence. By the way, I have observed your lack of fondness for Qingqing since her youth. She shall return with me to the Duke's manor, where she will assume the title of Miss of the Duke's household. Whether you adopt one son or 10, it shall bear no relation to our esteemed house. The old matron, flustered, hurriedly interjected, Your Grace, you speak too harshly. Who in this world separates with a spirit tablet? The eldest was simply provoked into uttering such nonsense. Please do not take offense. Let us consider this matter concluded. Continue, I insist. Was it not your intention to adopt a senior brother for Qingqing? Let me make this clear. The only candidate is Yi Yanji. All other pretenders may leave at once. Should your household dare to adopt another child under such duplicitous circumstances, I shall bring this matter before the emperor. And I will take Schwanger's spirit tablet and Qingqing with me. You, Duke, this is excessive. This is a matter concerning my household. The eldest respects you enough to consult with you, yet this is ultimately our affair, and your interference is unwarranted. The old matron's face turned a shade of deep purple, her dim eyes blazing with fury. The Duke showed no signs of yielding, retorting, If you find my actions excessive, then take your grievances to the throne. I am eager to see how the emperor addresses this. Lord Ye's countenance darkened to an extreme. Should this matter escalate to the emperor, not only would Yi Xuan's career come to an abrupt halt, but his entire path in service would be irrevocably severed. While they might conspire discreetly against the Duke's residence, once these affairs reached the emperor's ears, no secret would remain concealed, leaving them with no semblance of dignity. Suppressing the rage that simmered within, Lord Yi bowed solemnly and addressed his father-in-law, Esteemed father-in-law, the events of today are the fault of your humble son-in-law. I implore you to overlook this minor transgression and pardon my shortcomings. We shall deliberate on this matter at a later date. Remember my words. I am a man of my word, the Duke replied, leading Yi Qingyu away without casting another glance at the distressing figure of Lord Yi. The entourage of the second house followed suit. Qingqing, return to the Duke's residence with your grandfather. Remaining here will only subject you to further grievances. Yi Qingyu shook her head gently, her voice soothing. Grandfather, I cannot leave just yet. There is no need for concern. I can manage. Rest assured, my lord. We of the second house will keep a vigilant eye on Qingyu, one of the retainers assured the Duke. With a resigned sigh, the Duke acquiesced. Very well. Since you have your own considerations, I shall refrain from further inquiries.
Je vingu tenderlir I susuret her grandfather.
Urging him not to worry as they made their way toward the gate of the. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from ahead, causing Yi Qingyu and her companions to come to an abrupt halt. They beheld a contingent of guards escorting a young gentleman clad in resplendent attire, exuding an aura of menace as he advanced towards them. Instinctively, Yi Qingyu positioned herself protectively behind her grandfather as the approaching figures drew nearer, allowing everyone to discern the identity of the newcomer. The crown prince of the Zhuang kingdom bore an elegantly handsome visage, yet it was marred by an intense fury. Upon noticing the Duke of the State present, he slowed his pace and approached to pay his respects. "What brings the Duke here?" he inquired. The Duke offered no response, instead regarding Shen Junchen with a query. "What brings you to this place?" The ominous demeanor of this little devil suggested that the marquis's residence had indeed provoked him. "That thief. He is the one who stole the Jade Buddha." Before the crown prince could speak, one of his companions, upon spotting an approaching group, bellowed in rage.
Seize them.
Several guards sprang forward, positioning themselves between Lord Yi and the elderly matriarch, advancing towards Yi Shuwen. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Yi Shuwen was overtaken by terror and turned to flee. However, she was swiftly apprehended by the guards and forcefully pinned to the ground. Lord Yi stood frozen in shock, and by the time he regained his composure, Yi Shuwen had already been escorted before Shen Junchen, the crown prince. Pale as death, Yi Shuwen cried out in desperation, "Lord, save me! Help!" Lord Yi hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, surely there is some misunderstanding. Why must you detain Shuwen?" The crown prince, seething with rage, retorted. "She has stolen from me. That wretched creature dares to pilfer what belongs to me. Does she not value her life? I didn't do it. It wasn't me," Yi Shuwen protested, her gaze cast downward in guilt. "It was you, a coward. You dare to commit such an act yet deny it. Even if you turn to ash, I would still recognize you. You led a group to seize the Jade Buddha from the prince, and you still dare to deny it." One of the prince's attendants, bearing visible injuries, said menacingly. Yi Shuwen naturally recognized him. After all, he had just seized the Jade Buddha that this individual was escorting earlier that morning, and had also assaulted him. Initially, he merely intended to make an offer to purchase it, yet they not only refused to sell but also insulted him. He had assumed they were merely a family of ordinary merchants, with just two individuals carrying the box containing the Jade Buddha. Little did he realize it was the possession of a noble heir. Upon observing his expression, Lord Yi understood the situation and could only force a smile, saying, "My lord, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Shuwen is but a scholar. How could he possibly possess the capability to seize your belongings?" Shen Junchen narrowed his eyes, his tone turning icy. "Are you implying that my servant is slandering your Qingyuan marquis house?" "Not at all, not at all. I merely thought there might be some error. Shuwen is indeed a delicate scholar. He may be delicate, but does he not have a band of bodyguards aiding him in his theft?" shouted one of the young master's attendants, seething with anger. Chapter 27. What a grand performance. "Go search for it," commanded the prince of the Zhuang family, indifferent to the expression on Lord Ye's face. Before long, the Jade Buddha was unearthed. "Lord Yi, behold this. This is evidence. Are you still going to deny that this was not the doing of this person?" Lord Yi was taken aback. He never anticipated that Yi Shuwen would dare to steal. And from this little demon, no less. "Shuwen, what on earth transpired?" Yi Shuwen trembled as he spoke. "Uncles, I did not. I merely wished to purchase it. Indeed, we refused to sell, so you resorted to overwhelming us with numbers and forcefully seized it."
I.
With the evidence laid bare before him, Yi Shuwen found himself unable to refute the accusations. Lord Yi glared at him with disappointment. Then, humbly smiling, he addressed the prince. "Your Highness, Shuwen is a relative of my household. He has just arrived in the capital and is unfamiliar with the local customs. I implore you to forgive him this once. Considering his ignorance, you may reprimand him as you see fit. The Jade Buddha is rightfully yours, and I shall return it, along with an additional 10,000 taels of silver, if you would be so gracious." Shen Juncheng found himself laughing at Lord Ye's words. "Lord Yi, do you take me for a beggar, easily appeased?" Flustered, Lord Yi hastily clarified, "Your Highness has misunderstood. I did not mean it in that way." "Then what do you mean?" retorted Shen Juncheng. "To steal from me and then think to placate me with silver? Lord Yi, do you take me for a fool? The Jade Buddha was a precious gift I bestowed upon Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager, yet this scoundrel dares to seize it. He has committed the grave offense of affronting royal kin. Merely claiming ignorance of etiquette will not suffice. This belongs to the Empress Dowager. This is a monumental blunder. Lord Yi implored on his knees, his demeanor both grand and helpless, beseeching the young lord for mercy. If only he could spare Shu Wen, the would acquiesce to any demand. Spare me, my lord. I was blind to the significance of what I took. It is entirely my fault. I deserve punishment. Yi Shu Wen lamented, striking his own face repeatedly. The elderly matriarch also knelt, tears streaming down her face, pleading, My lord, I implore you to forgive Shu Wen. He is but a child, lacking understanding. Shun Junshin gazed upon these mourners, their cries echoing as if he were the villain in this tale, when in truth he was the aggrieved party. He scoffed, his handsome visage marred by fury. Your tears are of no consequence. Having offended me, do not expect favorable outcomes. Guards, take him to the magistrate. The matriarch crawled to Shin Junshin's feet, grasping his garment, weeping as she pleaded, My lord, please spare him. He truly did not recognize your possession. Had he known, he would never have entertained such disrespectful thoughts. The duke, incensed, derided, this is the admirable heir you have chosen? Not only does he usurp favors, but as a scholar, he dares to seize another's possessions. Truly commendable character. Upon hearing this, Shun Junshin chuckled derisively. Oh, so this is the future heir of the Qingyuan marquis? Have you lost your sight? Choosing someone like that while overlooking a prodigy such as Yi Yanji. Do you not fear the wrath of your ancestors from the Yi family rising from the depths to chastise you? Shun Junshin gazed at the kneeling individual as though witnessing a spectacle, utterly astonished. Even a libertine like him recognized the capabilities of Yi Yanji. Anyone could discern which candidate would advance the family's interests. The Marquis of Qingyuan had no sons. Naturally, selecting an heir would entail choosing the most exceptional among them. Who would choose someone utterly inconsequential? Suddenly, an idea struck Shun Junshin. Lord Duke, what do you suggest this heir should do? The Duke paused, perplexed by the inquiry from this little tyrant. My dear father-in-law, please intercede on behalf of Shu Wen. He is still but a child and made an unintentional mistake. Esteemed father-in-law, do lend a hand for Shu Wen. He acted out of confusion and still has the imperial examinations ahead of him. A promising future awaits him. Qingyu, do urge your grandfather, the old matriarch implored, disregarding all semblance of dignity for the sake of her grandson. The Duke found himself at a loss for words. At his side, Yi Qingyu whispered, Grandfather, Yi Shu Wen must not perish. This matter, while neither trivial nor monumental, hinged entirely upon how Shun Junshin chose to vent his frustration. That jade Buddha was merely an impulsive purchase on his part, a mere pretext under the auspices of the Empress Dowager, who cherished him and would surely remain silent. While he may escape the death penalty, lesser crimes remain inescapable, the Duke stated with a calm demeanor. Shun Junshin's fury had mostly dissipated. Although he was a libertine, he rarely sought to take lives, contenting himself with mere brawls. Then, let it be as the Duke of the State commands. Bring forth the punishment of 50 strikes. The matriarch was about to voice her dissent when Lord Yi covered her mouth. A bit of bodily pain is far better than losing one's life. Qingyuan Marquis, if you are willing to atone for his mistakes on behalf of this heir, then let it be 5,000 taels of silver. I shall generously overlook this matter. 5,000 taels of silver. Shun Junshin raised an eyebrow. What, is there none? How could Lord Yi dare to claim there was none? He hurriedly shook his head. No, allow me to make the necessary arrangements. I assure you the silver will be delivered to the Wang residence without a single tael missing. Shun Junshin nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I shall take my leave. You too may return home after the punishment. With that, Shun Junshin departed, accompanied by his attendants and guards. The Duke of the State, disinterested in this sordid affair, was seen off by Yi Qingyu and the second household. As the Duke's carriage rolled away, Yi Yanji turned contemplatively towards Yi Qingyu and remarked, What a grand spectacle this has been, has it not, cousin? Yi Qingyu smiled gently. What do you mean, dear cousin? I do not understand. Unable to contain herself, Yi Qingya chimed in, shaking her head. I don't understand either. That Yi Shu Wen is clearly not of good character. Even if our uncle is wary of our second household, does he not have our third uncle's second cousin? Why would our uncle risk offending the Duke's residence just to adopt Yi Shu Wen? What could he possibly see in him? Yi Qingyu smiled gently, her voice soft and melodious, as if imbued with a certain enchantment. Indeed, a flawed character raises concerns. Evidently, Lord Yi is not solely interested in Yi Shu Wen's intellect or moral standing. What then could compel Lord Yi and the matriarch to exhaust their minds in the endeavor to adopt him as the heir of the marquis? Clever Qingya. Why not take a guess? How can one even venture a guess? Perhaps the uncle has been bewitched by Yi Xuan's charms. Yi Qingya wore an expression of deep contemplation. Yi Qingyu glanced at her second uncle and eldest cousin. Their astonished and enlightened gazes met hers. With a faint smile, Yi Qingyu leaned in once more to converse softly with Yi Qingya. Chapter 28. Confinement. Not long after returning to the Wan Yen Pavilion, a few robust matrons locked the courtyard gate. Chun Mama, with a hint of schadenfreude, declared, Miss, the commands from the Marquis and the old madam are clear. From this day forth, you are under house arrest and may not leave. Yi Qingyu cast a languid glance in her direction before nonchalantly departing. Miss, how can the Marquis be so unreasonable? Wan Xiao exclaimed in indignation. What is there to be angry about? I had anticipated this outcome long ago. However, the Marquis has gone too far. He deceived both you and the Duke's residents, yet he punishes you. Leaning lazily against the imperial concubine couch, Yi Qingyu displayed no trace of sorrow upon her countenance. I disrupted their carefully devised plans. Naturally, they must vent their anger. Confinement has its advantages. There is no need to dwell on it. Observing her mistress's indifference, Wan Xiao's fury gradually subsided. It seemed that Miss had truly relinquished any expectations regarding the Marquis. Wan Xiao felt deep down that her mistress would not linger long at the Marquis's residence. Miss, wherever you go, you must take me along. Yi Qingyu slowly opened her bright, clear eyes, her smile enchanting and serene. Of course, you are my right and left arms. As evening approached, Wan Xiao meticulously arranged the supper sent from the grand kitchen upon the table. What is all this? Can these even be consumed? The grand kitchen has gone too far. What are they trying to achieve? This is the supper prepared for the miss by the grand kitchen. Is there a mistake somewhere? What's the matter? Upon hearing the two maidservants' conversation, Yi Qingyu approached them. Miss, this kitchen is utterly excessive. Just look at the dinner they have sent over tonight. Wan Xiao exclaimed indignantly. Yi Qingyu focused her gaze and beheld 4 dishes on the table, a plate of chicken bones, a plate of fish heads, a dish of stir-fried bok choy, and a plate of tofu sprinkled with a few scallions. They are being excessively haughty, aren't they? Today, the young lady has just been confined by the Marquis, and they send such meager fare. I fear it will only worsen from here, Nian Chun remarked with frustration. Yi Qingyu smiled lightly, her expression calm and predictably composed. How is your meal? We servants dine in the same place. That is good. Yi Qingyu's voice dripped with disdainful mockery. What is there to be angry about? This is merely the old lady's display of authority. With the Duke's residence backing me, she dares not act against me. These are merely trivial tactics. Mo Shu, go to Tianfu restaurant and purchase some provisions, she instructed. I have enough silver. I shall not starve myself. The old lady's tricks are rather childish. But the old lady's birthday banquet is still 10 days away. We cannot buy food every day. Tianfu's dishes are indeed delicious, but they are rather expensive, Wan Xiao lamented. Yi Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Your young lady has plenty of silver. I can afford to dine there daily. Wan Xiao pouted and ceased her protests. Just as the master and servant finished their conversation, the sound of a lock being opened at the courtyard door echoed. Lu Qianqian entered with a triumphant smile, her demeanor radiating schadenfreude. Dear cousin, I have heard that you have been grounded by Uncle Yi. Alas, do not take offense, for I, Qianqian, shall surely persuade Uncle Yi to lift your confinement at the earliest opportunity. Yi Qingyu maintained a calm and indifferent demeanor, replying, In that case, I am truly grateful to my cousin. Upon witnessing Yi Qingyu's composed expression, Lu Qianqian could not help but scoff inwardly, thinking, Today, it is your turn, Yi Qingyu. No matter how nonchalant you appear, you remain unloved by both your father and grandmother. Sooner or later, your position shall be supplanted by mine. Oh dear. This is the supper I have brought for you tonight. How can such fare be swallowed? Qianqian said, as she presented a selection of delicacies to her cousin. These are the dishes I prepared for myself. Upon hearing of your confinement, I feared you might go hungry, so I brought my own meal. Lu Qianqian beamed with pride. Yi Qingyu replied with a gentle smile, Then I suppose my dear cousin would not wish to go hungry? Not at all, for today I dined with Grand Aunt, Qianqian declared, her pride swelling further. Your own grandmother confines you, yet dines with me. How stark the contrast is. It is evident that she favors me most. Yi Qingyu nodded with serene composure, her emotions unperturbed. Noticing Yi Qingyu's continued indifference, Lu Qianqian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Elder cousin, I have heard of today's events. It is not my intention to meddle, but your actions today have indeed irked Uncle Yi and Grandaunt, who remains quite upset. Cousin, you should apologize to Uncle Yi and Grandmother, otherwise, you won't be able to attend Grandmother's birthday banquet in a few days. Grandmother has said she wants to take me to the celebration and introduce me to the esteemed ladies of Kyoto. Is that so? Then congratulations are in order for you, dear cousin. Yi Qingyu remained composed. Lu Qianqian's expression darkened. Alas, young Master Yi was beaten into unconsciousness and has yet to awaken. He truly is pitiable, covered in blood. The physician warned that if he does not recuperate properly, he may miss the imperial examination. Lu Qianqian sighed, adopting a sympathetic demeanor. Cousin, it is not that I speak out of turn, but you should have interceded for young Master Yi. How could you stand by and watch such a cruel event unfold without taking action? Yi Qingyu set down her teacup, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes.
Oh.
So, dear cousin feels compassion? Indeed, you have reached the age of admiration, and should you take a liking to Yi Shuwen, I could assist you. Upon hearing Yi Qingyu's words, Lu Qianqian's countenance drained of color, her expression betraying absurdity and panic. No, I did not mean that. I merely feel sorry for him. Dear elder cousin, you have misunderstood. Yi Qingyu smiled sweetly, saying, Is that so? There is no need for you to be bashful. Such feelings are natural. If you truly have affections for Yi Shuwen, I shall certainly bring this matter to the attention of grandmother and father. Lu Qianqian's face turned pale with fright. No, I don't. Please don't mention it to grandmother. You have truly misunderstood. I do not harbor any feelings for him. A cousin, Qianqian has matters to attend to. So I must take my leave. Lu Qianqian, with her pale visage, hastily departed as if fleeing for her life. Yi Qingyu observed Lu Qianqian's hurried exit, a sly and sinister smile curling at the corners of her lips. Miss, how shall we dispose of these dishes? Let us discard them and feed them to the dogs. Chapter 29. The birthday feast the following day, Yi Qingyu awoke only after the sun had risen to its zenith. Being under house arrest naturally meant she was exempt from paying her respects to the old matriarch, and the luxury of sleeping in went unchallenged, one of the many advantages of her situation. Upon seeing her awake, Wanqiu entered with her washing necessities. The weather was splendid. With the morning sun casting a gentle warmth, Yi Qingyu instructed Wanqiu to set the breakfast in the courtyard. Just as she settled down, a furious voice pierced the air from the courtyard entrance. It was Yi Qingyu. This morning, she had just learned of Yi Qingyu's confinement and hurried over to visit her. Several matrons stood guard at the door, refusing her entry, which incited Yi Qingyu's temper. She summoned a few guards, who promptly dismissed the matrons aside. One of the matrons exclaimed loudly, Second Miss, the confinement of the eldest miss is a command from the marquis and the old matriarch. Your actions show a complete disregard for their authority. I shall report your behavior to the old matriarch. Yi Qingyu retorted indifferently, Report away. What else can you do besides complain? Humph. She may be under house arrest, but I am not. What is stopping me from entering Wanyan Pavilion? How dare you? A mere matron. Look down upon your mistress. Someone. Give her 20 lashes. Second Miss, I am in service to the old matriarch. You have no right to harm me. I shall do as I please. If you have the audacity, then let her confine me too. Humph. With that, Yi Qingyu strode in, only to find Yi Qingyu sitting in the courtyard, leisurely enjoying her breakfast, completely unperturbed by her confinement. Are you just having breakfast now? Did you just wake up? Yi Qingyu nodded leisurely. Indeed, the sensation of indulging in bed is truly delightful. Yi Qingyu rolled her eyes with a hint of envy. My worries have been cast aside, while you remain utterly unperturbed. A mere house arrest, I had anticipated it long ago. However, be cautious. With such a commotion, she might impose a similar restriction upon you. Yi Qingyu shrugged her shoulders in a nonchalant manner, wishing for it. I can hardly be bothered to pay my respects to him. Wow, so many delectable dishes. How can you indulge so splendidly even while under house arrest? Yi Qingyu gazed enviously at the spread of breakfast. Wanqiu smiled and replied, Second Miss. These were procured from Tianfu Restaurant. The offerings from the Grand Kitchen are hardly palatable. Taking a seat opposite Yi Qingyu picked up a piece of lotus cake and exclaimed, This house arrest of yours seems rather enjoyable. Until when must you endure this confinement? You should be released in time for the matriarch's birthday celebration, no? Who knows? Yi Qingyu responded with an indifferent expression. On the day of the birthday feast, remain obediently by second aunt's side and refrain from wandering about. What is there to wander within the confines of home? Yi Qingyu scoffed, not taking her words to heart. As the sisters continued their conversation, they noticed Lu Qianqian approaching with a group of attendants, each carrying an array of fabrics. With a proud and cheerful demeanor, she walked over, her expression brimming with delight upon seeing Yi Qingyu, as both her cousins were present. Qianqian had a few matters for her cousins to advise on. As she was new to the capital, she was unfamiliar with the styles of clothing here. These fabrics were sent to her by her great-aunt and Uncle Yi, intended for making several garments to wear at her great-aunt's birthday celebration. Lu Qianqian wore a proud expression, seeking the counsel of her two cousins on which fabric would be more suitable for attending her great-aunt's birthday banquet. Yi Qingyu, known for her forthrightness, remarked, "What? Are you trying to show off here?" Lu Qianqian, feeling wronged, lowered her head and replied, "I am not. Second cousin has misunderstood. I merely fear that my ignorance might tarnish the reputation of the Ho family." Yi Qingyu, biting into a lotus cake, cast her a disdainful glance. "Your faux pas has little to do with the Ho family. You are merely a relative from the old lady's side, even if you act inappropriately. Their laughter would reflect on your upbringing, and the Ho family would only be seen as lacking in discernment." Yi Qingyu found Lu Qianqian's pretentiousness intolerable and offered her no quarter. Lu Qianqian covered her mouth, her voice trembling as she said, "I only wished for my two cousins to provide some guidance, as it was requested by my great-aunt. If I am such a bother, perhaps I should not have come." With a sense of grievance, Lu Qianqian departed. Yi Qingyu took a handkerchief to wipe her hands, scoffing in mockery. Does she truly believe herself to be a distinguished young lady, daring to flaunt before me? With a smile, Yi Qingyu added, "Do not provoke her. She is quite something." She dismissed Lu Qianqian with a contemptuous curl of her lip. After satisfying her appetite, Yi Qingyu left, content. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyu reclined in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book. The gentle sunlight bathed her in warmth, accompanied by a refreshing breeze, creating a serene and comforting atmosphere, a life so tranquil that it seemed she had never experienced in her previous existence. The day of the old lady's birthday banquet had arrived, and the atmosphere was bustling with excitement. Before dawn, the entire marquis was already abuzz with commotion, rousing Yi Qingyu from her slumber. "Miss, you are awake?" Nianchuan, her maid, observed her agitation as she cast a weary glance out the window, her face reflecting the annoyance of being so rudely awakened. "Today is the old lady's birthday banquet," Nianchuan whispered, noting the unusual clamor outside. "Miss, why not sleep a little longer? It is still quite early." Yi Qingyu was well aware of the significance of the day. Although she had mentally prepared herself for the inevitable early rise, she had not anticipated being disturbed so early. With a tinge of irritation and fatigue, she threw aside the embroidered quilt. "Very well, I shall get up." "Yes, miss," Nianchuan replied, exiting the room to fetch the washing utensils, attending to her with utmost care. "Miss, are you truly not attending the banquet today? As the legitimate daughter of the marquis, your absence may invite speculation and unkind remarks. Do the old lady and the marquis truly fear public opinion? Even today, the old lady has not sent anyone to lift your house arrest. Of course I shall not attend." A faint, cold smile played on Yi Qingyu's lips. "The banquet today promises to be rather splendid, yet I have no desire to be entangled in it. The advantage of my confinement is that even if the old lady were to send a grand carriage to summon me, I would decline. Those guests attending the banquet today? Merely a gathering of unfortunate souls. Shall I inform grandfather that he need not come today? Yes, I have already conveyed that message to the Duke early this morning." Yi Qingyu wiped her hands with a cloth and nodded gently. Mo Shu silently scaled the wall to purchase breakfast from the Tianfu restaurant, laying out a sumptuous feast upon the table. "Please join me for breakfast," she invited. "Today is the old lady's birthday banquet. The kitchen will likely use this occasion as an excuse to refrain from delivering her meal. The servants are bustling about, and it remains uncertain whether they will even have their breakfast. Miss Xie has graciously provided the morning meal." The maids, well aware of Yi Qingyu's kindness and her considerate treatment of the servants, felt no hesitation in sitting down to share breakfast with her. Chapter 30. The Prince of Kong in the Spring Sunshine Hall. The elderly matriarch had risen early. Zhou, with utmost obedience, replied, "Mother, everything is prepared." Today marks your grand birthday. Do not expend too much effort. Just focus on enjoying yourself. Your daughter-in-law will oversee everything. Zhou's flattering words were laced with intent, for the authority over the household had always rested with the matriarch. She was vigilant against the illegitimate sons, particularly the family of the second master. While the late Lady Gu had held the reins of the household, after her passing, this power transitioned to the matriarch. Zhou sought to ingratiate herself, hoping to seize control of the household affairs. After all, the matriarch was advanced in years, her vitality waning, and she harbored disdain for the second branch. Thus, the third branch held the greatest prospects. Daughter-in-law, on this day of celebration, you must pay extra attention to our esteemed guests. This pertains to the reputation of our residents. Rest assured, I will ensure that the festivities are splendid, the daughter-in-law affirmed. After a brief pause, Zhou hesitated before continuing. Mother, what about Yiqingyu? She is, after all, the legitimate daughter of the family and the granddaughter of the Duke of Jinghua. Would it not be inappropriate to exclude her from the birthday banquet? The matriarch's initially joyful expression darkened at these words. Had she misjudged the situation in recent days? Zhou shook her head, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her eyes, suggesting that it would be best for Yiqingyu to remain quietly in the Wanyan pavilion. The matriarch set down her chopsticks, frowning. Has she caused any disturbances? In recent days, she specifically instructed the kitchen that Yiqingyu's meals need not be elaborate. The kitchen naturally understood the old lady's intent, and it seemed that she had been quite distressed lately, given her somewhat arrogant temperament of late. It was indeed surprising that she could exhibit such restraint. Aside from the first day, when Yiqingya and Qianqian visited, the Wanyan pavilion remained eerily quiet. Zhou also found it peculiar that Yiqingyu could endure the old lady's antics, even refusing to attend the birthday banquet. The guests, upon noticing her absence, must have speculated about her significant transgressions, questioning how she could forfeit such a dignified occasion. Did she not fear the tarnishing of her reputation? Humph. As if I cared for her presence. It would suffice if she merely refrained from shortening my lifespan. The old lady seethed inwardly at the thought that her carefully laid plans were disrupted by Yiqingyu, wishing fervently to rid herself of this insufferable girl. Truly, it was characteristic of the Gu family to have never afforded her a moment's peace. Observing the old lady's growing ire, Zhou hastily offered soothing words. As the sun rose, the sky was a brilliant azure, devoid of clouds, and the Qingyuan marquis' residence buzzed with excitement. The old lady was celebrating her 60th birthday in grand style, sending invitations to all who could be mustered. At the entrance, Lord Yi, the second master, the second madam, the third master, and Yi Yanji all wore radiant smiles as they awaited guests. As Shen Mingxiu dismounted from the carriage, Lord Yi approached with a beaming countenance, welcoming everyone. Your Highness, the fourth prince, thank you for gracing our residence with your esteemed presence. Shen Mingxiu smiled kindly, his demeanor as refreshing as spring rain, soothing the hearts of those around him. Your Grace, you need not say such things. I share a bond of camaraderie with Brother Yi. Lord Yi is a respected elder of mine. Naturally, I must come to celebrate the old matriarch's birthday and partake in the festivities. The words of Shen Mingxiu caused Lord Ye's aged face to flush with excitement. It is indeed an honor for us that your Highness graces our humble abode. Allow me to escort you inside. Shen Mingxiu waved his hand gently. Please, do not trouble yourself, my lord. With Brother Yi by my side, I am well attended. Very well, Yanji, ensure that you attend to His Highness properly, the lord instructed. Yes, your Highness, please follow me, Yanji said, leading Shen Mingxiu towards the banquet hall. Inside the banquet hall, it was already filled with distinguished guests. Upon the entrance of Shen Mingxiu, everyone promptly rose to pay their respects. The old matriarch, supported by Lu Qianqian, bowed to Shen Mingxiu. No need for such formalities, dear matriarch. Today marks your grand occasion, and I am here to share in your blessings, Shen Mingxiu replied, his smile warm and gentle. He cast a subtle glance at Lu Qianqian, a flicker of distinct emotion passing through his eyes. Upon seeing Shen Mingxiu again, Lu Qianqian felt a rush of excitement, her hands trembling slightly. After all, he was a prince, destined perhaps to inherit the throne. Even if he did not ascend to that position, he would still be a royal. The thought of becoming his concubine filled her with hope. Shen Mingxiu noticed the excitement and admiration reflected in Lu Qianqian's eyes, her delicate face adorned with a shy, rosy glow. Feigning ignorance, he inquired, might I ask which esteemed family this young lady hails from? The elderly lady, upon hearing him inquire about Lu Qianqian, beamed with even greater delight. This is my niece from my family, come to celebrate my birthday. Qianqian, do not delay in paying your respects to his fourth highness. Lu Qianqian, with a flush upon her delicate face and eyes sparkling like spring water, stepped forward with a gentle voice. I am Miss Lu Qianqian, honored to meet his fourth prince. Shen Mingxiu gazed down at her, a fleeting moment of distraction crossing his face, his tone revealing a subtle cadence. Miss Lu, please rise. There is no need for excessive formalities. Oh, his highness has also arrived. A languid voice chimed in nearby. Shen Mingxiu turned to see a slovenly figure seated at the adjacent table. Upon recognizing the individual, a barely perceptible disdain flickered in his eyes. It is Prince Kong. I did not expect to encounter you here. Isn't it fortunate that the Tianxiang Pavilion is closed for the day? I happened to pass by and found this lively gathering, so I thought I would join in. I heard it is the old lady's grand birthday celebration. And his fourth highness is here to offer his congratulations? Shen Mingxiu replied with a courteous smile. Indeed, since Prince Kong is present, let's enjoy ourselves thoroughly. Prince Kong, with a mischievous smirk and a demeanor befitting a debauched scion, responded in a flippant manner. Naturally, your highness, come to our table so we may converse at length. Of course, just a moment, Shen Mingxiu amiably agreed. Those around them regarded his fourth highness as a true gentleman, able to treat even a frivolous scoundrel like Prince Kong with courtesy. The Duke of Kong is truly a figure that inspires avoidance. If we consider Shin Junchen as the little demon of the capital, surrounded by a group of wealthy ruffians who stir up trouble and engage in brawls, he has never crossed the line into serious misconduct. His youthful bravado and defiance against authority might lead him to cause damage and promptly compensate the victims, or to be honest in providing assistance and reparations when accidents occur. However, the Duke of Kong is a different matter entirely. His conduct is utterly contemptible. He is nothing short of a scoundrel, having forcibly taken maidens and committed acts that threaten lives without remorse. Were it not for his title as a duke and his father's contributions to the Great Qing, he would have met his end countless times over. Shen Mingxiu scanned the surroundings and, to his surprise, did not spot Miss Yi Qingyu. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze at her absence. Chapter 31. A visit to the sick. The old lady's expression changed, her smile appearing somewhat forced. Qingyu was feeling unwell and would not be attending her birthday banquet today. The old lady sighed, her demeanor tinged with melancholy, revealing that there was more to the situation than met the eye. The guests present began to whisper among themselves. To miss her own grandmother's birthday celebration, this Miss Yi certainly knows how to make a grand statement. Regardless of any grievances, one ought to attend such an important occasion. Is she not concerned about embarrassing the old lady? Even with the support of the Duke's residents, such behavior is quite unbecoming. Rumor had it that this Miss Yi had recently been quite formidable, even reclaiming her mother's dowry, leaving both the marquis and the old lady powerless to intervene.
Oh.
This is quite the situation. Hearing these unfounded accusations directed at Qingyu, Yi Qingya felt an intense indignation. You know nothing. My elder sister has been confined by our grandmother. She is forbidden from attending the banquet. How could she possibly come? As her words echoed throughout the banquet hall, a hush fell over the room, and the guests cast curious glances at the old lady. The old lady shot a fierce glare at Yi Qingya, her expression stiff, and forced a smile. Qingya is merely speaking nonsense. There is no truth to that. Lu Qianqian's eyes brightened as she gently suggested, Annie, my elder cousin is feeling much better. I shall go and invite her to see if she might be able to rise and attend the banquet. Relieved by Lu Qianqian's timely interjection, the old lady sighed in gratitude. Then I shall trouble you, Qianqian. Shen Mingxiu then spoke up. I am acquainted with Miss Yi. Given her illness, it is only right that I pay her visit. The elderly matron appeared somewhat bewildered, and so did the others present. The ladies of various households had, to some extent, heard of Yi Qingyu's infatuation with the fourth prince, yet it seemed that the fourth prince harbored no reciprocal sentiments towards her. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Yi Qingyu's feelings were not merely one-sided. Yi Yanji furrowed his brow, sensing that the fourth prince's actions were somewhat inappropriate. After all, it was rather audacious for an outsider to wed an unwed young lady. Shen Mingxiu also felt that his recent conduct had been rather presumptuous, and with a gentle smile, he explained that he was merely accompanying Yi Xiong. Nevertheless, Yi Yanji maintained that such behavior lacked propriety, yet as a prince, he felt powerless to object. Even so, he indicated that the prince should proceed, and Qingya should follow suit. Yi Qingya could not abide Shin Mingxiu's presence near Yi Qingyu, prompting Lu Qianqian to hasten after them. Observing this, the elderly matron urgently instructed someone to the Wanyan Pavilion to dismiss the maidservants stationed at the entrance. "Miss, the guards have departed," announced Wan Qiu. Watching as the maidservants hurried away, Yi Qingyu sat calmly in a rocking chair, perusing the book in her hands, unperturbed by the departure. Before Lu Qianqian could reach the entrance of the Wanyan Pavilion, she called out loudly, "Cousin, Qianqian has come to see you. How is your health faring?" Yi Qingya regarded Lu Qianqian's feigned concern with a roll of her eyes, thinking to herself that such talent for theatrics should not go to waste in the absence of a stage. Lu Qianqian swiftly approached, intending to open the door for Shin Mingxiu, only to hear the clanging of chains. The door refused to budge. A large lock secured the entrance of the Wanyan Pavilion. The door firmly shut. Lu Qianqian was instantly filled with panic. Why did these servants leave without taking anything from the estate? Wasn't this a blatant revelation of their intentions? Shin Mingxiu, not one to overlook details, certainly noticed the large lock on the door, and his expression darkened. I wonder who locked this, he mused. I shall go find someone to break it open. As Lu Qianqian spoke, she prepared to seek assistance. At that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice resonated from the courtyard. "Cousin, are you not afraid of punishment for attempting to break grandmother's lock?" Yi Qingyu's tone was calm and devoid of emotion, yet it was clear that she was in good health. "Miss Yi, I have heard that you have been unwell. I intended to pay you a visit to inquire after your well-being," Shin Mingxiu said warmly, his voice laced with genuine concern. "Thank you for your kind thoughts, Your Highness. But I assure you, I am quite well," Yi Qingyu replied. Lu Qianqian, eager to demonstrate her understanding, kept glancing at Shin Mingxiu's expression. "Now that my elder cousin is well, you should attend grandmother's birthday banquet. It would truly sadden her if you did not offer your congratulations." Yi Qingyu, with a light tone, responded, "Cousin, you jest. I am confined by grandmother's orders and the courtyard gate is locked. How could I possibly attend the banquet?" Lu Qianqian's face stiffened, and she quickly turned to Shin Mingxiu. "But grandmother has lifted the restrictions on my elder cousin. Is it not true that you are unable to attend today's banquet due to your health, dear cousin? Grandmother has been worried about you. Previously, you had caused her great displeasure, resulting in your confinement. She was also vexed by your lack of understanding. It has come to my attention that you have been unwell. Even though she longs for your presence at the birthday celebration, her primary concern remains your health. Now that you have recovered, should our esteemed great-aunt witness your heartfelt wishes for her longevity, it would undoubtedly bring her immense joy." She turned and smiled at Shin Mingxiu, remarking that her elder cousin still harbors some resentment towards their grandmother, which may have amused you. Shin Mingxiu chuckled gently and replied, "It is of no consequence. Miss Yi, I shall return and speak to the old lady, urging her to release you. No need for your highness to trouble yourself. I am well aware of my punishment. Even if the lock were to be undone, I would not step outside. You all should proceed to the birthday banquet," Yi Qingyu replied coolly, her voice devoid of emotion, her intent to dismiss them unmistakable. "In that case, we shall take our leave," Yi Yanji stated softly. "Elder brother, travel safely. Qingyu cannot accompany you." With such words spoken, any further delay would appear excessively conspicuous. Shin Mingxiu followed the siblings of the second household as they turned to depart, a shadow of darkness flitting across his gaze. He had initially intended to use this situation to win Yi Qingyu's favor, hoping to deepen her infatuation and admiration for him. However, he had not even laid eyes on her. Reflecting on the changes in Yi Qingyu's demeanor towards him over the past few days, a flicker of malice crossed Shin Mingxiu's eyes. "Yi Qingyu, you cannot elude my grasp. It would be wise for you to adhere to my plans or else." The elderly matriarch observed the return of the group, her gaze filled with fury upon noticing Yi Qingyu's absence. Not only did Yi Qingyu fail to attend her grandmother's birthday celebration, but as the hour for the banquet approached, she had yet to see a single member of the Duke of the State's household. Lu Qianqian's face was etched with sorrow and shame, her misty eyes brimming with remorse. "Aunt, it is indeed my inadequacy that I could not persuade my elder cousin to come. She is still not in good health." Although Lu Qianqian articulated her sentiments thus, it was evident to all present that each person was astute enough to discern her underlying meaning. The expressions of the onlookers varied. The absence of the legitimate daughter of the marquis's household at her own grandmother's birthday feast suggested a significant rift had occurred. Was there some undisclosed conflict? The absence of even a single representative from the Duke's household further indicated a profound disregard. This situation hinted at a possible discord between the Marquis's household and that of the Duke. Those intrigued could not help but take note, resolving to investigate the matter further upon their return. Chapter 32. Assassination. How could the old matriarch be oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around her? Despite their outwardly cheerful compliments and sweet words, who wouldn't secretly relish the prospect of witnessing the folly of the Ho residence today? The old matriarch seethed internally, yet her exterior remained adorned with a radiant smile, exuding an air of joy. Lord Yi was presently introducing Yi Shuwen to Shinmingxiu. Your Highness, Shuwen will be competing this year. It remains uncertain whether he will achieve a favorable outcome. With a warm smile, Shinmingxiu remarked, the Ho residence truly boasts an abundance of talent. I extend my early congratulations to young Master Yi on his anticipated success. Yi Shuwen, taken aback by the praise, bowed deeply, his eyes brimming with delight and pride. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kind wishes. I shall endeavor to give my utmost. The onlookers regarded him with a tinge of envy. The Ho residence was already graced with the commendable talent of Yi Yanji. Should Shuwen excel in the upcoming imperial examination and gain favor, the family would surely have a promising future. With the fourth prince's attention, the prospects appeared bright, even if his position bore little direct connection to the throne. Nevertheless, once any prince ascended, he would undoubtedly extend a measure of courtesy. Suddenly, an imperial edict arrived. Both the old matriarch and the marquis were taken aback, their eyes reflecting bewilderment. How could a mere fourth-rank consort, merely celebrating a birthday, attract the notice of the emperor? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Ho residents had evidently garnered the emperor's favor. It appeared that their status was destined for ascension. Shinmingxiu found himself utterly perplexed. Given the decline of the Ho residence, surely his father had long since forgotten it. What had transpired today? Master Foam, what is the meaning of this? He inquired. The old servant, with a bright smile, replied, I have seen His Highness the Fourth Prince. He is also present. Shinmingxiu smiled back, suggesting they partake in a drink. Master Feng's keen gaze swept across the assembly, his voice laced with an icy undertone. It appears quite lively today.
Yi Shuwen received the decree. Yi Shuwen?
Who is Yi Shuwen? Many were bewildered. Had not the emperor sent someone to the Ho residence to celebrate the matriarch's birthday? What was this about Yi Shuwen? Yi Shuwen stood by the side of Lord Yi, equally confused, his mind a blank slate, utterly unaware that his name had been called. Lord Yi hastily pushed Yi Shuwen forward, urging him to kneel, and the crowd followed suit. Commoner Yi Shuwen received the decree. Yi Shuwen trembled, a mixture of fear, anticipation, and excitement coursing through him. He could not fathom why the emperor's edict would pertain to him. Had the emperor somehow heard of his talents? Was he to be entrusted with a significant role? The mere possibility ignited a flush of exhilaration on Yi Shuwen's fair complexion. However, the emperor's decrees soon shattered his hopes. Yi Shuwen's conduct is lacking, his temperament erratic, having offended the imperial family. Henceforth, he is stripped of his qualifications to participate in the imperial examinations for a decade. So decreed. As Master Feng's words fell, silence enveloped the room, so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Yi Shuwen, once filled with excitement and dreams, now stood pale and desolate, resembling a figure frozen in time. Lord Yi, the imperial edict has arrived, and I must take my leave now. I bid farewell to Eunuch Foam. It is inconceivable. How could this be? Why would His Majesty strip me of my qualifications for the imperial examination? Yi Shuwen bowed his head, his eyes wide with disbelief, as he repeatedly expressed his turmoil. Being able to participate in the examination was his greatest aspiration. How could he be denied? His talent was undeniable, and his future in the officialdom was promising. If he were unable to compete, his life would be irrevocably ruined. He clutched Lord Yi tightly, his voice hoarse. Uncle Yi, why? Please, inquire with His Majesty about why my qualifications have been revoked. I have done nothing to deserve this. Lord Yi was equally taken aback. The guests present regarded him with curious glances. They had believed the Yi household was on the rise, but it seemed otherwise. Wasn't Yi Shuwen an outsider here for the examination? How had he offended His Majesty so soon upon his arrival? Lord Yi found himself in a precarious position, as it appeared the Qingyuan marquis might also face the Emperor's wrath. Your Highness, could you possibly lend a hand? Shuwen is merely a scholar from afar participating in the examination. Surely there must be some misunderstanding regarding his offense against His Majesty? Lord Yi expressed his profound confusion and fear. Shen Mingxiu furrowed his brow, irritation flashing in his eyes, yet his demeanor remained calm. Rest assured, Lord Yi, I shall investigate this matter. He smiled reassuringly, adding, let's not allow this small mishap to mar this joyous occasion. Today we celebrate the 60th birthday of the matriarch. Indeed, your highness speaks true. A slight mishap has disrupted our dining pleasure. I shall impose upon myself a cup of punishment. Ha ha ha. The crowd followed suit in laughter, and the atmosphere became somewhat lively once more. However, deep down, everyone understood that the Qingyuan marquis might be facing dire consequences. It would be prudent to maintain a distance, for having been named by the emperor is hardly a favorable omen. Even though Yi Shuwen is merely a distant relative, he remains connected to the marquis, which has now drawn misfortune upon itself, condemned by the emperor for its lack of virtue. This could spell ruin for the entire family. The guests continued to eat and drink, whispering amongst themselves. Lord Kong, however, appeared as a simpleton, his face alight with schadenfreude. Lord Yi, he remarked, your household has produced such a disgraceful scion. What a misfortune indeed. One would think you might have investigated before admitting him into your home. Now the entire marquis suffers as a consequence. TSK, how pitiable. Lord Ye's teeth ground in irritation. Disgraceful? Can one truly be more disgraceful than you? He thought, incredulous at the lack of self-awareness displayed. Pray tell, what grievance has that ye fellow caused the emperor? Or what powerful figure has he offended to bring such a complaint to the throne? You, who appear so refined and delicate, harbor quite the audacity, Lord Kong continued. Why not ally yourself with me, young man? Why bother with that troublesome examination? You possess considerable boldness. I shall protect you. Yi Shuwen, shrinking in dismay and seething with indignation, lowered his head, too intimidated to respond, while Lord Yi remained silent, contemplating the underlying reasons for this predicament. Not long ago, Yi Shuwen had offended the crown prince of Zhuangwang, believing that after compensating with silver and enduring a beating, the matter would be resolved. To his astonishment, however, Shun Junshun proved to be utterly untrustworthy, even resorting to reporting to His Majesty. If Yi Hai could foresee the consequences, how could Yi Shuwen remain oblivious? He knew well who was behind the incident and felt an overwhelming urge to consume the perpetrator with his wrath, yet he was powerless. Feeling as insignificant as a blade of grass or an ant, easily crushed underfoot. Speak, you rascal. The displeased Kong Junwang turned to glare at Yi Shuwen, hurling his wine cup at him in a fit of anger. Yi Shuwen flinched from the blow, retreating a step, wishing to curl up entirely and evade notice. He could not afford to provoke these powerful figures, especially Kong Junwang, whose ire could very well threaten his life. Seeing Yi Shuwen's pitiful demeanor ignited Kong Junwang's fury. He leaped to his feet, dramatically tossing his sleeve and sending the wine jug crashing to the ground. At that moment, a young servant carrying 2 dishes of food happened to pass by Kong Junwang, and the dishes were violently smashed against him. That scoundrel! Does he seek death? Kong Junwang seethed, his rage swiftly morphing into fear. Suddenly, he noticed the young servant, clad in coarse cloth, brandishing a dagger, eyes ablaze with boundless hatred, lunging towards him with lethal intent. Chapter 33. The assassin is him. Ah, help, save me. With a sickening thud, the blade plunged into the shoulder of the Duke of Kong, who struggled to flee. The sudden appearance of the assassin left those nearby in shock, and those who regained their senses scrambled in panic. The assassin, realizing the heart was not the target, lunged again at the Duke of Kong. With a brutal fervor, he relentlessly kicked at the Duke's lower body, his hatred materializing into a swirling veil of darkness around him, cold and ferocious, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. The air was filled with the Duke's agonized screams, mingling with the frantic sounds of the crowd fleeing in terror. We must rescue the Duke. It was Shen Mingxiu who first reacted. Should the Duke perish here, not only would the Marquis's estate bear the brunt of the blame, but he himself would also face the Emperor's wrath for attending the birthday celebration. Shen Mingxiu felt a surge of hatred that nearly made him vomit blood. He could hardly believe his misfortune in encountering such an event. If it were an ordinary individual in peril, it would matter little. But the Duke's status as a prince rendered the situation dire. Had he known of the Duke's presence at the Marquis's estate today, he would have done anything to avoid it. Lord Yi, jolted back to reality by Shen Mingxiu's urgent voice, hastily commanded, quickly, save the Duke. Good heavens! Was fate conspiring against the Qingyuan marquis? If the Duke were to die within the estate, he would surely incur the Emperor's wrath. Although the Duke was notorious for his misdeeds and held no favor with the Emperor, he was still a prince, and in consideration of the late Duke Kong, the Emperor's retribution against the marquis' titles would be minimal at best. The servant, seeing the guards rush in, desperately resisted, but his fists were no match for the multitude. Realizing the dire situation, the servant fled in haste. Quickly, someone call for a doctor. Quickly report to the authorities and summon the patrol to apprehend the assassin, commanded Shin Mingxiu, his expression composed and calm. Yes, yes, heed the prince's words. Why delay? Within the late smoke pavilion, a sense of urgency permeated the air. Miss, there has been an incident in the front courtyard. Mo Shu swiftly scaled the wall, having kept a vigilant watch over the premises. Yi Qingyu, with her bright, captivating eyes and gentle demeanor, inquired softly, "Oh, what has transpired?" She was well aware that a significant event was unfolding, and the timing was indeed critical. The Duke of Kong has been assassinated, and his fate hangs in the balance. Furthermore, Yi Shuwen has been stripped of his qualifications for the imperial examination by the Emperor. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Qingyu's exquisite face. This revelation was unexpected. It appeared that Shin Junchen had indeed lodged a complaint with the Empress Dowager. Mo Shu spoke with a hint of anxiety. Miss, a multitude of officials and patrol members have arrived in the front courtyard, scouring for the assassin. Yi Qingyu's voice, soft and soothing, offered reassurance. No need to worry. I trust my uncle's family has remained unscathed. Indeed, the assassin's target was solely the Duke of Kong. No others were harmed, though the guests have fled in fright. Yi Qingyu nodded, instructing Mo Shu to take a moment to rest. Just as they concluded their conversation, a series of loud knocks echoed from the courtyard gate. Is anyone there? Why is this courtyard still locked? Is it empty, devoid of inhabitants? A sharp glint flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes as Wan Qiu hurried over to assist her towards the gate. Wan Qiu's expression was tense, her eyes betraying a hint of panic, striving to maintain a steady tone. Who are you? This is the courtyard of the young lady, is it not? Even if she has been confined, it does not warrant such rudeness from you. We are members of the patrol camp, tasked with searching for assassins. The patrol camp has already severed the lock outside and opened the courtyard gate. Yi Qingyu's clear, shimmering eyes reflected her deep concern and fear, and upon seeing the officials, she inquired, "What has transpired? Has an assassin infiltrated the Wanyan pavilion?" Wan Qiu's face was pale with fright as she added, "Officials, we have remained within the Wanyan pavilion and have not ventured outside. We have not noticed any outsiders entering." The leader, observing the two delicate women, softened his tone. Introducing himself, "I am He Huai, the deputy commander of the patrol camp. Miss Yi, we are also under orders to conduct a search. I hope you will pardon any disturbance we cause." He Huai, hailing from the Northern Town Army, was aware of Yi Qingyu's esteemed status. Thus he spoke to her with greater respect. Yi Qingyu responded with a gentle smile, devoid of any displeasure. "Commander He, there is no need for such formality. I have been confined for many days and am unaware of the current events. Please feel free to carry out your search." The patrol camp had already learned from the servants about Yi Qingyu's confinement, and those within the Wanyan pavilion had not left. Remaining oblivious to the occurrences at the birthday banquet, Commander He instructed his men to be cautious during the search, ensuring not to damage any plants or structures in the courtyard, and refrained from sending anyone into Yi Qingyu's chamber. The report from my subordinates indicated no sign of the assassin. Commander He politely addressed Miss Yi, apologizing for the disturbance. At today's birthday banquet for the elderly matriarch, the Duke of Kong was attacked, and his fate remains uncertain. All members of the Ho residence are under suspicion and will be summoned for questioning by the authorities. However, due to Miss Yi and her companions being confined within the premises for several days, their suspicions are minimal. They may await developments at the Ho residence. And should there be any inquiries, Miss, we kindly request your cooperation. Yi Qingyu was taken aback, her voice trembling with fear. Naturally, it was her duty to assist the authorities in apprehending the true culprit, especially to exonerate her family from suspicion. Commander He took his leave, escorting his men out. The entire Ho residence fell into a profound silence, with only the occupants of the Wanyan pavilion remaining unscathed by the officials. Wan Qiu watched as the patrol departed and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss, what shall we do about that person? Was he truly an assassin? Why did you choose to save him?" "Come, let us see," Yi Qingyu replied, her fearful expression vanishing in an instant. replaced by her usual composure as she led Wan Qiu into her chamber. In the bathing room on the east side of her quarters, Wan Qiu fumbled along the wall until she located a small switch. A door, barely large enough for one person, opened in the wall.
Inside.
A servant gripped a dagger tightly, but upon recognizing Yi Qingyu, he relaxed his guard and lowered his weapon. Come out. Everyone has left. Why did you save me? He inquired. Yi Qingyu did not respond. Wan Qiu, summon manhwa to tend his wounds. In these times, finding a proper physician within the Ho residence is impossible. But manhwa possesses some knowledge of medicine. Yi Qingyu led the injured individual to the west chamber, where manhwa arrived with medicinal ointments. Observing the person, covered in wounds and drenched in sweat from the pain yet remaining silent, she inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Shaoan." "I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace, miss," he replied, his voice weak and feeble, his gaze towards Yi Qingyu still tinged with a hint of wariness. Shao, then. It was he. Chapter 34. The unfortunate turn of events. So, he had been hiding in her courtyard to evade the pursuit of the patrol camp? Was it only after escaping that he encountered Shen Mingxiu? Given Shen Mingxiu's eager quest for talent, witnessing Xiao An's remarkable bravery at such a tender age, it would indeed be in his nature to rescue and employ him. In her past life, she attended a birthday banquet and was subsequently taken to the authorities for questioning, thus remaining oblivious to the fact that Xiao An was concealed within her own courtyard. In this lifetime, she wished to steer clear of calamity, only to find herself fortuitously acquiring a valuable asset. Xiao An was, after all, Shen Mingxiu's treasury. Without Xiao An's astute strategies to amass wealth for him, what means would Shen Mingxiu have to aspire to that esteemed position? Even in her previous life, it was evident that he was a person who repaid even the slightest kindness with great gratitude, which was commendable. She was indifferent to whether Xiao An felt indebted to her, as long as she severed Shen Mingxiu's financial lifeline. It would not be so easy for him to achieve his ambitions. Xiao An noticed Yi Qingyu staring at him intently, and a sense of trepidation washed over him. To reside within the Duke's estate naturally implied that he was in the presence of the Duke himself. He had brought calamity upon the Duke's household in his quest to kill Prince Kong. Would she not consider sending him to the authorities a matter of great honor? Alas, if that were the case, it could only be said that his fate had led him to this point, as he had approached his task with the conviction of certain death. "Miss, should you wish to send me to the authorities, I harbor no grievances," he declared. Yi Qingyu smiled serenely, raising an eyebrow delicately. "Why would I wish to send you to the authorities? You have rid the people of a menace in Prince Kong. You are a hero, and it is only right that I come to your aid." Xiao An looked up in surprise. "I killed Prince Kong, bringing the Duke's household to scrutiny. Do you not resent me? The affairs left unattended by the marquis's residence will naturally remain untroubled. It is merely a matter of misfortune. Moreover, the Duke of Kong is not yet deceased." Xiao An's expression suddenly turned severe. "Not dead?" Yi Qingyu responded with a calm nod, her voice chilling slightly. "At least he is still alive for now." Xiao An regained his composure, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Mississippi. You have saved my life, and henceforth, my life belongs to you. You shall be my master, and I shall repay you with my life."
Giving you chocolate lightly.
"What need have I for your life? However, I do require assistance with certain tasks. First, tend to your wounds. We shall discuss everything once you have healed. Manhwa, for the next few days, you shall take care of Xiao An." "Yes." Mississippi exiting the west wing, Yi Qingyu summoned Mo Shu. "Mo Shu, please find cousin San and ask him to assist in settling matters for my uncle's family." "What of the marquis and the old lady?" "It matters not." "Understood." Mo Shu took her leave, while Wan Qiu observed the coldness in her mistress's eyes, unable to suppress a sigh. The following day, early in the morning, Yi Qingyu arrived at the entrance of the government office, where the officials had yet to arrive. As she saw Lord Lu dismount from his carriage, she swiftly approached him. "Lord Lu, how are my father and grandmother? May I return home today?" Yi Qingyu's face was filled with concern. Lord Lu smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, Mississippi. All is well with your family at the marquis's residence. However, given the gravity of the situation, an inquiry must be conducted. Rest assured, I believe they will be able to return home in a couple of days." Yi Qingyu, reassured, smiled gently, expressing her gratitude for the Lord's care. "You are aware that our marquis has been wronged. The calamity has befallen this pool of fish, and my grandmother's birthday celebration has been met with such fright. I wonder if she has been deeply unsettled. Miss Yi, there is no need for concern. Alas, your family has indeed suffered misfortune. This matter has already drawn the attention of His Majesty, and I trust that he will recognize the innocence of the marquis.
Thank you, my lord.
I shall not intrude upon your duties any longer. I will return tomorrow to await my father and grandmother's return to the estate. There is no need for you to come. When they are released, I shall send someone to inform you. Yi Qingyu sighed softly, her face clouded with worry. Thank you for your compassion, my lord. However, as I am unable to accompany my family in their trials, I cannot visit them. Otherwise, it would only burden you further and impede the investigation. I can only wait here a little longer, for my heart is restless. Lord Lu chose not to respond further. As the hour for attending to official matters approached, and he entered within, Yi Qingyu's carriage halted not far from the gates of the Jingzhou prefecture, and the passers-by glanced at the marquis's carriage, engaging in hushed discussions. Miss Yi has certainly faced adversity. I hear that everyone from the marquis was taken to the authorities, except for those in her courtyard. How fearful it must be for a young lady. What has transpired at the Qingyuan marquis?
Have you not heard?
At the birthday banquet of the old matriarch yesterday, Prince Kong was assassinated, and his fate remains unknown. Is that true? Humph. That scoundrel deserves to perish.
Shh.
Do you wish to invite trouble upon yourself? The Qingyuan marquis has indeed encountered misfortune. It is said that on the day when Prince Kong intended to visit the fragrant pavilion, the courtesan was unwell and unable to entertain guests. As he passed by the marquis, intrigued by the lively atmosphere, he decided to join the merriment, only to fall victim to an assassination, thereby implicating the marquis as well. It is rumored that the marquis had not even sent an invitation to Prince Kong. It was purely his own initiative to visit, rendering the Qingyuan marquis quite unfortunate. Yi Qingyu, listening to the discussions around her, remained composed as she sipped tea and read a book. Wan Xiao, noticing her tranquil demeanor, curiously inquired, Miss, are you not concerned that the emperor might hold the marquis accountable? His Majesty has recently issued an edict revoking Yi Xuan's qualification to participate in the imperial examination. The marquisite's standing with the emperor cannot be favorable. The emperor is a reasonable man. The time has come to visit the duke's residence, she replied. The following day, Yi Qingyu arrived early at the gates of the Jingzhou prefecture, waiting for Lord Lu before he commenced his official duties. Upon encountering Lord Lu, she inquired about her family's well-being and lingered at the government office until nearly noon before departing. The third day mirrored the previous, with the onlookers expressing admiration for Yi Qingyu's filial piety and compassion towards her. On the fourth day, having received notification from Lord Lu that the members of the marquis would be released, and understanding that the emperor recognized the marquisite's mere entanglement and did not intend to punish them, Yi Qingyu arrived early, accompanied by several horse-drawn carriages. At the gates of the government office, she parked the carriages near a nearby apothecary, appearing considerate of not obstructing others. Yet her primary objective was to escort Xiao En from within the marquis. In these days, you should take good care of your injuries here. The people of the marquis' residence are all returning, and naturally, she cannot keep Xiao En at the marquis' house. It is far more reassuring to send him off. Being near the government office, the patrolling guards would never suspect that the person they are searching for is right under their noses. As long as Xiao En remains in the apothecary, after some time, when this matter has passed, he can be safely sent to the estate. Yes, Mississippi. This time, Yi Qingyu did not wait in the carriage, but stood at the entrance of the government office, awaiting. Chapter 35. Make him disappear. After Lord Lu arrived at the court, it wasn't long before the members of the Ho family began to emerge one after another. Yi Qingyu hurriedly approached them, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. Father, grandmother, second uncle, are you all right? The second branch of the family appeared well-groomed and in good spirits. Yi Yanji gazed at Yi Qingyu with gratitude, and she subtly nodded in response, almost imperceptibly. However, the expressions of Lord Yi and the old matriarch were far less favorable. They seemed much older and lacked vitality. Upon seeing Yi Qingyu, Lord Yi was too exhausted to even muster anger. The onlookers from the Ho family whispered among themselves. Lord Yi, with a hoarse voice, urged, "Hurry back to the residence. What are you still doing standing here?" Yi Qingyu promptly called for a carriage and assisted everyone into it, ensuring she was the last to board as they headed towards the Ho residence. A group accompanied the old matriarch back to Chunwei Hall. Old Madame Chen presented a calming herbal concoction to the matriarch, who trembled as she accepted it and took a few sips. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Yi Qingyu and, summoning her strength, hurled the porcelain bowl at her. "You wretched child, kneel before me." The old matriarch gasped for breath, her voice low and trembling with rage. Her pale, aged face was filled with fury as she pointed accusingly at Yi Qingyu, her fingers shaking from both anger and the fear instilled during her time in the prison. How could the Yi family produce such a wretched offspring? Our family is imprisoned, and you are blind to our plight, ignoring us completely. Yi Qingyu's feigned excitement gradually faded, her expression turning cold and resolute. How does grandmother know that I have not intervened on your behalf? Lu Qianqian's delicate face, marred by exhaustion, was filled with indignation as she exclaimed, "Cousin, how can you be so callous? Uncle Yi and grandmother have been imprisoned. We are all suffering, yet you alone are safeguarded by the Duke's residence, completely disregarding the fate of Uncle Yi and grandmother. This is truly unfilial. You even managed to protect the servants in your courtyard, showing no concern for Uncle Yi and grandmother. Do you truly consider them less significant than your own servants?" Lu Qianqian's insinuations sowed discord, further darkening the already troubled expressions of Lord Yi and the matriarch. Yi Qingyu gazed at her with cold disdain, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "The reason I was not taken to the official prison is that grandmother has confined my movements. I cannot leave my courtyard, and my suspicions are the least among us. What does this have to do with the Duke's residence? Even if I had the Duke's support, do you believe I could escape unscathed after the death of a prince? Grandmother, is this truly your reasoning for thinking I am only concerned for myself, neglecting you all? Is it because I have not shared in the hardships of the prison with you?" Yi Qingyu's smile was icy. "Is my father the same mind? Does he also believe that without my efforts from the outside, you would be released from prison in just a couple of days? The Duke of Kong remains in a coma, and his survival is still uncertain." Lord Yi remained silent, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. After all, it involved a prince of the realm. Even if they were innocent, should the emperor choose to punish the Ho residents who could offer them protection? When the sovereign is enraged, countless lives are cast adrift. Yi Qingyu donned a sardonic smile. With her father and grandmother just returned to the estate, they deserved a moment of respite. After days of relentless exertion, Qingyu decided to take her leave. With that, she turned and exited the Chunwei Hall. Indifferent to the expressions of Lord Yi and the old matriarch, the members of the second branch followed her out, as did those of the third. The old matriarch was seething with anger, trembling with rage, lamenting, "Look at the fine daughter you have raised." Lord Ye's face was a mask of dark displeasure. Observing their expressions, Yi Shuwen hesitantly spoke, "Grandmother, father, perhaps I should return home. I am unable to participate in the imperial examination now. My prospects in government seem bleak. Qingyu harbors resentment toward me, and the Duke's household regards me with disdain. It may be best for me to withdraw to ease relations with the Duke's family." The old matriarch, filled with concern, was unwilling to let him go. "My dear grandson, how could your grandmother bear to part with you? Even if you cannot partake in the examination, there are other paths to a career in governance. If you leave, who will inherit the Ho residence? Eldest, you cannot truly consider yielding the title to Yi Yanji. Let me assure you, do not entertain such thoughts. This title must belong to Shuwen. What is Yi Yanji, after all, but the son of a concubine? He dares to covet what rightfully belongs to the legitimate heir." The old matriarch glared fiercely at Lord Yi. "Mother, naturally I wish to establish a formal document for the heir, yet, as you can see, the situation has escalated to such an extent that it seems quite difficult." Lord Yi sighed in frustration. He had never anticipated that matters would deteriorate to this point. Even if he disregarded the elder's opposition and recorded the document under his own name, his petition to appoint the heir would be intercepted before it reached the emperor. "Humph. Who dares to obstruct my grandson's path? Let them vanish." Lord Yi was taken aback. "Mother, do you mean?" The matriarch cast a glance at him, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented malice. Outside the spring sunshine hall, "Qingyu, thank you for your help." "Cousin." Yi Yanji caught up with Yi Qingyu, his expression filled with gratitude. Their family was confined in a spacious and clean cell, receiving meals that included both meat and vegetables thrice daily. The jailer had even procured numerous books to alleviate their boredom. He was fully aware of who was responsible for this kindness. Observing the demeanor of his uncle and grandmother, it seemed that Qingyu had not attended to them. Yi Qingyu's smile was warm. "Elder brother, you are too polite. We are family and need not exchange formalities." "Indeed, I will remember that." Yi Yanji regarded Yi Qingyu solemnly, as if making a promise. Ever since he suspected that Yi Shuwen might be his uncle's biological son, He began to comprehend the changes in his cousin over these past days. Alas, how disappointed she must be. The prison was bleak and cold. Elder brother, you should return and rest well. Yi Qingyu's smile was gentle, her voice imbued with tenderness. Elder sister, thank you. Yi Qingya's eyes were filled with gratitude as she recalled her elder sister's prior warnings before the birthday banquet, which she had not taken to heart. Could it be that her elder sister had already foreseen what would transpire? Is it really impossible? Yi Qingya inquired softly, linking her arm with Yi Qingyu's. Elder sister, do you know something? Yi Qingyu responded with a hint of indifference. What could I possibly know? I merely warned you out of concern for your straightforward nature. Your unfiltered words might offend others. Yi Qingya, feeling somewhat embarrassed, fell silent, acknowledging, oh, indeed, elder sister is not a deity. How could she be privy to events that have yet to transpire? Once the members of the second branch had departed, Yi Qingyu returned to the Wan Yan pavilion. Nianshuan had already prepared breakfast, and as Yi Qingyu savored a spoonful of the sweet and tender silver ear soup, it was perfectly to her liking.
Yet,
Nianshuan still expressed her concern, asking, Miss, is everything all right in the Ho residence? Yi Qingyu's lips curved into a faint smile, her eyes momentarily reflecting a frosty glint. Who knows? Chapter 36, Lu Qianqian and Shen Mingxiu 2 days later, news arrived that Prince Kong had awoken. Amidst the emperor's retribution against the Ho family, Lord Ye's official rank was demoted by 2 levels, reducing his already modest status to that of a 6th rank official. The outcome mirrored that of the previous life. Although Prince Kong had survived, he was rendered paralyzed from the waist down, effectively severing his lineage. Having always been a libertine, he had shunned the notion of marriage and indulged in the pleasures of the brothel, and now, it seemed that he had left no progeny behind. A fitting retribution for his wayward life. Another 2 days passed, and a messenger from Chunhui Hall arrived, conveying that the matriarch intended to take the entire family to Manhwa Temple to pray for blessings, ostensibly to ward off ill fortune and seek the Buddha's protection for the Ho family. Miss, we have discovered that the matriarch plans to take action against the eldest young master, Mo Shu reported in a hushed tone. Understood. Inform my elder brother, she replied. Mo Shu departed to carry out the order. A cold smirk graced Yi Qingyu's lips, her eyes glinting with frost. Ever since the matriarch had emerged from the prison, she had stationed people outside Chunhui Hall to keep watch. In her previous life, she had naively fallen into their trap, allowing their scheme to succeed. This time, however, she had evaded their snare, thwarting their plans. Given the matriarch's fondness for Yi Shuwen, how could she possibly relinquish her beloved grandson's chance to inherit the Ho estate? With the Duke's residence as her backing, they lacked the audacity to target her. Therefore, to ensure Yi Shuwen's smooth ascension to the position of heir, the obstacle of her elder brother needed to be removed. It appeared that this pilgrimage to Manhwa Temple was a ploy orchestrated by the matriarch for her elder brother. Manhwa Temple is located outside the city of Kyoto, requiring a half-day's journey. Early in the morning, the masters of the Qingyuan marquis residence boarded their carriage, swaying gently as they made their way towards the outskirts. Yi Qingyu, still drowsy and heavily fatigued, found herself unaccustomed to rising so early after days of indulgence, no longer needing to pay respects to the old matriarch and accustomed to waking naturally. By the time she fully awoke, the majestic silhouette of Manhwa Temple was already in sight atop a nearby hill. The group disembarked from the carriage, and the abbot, accompanied by his disciples, approached them with measured steps. Amitabha, esteemed patrons, welcome. Please follow me. The old matriarch had sent someone the previous day to arrange accommodations, requiring an overnight stay before their return to the marquis residence. A throng of people followed the abbot, arriving at the designated guest quarters to settle their belongings before proceeding to the main hall for prayers and incense offerings. Before the solemn visage of the Buddha, Yi Qingyu knelt in reverent devotion. In her past life, she had been skeptical of such deities, yet her miraculous rebirth compelled her to embrace faith. Master, I wish to light an everlasting lamp. May I inquire where this may be done? Please, this way, Mississippi. Following the young monk, Yi Qingyu arrived at the hall designated for lighting the eternal lamp. With sincerity, she ignited a lamp and offered it before the Buddha. My child, I am sorry. I hope you are reborn into a good family, free from worries, safe, and prosperous. Tears glistened in her eyes, an expression of devotion she had never experienced before. Seeing the young lady so sorrowful, Wanqiu too had traces of tears upon her cheeks. Surely, she must be missing her mother. As they exited the grand hall, The gentle voice of late autumn offered comfort. My lady, do not be disheartened. If the madam were to see you in such formidable spirits, she would surely be consoled. Yi Qingyu paused momentarily, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. The master and servant made their way along a serene path back to the great Buddha hall. Suddenly, a soft exclamation reached Yi Qingyu's ears. Late autumn also heard it, glancing at Yi Qingyu. Their eyes met as they followed the sound's origin. Parting the dense thicket, they discovered a tranquil pavilion standing by the pond, where a man and a woman were situated at the water's edge, the man gently supporting the woman's delicate waist. Late Autumn's eyes widened in astonishment as she whispered, Miss, it appears to be our cousin and his fourth highness. Yi Qingyu, too, recognized the pair, her expression remaining composed as she observed the couple entwined together. In that moment, Lu Qianqian, flustered and bashful, pushed away Shen Mingxiu, her voice sweetly dripping with gratitude. Qianqian thanks His Highness for saving her. Had it not been for you, I would have fallen into the pond. Shen Mingxiu's demeanor was tender, almost as if it could melt, his voice soothing. Miss Lu, there is no need for such formality. It was merely a trifling effort. With her bright, sparkling eyes, Lu Qianqian's charming face bore a faint blush, her gaze shyly lowered. Her voice became even more affected as she declared, Your Highness's small deed has saved my life. Your kindness and noble character leave me at a loss for how to repay such a debt. As a mere commoner, I dare not speak of offering myself in return. I can only wish to serve you like a loyal steed, repaying today's life-saving grace. Shen Mingxiu gazed intently at Lu Qianqian, her expression, which had long been masked with feigned gentleness, now radiating a warmth that penetrated to the very core of her being. It was the first time Yi Qingyu had witnessed such a look from Shen Mingxiu. Indeed, Lu Qianqian must truly be the object of his affection. Wan Qiu, alarmed by the unfolding scene, turned to glance at her mistress. Seeing her beloved miss so enamored with the fourth prince was undoubtedly distressing. She ought to have pulled her away from this place. Yet, Yi Qingyu's demeanor remained indifferent and cold, a hint of derision gracing her exquisite face. How perfectly the lovers were entwined. Wan Qiu found herself perplexed. Miss, are you truly unaffected by this? Or is it merely an act? Yi Qingyu offered a faint smile, raising an eyebrow delicately. What could possibly trouble me? Hush, let us enjoy the spectacle. Shen Mingxiu spoke gently. Qianqian, may I call you that? Lu Qianqian, taken aback by the honor, nodded vigorously, her bright eyes sparkling. Of course, Your Highness. It is my privilege to be addressed in such a manner. Hearing you call me that brings me immense joy. She gazed at Shen Mingxiu with a sense of infatuation. In turn, Shen Mingxiu's smile deepened with affection. I am also delighted to call you this way. Their eyes met, an exchange laden with shyness and tenderness. Wan Qiu stood in astonishment. Did the fourth prince truly favor someone like Lu Qianqian? What was his judgment? Her mistress was 100 times more beautiful than this Lu Qianqian. Was he blind? Wan Qiu gritted her teeth in indignation. Miss, how could the fourth prince behave in such a manner? Yi Qingyu offered a faint smile and said, Let us depart. We must not disturb the fourth prince's leisure. With that, she and Wan Qiu quietly retreated down the narrow path, a flicker of darkness passing through her eyes. What could Shen Mingxiu possibly seek at Manhwa Temple? Was it merely to meet Lu Qianqian? If that were indeed the case, his affection seemed profoundly sincere. Upon returning to her chamber, she noted that the hour was still early, well before the time for the evening prayers. Yi Qingyu instructed Wan Qiu to prepare the ink and brush, ready to transcribe scriptures. She washed her hands, laid out the rice paper, and sat gracefully, immersing herself in the sacred texts before her. Time slipped away unnoticed until she was suddenly stirred by Wan Qiu's soft, hesitant voice. Miss, the fourth prince has arrived and wishes to see you. Chapter 37. A sudden flood. The graceful strokes of the brush momentarily halted, as Yi Qingyu, immersed in the tranquil ambience, was interrupted by a voice. Shen Mingxiu? What could he possibly want? With a resigned sigh, Yi Qingyu set down her brush and requested, May I trouble His Fourth Highness to wait a moment? After adjusting her attire and washing her hands, she leisurely opened the door. There stood Shen Mingxiu, his tall figure reminiscent of a green bamboo, turning to face her upon hearing the door creak open. Bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, he wore a cerulean brocade robe that shimmered as if radiating light. His handsome, fair visage bore a warm smile, and his gaze towards Yi Qingyu was imbued with profound affection. Yi Qingyu performed a courteous bow and inquired with a hint of detachment. Might I ask what brings his fourth highness to seek me? For a fleeting moment, Shen Mingxiu's gentle demeanor faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. In a soft, deep voice, he expressed concern. I heard at the old matriarch's birthday celebration that Miss Yu is unwell. I hope you are feeling better now. Yi Qingyu responded politely, yet distantly. I assure you, I am quite well, and I appreciate your highness's concern. That is indeed a relief. It seems like fate. For I came here today to enjoy the scenery and fortuitously encountered Miss Lu from your esteemed household, which led me to learn that the marquis's residence was here to pay respects. Shen Mingxiu spoke candidly, casting a cheerful glance at Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian quickly nodded in agreement, her expression bashful. Indeed, I never expected to meet His Highness here. It is truly a delightful coincidence. His Highness is quite concerned about my elder cousin and accompanied me to visit her. Yi Qingyu regarded Lu Qianqian with a knowing smile, a hint of curiosity in her gaze. Is that so? It appears that my cousin and his fourth highness share quite the connection. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qianqian shyly cast a glance at Shen Mingxiu, quickly lowering her eyes. Her voice, sweet and charming, conveyed, cousin has misunderstood. It was merely a coincidence. Observing Lu Qianqian's expression, Yi Qingyu wore a teasing smile, her dark, clear eyes directed towards Shen Mingxiu. The warmth in Shen Mingxiu's smile diminished slightly, a flicker of an inscrutable emotion passing through his gaze. His voice carried a hint of coldness as he remarked, as long as Miss Yi is well, I extend my gratitude to Miss Lu for guiding me. Noting the hour, he added, it is getting late. I shall take my leave. After speaking, Shen Mingxiu cast a final glance at Yi Qingyu before turning to depart. Your Highness, allow Qianqian to see you off, Lu Qianqian quickly responded, hastening to follow Shen Mingxiu with small, hurried steps. Yi Qingyu watched the two figures gradually fade away, a cold laugh escaping her lips as she turned back to her chamber to continue her scriptural copying. At the hour of Yi Qingyu accompanied the old matriarch to the grand hall for evening prayers. After the prayers concluded, she returned to her chamber, where a monk from the temple delivered vegetarian meals. After partaking, she resumed her copying of scriptures. Miss, it is already 1/4 the hour of Su. You have been writing for quite some time. You ought to rest, Wan Qiu gently remarked, her concern evident. Yi Qingyu finished the last character before speaking. Has Mo Shu returned? Not yet, Wan Qiu softly reassured her. Miss, there is no need to worry excessively. Since the eldest son is aware, he must be prepared. Moreover, you have dispatched 2 hidden guards to protect him. I believe the old matriarch's schemes will ultimately fail. Yi Qingyu set down her pen and rose to wash her hands. I naturally trust my elder brother's abilities. However, his unwavering integrity renders him oblivious to the sordid tactics employed in the inner quarters. Miss, the servant has returned. As the two conversed, Mo Shu gently knocked on the door and entered. Wan Qiu's eyes brightened. What news? Reporting to the miss, the fourth prince has gone to the young master's chamber, and they are currently engaged in a game of chess. Yi Qingyu paused, her hand stilling as she wiped it with a cloth, her delicate brows knitting together. Shen Mingxiu? He went on his own. Indeed, the young master appears unaware that the prince is at the temple. Alone, without any guards?
Exactly.
Yi Qingyu pondered for a moment, her furrowed brow gradually relaxing as a smile graced her lips. It seems someone is in for some trouble. Mo Shu? Wan Qiu? Mo Shu, thank you for your efforts. You may retire for the night. Wan Qiu, assist me in changing my attire. Let us turn in. Though Wan Qiu was somewhat perplexed, she refrained from questioning further and promptly helped Yi Qingyu change, extinguishing the candles afterward. Situated in the depths of the mountains, Manhwa Temple was enveloped in profound silence at night, with the ethereal sounds of insects and birds creating a tranquil atmosphere. With her heart burdened with thoughts, Yi Qingyu found her sleep restless. In the haze of slumber, she suddenly heard someone calling out, "The water has broken. Quick, someone come and extinguish the fire." In an instant, the once silent night in the mountains erupted into a flurry of light and commotion. Miss, something has happened. Yi Qingyu opened her eyes, the remnants of confusion dissipating in an instant. She softly inquired, "Is it from the young master's side?" Yi Qingyu sat up, as Wan Qiu draped a garment over her shoulders, saying, "It's from the eldest son." I never anticipated that the old lady would resort to such drastic measures against him. Wan Qiu, still shaken, reflected on how the eldest son was someone she had watched grow, the most promising descendant of the Ho residence. Even if she obstructed his actions, it was unthinkable to threaten his life. As Yi Qingyu donned her attire and tidied her hair, her exquisite and graceful visage was marked by an icy demeanor. For the sake of her cherished grandson, there was nothing she would shy away from. Truly, age had rendered her increasingly muddled. She seemed oblivious to the future of the Ho residence. It was evident that for the family to thrive, they had to rely on the eldest cousin. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the waning title, completely disregarding how to advance the Ho residence further. "Come, let us take a look," she urged. Wan Xiao, filled with concern, hurried after her, wondering if the eldest son was in danger. Yes, and there are also the hidden guards arranged by the young lady. If the eldest son is in peril, they will certainly rescue him. Yi Qingyu's lips curved into a slight smile, her beautiful face reflecting a hint of frost. "My brother will undoubtedly be unharmed." Upon her arrival, the room where Yi Yanji resided was engulfed in fierce flames, billowing smoke ascending into the heavens, illuminating the dark night with its fiery glow. Monks and servants from the Ho residence rushed back and forth, carrying buckets to extinguish the fire. The old lady soon arrived, supported by Nurse Deng, her face etched with worry and anxiety. Since Yi Yanji's room was located at the easternmost end of the house, and with no wind that night, the inferno seemed to rage uncontrollably, leaving onlookers terrified. Aunt Air wept inconsolably, nearly rushing into the inferno had it not been for Uncle Air's firm grasp.
Yuan, my Yuan?
"Please come and save my son," she cried. "My lord, you must rescue Yuan." Uncle Air's typically stern visage was etched with profound sorrow as he hoarsely reassured her. "Yuan will surely be fine. Do not despair." Lord Yi maintained a solemn expression, stating, "Do not worry, my brother will undoubtedly find a way to rescue Yuan." "Thank you, elder brother," Uncle Air replied in a hoarse voice. The old matriarch hastened to stand before them, her aged face marred by anxiety. "What on earth is happening? Who is inside?" "Eldest, second, do not delay in devising a plan to save them." Lord Yi lamented, "It is Yuan's chamber." Chapter 38. His Highness is inside. The elderly matron was utterly astonished, unable to fathom how it could be Yanji. "Oh, dear, my grandson. Quickly, someone come. Save my grandson." Her heart shattered, tears streamed down her face without restraint. The second uncle, with red-rimmed eyes, fixed a penetrating gaze upon the matron, his dark countenance exuding an ominous severity. The weight of his stare sent a shiver through her heart, prompting her to lower her eyes as she cried out in despair. "Oh, Yanji, how could you be so unfortunate? You must not come to harm. If anything happens to you, how shall your grandmother endure?" Madame Deng supported the matron, her face a mask of sorrow as she tried to console her. "Please, my lady, do not grieve. The eldest son is destined for blessings. He will surely be rescued safely." Yes, Yanji will be fine," the matron sobbed, wiping her tears away. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. "Quickly, put out the fire. His Highness is inside." The members of the watched as the trained guards doused the flames with buckets of water, while some, undeterred by danger, soaked themselves as they charged toward the burning room. Lord Yi stood frozen in shock. His Highness? Which prince? Where? In Yi Yanji's chambers? He glanced at the matron, whose face turned pale as a sheet. Were there others in Yanji's room? A prince, no less? Heaven help us. What shall we do? As the flames grew increasingly fierce, the onlookers remained hesitant to enter. Just as despair enveloped everyone, the door engulfed in fire suddenly collapsed, and a guard clad in black emerged, carrying a man on his back. Shortly thereafter, another guard followed suit, also bearing someone. In the midst of their astonishment, the two figures surged forth from the inferno. Elder brother. Yi Qingya was the first to react, rushing forward. "Your Highness." The guards hastily surrounded the pair. "Your Highness." "It is the fourth prince." The expressions of the old matriarch and Lord Yi were filled with palpable dread. What could the fourth prince be doing in Yi Yanji's chamber? Cough. Yi Yanji's voice was hoarse, his condition disheveled. "Do not worry, my parents. I am safe. Your elder brother is unharmed." Yi Qingyu also breathed a sigh of relief, casting a subtle glance at the two guards. They were not her dispatched secret protectors, but as long as her brother was safe, that was all that mattered.
"We were all very worried about you."
"I owe my gratitude to the fourth prince's guards for rescuing me. Had it not been for His Highness, I would have perished in the flames," Yi Yanji rasped, his appearance disheveled, yet his elegance unmarred. He struggled to maintain his composure and bowed deeply to Shin Mingxiu. Thank you for saving my life, Your Highness. Please, bestow upon me your judgment. It is all my fault that you were endangered due to my recklessness. His second uncle immediately knelt, a pained expression on his face. Your Highness, please show mercy. It was my negligence that nearly cost you your life in the fire. I beg you to hold me accountable for my failure to perceive the impending danger. Shin Mingxiu narrowly escaped death, nearly succumbing to the flames. His face, a vivid shade of purple and blue, bore the marks of his fury, while his once handsome features were rendered grimy and disheveled by smoke, concealing his true countenance. Yet, the palpable intensity of his anger was unmistakable. Faced with the apologies of his second uncle and Yi Yanji, he refrained from directing his ire towards them. Shin Mingxiu stifled the fury simmering within, striving to regain his composure as he bent down to assist the two men to their feet. This matter does not concern you, he declared. Had I not been drugged, how could both Yanji and I have failed to notice the fire? Clearly, there is someone intent on my demise. Bring me those responsible. I am determined to uncover who dares to threaten my life. Shin Mingxiu did not believe that anyone sought Yi Yanji's life. Rather, it was he who had been inadvertently ensnared, his own recklessness leading him to visit Yanji's quarters unaccompanied in an attempt to foster their bond, thus providing an opportunity for those who wished him harm. The elderly Lady Yi, upon witnessing the infuriated fourth prince, felt her knees weaken beneath her. Were it not for the presence of Nurse Deng, she would have collapsed to the ground. It was over. If the fourth prince were to discover that she had orchestrated the conflagration that nearly cost him his life, not only would she face dire consequences, but the entire Ho residence would be implicated as well. Trembling, the old lady tugged at Lord Ye's sleeve, and upon seeing the fear and desperation in his mother's eyes, Lord Yi steeled himself to speak. Your Highness, it is such a relief to see you unharmed. How is it that you found yourself in Yanji's quarters? It must have been an accident. Yanji likely knocked over a candle, leading to the unfortunate incident. Shin Mingxiu turned his gaze coldly towards Lord Yi, his expression icy as never before. Yi Qingyu spoke softly and indifferently. Father, His Highness has also detected the scent of the narcotic. It appears that someone has deliberately orchestrated this conflagration. The purpose will become clear through investigation. There is no need for you to be anxious. Lord Ye's words were evidently aimed at shifting the blame onto Yi Yan, hastily condemning him and interrupting Shin Mingxiu's inquiry. A hint of derision shone in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Her father was indeed Navi. Shin Mingxiu had firmly concluded that this calamity was directed at him, posing a threat to his life. How could he allow Lord Ye's mere words to cast suspicion upon Yi Yan? Until he discovered who sought his demise, he would find no peace. Lord Yi spoke in a trembling whisper, lacking conviction and confidence, yet insisted that since the incident occurred in Yi Yan's chamber, it was naturally his fault. Shin Mingxiu's eyes reflected impatience and irritation, his voice stripped of its customary gentleness. Lord Yi, you may as well remain by the side. In this small manhwa temple, I assure you, I will not let him escape. Overwhelmed by Shin Mingxiu's formidable presence, Lord Yi retreated step by step, daring not to utter another word. The flames had already been extinguished by Shin Mingxiu's guards, and everyone gathered in the main hall, awaiting the outcome. Shin Mingxiu and Yi Yan had tidied up before arriving. It seemed that sleep would elude them this night. Indeed, Shin Mingxiu's men acted swiftly. Within less than an hour, they had apprehended the culprit. Your Highness, we have captured the perpetrator. He was the one who blew the narcotic smoke into young Master Ye's chamber and set the fire. A man, bound tightly, was brought forth. Shin Mingxiu, with a composed countenance and eyes gleaming with menace, demanded, "Speak."
Who orchestrated this?
Esteemed sir, I merely accepted a payment for a task. The man pleaded. I was offered 10 taels of silver to render the occupant of the easternmost room unconscious tonight, and to overturn the candles to create the illusion of flooding. Beyond that, I truly know nothing. Furious, Shin Mingxiu slammed his palm upon the table. How dare you utter such nonsense? A matter of life and death, and you would undertake it for merely 10 taels? Seize him and administer a sound beating. Please no. I will reveal everything. It was a friend of mine who implored me to do this, promising marriage upon its completion. Fetch that person to me, Shin Mingxiu commanded. However, capturing someone in the capital would require at least half a day's journey on horseback. Despite his mounting fury, Shin Mingxiu remained cognizant of his reputation and instructed the members of the marquis' household to return to their quarters. vowing to interrogate the captured individual once they were brought before him. After a night of turmoil, as he exited the main hall, dawn had already broken. Chapter 39. Oh, is that not? Yi Qingyu had spent a sleepless night and was now so weary that she could hardly keep her eyes open. With the matter that had been weighing on her mind now resolved, she was finally able to rest peacefully. After indulging in 2 hours of deep slumber, she awoke to find that Wan Qiu had already prepared a sumptuous meal. Shortly after finishing her meal, someone sent by Shen Mingxiu arrived to summon Yi Qingyu to the main hall, indicating that they had captured someone. By the time Yi Qingyu arrived, most of the members of the marquis' residence had gathered. The old matriarch appeared haggard. Her meticulously arranged attire could not conceal the bloodshot eyes and the restless turmoil within her heart. In contrast, Yi Qingyu radiated vitality and exuberance. Having enjoyed a restful sleep and bearing no burdens as she approached the scene with a curious spirit, she cast a brief glance at her elder brother standing behind her second uncle and could not help but feel a deep admiration. She wondered how her brother had managed to involve Shen Mingxiu in this affair and then deftly placed the blame squarely on him. The old matriarch not only failed to achieve her aims, but had also inadvertently harmed herself. Truly a masterstroke. As everyone took their seats, the guards brought forth a woman. Upon seeing the woman's face, Yi Qingyu felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered her before. Oh, is that not? Yi Qingyu beside her could not restrain herself from exclaiming, only to realize the gravity of the situation and quickly fell silent. However, her voice still caught Shen Mingxiu's attention. He coldly inquired, "Does Miss Yi recognize this person?" Yi Qingyu, her delicate features etched with frost, glanced at the old matriarch with unmistakable disdain in her eyes. "This woman. I have seen her in my grandmother's courtyard." Although Yi Qingyu is known for her carefree nature, she is far from foolish. With a moment's reflection, she comprehends the intricacies of the situation, realizing that this upheaval is a plot against her elder brother. How could she possibly shield someone intent on his demise? The elderly matriarch's fierce gaze bore down upon Yi Qingyu, yet she remained undaunted. Shen Mingxiu's expression was inscrutable, his voice cold and somber, urging the old matriarch to provide an explanation. The matriarch, visibly shaken, hastily knelt, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "Your Highness, I do not recognize this person." It appeared she was unwilling to divulge the truth, but that was acceptable. It merely required some effort to investigate further. Shen Mingxiu began to grasp the nature of the affair, realizing he was inadvertently implicated. Despite this, his anger simmered. He had always been meticulous and cautious. Yet he found himself nearly ensnared by this old woman's machinations, which was infuriating. "Report to His Highness. This woman is the daughter of the matriarch's close attendant, Granny Deng," a guard announced. "Old matriarch, what further words do you have?" Shen Mingxiu demanded. The matriarch, trembling and tear-streaked, replied, "Your Highness, I have never seen this woman before. I had no knowledge she was Granny Deng's daughter. I am truly wronged. Granny Deng, what have you done? You better explain yourself to the fourth prince, or none of your family shall live." The old matriarch's voice quaked with a mixture of anguish and threat directed at Granny Deng. Granny Deng, fully aware of the intimidation, realized the fate that awaited her daughter. Despair washed over her, her face ashen, as she murmured, "I sought only the life of the young master, unaware that your Highness was also present in the chamber." In this moment, all words seem futile, as the outcome has been predetermined. Lady Deng, in a state of despondency, lowered her head. Yi Yanji spoke with a tone of indifference, inquiring how he had offended Lady Deng to warrant such a dire response. After a brief silence, Lady Deng finally replied, stating that the eldest son had repeatedly shown disrespect towards the old matriarch, which had ignited a forbidden sentiment within her. Ultimately, it all stemmed from the old matriarch's influence. Shen Mingxiu coldly interjected, asserting that it was indeed due to the old matriarch's actions. The old matriarch hastily shook her head, insisting that she was unaware of such malicious intentions from the servant, claiming that Yanji had never disrespected her. It was solely the servant's wicked heart at play. Observing her eagerness to disavow any connection, Shen Mingxiu's expression turned scornful. How could he not recognize that the entire scheming was orchestrated by the old matriarch? Merely placing the blame on the servant? Indeed, the old matriarch was adept at managing her subordinates, feigning ignorance when questioned. With clarity dawning, Shen Mingxiu grew weary of entangling himself with his family. He turned his cold gaze towards the old matriarch, his voice frosty. declaring that today he had witnessed the true venom of a woman's heart, and he would certainly report this matter to his father. With a dramatic flourish of his sleeve, he strode away. Upon hearing Shin Mingxiu's words, the old matriarch collapsed, realizing her impending doom. Given the gravity of the situation, it was ill-advised to remain at Manhwa Temple. The party hurriedly returned to the. As they arrived, the old matriarch fainted, and Yi Qingyu looked at the unconscious Lady Yi being carried into the residence, her eyes glimmering with derision. Meanwhile, the second uncle wore a frosty demeanor, his eyes filled with unbridled resentment. There is no place more comfortable than one's own cozy abode. Upon returning to the Wan Yen pavilion, Yi Qingyu reclined languidly on the imperial couch, blissfully closing her eyes. Due to the lack of restful sleep at the temple, she had dined early and retired for the night. The following day, while enjoying her breakfast, she noticed Nian Chun hurriedly entering the room.
Miss, something has happened.
The second master has summoned the clan elders. They intend to partition the family, Nian Chun exclaimed. Yi Qingyu leisurely sipped her porridge, her expression betraying no surprise. Observing her mistress's calm demeanor, Nian Chun suddenly realized, Miss, you must have known about this all along, haven't you? Yi Qingyu offered a gentle smile, acknowledging her suspicions. Her second uncle was not someone who could be easily trifled with, and the recent events had certainly crossed his threshold of tolerance. Nian Chun nodded in agreement, scoffing coldly. Indeed, even the most good-natured person would not allow themselves to be slaughtered. The marquis and the old lady have gone too far this time. Attempting to eliminate the eldest son is utterly outrageous. Lan Xiu furrowed her brow and lightly tapped Nian Chun's head, admonishing, be quiet. She then turned her gaze towards Yi Qingyu. Realizing her blunder, Nian Chun flustered, Miss, I spoke out of turn. I deserve punishment. Yi Qingyu dismissed her concern with indifference. It matters not, just refrain from speaking of it in front of others. Nian Chun exhaled deeply, relieved to see her mistress unfazed by the marquis and the old lady. Yet a tinge of worry crept into her heart. Let us go to the ancestral hall, Yi Qingyu declared after finishing her meal, cleansing her hands, and smoothing her dress before making her way towards the ancestral hall. When Yi Qingyu arrived, the ancestral hall was already filled with people. Upon seeing her enter, Lord Ye's already darkened countenance grew even more forbidding. What brings you here? He demanded, his voice laced with ire. Yi Qingyu offered a slight bow and responded coolly. I came to see what commotion has unfolded. Madame Wu waved her hand at her. Qingyu, come and sit with us. Though the family of her second uncle harbored disdain for Lord Yi, they treated Yi Qingyu with kindness. Since everyone is present, let us commence, her second uncle stated in a cold tone. Chapter 40. The division of the family today. The clan elder has been invited to address the matter of the second branch separating and establishing their own residence. The clan elder, feeling a sense of exasperation, sighed in resignation. The second branch, what troubles are you brewing now? Just recently, we navigated through the issue of adoption, and now you bring forth the topic of division once more. Is this a trivial matter to be trifled with? The second master, his countenance dark, seethed with fury. Clan uncle, this family must be divided today. If our second branch is an eyesore to you, Lord Yi, we shall take our leave. It is better than to exhaust ourselves daily in fear that the title may fall upon our heads. I have no desire for such a title, nor does Yen desire to inherit a title that will diminish to commoner status in a generation. If the second branch still fails to recognize the gravity of the situation, it may very well cost me my life. Lord Yi, his face clouded with anger, retorted with a fierce growl, Second master, cease your nonsensical talk. When have I ever sought Yen's life? The second master scoffed coldly. You may not have acted directly, but isn't your mother aiding you? Is her involvement not sufficient? Second master, be mindful of your demeanor. She is your legitimate mother.
Ha!
Do you not find it amusing, Lord Yi, that you claim this? When have you ever not regarded us as rivals vying for your title? The clan elder, discerning the underlying tension in their exchange, slammed his hand on the table in anger. How dare you, Qin family, lay hands on Yen? Outrageous. With a darkened expression, Lord Yi clarified, it was not my mother, but rather it was Nurse Deng who acted. Without her command, a servant dares not lay a hand on her master. The clan elder sighed deeply, eldest. Are you aware of your actions? The current state of the marquis' residence is precarious. We ought to stand united. Yet you allow your confused mother to jeopardize the future of the house. Truly, you are misguided. The The Marquis of Yi fell silent, for he was acutely aware of the implications this matter held for the estate. However, he harbored a long-standing apprehension towards his second brother's family. As long as he could preserve the title of Marquis from being usurped by the second branch, he could maintain a semblance of dignity. Thus he refrained from opposing his mother. Seeing the Marquis's expression, the clan uncle, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, lamented helplessly, "Second, are you truly intent on establishing a separate household?" "Indeed, I ask for your consent, clan uncle," the second master replied earnestly. The clan elder, weary and disinclined to argue further, consented. "Very well, if that is your wish, so be it. Dividing the household is quite straightforward." As a son born of a concubine, the second master could not claim much of the family fortune, most of which belonged to the legitimate heir, the Marquis of Yi. The second master was indifferent to such trifles. His primary concern was securing the deed of separation, which would ensure that he and the Marquis's residence would henceforth be two distinct entities, devoid of any ties. After all, the late Marquis had long departed, and the matriarch of the Yi family was not his biological mother. Thus, he bore no responsibility for the care of his parents. The Marquis had long anticipated the separation of the second branch, yet now that the matter had come to fruition, he felt little joy. Upon exiting the ancestral hall, Yi Qingya grasped Yi Qingyu's hand and whispered, "We shall be moving out in a couple of days. Once our new home is arranged, I will send someone to invite you over." "So soon?" Yi Qingyu was aware that the second branch would eventually separate. She anticipated their departure, yet she did not expect it to occur so swiftly. "Have you found a suitable residence?" she inquired. "Indeed, my father has long contemplated this division, having purchased a courtyard last year. In the coming days, we shall pack our belongings and depart," came the response. Yi Qingyu nodded, feeling a sense of relief at their early exit. "Well then, take your time to prepare. I shall await your correspondence." Returning to her own quarters, Yi Qingya had already begun organizing their possessions since their father had instructed them to do so the previous night. They had made considerable progress, and soon they would load some items to be sent to their new abode. Upon arriving at the Wan Yen Pavilion, Yi Qingyu made her way to her private treasury, searching for an appropriate housewarming gift for her uncle's family. Wan Xiao observed the young lady's enthusiastic selection of presents, her heart heavy with concern. "Miss, I cannot shake my worries," she murmured. Picking up a set of ruby-encrusted tableware, Yi Qingyu inquired nonchalantly, "What troubles you?" With a sigh, Wan Xiao's face contorted in worry. "Now that the second lord's family is moving away, the entire marquis will lack protection for you. What shall you do?" Setting aside the ruby tableware, Yi Qingyu picked up a painting of pine and cypress trees. "Do not fret. Your mistress can safeguard you, as well as herself."
"But
"You will have no one to converse with," Wan Xiao lamented.
how can that be?"
"You and the others will still be here," Yi Qingyu replied with a gentle smile. "Moreover, Qingya is not leaving the capital. If I wish to see her, it is merely a short carriage ride away." In the late autumn, after a moment's hesitation, Wan Xiao finally spoke her mind. "Miss, I am concerned about the old lady." Yi Qingyu set down the scroll in her hands, a fleeting chill passing through her eyes. "If she wished to live well, she would not provoke me any further. Enough of that, there is no need to worry.
Come.
Help me select some elegant items for Qing, which I shall send to her in a few days." Nianshuan hurriedly entered. Miss, the old lady has awakened."
"Oh,
"How timely," Yi Qingyu remarked, a slight smirk gracing her lips, laced with irony. "The Marquis has gone to Chunhui Hall, and even Yishuwen is there. Miss you." Nianshuan trailed off. Yi Qingyu leisurely rose, setting down her delicate hairpin. "As the only granddaughter of my grandmother residing in the Marquis's residence, how could I not go? Let us proceed." With graceful steps, Yi Qingyu entered Chunhui Hall, where the Marquis was seated by the bed, gazing with satisfaction at Yishuwen, who was feeding the old lady her medicine. At the foot of the bed stood Lu Qianqian and her daughter, both wearing expressions of delight. Yi Qingyu's cold demeanor shifted to one of anxious contrition as she swiftly approached the bedside, her gentle voice filled with remorse. "Grandmother, your granddaughter has arrived late. How could I trouble young Master Yi, a guest, with such matters? Allow me to take over. Serving my grandmother is my duty as a granddaughter." As she spoke, Yi Qingyu reached to take the medicine from Yi Shuwen's hands. Startled by her sudden appearance, Yi Shuwen instinctively recoiled, inadvertently spilling some of the medicine onto the old lady. "Get out, you wretched child. Do not let me see you again." The elderly matriarch, who had visibly improved in demeanor, found her joy plummeting to despair upon the sudden appearance of Yi Qingyu. The tender and warm atmosphere was abruptly shattered by her intrusion, inciting a fierce wrath within Lord Yi. Wretched girl, your grandmother is gravely ill, and yet you still provoke her. Startled, Yi Qingyu recoiled, her expression laden with indignation. Father, I merely came to attend to grandmother's illness, with no other intention. Lu Qianqian's eyes glimmered with a sense of triumph as she spoke. Cousin, you have already caused our great-aunt to faint from distress. She has just regained consciousness, and you choose to upset her again. You are well aware that she does not wish to see you. Why do you persist in provoking her before grandmother? Chapter 41. Imperial Edict. Yi Qingyu scoffed and spoke.
What is my cousin saying?
How does grandmother's illness concern me? Her cousin, Chen Yining, appeared gentle but reproached her. Qingyu, it was Qianqian who misspoke. Look at how ill your grandmother is. Your sudden appearance startled her. It seems she does not wish to see you. Yi Qingyu felt quite aggrieved. That cannot be true. Did grandmother not say she loves her granddaughter the most? How could she not wish to see me? Grandmother, have you forgotten your own words? You said you cherished your granddaughter, and I, concerned for your health, thought that if you woke to see me, you would recover more swiftly. Is that not so? She turned to Lord Yi. Father, although young Master Yi is a distant relative, it is rather inappropriate to trouble him with grandmother's care, as he is a guest. I acted out of haste and inadvertently startled her. You. The old lady coughed incessantly, agitated by Yi Qingyu's words, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Lord Ye's countenance darkened as he contemplated countering Yi Qingyu's assertions, yet found no grounds to do so. After all, Yi Qingyu was unaware of Xuan's true identity and only regarded him as a guest. Her reaction was entirely justified, with no fault on her part. Since you acknowledge your mistake, why do you not take your leave? Yi Qingyu's expression faltered, but among the younger generation, I am the only daughter in the residence. Is it not my duty to attend to grandmother? Must father personally serve her? As Chen Yining noticed the furious expression on Lord Ye's face, she hastily intervened. Qingyu, your father is preoccupied with official matters. Regarding your grandmother's illness, your cousin and your younger sister are sufficient. We are merely residing in the estate and ought to express our gratitude in some manner. Did you hear that? You are not needed here, so be gone. Lord Yi said sternly, his face a thunderous shade. With a crestfallen expression, Yi Qingyu replied, Yes, daughter will take her leave. Exiting the Chunwei Hall, Yi Qingyu wore a sorrowful countenance, standing outside, gazing despondently at the hall. The servants observed her diminutive figure and pallid, expressionless face with pity.
Oh,
how unfortunate our young lady is. She came with a heart full of filial piety to tend to her grandmother, only to be dismissed. Indeed, the young lady's devotion to the matriarch and the Lord is truly commendable. Her grandmother's illness has nothing to do with her, yet she faces reproach. How cruel. A few days ago, the entire marquis was imprisoned, and it was the young lady, a mere girl, who tirelessly worked to clear our names. Yet even so, she remains unrecognized by the matriarch and the Lord. Alas, who can blame her? The young lady's maternal family is of noble standing, and since childhood, she has been looked down upon by the matriarch and the Lord. Listening to the servant's discourse, Yi Qingyu's face remained etched with disappointment and sorrow. She sighed deeply and turned to head back to Wanyan Pavilion. At that moment, a royal decree was announced. By order of His Majesty, Qingyuan Marquis, Qin family, heed the summons. Yi Qingyu halted in her tracks, swiftly stepping aside. It appears that Xin Mingxiu has indeed gone to the emperor to lodge a complaint, which is quite astonishing. Given Xin Mingxiu's typically restrained nature, he has never acted in such a manner before. It seems that the old matriarch has truly provoked him beyond measure. Yi Qingyu gazed pensively at the flustered and assisted out Yi matriarch, feeling an unexpected flicker of delight. Your servant acknowledges the decree. This old one acknowledges the decree. Both spoke with trepidation, their faces pale. The emperor's edict declared that the Duke of Qingyuan would be stripped of all official positions, and the Qin family would have their titles revoked. So it is decreed. The Yi lord was rendered speechless. This was impossible. The old matriarch fainted once more. The eunuch, maintaining a composed demeanor, impatiently remarked, Duke Qingyu, why do you not accept the decree? Do you intend to defy the emperor's will? The Yi lord gritted his teeth and replied, Your servant acknowledges the decree. Humph. I shall take my leave. The eunuch departed leisurely. Yi Qingyu quickly stepped forward, presenting a sachet to the eunuch. My father and grandmother are in shock. I hope you will not hold it against them. The eunuch weighed the sachet and chuckled. Miss Yi is truly reasonable. She is indeed the granddaughter of the Duke. Your kind words flatter me. I shall see you out, esteemed eunuch. Yi Qingyu graciously escorted the decree-bearing eunuch out of the marquis before returning to her evening smoke pavilion to gather her belongings and make her way to the Duke's residence. The spring sunshine hall was already in disarray. The old matriarch had fainted, and a doctor was hastily summoned. The Yi Lord now held not even a sixth-rank official title, completely stripped of all positions. It was easy to envision that it would not be long before he became the laughingstock of the capital, and the residence of the Duke of Qingyuan would become fodder for gossip over tea and meals. How could this have happened? Chen Yining gazed at the despondent Lord Yi, offering gentle reassurances in a soft voice. Cousin, this is merely a temporary setback. Things will surely improve in the future. Lord Ye's voice was hoarse as he replied, Given my current predicament, what future could possibly await me? In a soothing tone, Chen Yining comforted him. In my eyes, cousin, you are the most formidable. This is but a fleeting challenge. The Emperor may have only heard a one-sided account, leading to your demotion. These circumstances are transient. She continued softly, her eyes glimmering with a unique light. The Emperor is aging. As long as you have the merit of a dragon's contribution, regaining your position could happen overnight. Her words struck a chord with Lord Yi, who responded, Yining, thank you. Yet, with my current standing, which prince would ever take notice of me? Chen Yining smiled. Cousin, do not forget your status. You are the son-in-law of the Duke of the State. With that title, there will be no shortage of princes eager to ally with you. Furthermore, there is something you may be unaware of. His Highness the Fourth Prince holds a peculiar fondness for Qianqian. Had it not been for Qianqian interceding on your behalf to the Fourth Prince during this debacle, the consequences could have been far graver than mere demotion. Since learning that her daughter had formed an acquaintance with the Fourth Prince, who had previously regarded Yi Qingyu with indifference, the fact that he now showed genuine concern for her daughter signaled a stroke of fortune. To further solidify her standing in Lord Ye's eyes, she fabricated a narrative that it was Lu Qianqian who had approached Shinmingxiu to plead for leniency, thus ensuring the preservation of the Duke's household. As long as this favor is bestowed, who would dare to show disrespect to them in the marquis in the future? Once she becomes the marquis's wife and her daughter marries into the estate of the Fourth Prince, the entire marquis will surely bend to her will. Lord Yi regarded Chen Yining with a mixture of skepticism and hope. Is it truly so? Has Qianqian caught the eye of the Fourth Prince? Chen Yining wore an expression of pride, declaring that on that day at Manhwa Temple, it was indeed to see Qianqian that His Highness had come, inadvertently disrupting the plans of her cousin and aunt. Lord Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement.
How could this be?
As long as we align ourselves with the Fourth Prince, all else pales in comparison. If, in the future, the Fourth Prince ascends to the throne, it will be the dawn of our marquisite's rise. Well done, Yining. You have given birth to a wonderful daughter. Haha. Our marquis is saved. Quickly have Qianqian introduce me to the Fourth Prince and pledge our allegiance to him. Chapter 42. Cousin Chen Yining comforted. Cousin, please do not be anxious. His Highness is still in a fit of pique. It would be prudent to wait until he has regained his composure to discuss matters further. Lord Yi, wearing an apologetic smile, conceded, Indeed, I have been rather hasty. Upon observing that Lord Yi no longer wished to meet with the Fourth Prince, Chen Yining finally felt a sense of relief. She realized it was imperative to teach her daughter the art of winning the Fourth Prince's affections. Chen Yining's gaze shifted towards her children in the distance, her resolve growing ever stronger. Within half a day, the scandal of the Qingyuan marquis's household spread throughout the capital. Although the second master and his family were preoccupied with moving, they still caught wind of the rumors. After a full day of relocation, the second branch had settled into their new abode. Hearing the whispers from outside, the second master wore a scornful expression, lamenting the disgrace. How utterly shameful. Our ancestors' modest fortune is being squandered by that mother and son duo. Yi Qingya pouted. It's fortunate we have separated. We are no longer tied to the marquis's household. Alas, it is my elder sister who must endure the consequences. Madame Wu sighed, expressing sympathy for Qingyu. What misfortune that she has such an indifferent father. There is no need for concern, mother. With the support of the Duke's residence, no one would dare to look down upon her, Yi Yanji reassured. Madame Wu nodded, hoping that would indeed be the case. Qingya, once we have settled in, we should invite your elder sister to stay with us for a while. Yi Qingya scoffed.
As if I needed you to suggest that.
Observing the worried and tender expressions of his mother and sister, Yi Yanji exchanged a knowing glance with his father. If mother and my sister were to learn of the current situation in the Qingyuan marquis, would they be startled by the considerable efforts my cousin has made? Upon arriving at the Duke's residence, Yi Qingyu fortuitously encountered her hurried Aunt Su, who was just about to depart. The moment Su noticed Yi Qingyu alighting from the carriage, her anxious demeanor softened somewhat. "Qing, come, let your aunt see you. Is there anything the matter? I was planning to visit the marquis to check on you," she said affectionately, grasping Yi Qingyu's hand and scrutinizing her expression, fearing any signs of distress or discontent. The entirety of the capital had been abuzz with the gossip that Qing was not favored in the marquis, her status even lower than that of a distant relative. Countless individuals had been whispering about her behind closed doors. Sue's thoughts lingered on this, yet her words flowed gently, like a soft breeze, as she wished to spare Yi Qingyu from any emotional turmoil. Yi Qingyu was well aware of the rumors circulating in the capital, for she had intentionally allowed them to spread. How could she be oblivious? Nevertheless, she felt a twinge of guilt for causing her aunt such concern. "Aunt, I am quite well. My cousin is to participate in the imperial examination in a few days, and I shall be staying here to accompany him to the examination grounds," Yi Qingyu replied with a bright and melodious smile, her expression radiating joy and contentment, showing no hint of distress. Seeing her genuinely cheerful demeanor, Su felt a sense of relief, perhaps oblivious to the rumors outside, which was perhaps for the best. Continuing, Yi Qingyu reassured her, "Aunt, I know you worry that I might be affected by the idle gossip. Fear not, I am the one who permitted these words to circulate. How could I possibly care?" Su was taken aback, gazing at Yi Qingyu in confusion. "Qing, what do you intend to do?" Having observed some changes in Qing over the past few days, she noticed that the girl no longer sought to curry favor with the elderly matriarch of the Ho family. However, deliberately tarnishing her own reputation and that of the Ho family could plunge their honor into turmoil. What would happen if her biased father discovered this? Yi Qingyu smiled radiantly, like the sun at dawn, yet her smile bore an icy veneer. "Aunt, rest assured, I am fully aware of my limits. I simply dislike residing in that place and wish to sever all ties with that family." Su widened her eyes, stunned into silence for a moment. "Qing, please do not act recklessly. If you have intentions, you can discuss them with your maternal grandfather or your third aunt. We will certainly assist you. By tarnishing your own reputation, you cannot simply leave the Ho family. My dear child, why do you not consult us before making such decisions?" Su was genuinely concerned, contemplating how to mitigate the repercussions of this situation. Yi Qingyu gently grasped Su's arm, her face aglow with a brilliant smile, her eyes sparkling with joy like stars. "Aunt, you need not worry. Outside, people are sympathizing with me and feeling pity for my plight. The blame falls upon the Ho family. I am the most wretched of all, which is rather advantageous. The Ho family has treated me poorly, and in the future, when I sever ties with them, I shall not be subject to criticism." After pondering for a moment, Su still shook her head in disagreement. "Even so, this could adversely affect your future marriage prospects. It is still inappropriate. Perhaps it would be wise to consult your grandfather. Your desire to distance yourself from the marquis' residence is not a matter to be taken lightly. It cannot be resolved with mere whispers and rumors. You are still young and do not grasp the intricacies of these affairs. Allow us to handle such matters while you focus on being the young lady you are meant to be." Yi Qingyu shook her head. "Aunt San, please do not inform grandfather. I assure you, I can manage this on my own. Should I encounter any difficulties, I will confide in you. There is no need for concern. I have matured and have perceived the true nature of those within the marquis' estate. I understand what actions I must take. As for my marriage, it is hardly within our purview to decide." Upon hearing her words, Su Shi fell silent, observing her resolute demeanor and letting out a gentle sigh. "Very well, I understand. Our family's children are all of a determined nature. When they set their minds to something, no one can deter them. Just ensure you exercise caution, and should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek your aunt's assistance." Yi Qingyu nodded, her spirits visibly lifted. "By the way, Aunt San, do you have any news of Cousin C?" Her smile waned slightly, for this was the primary reason for her visit. "Cousin Gu Yuancheng is the second son of my maternal uncle and aunt, having spent his childhood in the northern frontier and not having resided in the capital for long." Though Yi Qingyu was not well acquainted with him, she recalled that during her mother's passing, her uncle and elder cousin were unable to return to the capital, while Cousin C had rushed back. She vividly remembered that spirited young man, his eyes sparkling like stars, his laughter bright and warm, speaking to her in soft tones as if to avoid startling her. Farewell marked the day of her marriage. At that time, he had quarreled with his family over a woman and had vanished with her, the whereabouts unknown. Nevertheless, he attended her wedding banquet, appearing despondent and listless, devoid of the spirited charm and pride that once radiated from him like a small sun. To this day, she remains oblivious to the trials he endured. All she knows is that he ultimately perished on the battlefield, his remains wrapped in horsehide alongside her uncle and cousin. Su paused momentarily, contemplating, before she spoke. Yuan Chen. According to Huai, he intends to return soon. He will undoubtedly make it back before the next match, likely within these few days. Chapter 43. Cooking in person. Yi Qingyu lowered her head, the smile at the corners of her mouth gradually fading, the emotions in her eyes surging. When she lifted her gaze, her expression had become composed. I have never met my uncle and aunt, nor do I recall what my cousin looks like. Yi Qingyu spoke with a hint of sorrow, while Su Shi gently patted her head, offering soft reassurances. Your uncle's family is stationed at the border. They cannot return to the capital without the emperor's decree. Once the northern territories are pacified, they shall return. Yi Qingyu nodded faintly, yet her mind wandered elsewhere. Though her uncle could not return to the capital, she could venture to the northern lands. This year's spring was anything but peaceful. Yi Qingyu blinked, the icy chill in her eyes vanishing in an instant. Mother, your son has returned. Gu Huai's warm and deep voice resonated from outside, and as he spoke, a figure appeared at the doorway, pushing a wheelchair and entering slowly. Upon seeing Yi Qingyu, Gu Huai exhibited no surprise, as if he had anticipated her presence.
Su Shi,
upon recognizing the occupant of the wheelchair, promptly urged Yi Qingyu to rise and pay her respects. I have met His Highness, the Prince of Chu. Shen Yanli, clad in a dark brocade robe, possessed a handsome visage that displayed an air of tranquility. Even seated in the wheelchair, he maintained a tall and straight posture, reminiscent of a towering pine or bamboo. He spoke softly, his voice as clear and cool as a mountain spring. Madam need not be overly formal. Huai shall enter the fray in 3 days. I have come to see him, and I hope to not impose. Su smiled and said, Oh, it is indeed a blessing for His Highness to grace us with your presence. Yi Qingyu gazed at Shen Yanli with a gentle smile, her eyes shimmering with warmth. How have you been lately, Your Highness? Shen Yanli maintained a serene demeanor, his voice a cool and deep timbre infused with a hint of warmth.
Monsieur.
I trust you are faring well. Yi Qingyu's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. I am quite well. Thank you. I hope you liked the token of gratitude I sent earlier? Shen Yanli momentarily lost his composure, slowly responding. Monsieur's gift was indeed quite precious and delightful. He was taken aback by Yi Qingyu's amiable attitude, which momentarily flustered him. Seemingly oblivious to his aloofness, Yi Qingyu continued to beam at him, causing Shen Yanli to feel increasingly uneasy. He lightly clasped his hands, inwardly wondering if there was something amiss with his attire, as her gaze lingered on him. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyu was contemplating how to cultivate a closer relationship with him. She intended to thwart Shen Mingxiu's ambitions and obstruct his ascension to the throne. This endeavor could not be achieved solely with the support of the Duke of the State. She required formidable allies. In her previous life, the former Crown Prince Shen Yanli was an excellent candidate, and with his legs restored, he posed a significant threat even to the ascending Shen Mingxiu. His rise could jeopardize Shen Mingxiu's chances of a smooth coronation. Moreover, Cousin Sand is a companion to the Prince of Chu, and they have shared a close friendship since childhood. Should he form an alliance with the prince, even if he harbors no desire for the throne himself, he could choose another to ascend, provided that individual is not Shen Mingxiu, who it maybe matters not to him. Contemplating this, Yi Qingyu's gaze toward Shen Yanli softened further, causing Gu Huaiji, who stood nearby, to feel a tingle of discomfort. What is the matter with my little cousin today? Has she been unexpectedly captivated by the visage of the prince? Is she not infatuated with the fourth prince? Coughing lightly, he said, Cousin, if there is nothing else, I shall escort His Highness the Prince to my residence. Yi Qingyu returned to her senses, realizing she had been staring, her fair cheeks tinged with a rosy hue.
Ah.
Yes. By the way, does His Highness wish to stay for lunch? I could personally prepare a few dishes for you to sample. Gu Huaiji and Su Shi exchanged astonished glances at Yi Qingyu's unexpected declaration. When did she ever venture into the kitchen? Shen Yanli also appeared taken aback. You cook? Yi Qingyu nodded confidently. Does His Highness wish to stay and taste my creations? Xin Yanli found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to remain. Yi Qingyu interpreted his silence as consent and, brimming with excitement, declared, Then, Your Highness, why not accompany cousin to the study? I shall call for you once the meal is ready. Gu Huaizhi nudged Xin Yanli out of Mingxin Hall, leading him toward his own quarters. Your Highness, do not blame me for not warning you. My cousin has never cooked before, so prepare yourself mentally. Xin Yanli responded with a low, melodious hum. His voice rich and clear, accompanied by a soft chuckle. It is to be expected. She is a young lady of noble birth, and such skills are not requisite. Gu Huai's laughter carried a hint of mockery. Are you pleased? Did you come to find me solely for her? Xin Yanli replied with utmost seriousness, his demeanor indifferent yet tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Nonsense. I am here merely to see if you possess the confidence to secure the top position. Gu Huai did not argue with him. Instead, he nodded with an agreeable smile. Indeed, I am grateful for your concern, Your Highness. I shall certainly strive to emerge victorious. Xin Yanli, upon hearing his laughter, chose to disregard him. Su Shi observed Yi Qingyu in the kitchen, seemingly intent on cooking. She hurriedly intervened. Qingyu, you need only supervise. You are hardly familiar with these tasks. Su Shi, well aware of Yi Qingyu's inexperience, recognized that she had never set foot in a kitchen. As a pampered young lady, she was unaccustomed to such endeavors. If she were to inadvertently create something that might harm His Royal Highness, it would indeed be a grave transgression for their noble house. Yi Qingyu understood her aunt's concerns. In her previous life, she had indeed known nothing about cooking, having never entered a kitchen. However, she was someone who had been reborn. In order to marry Shen Mingxiu, she had learned to prepare his favorite dishes. Upon entering the residence of the fourth prince, she had devoted herself daily to preparing meals for him, yet all her earnest efforts had been met with ingratitude. With a gentle smile, Yi Qingyu reassured Su Shi, Aunt, please just observe. Should I encounter any difficulties, I will seek your guidance. Besides, there are plenty of cooks here. You need not worry. I shall only prepare a few simple home-cooked dishes. Su Shi could not dissuade her and ultimately allowed her to proceed, albeit anxiously watching from the side. Fearful that Yi Qingyu might accidentally injure herself, gradually realized that her concerns were unfounded. Qingyu was not merely showing off. She truly possessed the skills required. Although she had prepared only a few simple dishes, it was evident that this was not her first attempt. Yi Qingyu presented 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, chun, winter melon with fresh ingredients, crispy braised meat, and sweet and sour fish. When the dishes were served, Gu Huai looked utterly astonished that they were crafted by Yi Qingyu. Cousin, I invested considerable effort to master these, she said. Please do have a taste, Your Highness. Yi Qingyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Xin Yanli. He glanced at her gently and fulfilled her wish by picking up a piece of the chun. The flavor was perfectly balanced, and it tasted delightful. Chapter 44. Seeking grandfather's approval. Gu Huai looked at the dish with a face full of skepticism, questioning, Is this for real? Your Highness, you wouldn't be merely being polite, would you? To his surprise, there was no peculiar or off-putting taste. Yi Qingyu, feeling a sense of pride, observed him and remarked, Cousin, my culinary skills are quite palatable. Wouldn't you agree? Gu Huai nodded in affirmation, while Su Shi expressed her delight, exclaiming, Our Qingqing has truly grown up. She can now cook for herself. I wonder which fortunate young man will be blessed to marry such a virtuous and delightful girl. Gu Huai cast a subtle glance at Xin Yanli, who remained unfazed, calmly enjoying his meal. After dinner, Gu Huai accompanied Xin Yanli outside, and Su Shi, with a conflicted expression, gazed at Yi Qingyu. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she finally inquired, Qingqing, what's going on today? Su Shi hesitated, her face etched with concern. Although she held no affection for the fourth prince and did not wish for Qingqing to marry the hypocritical Shen Mingxiu, she acknowledged that Prince Chu was of noble character and quite amiable. However, his physical limitations posed the greatest challenge. Should Qingqing wed him, it would require her constant care. Sighing, she lamented, why can't his condition be remedied? Unaware of her aunt's thoughts, Yi Qingyu smiled and replied, Previously, His Highness the Prince of Chu saved me, and I felt that sending a few gifts as a token of gratitude was rather insufficient. Today, with this opportunity, I thought to prepare a meal as a way to express my appreciation for his life-saving grace. Naturally, she could not reveal her true intentions, So she resorted to this explanation instead. Sue let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not the case that she had caught the eye of the king of Chu. Being a royal consort was no easy feat, and everyone wished for Qingqing to marry into a respectable family, one of equal standing, where she could lead a peaceful and joyful life. 3 days later, the family rose early to accompany Gu Huai to the examination hall. Even the duke had taken leave from the emperor to personally escort his grandson. However, her cousin had still not returned. Yi Qingyu gazed with anticipation at her third cousin, who entered the examination hall among the throngs of people. This time, devoid of the misfortunes from her past life, her cousin would surely achieve remarkable success and embark on a prosperous career, fulfilling his aspirations. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, they had barely settled down when a report came from outside. Duke, the fourth young master has returned. Upon hearing this, the Duke's face lit up with joy. Chun'er has come back. As he spoke, the Duke rose to greet him. Yi Qingyu followed closely behind. Yet her expression lacked the other's elation, revealing a hint of worry in her eyes. Grandfather, Chun'er has returned, a robust male voice echoed, traversing through the halls, drawing nearer. Soon, a striking young man clad in black attire approached swiftly. Upon seeing his grandfather with graying hair, Gu Yuancheng knelt before the Duke with a thud. His clear, deep voice trembled slightly as he said, "Grandfather, your unfilial grandson has come to see you." The Duke's eyes misted over as he bent down to help Gu Yuancheng to his feet. "Good boy, rise. Let your grandfather take a good look at you. You have grown and become quite sturdy," the Duke said, patting his fourth grandson's solid back, his face brimming with delight. Seeing his grandfather in good health, his father could rest assured. "I am in excellent health," he said. "Come, I have met your second and third aunts." Gu Yuancheng bowed respectfully to greet the two aunts, expressing his regret at having returned too late to accompany his third brother to the examination hall. Su Shi, with a beaming smile, replied, "What does it matter? You have returned, which means you can bring him out afterwards." Gu Yuancheng's face lit up with a radiant smile as he agreed, "Indeed, aunt." The Duke hurriedly pulled Yi Qingyu closer, saying, "Qingqing, this is your fourth cousin. Do you remember him?" Yi Qingyu smiled gently, her voice soft and melodious. "Of course. I remember I have met my fourth cousin." Gu Yuanqing smiled and remarked, "Cousin, you are looking more and more beautiful." At that moment, a soft and timid yet melodious voice unexpectedly broke the air. "Brother Chen." Everyone's gaze turned towards a delicate young woman in a white dress standing shyly not far behind Gu Yuanqing. The gentle spring breeze caressed her, making her appear as if she might be swept away at any moment. The smile that lingered at the corner of Yi Qingyu's mouth gradually faded, and a hint of coldness emerged in her beautiful, clear eyes. She had indeed made her appearance. Xia Wanyue, the very woman for whom her fourth cousin had clashed with the Duke's household. The smile on the Duke's face vanished as he inquired, "Chun'er, who is this young lady?" Gu Yuanchen gazed into the depths of Xia Wanyue's eyes, filled with tender affection, and to his surprise, a faint blush graced his resolute and handsome visage. "Grandfather, this is Wanyue. On my journey home, I encountered peril and nearly lost my life, but fortunately, Wanyue came to my rescue. Otherwise, you would not see me again." Xia Wanyue timidly offered her greetings. Commoner pays respects to the Duke of the State. And to the two esteemed ladies. Su Shi scrutinized Xia Wanyue from head to toe, then spoke with a hint of indifference. "Let us return to Mingxin Hall to converse. Standing in the courtyard seems rather unbecoming." The group proceeded to Mingxin Hall, where Xia Wanyue, appearing frightened, nestled close to Gu Yuanchen, casting timid glances at the unfamiliar faces before her. In a fleeting moment, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in her eyes. Yi Qingyu accurately discerned the unusual expression within her gaze and smirked coldly, realizing that she was indeed not an ordinary individual. "Fourth cousin, has this Miss Xia accompanied you to the capital in search of relatives? If there is any assistance we can provide, Miss Xia should feel free to speak up. You have saved my fourth cousin. You are indeed a benefactor of our Duke's household." Yi Qingyu rose and took a seat beside Xia Wanyue. "Miss Xia, you are truly beautiful. There are many lovely women in the capital, yet I have never encountered one as ethereal and unique as you. May I inquire how old you are this year?" Seeing Yi Qingyu's warm smile, Xia Wanyue felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. "I am 16 this year." Yi Qingyu beamed even more sweetly. "I am 2 years your senior. May I call you Sister Xia?" "You may call me Qingyu." Xia Wanyue, pleased by Yi Qingyu's evident fondness for her, shyly replied, "That would be wonderful." Among those present, everyone except Gu Yuancheng noticed Yi Qingyu's unusual behavior. She had never been so amiable towards others unless they were close to her. With strangers, she always maintained a distant and indifferent demeanor, laced with pride. Gu Yuancheng felt a surge of joy upon witnessing Yi Qingyu's warmth towards Xia Wanyu, his expression beaming with delight. Qingyu, it is truly wonderful that you can befriend Wanyu. You can help her acclimate to Kyoto. She is all alone, without any family or friends. Gu Yuancheng then turned to the Duke. Grandfather, you cannot imagine the peril I faced on my journey home. I encountered a band of mountain bandits, and my guards perished fighting to protect me. Although I managed to escape, I sustained severe injuries. Fortunately, I met Wanyu, who was also heading to Kyoto in search of a livelihood. She tended to my wounds, allowing me to survive this ordeal. Grandfather, I wish to take Wanyu as my wife, and I humbly ask for your blessing. Chapter 45. Sister Xia, what are your thoughts? Gu Yuancheng spoke resolutely as he knelt down, his expression one of unwavering determination. The Duke's countenance darkened instantly, his voice stern. Gu Yuancheng, do you realize the gravity of your words? With steadfast conviction, Gu Yuancheng replied, Grandfather, I am aware. I shall go to the Yin family and break off the engagement. The Duke slammed his hand on the table, his anger palpable as veins throbbed at his temples. Since you remember that you are already betrothed, how dare you utter such statements? Do you not comprehend that your return signifies your impending marriage to the young lady of the Yin family? The date has already been set, and now you wish to renege on your vows. Do you desire to tarnish the Duke's reputation? Gu Yuancheng held his head high, a flicker of remorse in his eyes, yet his resolve remained unshaken. I have wronged Miss Yin, and I shall seek her forgiveness. However, Wanyu saved me, and we have shared an intimate bond. I must marry her to take responsibility. As a man, it is my duty. Yi Qingyu observed the charged atmosphere before her, recalling that a similar scene must have unfolded in her previous life. Yet, she had not been present to witness it. Her maternal grandfather had always been irritable, and her fourth cousin was stubbornly resolute, making it conceivable that he might leave home over this matter. Eager to defuse the tension, Yi Qingyu interjected, Grandfather, please do not be angry. Fourth cousin wishes to marry Sister Xia, but he must first obtain her consent. Fourth cousin, have you sought Sister Xia's thoughts on this matter? Gu Yuancheng hesitated, realizing that he had indeed not consulted Wanyu, yet their intimate connection compelled him to feel that he ought to wed her. Yi Qingyu, with a smile illuminating her face, inquired of Xia Wanyu, Sister Xia, have you considered that my fourth cousin intends to marry you? He is already engaged, and his return signifies his intention to fulfill that marriage. He is willing to renounce his engagement for you. What are your thoughts on this? Would you consent to marry him? Yi Qingyu gazed intently at her, her clear and luminous eyes resembling a pristine mirror, reflecting the depths of the human heart, revealing its shadows and vulnerabilities. Xia Wanyu felt a rush of anxiety under her penetrating gaze. If she were to agree, what would she become? A disruptor of another's engagement, seeking to manipulate emotions for her own benefit? Even if she were to wed Gu Yuancheng, given the Duke's stance, their future would remain uncertain. Lost in tumultuous thoughts, Yi Qingyu urged her softly, Sister Xia, did you hear what I said? Please respond. Xia Wanyu offered a delicate smile, reminiscent of a fragile yet resilient white flower, evoking sympathy. Brother Cheng, you have never mentioned your desire to marry me. Had you voiced this earlier, I would not have come to the Duke's residence with you. I saved you simply because I could not stand by and watch you perish. However, I cannot marry you, allowing you to betray your commitments and forsake your engagement. Such a thing I cannot permit you to do. Gu Yuancheng felt a pang of sorrow. Wanyu, I have sullied your purity, and thus I must marry you. You need not harbor any concerns. Even if I were to relinquish my identity as the Duke's son, I would never wrong you. Upon hearing his determination to abandon his status, Xia Wanyu grew anxious and responded, Do not speak such nonsense. When have I ever been sullied by you? If you persist in this line of thought, I shall take my leave. Gu Yuancheng spoke anxiously. Wanyu, please do not act this way. Yi Qingyu calmly interjected to soothe him. Cousin, do not be so hasty. You have yet to ascertain Sister Xia's feelings. Yet you boldly declare your intention to break off the engagement and marry her. This not only humiliates Sister Xia, but also offends the Yin family.
Alas.
With a resigned shake of her head, Yi Qingyu turned to the Duke. Grandfather, perhaps I should take Sister Xia back to the marquis for a stay. She is alone and vulnerable in the capital, and as a benefactor of our Duke's residence, it is only fitting that we extend our hospitality. However, given the current discord between Sister Xia and Cousin, it may be wise to allow some time for reflection. Let us wait until Cousin San completes his examinations. After all, his academic pursuits are of utmost importance. Yi Qingyu then turned her gaze directly to Gu Yuanqing. Cousin, what do you think? Gu Yuanqing nodded in full agreement, his expression serious. Indeed, my matters pale in comparison to the future of Cousin San. Very well, I shall heed my cousin's counsel. Grandfather, it was my folly. The Duke, maintaining a stern countenance, replied, It is good that you recognize this. He then softened his expression towards Xia Wenyu and Yi Qingyu. Miss Xia, I must ask you to bear with us for a couple of days at the marquis. Qingyu, ensure that you take good care of Miss Xia. Yi Qingyu assured him with utmost sincerity, Do not worry, grandfather. With Qingya having moved out, I was hoping for some company. Sister Xia, your presence is truly a blessing. She gazed at her with genuine gratitude. Under the innocent and naive gaze of Yi Qingyu, Xia Wanyue felt an unexpected twinge of guilt, her expression softening with sincerity. Dear Qingyu, it is I who should be grateful for your kindness in taking me in. Yi Qingyu promptly led Xia Wanyue back to the marquis' residence. Upon their arrival, she immediately summoned servants to measure Xia Wanyue for clothing, selecting several outfits from her own wardrobe that would suit her for the time being. Furthermore, she opened her jewelry box, inviting Xia Wanyue to choose pieces that she fancied. As Xia Wanyue beheld the array of sparkling jewelry presented by Yi Qingyu's maid, her eyes widened in awe. Yet, despite her fascination, she bashfully declined, saying, Qingyu, this is too much. You have already gifted me clothing. And as I am merely a guest in the marquis' residence, how could I possibly accept your belongings? With a gentle smile, Yi Qingyu replied, Sister Xia, there is no need to be so modest. You saved my cousin. Even if you are reluctant to marry him, you are still our benefactor. We are all family. And these possessions are but material things. As you are new to the capital and lack your own items, it suffices that you do not mind that these jewels have been worn by me. Please select a few that catch your eye to use for now. Once you are settled in the capital, we shall venture out together to shop for new ones. Reluctantly, Xia Wanyue chose a few hairpins, while Yi Qingyu arranged for her to stay in the eastern chamber of the Wanyan Pavilion, assigning 2 maidservants to attend to her. Once Xia Wanyue was comfortably settled, Yi Qingyu called for manhwa. The gentle and amiable expression had long since vanished, leaving only a stark emptiness. Manhwa, please inform grandfather and urge him to investigate this Xia Wanyue thoroughly. She must harbor some secrets. Let us maintain stability on 4th cousin's side by using 3rd cousin's examination as an excuse. 4th cousin cannot be so thoughtless. During this period, it is imperative to uncover the truth about Xia Wanyue. I shall ensure her stability here, so grandfather need not worry. With a sense of duty, Manhwa promptly departed for the Duke's residence. The following day, Yi Qingyu accompanied Xia Wanyue to pay respects to old Madame Yi, who had notably improved in health. However, upon seeing the person Yi Qingyu brought along, her expression soured, and her demeanor turned frosty. Xia Wanyue, feeling somewhat flustered, nervously twisted her handkerchief, casting timid glances at Yi Qingyu. Chapter 46. The Puppeteer Grandmother. Sister Xia is a distant relative of the Duke's residence. I thought, given my current solitude in the Marquis' manor, it would be pleasant to have her company. You wouldn't mind, would you? The old lady's expression turned cold. Qianqian is also in the residence. If you seek someone to converse with, why not approach her? She huffed. Xia Wanyue felt increasingly awkward under the old lady's gaze, while Yi Qingyu appeared unfazed by the matriarch's dark demeanor. She continued to smile. Isn't cousin Qianqian meant to attend to grandmother? She hardly has the leisure to engage in idle chatter with me. However, should cousin Qianqian wish to visit me at the Wanyan Pavilion, I would be most delighted. Lu Qianqian wore a smile, and in a moment discreet from Yi Qingyu's sight, she gently tugged at the old lady's sleeve. Cousin does not mind, so Qianqian naturally wishes to grow closer to her. The old lady cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qianqian, and Chen Yining, observing the old lady's gaze, felt an inexplicable emotion stir within her. The old lady's icy demeanor softened considerably. Henceforth, there is no need to refer to her as cousin Qianqian. Your father has decided to take your cousin as his secondary wife, which makes Qianqian your sister from now on. You 2 sisters must get along well. Qingyu, as the elder sister, being a few months older than Qianqian, should take her under your wing and ensure you do not bring shame to the Marquis' residence. A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Qingyu's eyes. Was Chun Yi to be wed into the marquis's residence so soon? She recalled that in her previous life, the marquis had been particularly cautious regarding the reputations of both the duke's residence and her own, not marrying Chun Yi until 3 years after her mother's passing, and only after she had wed Shinmingxiu. It appears that after the schism within the duke's household, Lord Yi has resolved to marry his beloved early, granting Lu Qianqian a legitimate status. Yi Qingyu exhibits neither surprise nor displeasure. Her demeanor is tranquil. Indeed, it has been 2 years since her mother's passing, and having a confidant beside her father is a source of joy for any dutiful daughter. The calmness of Yi Qingyu's attitude surprises both the matriarch and Chen Yining. They had anticipated her opposition, or, at the very least, some semblance of discontent. Yet, her apparent indifference raises the question, does she genuinely wish for Lord Yi to have someone to care for him? Lu Qianqian, with a thoughtful smile, addresses her, elder sister. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Yi Qingyu responds with a serene smile. Guidance may be too grand a term. Whatever you do not understand, I shall share openly. Grandmother, I have matters to attend to in my courtyard. I shall take my leave, Yi Qingyu informs. Upon returning to the Wanyan pavilion with Xia Wanyu, the latter assumes that Yi Qingyu must be feeling troubled, concealing her true emotions behind a facade of indifference. She gently offers consolation. Qingyu, your father's marriage to a stepmother may bring you more care. There is no need for sadness. Yi Qingyu replies with a faint smile. Sister Xia, I assure you, I am truly not unhappy. Rather, I am quite pleased. Having someone to care for my father brings me joy as a daughter, especially since I will eventually marry and leave. With her mother's passing, her cousin, who is well acquainted with the family, has known her father since childhood. Their relationship should flourish well. With a stepmother to look after her father, she can rest easy when the time comes for her to depart. Upon their return to the Wanyan pavilion, Nian Chun served tea and refreshments. Yi Qingyu smiled and inquired, in the haste of yesterday, I neglected to ask where my sister hails from. Do you have any family in Kyoto? If there is any way I can assist, I assure you, I shall do my utmost. Xia Wenyu lowered her gaze and replied, my family is from Izhou, where we engaged in a modest business. However, we fell victim to thieves, and both my parents were tragically slain. At that time, I was away, narrowly escaping disaster, which led me to Kyoto. I have an aunt who conducts business here. Yet to my dismay, her family has already relocated, and I find myself at a loss. With a pitiful expression, Xia Wenyu looked at Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu grasped her hand reassuringly, saying, Sister Xia, do not fret. If you wish to continue in business, I can assist you. Alternatively, if you seek a suitable marriage, I can enlist my aunt's help to find a commendable match. Since you are our family's benefactor, I shall ensure you are not left destitute. Xia Wenyu gazed at Yi Qingyu with heartfelt gratitude. After a while of conversation, Yi Qingyu took Xia Wenyu out to explore the streets, helping her to become acquainted with the customs and culture of Kyoto. Their lunch was arranged at the Wanfu restaurant, which buzzed with an extraordinary liveliness that day. The proprietor had initiated a wager on which young gentlemen would achieve success in the imperial examinations. Yi Qingyu observed the crowd and noted that many believed her cousin could secure the top position. Calling for Wan Xiu, she produced 500 taels of silver and placed her bet on her cousin. Miss Yi seems quite confident, someone remarked. Are you not concerned that your cousin may disappoint you, leaving you with a complete loss? A sarcastic voice, laced with mockery, echoed in her ears. Yi Qingyu turned to see Zhao Qianxue, her face adorned with a disdainful smirk, surrounded by several young ladies from prominent families. Zhao Qianxue looked upon Yi Qingyu's exquisite and unparalleled beauty with a deep-seated resentment. If it weren't for her, her reputation would not have been utterly tarnished, and the fourth prince would not have ceased to pay her any heed. The esteemed families no longer regarded her household with favor, and thus how could she find any merit in Yi Qingyu? She wished fervently for Gu Huai to fail in his endeavors. Yi Qingyu raised her delicate brows, dismissing Zhao Qianxue's provocation. Instead, she turned her attention to the Yongjia princess standing in front, smiling as she offered her respects. Greetings, your highness. Are you and the young ladies here for an outing? Today, the Wanfufu restaurant is indeed bustling with activity. The Yongjia princess replied with a smile. Is Qingyu also here to buy auspicious gifts for the third young master? We have all gathered to purchase gifts for our friends and family, seeking a touch of good fortune. Suddenly, Xia Wenyu took a step back, lowering her head and remaining silent. Yi Qingyu keenly sensed that among this group of young ladies, there seemed to be someone familiar to Xia Wenyu. Was there someone influential backing Xia Wenyu within the circle? Yi Qingyu's previously carefree demeanor shifted to one of contemplation, her gaze probing the young ladies before her. She smiled and said, "Your Highness is jesting. I truly had no knowledge of such matters. I merely came here for a casual stroll and to enjoy lunch. And it appears to be quite a coincidence. By the way, Sister Xia, this is the Yongjia princess. Do greet Her Highness and the other young ladies." Yi Qingyu gently pulled Xia Wenyu forward to introduce her to the distinguished company. Xia Wenyu swiftly glanced up, only to hurriedly lower her head in fear. "Greeting. I have seen the esteemed princess and all the young ladies." The gentle smile of Princess Yongjia graced her lips as she replied, "Miss Xia need not be overly courteous." Zhao Qianxue scoffed mockingly. "Yi Qingyu, pray tell, from which impoverished relative of yours does this one hail? Truly, she is a fitting match for you, bearing such an unrefined demeanor. Enduring relentless provocation, even the most placid temperament can be tested," and Yi Qingyu narrowed her eyes slightly, retorting, "There is no need for Miss Zhao to concern herself with me. Perhaps she should reflect upon her own conduct, which today appears rather unbecoming." Chapter 47. A long memory. Zhao Qianxue stared wide-eyed in indignation. "You, sharp-tongued. Do you think that by ruining my reputation, the fourth prince would take a liking to you? Yi Qingyu, you must be dreaming. The prince would never be attracted to a woman as hypocritical and malicious as you." Yi Qingyu smirked coldly. "Are you speaking of yourself, Miss Zhao? Do not presume that just because I am speaking to you politely, you can slander me at will. Many ladies and gentlemen witnessed the events of that day. Your single act of defamation cannot tarnish my name. Yi Qingyu, those are merely your schemes. I assure you, I will unveil your true nature sooner or later." Yi Qingyu laughed icily. "Is that so? I shall await that moment with great anticipation." Princess Yongjia, acting as a peacemaker, interjected, "Qianxue, Qingyu, let us not quarrel. There are many eyes and ears here. If we have matters to discuss, it would be best to move to a private room. Qingyu, why not join us as well?" Yi Qingyu gracefully declined. "Princess, I have already reserved a private room for myself. We can gather together another time." Princess Yongjia glanced at the furious expression on Zhao Qianxue's face and sighed softly. "Very well." Yi Qingyu took Xia Wenyu to the private room she had reserved. The moment the door closed, Xia Wenyu let out a deep breath of relief. Noticing her friend's nervous demeanor, Yi Qingyu smiled and said, "Sister Xia, were you frightened by what just happened? I apologize. I did not expect to encounter the troublesome Zhao Qianxue today." Xia Wenyu chuckled awkwardly. "I was indeed a bit startled. That Miss Zhao seemed quite formidable, and I feared she might come after us." Yi Qingyu covered her mouth, laughing with delight, while Sister Xia seemed overly concerned. Even if she were furious, she would not dare to act out in public. She still had her dignity to uphold. Xia Wenyue's eyes continued to flicker, her smile somewhat strained. Observing her demeanor closely, Yi Qingyu began to formulate a plan. The events that had just transpired did not diminish her appetite. She ordered a considerable number of dishes. Leaving Xia Wenyue astonished, would she truly be able to finish such a bounty? With newfound insights into Xia Wenyue's situation, Yi Qingyu's spirits lifted, and she was not stingy with her coins, having ordered several dishes. If she had ventured to their table earlier, the offerings would have been far more abundant. Xia Wenyue was taken aback, as it was her first encounter with the opulent lifestyle of the aristocracy in the capital. If she could wed into a prominent family, her future would undoubtedly be secure. Should she seize the opportunity with Gu Yuanqing? Yi Qingyu took Xia Wenyue on a day of leisure and exploration, and as the day drew to a close, she watched Xia Wenyue disappear into her room, her smile vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared. Once back in her inner chamber, Yi Qingyu summoned Mo Shu to find a few individuals to investigate the families of those young ladies who were with Zhao Qianxue today, and see if any of them have had contact with Xia Wenyue. Understood, Mississippi. As Mo Shu departed, Wan Qiu observed the pensive expression on Yi Qingyu's face and inquired, "Miss, do you suspect that those families orchestrated the encounter to intentionally bring Xia Miss into contact with a fourth young master? Not merely that. I suspect that the incident involving Cousin C being pursued by bandits was all part of a premeditated scheme. Who could it be, deliberately targeting the Duke's residence?" Yi Qingyu gazed into the distance, where the shadowy darkness seemed to conceal a venomous serpent, lurking coldly and watchfully upon the Duke's abode. With prominence comes scrutiny. Despite the Duke's unwavering loyalty to the Emperor, numerous political adversaries surround him, and the Emperor harbors suspicion and wariness towards the Duke's household.
For now,
The military power in the northern territories remains under the Duke's control, and the Emperor, wishing to maintain stability in the north, will refrain from acting against him. However, as the Emperor approaches the twilight of his reign, the ascension of a new sovereign is inevitable. In her past life, Shin Mingxiu accused the Duke's residence of treachery before even ascending the throne, leading to a massacre of the entire family in an effort to reclaim military authority. In this lifetime, she is determined to safeguard the Duke's residence and protect every beloved family member. Based on her understanding of Shin Mingxiu, such underhanded tactics would not align with his character. If he desires to marry her, the Duke's influence would serve as his support. Just as in her previous life, where the cunning hare was hunted and the loyal hound was cooked, those were his methods. Such schemes must belong to another individual. Yet, with numerous enemies of the Duke's residence, she finds herself at a loss regarding Xia Wanyue's true affiliations. It seems she must await the results of the investigation. After enduring 3 rigorous examinations, Gu Huaiji emerged from the examination hall appearing relatively well, though the fatigue was evident. His family hastily ensured he ate something before urging him to rest. Gu Yuanchen looked at his exhausted third brother, who had collapsed into sleep, his heart heavy with guilt. In his relentless pursuit for the future of the Duke's residence, Sangu finds himself burdened with additional troubles. However, having made a promise to Wan Yu, he cannot be a man who breaks his word. As for his affairs, they shall reach a conclusion once Sangu awakens. Yi Qingyu gazes at the departing Gu Yuancheng, then turns her attention to her grandfather as the two of them make their way to the Duke's study. "Grandfather, do you have any leads?" she inquires. The Duke wears a stern expression, clearly seething with anger. "You are correct that Xia Wanyue is deliberately getting close to Chenair. That foolish fourth cousin is utterly oblivious, ensnared in her trap without a hint of awareness. What a waste." Yi Qingyu offers words of comfort. That person plotted with intent. How could fourth cousin possibly discern it? Moreover, he has always been straightforward and honest, lacking the guile to navigate such deceptions. It is only natural he fell victim to their schemes. The Duke nods in agreement, stating, "Those bandits had long been lying in wait, poised to ambush the fourth. Their actions were orchestrated by someone else. Xia Wanyue's identity is truthful, but we have yet to uncover the identity of her backer." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qingyu speaks again. "Grandfather, I had Mo Shu conduct an investigation, which revealed that Xia Wanyue and Zhao Qianxue have been in contact. However, I can't shake the feeling that Zhao Qianxue is merely a scapegoat. The ease with which we uncovered this connection suggests she is not the mastermind. The true culprit is hiding very well." The Duke nods in agreement, acknowledging the numerous enemies the Duke's residence has garnered. "There are countless who harbor ill will toward us, and it remains to be seen which family has taken action. Resorting to such despicable tricks." Yi Qingyu shook her head. "Grandfather, as long as the method is effective, it matters not who is pulling the strings. After all, if Xia Wanyue is unwilling to marry my cousin, this scheme shall come to naught. Given my current circumstances, clinging to the fourth cousin is indeed the most prudent choice." With a slight smile, she continued, "But what if a more favorable path were to present itself? Or what if my cousin relinquished his status as the fourth young master of the Duke's residence? Would I still choose to endure hardships alongside him?" The Duke's eyes brightened. "Qingqing, you have truly matured." Yi Qingyu replied with a smile. "Rest assured, grandfather. I assure you that Xia Wanyue will not wish to follow my cousin. However, a bit of performance is still necessary. It will also serve as a lesson for him." The two shared a knowing glance. Chapter 48. Cast out from home the following day, Yi Qingyu, brimming with enthusiasm, sought to learn the art of embroidery from Xia Wanyue when a breathless Wan Qiu burst in. "Miss, something dreadful has happened." Startled, Yi Qingyu inadvertently pricked herself, casting an irritable glance towards her.
"What is it?"
"Speak up." After regaining her composure, Wan Qiu replied, "Miss, the fourth master has been punished and expelled from the Duke's residence. He is currently lying in a tavern. You must go and see him." Yi Qingyu swiftly rose, her face a portrait of shock. How could it come to this? "Sister Xia, we must hurry to see Cousin Si. It appears grandfather is truly enraged this time." The two hastened outside and boarded the carriage, with Xia Wanyue wearing a genuinely anxious expression. How could he have been cast out?
"Sigink, ye vingyu a planet."
Grandfather has always had a volatile temper and is a man of his word. Now that Cousin Si is determined to break off the engagement, does this not strike at grandfather's pride? It tarnishes the reputation and credibility of the Duke's residence. How could he not be furious? Moreover, grandfather has more than one grandson. The Duke's house has never relied on cousin C to inherit or uphold its legacy. Given grandfather's current temper, it is entirely possible for him to expel cousin C from the family. Xia Wanyue, now genuinely alarmed, turned pale. But brother Chun is still a legitimate son of the Duke's residence. Surely, once grandfather cools down, it will be resolved. It is all my fault. Had it not been for me, brother Chun would not have been cast out and subjected to punishment. Yi Qingyu comforted Sister Xia. It appears that cousin C holds profound feelings for you, willing to forsake his family in order to take responsibility for you. This indeed signifies your fated connection. From now on, I entrust cousin C to your care. He has lived a life of luxury since childhood, and the sudden loss of everything may be difficult for him to endure, so I implore you to look after him well. I believe that with cousin C's deep affection for you and your unwavering love for him, as long as you are together, even the simplest meals will bring happiness. Listening to Yi Qingyu's words, Xia Wanyue's face drained of color. She had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. Her willingness to heed that person's arrangements and approach Gu Yuancheng was solely to escape a life of hardship. Ever since her parents ventured into commerce and fell victim to robbers, her family's wealth had been entirely seized, leaving her to endure a life of hunger and desperation. She had narrowly escaped being sold into a brothel. Having finally broken free, she was determined to avoid such a wretched existence again. Moreover, Gu Yuancheng, a young master, what could he possibly do to support her outside of the Duke's residence? Perhaps the burden of providing for the family would fall upon her instead.
No.
She could not allow Gu Yuancheng to leave the Duke's manor. Upon their arrival at the inn, Wanqiu led them to the room where Gu Yuancheng was located. Upon entering, they found him sprawled on the bed, his back drenched in blood. Hearing the door open, he laboriously turned his head, and upon seeing Xia Wanyue, he managed to muster a bright and innocent smile. Wanyu, you need not worry. I am not in pain. Now we can be together. Once my injuries have healed, we shall depart from Kyoto and return to your hometown. Did you not express your longing for home? We shall reside there henceforth. Xia Wanyu felt a tumult of emotions. Chingij, please hold your tongue for a moment. You are in pain, are you not? Have you applied the medicine? Gu Yuanchen smiled foolishly. I have already tended to my wounds, so do not fret. Rest assured, my injuries will be but a memory by tomorrow. We shall leave this place then. Staying at an inn requires funds, and I am no longer a young master of the Duke's residence. I must be prudent with my expenditures. However, you need not worry. I shall not let you suffer. I possess ample strength, and even if it means carrying heavy burdens to the docks, I can provide for you. As Gu Yuanchen spoke, Xia Wenyu's expression grew increasingly somber. He mistook her concern for his well-being, repeatedly reassuring her that he was unharmed. Yi Qingyu observed Xia Wenyu's demeanor and began to formulate her own plans. Fourth cousin, you need not fret. Sister Xia shall stay with me for the time being. Once you have recovered, you can come to fetch her. Though your injuries are superficial, they will not heal in a day or two. I shall arrange for someone to look after you, so you can focus on recuperating. Gu Yuanchen gazed at his unfamiliar cousin with gratitude. I appreciate your kindness. Yi Qingyu escorted Xia Wenyu back. Inside the carriage, Xia Wenyu remained silent, and Yi Qingyu did not disturb her, instead choosing to rest her eyes in tranquility. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt, prompting Yi Qingyu to open her clear eyes. Xia Wenyu lifted her head from her reverie. Have we arrived? Miss, we have reached the tailor shop. Yi Qingyu smiled and said, Sister Xia, I did not anticipate that events would unfold in such a manner. The custom-made dress I intended for you may not be completed before your departure. Observing that the weather grows warmer by the day, I thought to purchase some ready-to-wear garments for you to change into along the way. Xia Wenyu declined graciously. How can that be? Qingyu, you have already bestowed upon me far too many gifts. I have enough attire to wear, and there is no need for further expense. Yi Qingyu gently patted her hand, insisting, but Sister Xia, you are such a wonderful person. I genuinely admire you. A few garments are nothing to be embarrassed about. Yi Qingyu then led Xia Wenyu into a boutique, where they selected several dresses. Upon exiting the shop, Yi Qingyu accidentally collided with a richly dressed young gentleman. Xia Wenyu, lost in her thoughts, failed to notice the approaching figure and stumbled, falling to the ground. Yi Qingyu and Wanqiu hurried to assist her. Sister Xia, are you all right? Yi Qingyu looked up, her expression displeased as she addressed the young man before her. Sir, do you not pay attention to where you are walking? The gentleman, clad in a violet brocade robe, glanced at the fallen lady, her delicate beauty instantly softening his demeanor. With a smile, he quickly apologized. It is my fault. I am Hirue. Miss, I am truly sorry. Are you injured? There's a clinic just across the street. Shall we seek a physician? Xia Wanyu, observing the elegantly dressed gentleman's humble and courteous demeanor, felt a spark of interest. With a pale face, she gently replied, I am fine. It was my oversight for not noticing you. It is not your fault at all. She presented herself as a composed and resilient flower, exuding grace despite her apparent fragility. Yi Qingyu gazed calmly, and since Sister Xia claimed there was no issue, she decided to forgive her. However, it would be prudent to visit the medical hall, just in case there was an injury. Hirue nodded in agreement, his eyes wandering mischievously towards Xia Wanyue. Indeed, miss, it would be wise to seek a consultation. I shall cover all expenses. Xia Wanyue glanced at Yi Qingyu and timidly nodded in assent. Upon their arrival at the medical hall, the doctor found no apparent issues. Hirue, visibly relieved, inquired about their residence, expressing his desire to offer a token of apology. Yi Qingyu informed him of the location of the back entrance to the marquis' residence. The following day, a servant arrived with news that a young gentleman was seeking Miss Xia. Yi Qingyu smiled and remarked, It seems he is indeed a man of his word. Sister Xia, perhaps you should step out to meet him. Chapter 49. The fish is hooked. Although Xia Wanyue felt a tinge of embarrassment, she still followed the old woman to the back. Yi Qingyu observed the eagerly departing Xia Wanyue, and her smile gradually faded, leaving her exquisite face cloaked in frost. If she truly harbored feelings for her fourth cousin, for his sake rather than the Duke's residence, she would not hesitate to persuade her grandfather to allow her to become his wife. She and her grandfather had deliberately driven her fourth cousin from the Duke's residence, rendering him merely a commoner incapable of providing her with a life of opulence. She wondered if she would still choose to be with him under such circumstances. In a calculated encounter with Hirue, who was fond of delicate women like Xia Wanyue, she intended to see if he would sway her from her fourth cousin, thereby revealing the true nature of Xia Wanyue to him and teaching him a lesson. Before long, a maid came to report, Miss Xia has left with that gentleman. Ah, understood. As dusk fell, Xia Wanyue returned with a radiant expression. Upon seeing Yi Qingyu smiling at her, she hastily explained, It was Mr. He who said he wished to apologize by inviting me to dine. Yi Qingyu replied with a smile, It seems Mr. He is quite a decent fellow. Did you manage to give him a good scolding? Xia Wanyue, flustered and annoyed, retorted, Sister Qingyu, you tease me again. I told you. I shall return to my room first. Yi Qingyu observed Xia Wanyue, who walked with a light step and a cheerful demeanor, and could not help but curve her lips into a smile. It appeared that the fish had indeed taken the bait. The following day, Yi Qingyu ventured to the Duke's residence early in the morning. Upon encountering her cousin, who had regained his spirits, she inquired with a smile, Cousin, do you have confidence in securing the top position? I have wagered 500 taels at the Wanfu restaurant, betting on your victory. Su Shi chuckled and replied, My dear child, your faith in your cousin is truly remarkable. I merely hope he does not fail the examination. Gu Huaiji offered a resigned smile and responded, Mother, you seem to have little faith in your son. While I cannot guarantee the top position, I certainly aspire to achieve the first class. As they engaged in light conversation, the Duke entered the flower hall with a serious demeanor, striding with an imposing presence. Grandfather, upon seeing Yi Qingyu, the Duke's expression softened. Qingqing has arrived. Come, sit down. Yi Qingyu took a seat beside her grandfather and gently asked, Grandfather, who has troubled you? Let me assist you in teaching them a lesson. The Duke smiled affectionately. Ah, it is our Qingqing who is understanding and considerate. You rascals only know how to provoke me. He shot a glare at Gu Huaiji. Gu Huaiji returned a helpless smile and said, Grandfather, there is no need to worry about the affairs of my fourth brother. He is young and impetuous, and with uncle and my elder brother protecting him at the frontier, he is blissfully unaware of the world as treachery. This is an opportune moment for him to gain some wisdom. His expression remained indifferent, showing no inclination to plead for his younger cousin. Indeed, Grandfather, my fourth cousin lacks discernment. You have already disciplined him. There is no need for further anger, Yi Qingyu gently reassured. After calming her grandfather, she soon rose to take her leave. Just as she exited the Duke's residence, she spotted Prince Chu, Shenyanli, alighting from his carriage. Yi Qingyu approached with unexpected delight, performing a respectful greeting. Your Highness, I humbly greet you. have you come to visit my cousin? Indeed, their relationship appeared to be quite amiable. In a previous life, her cousin had lost all prospects in his career and had taken up residence in the estate of the Prince of Chu, serving as an aide. Under the guidance of Shun Yanli, her cousin swiftly emerged from his despondency, though the subsequent events were unforeseen by anyone. Shun Yanli cast a fleeting glance in her direction, lowering his gaze and softly acknowledging her with a gentle hum. Has Gu Huai awakened? The imperial examinations spanned 3 sessions over 9 days. Those of frail constitution often fainted upon exiting the examination hall. Gu Huai's physique is robust among scholars, yet enduring 9 consecutive days of intense scrutiny is no small feat. One would hope he returns home without needing to collapse into a deep slumber. Yi Qingyu smiled. My cousin has already awakened. At that moment, the steward had already entered to deliver the news, and both her grandfather and cousin approached to greet her. Noticing their arrival, Yi Qingyu deemed it time to return home and began to take her leave. Miss Yi, please wait. Upon hearing Shen Yanli's cool, melodious voice, she turned, regarding him with curiosity, uncertain of the reason for his call. She then observed his attendant retrieving a food box from the carriage and presenting it to her. This is a delicacy from the palace. I do not have a taste for sweets, so I present it to you, Miss Yi. As a token of gratitude for the meal prepared on that day, Shen Yanli stated calmly, his eyes cast downward, not meeting hers. Yi Qingyu was taken aback, but delightedly responded, Thank you, Your Highness. I shall graciously accept this gift. With the delicacy in hand, she boarded her carriage and departed. Gu Huai pushed his wheelchair forward, a soft laugh reaching Shen Yanli's ears. After a few days apart, His Highness seemed to have grown significantly more considerate. Shen Yanli scoffed dismissively leave. Upon returning to the Wanyan Pavilion, Yi Qingyu was informed by Nianchuan, Miss Xia left not long after you. Yi Qingyu nodded in acknowledgement. Someone from Chunhui Hall came to summon you an hour ago. I understand, there is no rush. Leisurely, Yi Qingyu strolled into the inner chamber to change her attire. Suddenly, she heard voices outside. Nianchuan entered again, reporting, Miss, someone from Chunhui Hall has come again to request your presence. Yi Qingyu frowned slightly, tidying her somewhat unruly hair before stepping out with Nianchuan. Upon seeing Yi Qingyu, Granny Chun hurriedly bowed, Miss. The old lady has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please do pay her a visit. Yi Qingyu nodded with a calm expression. Inside Chunhui Hall, laughter and chatter filled the air, suggesting the presence of guests. Yi Qingyu, cautious and uncertain of what the old lady might be up to this time, approached gracefully. The old lady's face was lined with wrinkles, her demeanor less spirited than before her illness. She appeared considerably older. This is my eldest granddaughter, Qingyu. Quickly greet Madame Yu, the old lady urged. Yi Qingyu offered a gentle smile and a respectful bow. Greetings, madam. Madame Yu smiled as she regarded Yi Qingyu. Ah, how delightful. Old lady. Your granddaughter possesses both beauty and grace. On their first meeting, having brought no gift, she presented a bracelet instead. Please accept this as a token. Madame Yu gracefully removed the jade bracelet from her wrist, intending to adorn Yi Qingyu's wrist with it. Yet, Yi Qingyu, still bewildered by the situation, hastily withdrew her hand and retreated a step. Madam, this is too precious. I truly appreciate your kind intentions, but I cannot accept this bracelet, she implored. The matriarch replied, one must not refuse a gift from an elder. Qingyu, please accept it. Yi Qingyu shook her head resolutely, insisting, Madame Yu, as a distinguished guest of the Ho residence, it would be improper for me to accept such a valuable gift. This is not how we treat our esteemed visitors. Seeing her unwavering refusal, Madame Yu, unable to press further, smiled and remarked, Qingyu, you truly are an understanding and considerate young lady. Any family fortunate enough to marry you shall be immensely blessed. Chapter 50. Marrying a widower? With a subtle smile gracing her lips, Yi Qingyu sat quietly beside, savoring her tea. My granddaughter is indeed exceptional, remarked old Madame Yi with a warm smile. She is on the verge of her coming-of-age ceremony. It is time to consider a suitable match. If Miss Yi is to be matched, the threshold of the Ho residence will surely wear thin from all the visits. Do not flatter her so. She is just a young girl, unaccustomed to such praise. Old Madam, take delight in having such an admirable granddaughter. The elderly lady smiled in silence. Observing the playful banter between them, Yi Qingyu continued to sip her tea quietly, watching with keen interest. However, once Madame Yu departed, The smile on old Madame Ye's face vanished instantly. Her tone turned icy. You are soon to come of age. It is indeed time to consider a match. Madame Yu is the wife of the Grand Scholar of the National Academy, and their second son is gentle and refined. A worthy match. Once your father returns, I shall discuss this with him and arrange your engagement so that after your coming-of-age ceremony, you may wed. Old Madame Yi could hardly bear to look at Yi Qingyu, for every glance reminded her of the depths of her own misfortune, believing her granddaughter to be inextricably linked to it. She yearned to see her married off quickly. Out of sight, out of mind. Yi Qingyu, with delicate fingers cradling her teacup, leisurely took a sip of the fragrant brew before speaking with calm resolve. Grandmother, perhaps you are being a tad too hasty. My mother's 3-year mourning period has yet to conclude. There is no urgency regarding my marriage. The old matron's ire was ignited by her words, as she retorted coldly, It is not a matter of immediate marriage. We will simply arrange the engagement now. Once you come of age and your mother's mourning period has passed, we can select an auspicious day for your wedding. Yi Qingyu observed the old lady's impatient and displeased expression, a cold smile unconsciously forming within her heart. She possessed some knowledge of Master Yu, the Grand Scholar of the Imperial Academy, from her past life. The Grand Scholar was a 4th-rank official, and in the capital, where a mere brick could strike down a 3rd-rank officer, he held a position of moderate significance. This year, Master Yu had reached the age of 50. His grandchildren already growing, yet his second son was neither accomplished in literature nor in martial pursuits, holding no official rank whatsoever and failing even to pass the examination for a scholar. It was said that his wife had passed away, leaving him with 2 children. In her previous life, it was her second aunt who had investigated the Yu family to find a suitable match for Qingya. Little did she expect that her good grandmother would choose such a fine family for her. Gently placing down the teacup, Yi Qingyu's voice turned 3 degrees colder as she spoke. If grandmother's health improves, it would be prudent to attend to my father's matter of taking a second wife. As for my marriage, there is no need for grandmother to concern herself. At present, her actions had already alerted both the old lady and Lord Yi. She was no longer the obedient granddaughter they had known. The relationship between the marquis's residence and the duke's estate had deteriorated significantly, and the old lady's disdain for her grew daily. Now, it had reached a point where she could scarcely bear to cast a glance in her direction, and Yi Qingyu was disinclined to engage in any nauseating displays of deep familial affection. The old lady glared at her with her aged, murky eyes and spoke sternly. Yi Qingyu, do not presume that with the duke's estate backing you, you can act recklessly. I tell you, you are my granddaughter, and your marriage is solely at the discretion of your father and me. If I say you must marry someone, then you will obediently comply. Yi Qingyu let out a cold laugh. Grandmother, what remarkable abilities you possess. Is this how you choose a suitable match for your granddaughter? To marry me off to a widower as a second wife, to raise his 2 sons? The old matriarch appeared somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yi Qingyu, a lady of the inner chambers, would be aware of such matters. It is futile to argue, she declared. Tomorrow, I shall send your father to the Yu family to exchange betrothal gifts. You are to remain at home and prepare for your marriage. Grandmother may attempt this, but let us see if the Yu family dares to take me. Yi Qingyu replied frostily, turning on her heel to leave. In her wake, the old lady, incensed, smashed the teacup before her. That wretched girl. Look at her audacity. My current plight is all due to this little vixen. Chun Mama hurriedly interjected, Madam, why should you be angered by a granddaughter destined for marriage? No matter how haughty she may be, her fate still lies in your hands. You could wed her to a beggar, and at worst, she would only be the subject of whispered gossip. But the one who would suffer the consequences would be her. With such a temper, should she enter a noble household, it would be uncertain whether it would be a wedding or a feud. The Yu family, being of moderate status, is quite suitable. It would allow the young lady to experience the hardships of life, enabling her to appreciate the comforts of her family and become more compliant. Would you not agree, madam? Chun Mama's words gradually soothed the old lady's fury. Indeed, you are correct. I had not intended to propose the Yu family as a match, but to think she would dare to speak to me thus. Let her not blame her grandmother for her heartlessness. Madam Chen wore a smile, saying, How could you be so heartless? It is evident that you care deeply for the young lady, choosing such a commendable match. The Yu family is well respected, and marrying the legitimate second son should not cause the same concerns as marrying a collateral branch. I have heard that the second son of the Yu family holds his late wife in great fondness. indicating he is a man of deep loyalty and affection. Although the young lady is to become a secondary wife, if he is a good man and they live well together, what more need be said? The old lady, charmed by Madame Chun's words, suddenly felt a renewed concern for Yi Qingyu, recognizing that the Yu family indeed represented an excellent match. You should inform the marquis that I have found a suitable match for Yi Qingyu. He likely would not wish to interfere much. So, let us arrange to exchange the engagement gifts tomorrow. It is settled. I shall convey your message to the marquis at once. Upon returning to the Wanyan pavilion, Yi Qingyu's countenance remained frosty. Nian Chun, filled with indignation, felt tears welling in her eyes, exclaiming, "The old lady is truly overstepping. After all, she is your grandmother. How can she treat your marriage as a mere jest?" Wan Xiao, noticing the young lady's troubled expression, sensed that something amiss had occurred. She quietly inquired of Nian Chun, who, in a fit of anger, recounted the events that transpired in the Chunhui Hall. Wan Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears of frustration. "Miss, how can you allow the old lady to tarnish your marriage? We must seek the Duke for assistance." Yi Qingyu's gaze turned icy. "No need, Mo Shu. Mississippi. You quietly go out and find some beggars to spread the news about the old lady's intention to marry me off to a widower as a secondary wife." Understood. As late autumn anxiously regarded Yi Qingyu, she inquired, "Miss, will this truly dissuade the old matriarch?" Yi Qingyu responded with a gentle smile. "My current reputation is that of an uncherished little wretch. In the eyes of outsiders, she is hardly perceived as a benevolent grandmother. Should such rumors circulate, would she still have the audacity to venture outside? There is no need for concern, even if she were to disregard her dignity. Lord Yi must still navigate the world beyond, for he possesses a sense of honor and does not wish to be subjected to scornful remarks." Late Autumn and Nian Chun exchanged glances, hoping that the Mrs. scheme would prove effective. The following day, as Lord Yi accompanied Yi Xuan out, they had scarcely crossed the threshold of the marquis's residence when they noticed a gathering of common folk at the entrance, pointing and whispering amongst themselves, their gazes filled with derision and disdain. Chapter 51. The rumors are true. The seemingly respectable man turned out to be a heartless father. And Miss Yi truly seemed to have suffered an eternity of misfortune being born into such a family. It is indeed lamentable. A distinguished young lady marrying a widower as a secondary wife. How could she find herself with such a cruel father? Even if he disapproved of her, he could simply disregard her. After all, the Duke's residence would surely find her a suitable match as a princess. Alas! Even ordinary folk would hesitate to marry their daughters off as secondary wives, let alone take on the role of a stepmother. Uncertain if they could ever bear their own children. And this lord, in his quest for connections, cares not for his daughter's well-being, indifferent to whether she lives or dies. What a disgrace! Hearing the townsfolk's disdainful murmurs, Lord Yi was instantly consumed with rage. "What nonsense are you all spouting? When did I ever marry my daughter off to someone as a secondary wife?" The commoners flinched at his fury, yet some remained undeterred. "Lord, you cannot deny it. The word is already widespread. In pursuit of your ambitions, you plan to wed your daughter to the son of the ritual master as a secondary wife, making her a stepmother to his children." Lord Ye's anger surged anew. "Utter nonsense. Who dares to tarnish the reputation of my household with such slander? Someone, go investigate this matter." His intention to visit a friend was abruptly abandoned, and he no longer had the heart to take Yi Xuan along. Shortly thereafter, the steward approached with news. "My lord, we have discovered something."
"Speak."
The steward hesitated, his words caught in his throat. Why the reluctance? "Speak quickly." The steward spoke, affirming that the rumors circulating outside were indeed true. Just yesterday, the old lady had met with Lady Yu and had instructed Nurse Chen to inform you that a match had been arranged for the young lady, specifically with the second son of the Yu family. Today, arrangements were being made to exchange the auspicious letters. The steward paused, noting that the second son of the Yu family had indeed lost his wife, leaving behind 2 children, a son and a daughter. Lord Yi, incensed, hurled the teacup in his hand to the ground, his face darkening with anger. The steward continued, revealing that the rumors had been spread by the young lady herself. A quarrel had erupted in Chunhui Hall yesterday, with the young lady vehemently opposing the match with the Yu family. Absurd. Even if she is unwilling, she ought to consider the honor of the marquis. He exclaimed, "Summon that wretched girl to me." The steward complied and inquired, "My lord, shall we proceed with this match with the Yu family?" Lord Yi, gritting his teeth in frustration, retorted, What do you mean, proceed? Why can't my mother just remain quiet? Then you should send someone to the Yu family at once. If the old lady's people exchange the auspicious letters with the Yu family, the match will be finalized. And how shall we explain it to the Duke's residence then? He urged. Hurry and go to the Yu family to stop the old lady's people. The steward promptly acquiesced and hurried away. Meanwhile, after the steward's departure, Nian Chun rushed back to Wan Yen Pavilion to report. Miss, you were correct. The marquis has sent someone to the Yu family. Yi Qingyu sipped her tea calmly. Her emotions had been somewhat tumultuous yesterday. After all, this was merely a trifling matter. A minor rumor that could easily be resolved. She ought not to have been so unsettled. Even if the old lady succeeds in arranging the marriage, she possesses ample means to thwart it. Miss Xia has arrived. Yi Qingyu's eyes flickered slightly as she smiled and said, Please, do let her in. As soon as Xia Wanyue took a seat, Yi Qingyu eagerly spoke. Sister Xia, let us go and see our cousin. I wonder how his injury is faring? Yi Qingyu grasped Xia Wanyue's hand, gazing at her intently. Xia Wanyue's gaze wavered for a moment before she replied with a smile. Of course. I, too, am quite concerned about Brother Chen's condition. Allow me a moment to tidy up, and we shall go together shortly. Very well. Once Xia Wanyue departed, Wan Qiu whispered to Yi Qingyu, Miss Xia has been with young master he these past few days. Yi Qingyu remained silent, her expression cooling slightly. She rose slowly and went to the courtyard to await Xia Wanyue. Upon reaching the inn, the two knocked on the door, which was opened by Gu Yuancheng. Upon seeing Xia Wanyue, his bright, clear eyes sparkled with delight. Wanyue, you've come. Cousin, you're here too. Yi Qingyu replied with a smile. It appears our cousin is much improved. He is able to rise from his bed. Gu Yuancheng, cautious of his wound, moved with great care. He smiled and said, Indeed. I am feeling better. I shall be well again in no time. In a couple of days, I will be fully recovered. Wanyue, if you could wait just 2 or 3 more days, we can depart together. His face radiated happiness. Xia Wanyue averted her gaze, lowering her eyes as she softly replied. There's no rush. It is most important to rest and recuperate. Gu Yuancheng beamed with joy, saying, Wanyue, your concern for me fills my heart with happiness. Yi Qingyu regarded Xia Wanyue with an icy glimmer in her eyes. This fickle woman was unworthy of the pure and devoted affection bestowed by her fourth cousin. After meeting with Gu Yuancheng, Yi Qingyu intended to pay a visit to the Duke's residence. Concerned about the rumors circulating, she wished to alleviate her grandfather's worries, thus allowing Xia Wanyue to return to the marquis's residence alone. Upon alighting from the carriage, she noticed her third aunt anxiously pacing at the entrance of the Duke's manor. As soon as she spotted Yi Qingyu, she hurried over and grasped her hand. Where have you been, dear child? Do you not realize everyone has been searching for you? With such a significant incident occurring, you should have at least spoken up. Yi Qingyu chuckled softly. Aunt, I have returned, so there is no need to worry. Let's discuss this inside. And your grandfather? He has gone to court. Upon hearing that you were promised to the second son of the Yu family by that old hag, I was beside myself with worry. I rushed to the marquis's residence. But you were not there, so I returned to wait for you. Who knows if your grandfather has heard the news? If he knows, he will surely be infuriated. Once they settled in the flower hall, Yi Qingyu smiled and remarked, Why fret over something that is destined not to come to fruition? Su Shi, filled with indignation, retorted, Even if it cannot happen, it is still distasteful. That old matriarch of the Yi family grows more troublesome with age. Who does she think she is to meddle in your marriage? Yi Qingyu poured a cup of tea with her own hands and offered it to Su Shi. You know well the truth of the matter. Why allow yourself such anger? Please, aunt, let us not be upset. After taking a sip of tea, Su Shi's fury subsided somewhat. The rumors were likely spread by you, were they not? Yi Qingyu candidly admitted, It was I who, in a fit of anger yesterday, made such a foolish decision. I find it quite satisfactory. They do not treat you well, and they deserve to be scorned. Su's mocking laughter echoed. Ching, do not fret. In a few days, the Princess Royal's residence will host a flower appreciation banquet, reportedly to present suitable candidates for the 4th and 5th princes. Many young lords and ladies are expected to attend, as families will be seeking matrimonial connections. At that time, your aunt will select the finest for you. Yi Qingyu smiled gently. Very well, I shall heed Aunt San's advice. After enjoying lunch at the Duke's residence, Yi Qingyu returned to the marquis's estate. Just as she alighted from the carriage, the steward called out, Miss, the marquis requests your presence. Chapter 52. Who is first? Yi Qingyu followed the butler to the study of Lord Yi. This was Yi Qingyu's first visit to this place, in both her past and present lives. She had never possessed the privilege to step into the sanctum. "Miss, the Lord is waiting for you in the study," the butler announced before departing. As Yi Qingyu took a few steps forward, she encountered Lu Qianqian emerging from the study. With an air of superiority, Lu Qianqian regarded Yi Qingyu and said, "Sister, I heard that grandmother has found you a splendid match. I truly congratulate you." Yi Qingyu, disinterested in engaging with her, replied coolly, "Cousin, your information seems rather outdated. That engagement has already fallen through. Did you not know?" Lu Qianqian paused, her expression darkening slightly. "Is that so? Even if this one did not succeed, there will be another. It appears grandmother is still quite concerned for you. Now that she has recovered somewhat, she is eager to introduce you to suitable candidates. It is not my intention to meddle, but the second son of the Yu family would indeed be a fitting match for you. Who knows what the next opportunity may bring? Then it is unnecessary for you to worry, dear cousin." Lu Qianqian's smile faltered momentarily. "By the way, I have heard that you harbor affections for the fourth prince. I have become quite familiar with him in recent days. Perhaps I could inquire on your behalf about his feelings towards you?" Yi Qingyu lifted her gaze to meet hers, her dark, watery eyes seemingly veiled in frost, sending a shiver through Lu Qianqian's heart. "From where did you hear such slanderous words? When have I ever harbored feelings for the fourth prince? My encounters with him have been but a few. You may tarnish my reputation as you please, but how dare you sully the prince's name? Do you seek your own demise?" Lu Qianqian was rendered speechless by Yi Qingyu's sudden and stern demeanor. "What is all this noise? Yi Qingyu, come in." "Qianqian, you may return for now," Lu Qianqian replied obediently and sweetly. "Yes, father." She cast a triumphant glance at Yi Qingyu before gracefully departing. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Qingyu's mouth as she expressionlessly entered the study. "What business does my father have in summoning his daughter?" Lord Yi slammed the book in his hand onto the desk with a thud, his expression grim as he glared at Yi Qingyu. "Do you not know why I have called for you? Are the rumors outside not of your making? How dare you show your face to me?" Yi Qingyu remained unfazed. "It is indeed the daughter's doing. Was it not my father's wish to summon her? If this is the sole matter at hand, I shall take my leave. Wretched girl, kneel before me. The daughter has committed no wrongdoing. Why must I kneel?" Lord Ye's face darkened with fury. "You have truly gone too far. How many troubles have you stirred up in recent days? The reputation of the marquis has been tarnished by your actions, and you remain oblivious to your faults. Guards, summon the family law." Yi Qingyu let out a cold laugh. "You are mistaken, father. It is you who have sullied the marquis's reputation. It has nothing to do with me. As for the rumors, were it not for the old madam's humiliation and her attempts to arrange my marriage to a useless wastrel as a secondary wife, I would not have resorted to such drastic measures. Perhaps father should advise the old madam to focus on her health and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern her, rather than seeking to exert authority over me. The father may attempt to act. Should you dare to lay a finger upon me, I shall ensure that the entire populace of Kyoto learns of your harsh treatment towards your legitimate daughter. I shall not hesitate to sacrifice myself for the sake of your yet-to-be-wedded stepdaughter's ascendance." "You." Lord Yi seized the inkstone at hand, his eyes glinting with menace as he glared at Yi Qingyu, a fierce expression etched upon his face, as if poised to strike her with the weighty stone. Yi Qingyu stood resolutely, unperturbed by his furious demeanor. Since all blame would inevitably fall upon her, she harbored no fear of severing ties. At worst, she would take matters into her own hands and depart from this loathsome place. Beholding his proud and aloof daughter, Lord Yi was reminded of the late Gu. She had always regarded him with such disdainful superiority, as if he were but a mere insect beneath her. He knew that she had never held him in high esteem. With a deep sigh, Lord Yi relinquished the inkstone, commanding her to leave and to conduct herself with more propriety in the future. Yi Qingyu scoffed, curtsying as she took her leave. Indeed, a cowardly and timid creature he was. One could hardly fathom how a woman of her mother's noble and resplendent stature could find any appeal in such a feeble soul. On the day of the examination results, the sky was bright and clear, the sunlight exceptionally dazzling. Yi Qingyu had previously arranged for a private room at the Wanfu restaurant, eager to witness the results up close. Despite her early departure, the carriage became ensnared in a traffic jam and could advance no further, compelling her to alight and proceed on foot to the Wanfu restaurant. The atmosphere was particularly lively that day, with throngs of people bustling about, carriages flowing like water, as young ladies and gentlemen flocked to witness the announcement of the results. She finally arrived at the restaurant and entered the private room, where Yi Qingya and Yi Yanji had been waiting eagerly. "Why have you come so late?" Yi Qingya approached her, gently clinging to her arm and murmuring softly. Yi Qingyu smiled sweetly. "The roads were terribly congested. I had to walk quite a distance." Yi Yanji nodded in agreement. Today, nearly half of Kyoto's populace has ventured out to view the rankings. It was to be expected that the streets would be crowded with people and carriages. Yi Qingya laughed playfully. "My brother and I set out early, so we avoided being stuck in traffic." Yi Qingyu chuckled. "You are indeed impressive, Qingya." She then turned to Yi Yanji, elder brother. "Whom do you think will be this year's top scholar?" Yi Qingya interjected eagerly, her sparkling eyes alight with excitement. "It must be young Master Gu. I have wagered 50 taels of silver on him, which is all my fortune." She clenched her small fist, a fiery determination flickering in her gaze. Yi Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle at her sister's spirited demeanor. Even Yi Yanji was amused by his sister's fervor, shaking his head with a smile as he took a sip of tea. "What are you two laughing at, big sister? Did you not bet on young Master Gu for first place?" Yi Qingya frowned, looking at them with dissatisfaction. Yi Qingyu's smile was bright and gentle as she replied, "Of course, I place my bet on Cousin San. Although he is knowledgeable and eloquent, the examination is not solely determined by scholarship. Luck plays a significant role as well. If you don't believe me, just ask our elder brother." She turned her gaze towards her brother, full of inquiry. Yi Yanji shook his head in a mixture of affection and resignation. Qingyu spoke with great insight. "Luck indeed plays a crucial role." Yi Qingya pondered for a moment, and then raised her small face, filled with determination. The third young master, with his noble character, gentle demeanor, and graceful bearing, would surely bring auspicious tidings. Yi Qingyu let out a soft laugh, while Wan Qiu discreetly covered her mouth, glancing at Yi Qingya's maid, Qingji, who wore a look of helplessness, rubbing her forehead. How embarrassing for her young mistress. Thankfully, only the eldest lady was present. Yi Yanji sighed softly, acknowledging her sentiment. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside. "The results are out. The results are out." Yi Qingya's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Qingji, hurry and see who is in first place." Chapter 53. Farewell. Yi Qingyu instructed Wan Qiu to follow her outside, where the street was alive with the clamor of voices, bustling with activity. The announcement board was not far from the Wanfu restaurant, and the large crimson notice had already been affixed, drawing a throng of people beneath it. "Oh, I won. I placed 238th. I did it. Thank heavens. My young master has succeeded. Young master, you have won." The jubilant exclamations erupted in waves, accompanied by the resonant sounds of gongs and drums. The sun shone warmly upon them, evoking a sense of peace and prosperity in the air. From a distance, the celebratory songs could be heard. Third place on the top list, Su Qingchuan from Yangzhou. Second place, Gao Qi from Yuzhou. And the first place, the champion, Gu Huaiji from the capital. Yi Qingya leaped with joy, exclaiming, "He won. The third young master is the first. I am about to become wealthy." "Oh, thank you, third young master." Not only had she preserved her capital, but she had also multiplied it manifold, instantly transforming into a little heiress. For the first time since her rebirth, Yi Qingyu experienced genuine joy and excitement. At last, her third cousin had reclaimed what was rightfully his, and this time, his path in the officialdom would surely be smooth sailing. "Elder brother, Qingyu, I shall head to the Duke's residence first," Yi Yanji said, nodding. Yi Qingya, with her cheeks flushed from glee, waved her hand. Go ahead, go ahead. I also wish to collect my silver. Elder brother, accompany me." The three descended the stairs together, and Yi Qingyu took a carriage to the Duke's residence. Upon seeing Gu Huaiji, Yi Qingyu slightly bent her body and offered her respectful congratulations. "Third cousin, congratulations. I wish you success in the palace examination, and may you achieve the highest honors." Gu Huai raised her gently, smiling as he expressed gratitude for his cousin's kind words. Su Shi, radiating joy, beamed as she pulled Yi Qingyu to sit beside her, remarking that among family, there was no need for such formalities. "Qingqing, it is he who should be thanking you," she added. Yi Qingyu replied with a smile. "Third aunt, as you said, among family, there is no need for thanks." Su Shi grasped Yi Qingyu's hand, her smile growing even warmer and more affectionate. Good, good. Nearby, the grandfather also wore a cheerful expression, saying, "Why? Your cousin has high hopes for you. You must remain humble and composed. Perform well in the palace examination." Gu Huai responded with a smile of agreement. "Lord Duke, the fourth young master has arrived," a servant announced. The Duke's initially sunny demeanor instantly faded. "What is he doing here? Tell him to leave." Gu Huai hurriedly reassured, "Grandfather, the fourth brother must be here to congratulate me. It is a day of great joy. Please do not be angry." Yi Qingyu joined in the persuasion. "Grandfather, let's not hold a grudge against fourth cousin today. Allow him to enter." The Duke snorted coldly. "Let him come in then." Gu Yuanqing appeared, his injuries seemingly healed. He first bowed to the Duke, saying, "Grandfather, I hope you are well." The Duke showed him no warmth, snapping, "Do not address me like that. I am not your grandfather, and you are no longer a member of the Gu family." Gu Yuanqing lowered his gaze, sorrow evident on his face, and with a strained smile, he congratulated Gu Huai. "Third brother, congratulations." "Thank you, fourth brother." "Grandfather, third brother, I have come to bid farewell. Tomorrow, I will take Wanyu and leave the capital, returning to Yizhou." Gu Yuanqing's voice, laced with sorrow, resonated as he gazed at his family within the room. Overwhelmed with profound reluctance, the Duke's expression momentarily stiffened before he erupted in fury, demanding that Gu Yuanqing leave at once, asserting that he was no longer part of the Duke's household. Gu Yuanqing's demeanor dimmed as he knelt, bowing 3 times with heavy reverence, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Grandson is unfilial, unable to honor you, esteemed grandfather. I implore you to take care of your health. I bid you farewell." As he spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and he rose, striding away with determination. The Duke did not spare him a glance. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. After nurturing him for 18 years, he had abandoned the family for a woman. Unfilial descendant. Unfilial descendant. Yi Qingyu hurriedly approached, gently patting the Duke's back in an attempt to soothe him. "Grandfather, my cousin's stubbornness and naivety have led him astray. He has been deceived. Rest assured, he will soon realize his mistake." The Duke remained silent, burdened by sorrow. Yi Qingyu, feeling a pang of distress, suggested, "Grandfather, allow me to prepare a few dishes to accompany your wine for lunch. How does that sound?" The Duke's interest was piqued as he raised his head, inquiring, "Really? I heard that during the last visit from the Prince of Chu, my granddaughter showcased her culinary skills. But I was detained in the palace and missed the opportunity to taste her cooking." Yi Qingyu smiled sweetly. "Of course, grandfather, just wait and see. I've recently learned several new signature dishes." A hint of a smile finally graced the Duke's face. "Very well, I shall savor my Qingqing's culinary artistry." Upon witnessing Yi Qingyu successfully pacify the Duke, the others in the room exhaled in relief. As Yi Qingyu returned to the marquis' residence, the sun had already begun its descent. "Miss, you have returned. Fourth young master is here, in Miss Xia's chamber." Yi Qingyu narrowed her water-like eyes, acknowledging with a nod, and proceeded calmly towards her own quarters. Just as she reached the center of the courtyard, she overheard voices emanating from the east wing. "Wanyu, prepare your belongings tonight. I shall come to fetch you at dawn." Xia Wanyu's tone was laced with surprise. "Brother Chen, your injury has yet to heal. There is no rush. It would be best to wait until you have fully recovered before departing." Gu Yuanqing's voice was ethereal and hazy, as if he were half inebriated. "There is no need. I am fine. It is better to leave early." However, Xia Wanyu's tone betrayed her reluctance. Gu Yuanqing, growing impatient, interjected, "There is no however. Did you not express your longing for home? If it were possible, would you not wish to return? Why this incessant hesitance now?" Xia Wanyu's voice was filled with panic. "No, Brother Chen, I am merely concerned for you. If your injury does not heal properly, and you fall ill on the way, what shall I do?" Gu Yuanqing's impatience deepened. "I have stated that I am fine. Enough of this. Prepare your things, and I will come for you at dawn." With that, Gu Yuanqing pushed the door open and emerged, locking eyes with Yi Qingyu, who stood in the courtyard. His gaze faltered slightly. "Cousin, I shall come to escort Wanyu tomorrow morning. I appreciate your care for her during these days," he expressed, gratitude evident in his words. Yi Qingyu smiled and said, "Cousin, there is no need for formality. Sister Xia can keep me company here, since you have decided to leave. I wish you a smooth journey." "Thank you. I shall take my leave," he replied. Yi Qingyu nodded, and Wanxiao accompanied him out. The following morning, Yi Qingyu unusually rose early. Yawning and with misty eyes, she took a sip of porridge. Wanchio observed her drowsy state and suggested, Miss, perhaps you should rest a little longer. It is still early and Master C likely will not arrive to escort Miss Xia so soon. Yi Qingyu waved her hand dismissively. No, once I am awake, I cannot return to slumber. Has Xia Wanyue risen yet? Wanchio shook her head, not yet. After Master C departed yesterday, Miss Xia also left the residence and only returned in the late hours. Chapter 50 for the performance begins. Yi Qingyu listened quietly, sipping her porridge with an air of indifference. After finishing her breakfast and tidying up, she held a book and settled by the window, immersing herself in its pages. Time slipped away unnoticed until the gentle knock of Wanchio broke the silence. Miss, the fourth young master has arrived. Yi Qingyu set down her book, her clear gaze reflecting a moment of clarity. Outside, a man clad in a blue brocade robe stood silently in the courtyard, awaiting her presence. Rising, she opened the door and inquired, Cousin, have you had your breakfast? Gu Yuancheng's demeanor appeared considerably distant.
I have.
I shall call for you now. At that moment, Xia Wanyue had not yet emerged. Gu Yuancheng approached the east wing, knocking on the door. Wanyu, we must be on our way. After a brief pause, the door creaked open, revealing Xia Wanyue, her expression somewhat listless, dark circles under her eyes, suggesting a restless night. Brother Chen, is it so early? I have yet to have breakfast. Gu Yuancheng frowned.
We can eat on the way.
Xia Wanyue bit her lip and nodded. Turning to Yi Qingyu, she said, Thank you for looking after me these days, Qingyu sister. Yi Qingyu smiled gently. Sister Xia, there is no need for such formality. Yi Prefecture is 1,000 miles from the capital. Please take care of yourself on the journey. Xia Wanyue's expression dimmed slightly. Yes, you must take care of yourself as well, Qingyu sister. Yi Qingyu noted the subtle shift in Xia Wanyue's mood. Allow me to see you off. Gu Yuancheng opened his mouth to decline but ultimately remained silent. As Gu Yuancheng stepped out of the gate of the marquis' residence, he clasped his hands together, bidding farewell with the words, A journey of 1,000 miles must come to an end. Dear cousin, this is where I must part with you. Yi Qingyu, glancing at the anxious expression of Xia Wanqing, smiled gently and nodded, saying, Take care on your journey, fourth cousin. Just as Gu Yuancheng was about to depart, a mocking voice interjected, Where does the fourth young master intend to take my lady? Following the sound, he beheld a young man in a purple embroidered robe emerging from beside the stone lion at the entrance. With a fan in hand and a haughty smile upon his face, he approached with an air of arrogance. It was none other than Hirue. Yi Qingyu's lips curled into a smile. The drama was about to unfold. Gu Yuancheng squinted, recognizing the figure before him. You are Hirue. Close your foul mouth. She is not your woman. Hirue, ever the dandy, waved his folding fan, his narrow eyes fixated on Xia Wanqing. Wanqing, why do you hesitate? Are you truly willing to endure hardship with this fool in the countryside? Gu Yuancheng abruptly turned, casting a fierce gaze at Xia Wanqing. Do you know him? Xia Wanqing, intimidated by his stare, took a step back, lowering her head and avoiding his gaze. Observing her demeanor, Gu Yuancheng realized their acquaintance was far more complicated than mere recognition. Hirue's provocative laughter echoed, Gu Si, do you really think so highly of yourself? You would have a delicate beauty suffer alongside you? I wouldn't dare ask for such a sacrifice. I heard Wanqing even saved your life. Is this how you repay your benefactor? She saves you, and you expect her to offer herself and endure hardship alongside you? What do you think you are, a celestial being? Humph. Hirue cast a disdainful eye at Gu Yuancheng. Although Gu Yuancheng spent most of his time at the border and had only resided in the capital for a few years, he still found himself at odds with Hirue, one a dandy young master, the other a paragon of righteousness. Several years prior, while Hirue was bullying others, he happened upon Gu Yuancheng returning to the capital. Displeased by Hirue's behavior, Gu Yuancheng confronted him and delivered a beating. As the fourth son of a duke, Gu Yuancheng was beyond Hirue's reach, who was merely the third son of a minister of rights, unable to retaliate and knowing his father would falter before the duke. Hirue had to swallow his humiliation. Now that Gu Yuancheng's woman was willing to accompany him, Hirue could not let such a chance to humiliate him pass, especially since Xia Wanyue was indeed a delicate beauty. Gu Yuancheng glared at Hirue through gritted teeth. Close your mouth. Matters between Wanyue and me are not for an outsider like you to meddle in. Wanyue is not the gold-digging woman you claim her to be. He then turned to Xia Wanyue, his tone soothing. Wanyue, has he been bothering you? Do not fear. I will handle everything. Xiao Wanhua lowered her gaze and took a step back. Brother Chen, I'm sorry, but I cannot return to Izhou with you. Gu Yuancheng, as if not hearing her clearly, fixed his gaze intently on Xiao Wanhua. What did you say? Suddenly, Xiao Wanhua rushed to Hirue's side without looking back. Her voice was icy as she spoke. Gu Yuancheng, I saved your life, yet you insist on keeping me with you. I must inform you that I refuse to return to Izhou with you. My heart is entwined with young Master He. Please, let me go. Consider it a token of gratitude for saving your life. Xiao Wanhua's pale face bore an expression of pleading, which elicited sympathy from the onlookers who were unaware of the full story. Gu Yuancheng's starry eyes, tinged with rage, glimmered red as he stared incredulously at Xiao Wanhua. He vividly recalled the moment she nestled against his shoulder, her cheeks flushed, shyly proclaiming that regardless of his status, she would always remain by his side. Yet, how swiftly she had forgotten. Wanhua, come back. You need not fear him. Has he threatened you? Return to me, and I shall protect you. You promised to be with me for a lifetime. You vowed to marry me, do you not remember? The depths of Gu Yuancheng's eyes were filled with profound sorrow and anguish, his heart ablaze with the fury of betrayal. Yi Qingyu sighed softly and approached him, gently patting his back. Sister Xia, what is it you are doing? What is your relationship with this young man? If my memory serves me correctly, you have known each other for merely a few days. My fourth cousin has sacrificed his position in the Duke's residence for your sake. Is this the reward you offer him? Yi Qingyu's cool gaze swept over Xiao Wanhua, and it was the first time Xiao Wanhua had witnessed such a piercing demeanor from Yi Qingyu. I, along with Master He, share a mutual affection. Xiao Wanhua, in a state of disarray, began to sob gently, as if she had been wronged. Sister Qingyu, I have never expressed my fondness for Gu Yuancheng. Those were his words. I merely saved him and accompanied him back to the capital, nothing more. If I have inadvertently caused any misunderstanding with young Master Gu, I sincerely apologize once again. Master He, with a playful smile, wrapped his arm around Xiao Wanhua's waist and provocatively glanced at Gu Yuancheng. Gu Si, it is not my intention to offend, but even if you cannot find a wife, you ought not to make baseless assumptions about Wanhua's beauty. The young lady is too modest to speak so directly. And yet you feign ignorance. She simply does not harbor feelings for you, but for me. Do you understand? Now be gone, before you frighten her further. Gu Yuancheng, consumed by rage, was about to confront him, but Yi Qingyu swiftly restrained him. Master He, since you and Miss Xia are in love, kindly take your lady and leave. Chapter 55, A Final Severance. Yi Qingyu cast a cold glance at Xiao Wanhua. Miss Xia, you have colluded with the bandits, plotting against my cousin while feigning to rescue him, all in an attempt to become his savior and secure his marriage to you. He was willing to forsake his engagement and depart from the Duke's residence, taking you back to your homeland to marry you and ensure your lifelong safety. Now, you claim that his words are mere fabrications, that you never harbored feelings for him. Let us pretend that nothing ever transpired. You may leave with your Mr. He, while my cousin returns to the Duke's residence to fulfill his engagement. Gu Yuancheng fixed a piercing stare at Xiao Wanhua, filled with the realization that her betrayal had led to his near demise. Xiao Wanhua, is what my cousin said true? Xiao Wanhua, flustered, stammered in her defense. You must not speak such nonsense. I do not know what you are talking about. I did not do anything. Brother Chen, I merely saved you by chance. Yi Qingyu let out a cold laugh. It matters not whether Miss Xia acknowledges it or not. Our grandfather has already brought back evidence and witnesses. Now that you and my cousin are free from any debts to one another, we shall no longer pursue this matter. With a glacial gaze, Yi Qingyu turned her attention to Hirue. Mr. He, take your woman and depart. Hirue felt a chill run down his spine under Yi Qingyu's scrutinizing gaze. Comprehending the true nature of Xiao Wanhua and regretting his association with her, he shot her a disdainful glance before turning to leave. Xiao Wanhua's eyes glistened with sorrowful tears as she looked at Gu Yuancheng. Brother Chen, Yi Qingyu stepped in front of Gu Yuancheng, blocking her view. Miss Xia, you and my cousin are now free of ties. I kindly ask you to leave. Xiao Wanhua observed Gu Yuancheng, who turned his head away, refusing to meet her gaze. She realized she had provoked him and now had no choice but to cling to Hirue. She swiftly turned and hurried after Hirue. The farce had come to an end, and the onlookers could not help but shake their heads in disapproval. That woman truly lacked shame, having revealed her true nature. She still sought the affections of young Master Gu. A seductress. Only young Master Gu, with his pure and infatuated heart, and the Duke's residence, known for its generosity, would tolerate such behavior. If it were me, I would surely send her to prison. Enough of this. Disperse. I must tell my son to steer clear of beautiful women. They are all wicked. What nonsense are you spouting? Is Miss C not beautiful? She is kind-hearted and magnanimous. Do not condemn all based on one. The crowd chattered as they dispersed. Yi Qingyu let out a soft sigh and approached Gu Yuancheng. Cousin, let's get in the carriage. I will take you home. Gu Yuancheng lowered his head and murmured, What face do I have left to return? Fourth brother. Gu Yuancheng suddenly lifted his head. In the warm embrace of the morning sun stood his third brother, second aunt, third aunt, and grandfather not far away. The sunlight bathed them in a golden glow. So gentle it made his eyes sting. Fourth brother, it is time to go home. Third brother, Whatever you have to say can wait until we are home, Gu Huai said, patting his shoulder. He then turned his gaze to Yi Qingyu, who smiled softly. Third cousin. I shall not accompany you. She walked over to the Duke and spoke gently, Grandfather. You must not scold fourth cousin any longer. He has already been deceived quite pitiably. Please speak to him kindly. The Duke reluctantly acquiesced. Qing, will you not accompany your grandfather back to the manor? Grandfather, I still wish to catch up on my sleep. So I shall not go. After bidding farewell to the entourage from the Duke's residence, Yi Qingyu returned to the evening smoke pavilion for a nap. After resting for an hour, it coincided perfectly with the time for lunch. Miss Fubo has arrived. Please invite him in. Greetings, Mississippi. Yi Qingyu smiled lightly. Fubo, please rise. Miss, the matter of stockpiling grain and fodder you instructed is nearly complete, yet the 100,000 taels you provided have been entirely spent. Very well. You have worked hard, Fubo. Here is another 100,000 taels. Continue with the stockpiling. Fubo took the banknotes and replied, Miss, must we continue to stockpile? We already have 2 warehouses filled with old grain, and the seedlings have been planted in the fields. In a few months, we should be harvesting new grain. How shall we sell off the old grain then? Moreover, what is the purpose of stockpiling fodder? Are you planning to raise livestock? Yi Qingyu smiled and said, Fubo, would you believe me if I told you there would be no new grain this year? Yi Qingyu gazed at Fubo with a gentle smile, causing him to waver slightly. Could it truly be? Could the miss possess such foresight?
Fubo,
I trouble you to convert this 100,000 taels into grain and fodder as swiftly as possible, completing it within 10 days, and transport half of the grain and fodder to Yenzhou for storage.
Fubo's brow furrowed.
Yenzhou? Miss, why are you sending the grain there? That is nearly at the border. With a heart full of questions, Fubo retreated. Yi Qingyu gazed at the clear azure sky outside, letting out a profound sigh. Who could have anticipated that in merely half a month, the Jiangnan region would be beset by torrential rains, persisting for over 10 days. The weather would suddenly turn frigid, as if plunging into the depths of winter, with newly sprouted crops perishing from the frost. In the north, rampant snow disasters occurred, leaving countless common folk to succumb to the bitter cold and starvation, particularly in the heart of Jiangnan, where such low temperatures had not been experienced for many years. The populace had never prepared for such harsh winters, lacking even warm cotton garments. The weather had abruptly transformed into a frigid realm reminiscent of the north, far beyond their endurance. Today marked the day of the flower appreciation banquet hosted by the Princess of Chang. Su Shi had taken the initiative to bring Yi Qingyu to the Duke's residence a day in advance, fearing that she might refuse to attend. Yi Qingyu felt helpless. She had no desire to participate. Recalling her previous life, it was at this very flower banquet that her second aunt had introduced Yi Qingya to the second son of the Minister of War, Chao, subjecting her to a lifetime of suffering. In this life, equipped with the knowledge that the Chao family was not a respectable one, she was determined to prevent Qingya from marrying into the Chao family again and enduring further torment. Upon their arrival at the Princess of Chang's residence, they found it bustling with guests, with only Princess Yongjia present to receive them. After exchanging pleasantries, Princess Yongjia smiled and welcomed Mrs. Sand and Miss Yi, inviting them inside where her mother had been awaiting them in the flower hall for some time. Following a maid, the two made their way to the flower hall where guests were being entertained. Yi Qingya and her second aunt had already arrived, and upon seeing Yi Qingyu, she promptly rose and approached her. After greeting Mrs. San, Yi Qingya tugged gently at Yi Qingyu's sleeve. Yi Qingyu understood and suggested to Su that they should sit together with the second aunt. Su nodded in agreement. The flower viewing banquet was generally informal, devoid of hierarchical distinctions. It was customary for ladies to gather with acquaintances to enjoy the blossoms. Once seated, Yi Qingya whispered to Yi Qingyu, expressing her grievances about being dragged there by their mother, who insisted on introducing her to potential suitors. Why must one marry upon reaching adulthood? She lamented. Yi Qingyu offered gentle reassurance. If you truly do not wish to marry, you could speak to the second uncle and aunt. They are unlikely to pressure you. Yi Qingya shook her head. I cannot expect them to support me for a lifetime, and I do not wish to be the subject of gossip. I certainly do not want my parents to be talked about. Everyone else is marrying. Why should I be the exception? Chapter 56. The princess's flower viewing banquet. Yi Qingyu gently patted her hand and chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Aunt Heir and Madame Su were engaged in deliberations regarding suitable candidates. I believe the second son of the Chao family and the legitimate eldest son of the Lu family are both commendable options. However, we must further assess their characters. Madame Su remarked. The Lu family's eldest son is indeed a fine choice, yet Qingya, as the matriarch, has far too many responsibilities. I find the second son of the Chao family to be more fitting. He is not burdened with the inheritance of the family business and can lead a leisurely life. Aunt Heir nodded in agreement, stating, I too have taken a liking to the Chao family son. I inquired through connections, and though his academic performance is lacking, he holds a position in the patrol camp, which is a respectable official role. Furthermore, his family is free from concubines. Madame Su concurred, saying, It seems the Chao family is indeed a worthy choice. Suddenly, Yi Qingyu interjected, Aunt Heir, I once observed this Chao Heir Gongzi in close proximity with a woman. I am uncertain of their relationship, so it would be prudent to investigate further. Aunt Heir and Madame Su were taken aback by Yi Qingyu's interjection, both momentarily stunned. Qingyu, how did you come to know Chao Heir Gongzi? They inquired. With a gentle smile, Yi Qingyu explained, during my grandmother's birthday celebration. Aside from the attendees from the Wanyan Pavilion, our household members were taken to the government office. I often inquired about the situation, which allowed me to recognize some individuals. Aunt Heir and Madame Su exchanged knowing glances. Given that Yi Qingyu could make such a statement, it seemed clear that her relationship with Chao Heir Gongzi was not merely casual. It appeared that this young man was not as unblemished as rumors suggested. Yi Qingya's expression was somewhat awkward, with a hint of disdain in her eyes, leaving her with a rather unfavorable impression of the second young Master Chao. Aunt Heir furrowed her brow and remarked, It seems we must investigate this matter thoroughly. The Grand Princess, the fourth prince, the fifth prince, and the Princess Yongjiao arrived. The crowd quickly rose to pay their respects. We have met the Grand Princess, the fourth prince, the fifth prince, and the Princess Yongjia. The Grand Princess smiled and said, Ladies, there is no need for formalities. The flowers in my garden are in full bloom. I invite all the ladies to come and admire their beauty. Thank you, Grand Princess, for remembering us amidst such splendid scenery. The Grand Princess replied with a smile, It brings me great joy that you could join me and enliven this garden. Who is this beside Madame Gusan? Su Shi hastily stood and said, This is the legitimate eldest daughter of the Marquis Qingyu. Please greet the Grand Princess. Yi Qingyu gracefully performed her curtsy. This humble daughter pays her respects to the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess maintained her smile, but a glimmer of sharpness flickered in her eyes. Ah, it is Miss Yi. Indeed, a striking beauty. Your mother was renowned as a talented woman in her time. Yi Qingyu felt an odd chill, as if the Grand Princess's gaze held a trace of coldness. Thank you, Your Highness, but I am unworthy of such praise. The Grand Princess cheerfully responded, Please take a seat. Let us go to the garden to appreciate the flowers. Yongjia, please take the young ladies for a stroll. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingya followed Princess Yongjia into the Grand Princess's garden. In the garden, the young gentlemen from various families were admiring the flowers and composing poetry. Upon the arrival of several young ladies, they appeared somewhat constrained. Princess Yongjia noticed the fourth and fifth princes in the pavilion and hurriedly approached them. Cousin fourth, cousin fifth, how do you find the scenery here? Shin Mingxiu responded with a warm smile, Dear cousin, it is indeed a splendid sight, bursting with vibrant colors and the melodies of birds. The fifth prince, Shin Junyi, arrogantly remarked, It's acceptable, though the garden is somewhat small. Princess Yongjia laughed lightly, Of course. It cannot compare to the imperial garden. Cousin fifth, you truly have a sense of humor. Shin Junyi's gaze drifted to the young ladies behind Princess Yongjia. Resting on Yi Qingyu, he stepped out of the pavilion and approached her. Miss Yi, it has been a long time. Yi Qingyu promptly bowed. I have seen His Highness, the fifth prince. Shin Junyi replied with a smile. We have known each other since childhood. There is no need for excessive formality. Shin Mingxiu approached, his demeanor humble and warm. Miss Yi, how have you been? His words conveyed a familiarity, as if they were quite close.
Ye Vingyu responded softly.
Thank you for your concern, fourth prince. I am well. Shin Mingxiu smiled even more gently. I heard that Huai has excelled in the examination, and I have been meaning to congratulate him, but have not found the time. Shin Junyi interjected. Indeed, I have been studying with your cousin in the imperial study. It's been quite a while since I last saw him, as he has been diligently preparing for the imperial examination. Yi Qingyu replied with a composed smile. In response to His Highness, my cousin has been focused on preparing for the palace examination as well, and I have not seen him in quite some time. Princess Yongjiao approached with a smile, and indeed, young Master Gu possesses great talent. He will undoubtedly excel in the palace examination and secure the top position. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Junyi seemed to recall something. If he were to achieve the highest honor, would it not mean he has achieved the 3 yuan? Young Master Gu certainly has some prowess. Yi Qingyu smiled gently. With the fifth prince's good wishes, my cousin will surely give his all. Fourth brother, fifth brother, there you are. It makes it easy for me to find you. A bright, cheerful voice rang out, and everyone turned to see Shin Junchen approaching with a group of young gentlemen. Let us go. My aunt has a racetrack. Why linger here to admire flowers, so sentimental? Shin Mingxiu remarked with a furrowed brow, sighing softly. Junchen, there are still many young ladies present. Do be mindful. Unfazed, Shin Junchen grinned and clasped his hands in apology. I misspoke. My apologies to all the young ladies. Fourth brother and fifth brother are leaving. Horse racing is far more entertaining. Shin Mingxiu offered a resigned smile and addressed Yi Qingyu. Miss Yi, I must take my leave. Yi Qingyu's expression remained indifferent. May the fourth prince depart well. A clamor ensued as Shin Junchen called his companions away, leaving the young ladies to wander the garden. Princess Yongjia's expression shifted to one of concern. Ladies, I must excuse myself for a moment. Yi Qingyu observed the departing Princess Yongjia, feeling as if she had cast a fleeting glance in her direction. Reflecting on her earlier conversation with Shin Mingxiu and Shin Junyi, she could not help but feel vexed. It seemed she had garnered the princess's disdain. She recalled in her past life that the princess of Yongjia had married Shin Junyi and became the consort of the fifth prince. Observing Shin Junyi's demeanor today, it seemed he harbored intentions towards her. In her previous existence, she had eyes only for Shin Mingxiu and beseeched her maternal grandfather to request a marriage from the emperor, ultimately wed to him. Little did she know that Shin Junyi also coveted her. It appeared they were both enticed by the military power of the duke's residence. Within the inner courtyard of the Grand Princess's estate, the Princess of Yongjia entered the chamber of the Grand Princess with a countenance marred by displeasure, her anger palpable as she took her seat. The Grand Princess was massaging her brow, her expression one of concern, equally displeased. What troubles you? It was rare for her to witness her daughter displaying such overt fury. Both her fourth cousin and fifth cousin were interested in Yi Qingyu, both having set their sights on her. The face of Yongjia was a mask of rage, her eyes reflecting a rare ferocity. The Grand Princess furrowed her brows even tighter. Yi Qingyu? That enchanting vixen is indeed the daughter of that wretched Gu Qingshuang. Her ability to ensnare is no less than that of her seductive mother. Chapter 57. A grudge with my mother? Mother, what shall we do? The Empress Dowager has instructed you to host this flower-viewing banquet for the purpose of selecting a proper consort for the two princes. Regardless of the reasons behind Cousin C's interest in Yi Qingyu, what am I to do if Cousin Wu desires to marry her? Yongjia's face was etched with anxiety, her eyes brimming with resentment. Indeed, Yi Qingyu was a formidable obstacle in her path. The Grand Princess coldly asserted, no one shall impede my son's ascent to the throne. Since she lacks decorum and entices the princes, we shall render her unworthy. Yue, rest assured, your mother will not allow her to hinder your prospects.
Princess Yongjia, Kuiru Yue,
Gazed at her mother. Are you planning to take action against her? That is of no concern to you. Focus instead on how to win the heart of fifth cousin. The Grand Princess replied. Chui Ryu nodded, suppressing her inner fury, her countenance transforming into a gentle smile. Then I shall go seek out fifth cousin and the others. The Grand Princess nodded in approval, and Chui Ryu adjusted her attire before gracefully exiting. Yi Qingya, ever restless, was urging Yi Qingyu to accompany her to the racetrack to watch the various princes and young masters compete. with no choice but to indulge her sister's whims. Yi Qingyu complied. As they approached a corner, they were unexpectedly collided with by a maid hastily exiting, who was carrying a pot of tea. The entire contents were spilled upon Yi Qingyu, and even Yi Qingya was not spared from the deluge. "Miss Yi, please forgive me. It is my fault. I was too hurried and did not see you," the maid implored, hastily kneeling and bowing her head, trembling in fear. Late Autumn rushed over with a handkerchief to wipe the tea from Yi Qingyu's garments, as she had yet to observe the morning rites. Her attire was predominantly in muted tones. Today, she donned a gown of moonlight white, which had been stained by tea, rendering her appearance somewhat impolite. Yi Qingyu did not reproach her maid. Instead, she gently urged, "You may rise. It is not your fault. It is quite normal not to see someone around the corner. Please fetch another pot of tea and bring it to us." The maid hurriedly expressed her gratitude, filled with remorse. "Esteemed ladies, there is a guest room ahead. I shall seek the princess and procure 2 garments for you to change into, lest you catch a chill." Yi Qingya, shaking her garment with evident disdain, remarked, "Where is the guest room? Just lead us there, we have spare clothes. Qingji, you, and once you are to retrieve the spare garments for me and my sister." Qingji and once you set off to fetch their mistress's attire, while Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingya followed the maid to the designated resting quarters for women. "Ladies, please wait here. I shall fetch your maidservants to bring them to you," said the maid as she departed. Yi Qingya, with a hint of resignation, noted, "It seems we may miss the horse race."
Alas.
Yi Qingyu reassured her, "It is far too soon for it to be over. Once we are ready, we can still make it." Yi Qingya nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Yi Qingyu felt a wave of dizziness, blurring her vision. "Elder sister, I feel a bit faint," she confessed. In that instant, Yi Qingyu comprehended their predicament. They had been ensnared by a narcotic fragrance. Realizing it was a trap, she hastily rummaged through her purse, retrieving a small porcelain vial from which she dizzily poured out 2 pills. This is the tranquility pill. Ever since her rebirth, she has kept it on her person, fearing the possibility of being drugged, and now, unexpectedly, it has come into use. "Qingya, quickly take it," she urged, swallowing one herself. "We must leave this place at once." Yi Qingyu felt dizzy and utterly drained, yet she understood that since this was a deliberately crafted trap, safety could not be assured here. They had to escape. Yi Qingya also felt weak and languid, aware that she had been administered a sedative. Although her elder sister had provided her with the antidote, its effects would not be immediate. They needed to heed her sister's guidance and depart without delay. The two supported each other, laboriously rising to their feet and stumbling forward, uncertain of their direction, solely focused on the imperative to vacate this locale. As they wandered, Yi Qingyu's vision blurred. Suddenly, they collided with something, causing both her and Yi Qingya to tumble to the ground. "Miss Yi, Yi Qingyu." A cool sensation brushed against her forehead, gradually bringing her back to consciousness. Before her stood a face of exquisite contours and ethereal beauty, with cool, worried eyes gazing down at her. How remarkably similar he looked to Xin Yanli. "Prince Chu, Your Highness?" Yi Qingyu murmured, still somewhat dazed. A deep voice resonated in her ear. "It is I, the prince. Where were you drugged?" Yi Qingyu felt her mind becoming increasingly lucid. The antidote must be taking effect. "But what about Qingya?" "The second miss is here," replied Commander Jiang. Yi Qingyu glanced over and saw Yi Qingya drowsily sprawled across the stone table. It was then that she realized they were in a small pavilion. Xin Yanli noticed her expression had returned to normal and asked, "Are you alright?" "Yes, thank you for your rescue, Your Highness." "Who did you offend to be attacked here?" A figure flickered in Yi Qingyu's mind, yet she refrained from speaking. Meanwhile, Yi Qingya sat up, gradually regaining clarity. "Elder sister? Prince Chu?" Yi Qingyu felt a pang of guilt. Qingya had been dragged into this because of her. "Are you feeling better now?" Yi Qingya shook her head. "I'm fine. The dizziness has subsided." "Elder sister, how come you carry antidote with you? You're quite impressive." Yi Qingyu paused briefly, but chose not to respond to her question. "As long as you're well, I will have someone escort you back to Second Aunt. Commander Jiang, please bring our maids here." Xin Yanli nodded, and Commander Jiang went to fetch them. In less than the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea, Wanqiu and Qingji arrived. "Miss, how did you end up here? We searched for you everywhere." Yi Qingyu replied calmly, "Qingji, take your lady back to the carriage. I will inform Second Aunt shortly to return as well. You must leave quickly." Yi Qingya furrowed her brows. "Elder sister, is someone trying to harm you?" "I want to leave." I will stay with you. Yi Qingyu reassured, I shall be fine. After all, there is His Highness the Prince of Chu present. Who would dare to harm me? The flower banquet is nearing its conclusion. You and second aunt should return first. I will accompany my aunt back to the Duke's residence shortly. Yi Qingya glanced at Xin Yanli, feeling somewhat reassured. Very well, I shall take my leave. Do take care of yourself. Xin Yanli instructed. Jiang Bei, send the second miss out. As Yi Qingya departed, Xin Yanli remarked, allow me to escort you out. Yi Qingyu shook her head. There is no rush. Since I am here, I must ascertain who harbors ill intentions towards me. Do you already know who it is? Yi Qingyu gazed into the distance. In this place, how could an outsider act so freely? Xin Yanli fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. I am aware that the Grand Princess has some long-standing grievances with the Duke's residence, particularly with your mother. I did not anticipate that she would resort to such measures against you. Chapter 58. How I Marry You. Yi Qingyu gazed at him in astonishment. Your Highness, are you suggesting that the Grand Princess harbors grievances against my mother? I have never heard my grandfather mention this. Could you enlighten me on the matter? Xin Yanli paused briefly before responding softly. In the past, prior to your mother's marriage to the Marquis of Qingyuan, she was indeed betrothed to General Cui, the current husband of the Grand Princess. Yi Qingyu's expression shifted to one of shock. No wonder the Grand Princess regarded her with such disdain. Xin Yanli continued. It is unclear what transpired, but the Duke's residence withdrew from the engagement with the General's house, and shortly thereafter, they arranged a betrothal with the Marquis of Qingyuan. Your mother had just broken off her engagement with General Cui when the late emperor issued a decree granting the marriage to him and the Grand Princess. Yi Qingyu was taken aback by this revelation. She had never been informed of her mother's past. From Xin Yanli's account, it appeared that the Grand Princess had indeed usurped her mother's engagement. What role, then, did the Marquis of Qingyuan's residence play in this affair? She had always perceived her mother as noble and graceful, endowed with extraordinary talent, so why would she choose to marry someone as unremarkable and cowardly as her father? It now seemed evident that there was more to her parents' union than met the eye. Yi Qingyu composed herself, calming her emotions. Thank you for sharing this, Your Highness. By the way, what brings you here? Xin Yanli sighed with a hint of resignation. The Empress Dowager has personally instructed me to attend. Noticing the trace of helplessness on his usually impassive and handsome face, Yi Qingyu felt an unusual curiosity stir within her. In an instant, she comprehended the Empress Dowager's intentions. This flower-viewing banquet was indeed designed for the princes to behold suitable candidates for their future brides. Although Xin Yanli had once held the esteemed title of Crown Prince, he had been rendered incapacitated and dethroned due to the loss of his legs, remaining unmarried and without a consort. The Empress Dowager summoned him with the hope of selecting a princess for him. Yi Qingyu, filled with curiosity, inquired if His Highness had anyone in mind. Xin Yanli gazed at her intently before suddenly turning his head away, lamenting, in my condition, no one would wish to marry me. As Yi Qingyu beheld his solitary and desolate profile, her heart ached unexpectedly. He had once been so gallant and dashing, the dream suitor of countless young ladies. It was for the sake of the people of Deqing that he had suffered such a fate.
How could that be?
You are truly remarkable, she exclaimed, unable to bear the sight of his sorrowful demeanor. Yi Qingyu shut her eyes briefly, her delicate face and exquisite earlobes flushed with a rosy hue. I would willingly marry you. Xin Yanli turned back abruptly, his eyes reflecting a shock she had never witnessed before. Yi Qingyu's previous resolve seemed to dissipate in an instant, and she lowered her gaze in embarrassment, muttering, Your Highness, I have overstepped my bounds. What I just said was merely a momentary lapse. Xin Yanli's brow furrowed, his voice, cool and hushed, veiled in a misty melancholy, asked, Do you truly not perceive me as a worthless being? Yi Qingyu raised her head, her eyes filled with disapproval. Why did His Highness think so poorly of himself? Everyone in the capital knew how brilliant and formidable he once was.
Now,
he merely faced a temporary inconvenience with his legs. How could he belittle himself so? Yi Qingyu paused, her tone sincere and respectful. In her heart, he was the finest gentleman, the most distinguished man of the Deqing dynasty. Blushing, she suggested, Your Highness, what if I were to marry you? A sudden spark of inspiration struck her, and she found this proposal remarkably appealing. Having been reborn, she had never contemplated the prospect of marriage. Yet her matrimonial fate was not hers to dictate. The Marquis would seize any opportunity to influence her marriage, And the emperor was also keeping a close watch on her situation. She understood that even if she remained single for life, her relatives in the duke's residence would not reproach her. If she were to marry a stable and ordinary man, her days might unfold smoothly. However, her rebirth was not for the sake of living a tranquil life. She sought vengeance. Marrying Xin Yanli would be the wisest choice. Even to repay the gratitude for the duke's residence, burying her past life-esque grievances, she would care for him well and ensure he was treated with respect, never allowing others to belittle or mock him. Yi Qingyu blinked her bright, watery eyes, nervously gazing at Xin Yanli. Meanwhile, Commander Jiang stared wide-eyed at Yi Qingyu, astonished by her audacity. How bold of the young lady to propose to a man. Xin Yanli remained frozen, gazing at Yi Qingyu. Yet it seemed as though he was looking through her, his thoughts adrift in an unknown realm. As Yi Qingyu noticed his prolonged silence, his intense gaze upon her caused her heart to race. Gradually, disappointment crept in. Perhaps he found her unworthy or was simply at a loss for words. Your Highness, there is no need for such turmoil. If you deem me unsuitable, let it be as though I never spoke. Upon hearing Yi Qingyu's words, Xin Yanli finally snapped back to reality, his voice tinged with urgency. I do not think you are lacking. In fact, you are remarkable, too remarkable to be wed to a useless man like me. A pang of sorrow gripped Xin Yanli's heart as he recalled how both the fourth and fifth princes had expressed interest in her. Regardless of who it might be, she stood a chance of becoming the revered empress, yet he felt powerless to offer her that opportunity. Xin Yanli, as an unmarried maiden, I implore you to give me a definitive answer regarding our union. Do you dislike me? Not at all. Do you like me? I do. Xin Yanli was taken aback, while Yi Qingyu's radiant smile illuminated her features, the sunlight casting a golden glow upon her, as if she were a glow herself. Then let us agree on this. Should the emperor arrange our marriage in the future, you must not oppose it. Xin Yanli, momentarily lost for words, ultimately nodded in agreement. Yi Qingyu's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. I shall take my leave now to visit my third aunt. Your Highness, I bid you farewell. With that, Yi Qingyu departed with Wan Qiu, who held Yi Qingyu's garments, still dazed, as though she had just awakened from a dream. She dreamed that her family's young lady forced Prince Chu into marriage, and indeed, she succeeded in this endeavor. It was, after all, just a dream. How could her family's young lady ever commit such an act? Surely, the sun had been too scorching, causing her to hallucinate. As late autumn approached, she resolved to retrieve the jade pendant her mother had given her and present it to Prince Chu. When she regained her senses, she heard the young lady exclaim, "But that is a gift from the lady to your future husband." Yi Qingyu smiled gently, acknowledging, "Indeed, your Highness will soon be my spouse." The reality shattered Wan Qiu's self-deception. Alas, as long as the young lady is happy. Upon returning to the flower hall, Su Shi was engaged in conversation with familiar ladies.
노티진 예킹 소일에 다트레.
She frowned and inquired, "What happened here?" "Oh dear, it's still wet. You must change quickly to avoid catching a chill." Yi Qingyu grasped Su Shi's hand, saying, "Aunt, let us return." At that moment, the eldest princess seated above cast a fleeting glance of hostility upon seeing Yi Qingyu. She had not anticipated her escape. What extraordinary luck indeed. Chapter 59. The 3 yuan degrees. Yi Qingyu raised her head, her smile radiant as she addressed the Grand Princess. "Your Highness, my attire has become soiled, and I fear it may offend your eyes, thus I shall take my leave." Suddenly, Princess Yongjia entered the floral hall. Her gaze filled with concern as she looked upon her. "Qingyu, you ought to change your garments before departing. Should someone catch sight of you, it might be said that my princess's residence is lacking in hospitality." Yi Qingyu regarded her with a gentle look, her eyes ablaze with sincerity. "Dear princess, there is no need for concern. It is but a small spill of tea, nothing of consequence. The hour grows late, and I would not wish to impose further. I shall take my leave now." Madame Su furrowed her brow, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes. Indeed, the hour is late. Qingyu has also promised the Duke to join him for lunch, so she must excuse herself. The Grand Princess chuckled, saying, "If that is the case, then 3 madam. Travel safely. Yue, see 3 madam off. There is no need to trouble my cousin, aunt. This prince shall accompany Madame Gu and Miss Yi, and I will escort them both out." Xin Yanli interjected, his demeanor calm and composed. The Grand Princess momentarily appeared taken aback, as she had not realized Xin Yanli was present. although the Empress Dowager had mentioned a potential match for him and she had sent him an invitation. He had not attended such social gatherings since the unfortunate incident that left him with injured legs. Yet here he was today. Yanli, when did you arrive? Why did you not inform your aunt? She inquired. Shun Yanli replied with a hint of indifference. Aunt need not be concerned. I am merely passing through to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. His tone conveyed a sense of resignation. The Grand Princess surmised that it must be the Empress Dowager who had coerced him into this. Thus, I would trouble you to convey my regards to the third madam. Shen Yanli nodded and departed with Yi Qingyu and Madame Su. As the Grand Princess watched Shen Yanli's receding silhouette, a pang of regret washed over her. Had it not been for his injured leg, the throne would surely not have been destined for any other prince. Shen Yanli escorted them to the Duke's residence before taking his leave. Madame Su regarded Yi Qingyu with a hint of suspicion as she conversed with Shen Yanli, observing the radiance of her smile as she gazed at the departing carriage. Qingqing, when did you become so familiar with His Highness, the Crown Prince? Yi Qingyu, with a tinge of shyness, replied, Oh, just recently. Grandfather must be finishing court now. Let us hasten to the estate. Madame Su was deftly led off topic by Yi Qingyu's few words, and the two proceeded to pay their respects to the Duke. Upon returning home, Yi Qingyu indeed retrieved the jade pendant left by her mother. She crafted a fragrant sachet, placing the pendant inside, and had Mo Shu deliver it to the Crown Prince's residence. As she held the intricately carved, translucent jade pendant, a gentle smile graced Shen Yanli's typically frosty visage. Jiang Bei chuckled. Is this the token of affection bestowed upon you by Miss Yi? Shen Yanli's expression turned slightly awkward. Do not speak nonsense. It is no token of affection. Jiang Bei stifled a laugh. Since Miss Yi has gifted you a token, should you not reciprocate? Shen Yanli contemplated what gift he ought to present to Yi Qingyu while gazing at the pendant in his hand. 2 days later, a messenger from the Crown Prince's residence arrived, led by Commander Jiang Bei. I have come to see Miss Yi. No need for such formalities, Commander Jiang. Jiang Bei presented a delicate brocade box with both hands, declaring that it was a splendid gift from our prince for you. Please, accept it. Yi Qingyu's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing that it was bestowed upon her by His Highness, the Prince of Chu. Happily, she accepted the offering. Observing the smile gracing her features and her lack of reluctance, Commander Jiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, this was crafted by the prince himself. It is imperative that you accept it. Yi Qingyu's soft, watery gaze lit up as she opened the brocade box, revealing a simple yet elegant white jade hairpin, meticulously polished, showcasing the artisan's dedication. Filled with joy, Yi Qingyu was pleasantly surprised that Shen Yanli had indeed reciprocated her gesture with a personally crafted gift. Did this not imply his satisfaction with her? Would it suggest his agreement with her proposal? Please convey my gratitude to His Highness. I truly admire his gift. Commander Jiang's tense expression relaxed, affirming that he would surely relay your sentiments. As he turned to exit the Wan Yen pavilion, he cast a glance back, his heart swelling with happiness for the prince. Initially, he had harbored concerns that Miss Yi might disdain the hairpin created by His Highness, considering that women often favor more ornate and dazzling jewelry. He had even advised the prince to choose a different gift, but the prince had not heeded his counsel. Although the hairpin was indeed crafted by the prince's own hands, he worried it might appear too simple for her tastes. Fortunately, Miss Yi was not of such trivial inclinations. Inside the room, Yi Qingyu cherished the hairpin, admiring its beauty, while Wan Qiu, witnessing the master's joy, felt a mix of happiness and concern in her heart. Although His Highness the Prince of Chu is indeed a benevolent individual and a savior to the young lady, he is, after all, physically challenged. Should he marry the young lady in the future, it may bring her considerable hardship. It is surprising to discover that His Highness possesses such craftsmanship. Though simple, it is executed with exquisite finesse. Wan Qiu sincerely praised him. Yi Qingyu beamed with delight, affirming that it is indeed remarkable. Wan Qiu, please adore me with it, she requested. Wan Qiu carefully removed the hairpin from Yi Qingyu's head and replaced it with the hibiscus jade pin. As Yi Qingyu gazed into the mirror, she felt that the pin was a perfect match for her. Wan Qiu smiled, remarking that it suited her splendidly. Yi Qingyu replied with a smile, his craftsmanship is certainly unparalleled. Wan Qiu observed the young lady, yet remained silent. A month later, during the palace examination, Yi Qingyu had made arrangements with Yi Qingya to visit the Wan Fujilu early to witness the champions parade. Qingya, with a cheerful demeanor, indulged in sweet treats, inquiring, Sister, Do you think the third young master will be named champion by the emperor? If he does, it would truly be splendid. Yi Qingyu's features softened, her eyes sparkling with joy as she responded, I firmly believe that cousin San will showcase his talents. Qingya smiled, adding, if it indeed is the third young master, he would achieve the remarkable feat of the 3 honors. This would mark the first instance of such an achievement in our De Qing dynasty. Yi Qingyu's eyes gleamed with bright anticipation. Naturally, she wished for her cousin to bask in glory, bringing pride to the duke's household. Look, they're coming out, she exclaimed excitedly. Wow, what a stunning top scholar. In all my years of observing scholars, I have never beheld one so remarkably handsome.
Ah,
this is the third son of the duke's household. Goodness, he is simply exquisite. Usually, in his attire of green bamboo brocade, he is already strikingly elegant, but in this brilliant red scholar's robe, he appears almost celestial. Yi Qingya also spotted the rider at the forefront, gleefully tugging at Yi Qingyu's sleeve. Bouncing with joy as she exclaimed, elder sister, it truly is the third son.
wow, he is so impressive.
Yi Qingyu observed him seated majestically upon his steed, adorned in resplendent crimson scholar's robes. His refined and graceful visage bore an air of composure, with a subtle smile gracing his lips. Countless handkerchiefs from the young ladies fluttered down like leaves, yet he effortlessly evaded them, untouched. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards this direction, and amidst his elegant smile, there was a hint of affectionate acknowledgement as he nodded gently at her. Chapter 60. Who do you think you are? Yi Qingyu smiled softly and uttered a heartfelt congratulations, fully aware that her cousin could not hear her. In this moment, she genuinely wished to express those 2 words. At last, her rebirth had altered her cousin's fate, guiding him back onto the path that rightfully belonged to him. As the crowd dispersed, Yi Qingyu and Qingya exited the Wanfu Tavern, preparing to return to the estate. Just as she was about to enter the carriage, an unsettling gaze pierced through her, prompting her to turn her head. There stood Yi Shuwen at the corner of the street, his eyes burning with intense fury as he locked onto her. Upon noticing Yi Qingyu's gaze, he swiftly turned and disappeared into another alley. Yi Qingyu furrowed her brow. What is it, miss? Qingya inquired, noticing her sudden halt with curiosity. Yi Qingyu shook her head. It's nothing, let us head back. Upon arriving at the gates of the Ho residence, they were met with the anxious figure of Nianshuan rushing out. Miss, you have returned. Something has happened. Yi Qingyu steadied herself by holding onto Qingya's arm and dismounted the carriage with an air of calm. What has transpired? Nianshuan's face was flushed with indignation. Miss, it was the cousin sister who, along with several maids, invaded our courtyard and took away many of your belongings. She claims that the old madam consented to her taking half of your possessions, asserting her status as a young lady of the Ho residence and that she is entitled to her fair share. Nian Chun's small face flushed with anger. How audacious it was for her to bully the young lady when she wasn't even a member of the Yi family yet. It was utterly shameless. Moreover, everything in our Wanyan pavilion is part of the Lady S dowry, along with gifts from the Duke's residence. Only a few items belong to the Marquis' household, and she has already taken half of your garments. How could the old matriarch consent to such demands? Has her illness clouded her judgment? You are her true granddaughter. It is the incompetence of the servants that has failed to protect your belongings, sobbed Nian Chun, tears streaming down her face. Yi Qingyu listened calmly to her lamentations, smiling gently as she offered consolation. What a trivial matter. Why are you crying? I'm not even distressed. Wan Xiao, equally infuriated, exclaimed, Miss, how can you still smile when they have dared to bully you? A glimmer of frost flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes as she lightly chuckled and reassured her, it is of no consequence. We shall retrieve what is ours. Mo Shu,
She called.
At your service. Go borrow a squad of guards from grandfather, she instructed. I will do so at once. Mo Shu departed with grace, and Yi Qingyu returned to Wanyan Pavilion, soothing her 2 maidservants with kind words. Upon entering her chamber, Yi Qingyu surveyed her surroundings, noting the considerable disarray. Even her wardrobe was in utter chaos. She glanced at the maids and elderly servants in the courtyard who had been beaten for attempting to prevent Lu Qianqian's people from taking her belongings. Once indifferent, Yi Qingyu's heart hardened upon seeing the red marks on their faces, as if the frost in her eyes threatened to spill forth. Rest assured, should anyone lay a finger on your hair, I shall ensure they repay you 100-fold for your diligent protection of the residents. Each of you shall receive an additional 5 taels of silver this month. The servants' eyes sparkled with gratitude as they knelt in thanks, expressing their appreciation, declaring it merely their duty. The young lady is truly benevolent. Despite their failure to safeguard the estate, she not only refrains from punishing them but also rewards them. From this moment forth, they shall spare no effort in protecting what belongs to her. At this juncture, Mo Shu returned with a contingent, announcing, "Miss, the Duke has dispatched 20 guards for your protection." The guards, impeccably arranged, saluted upon encountering the young lady. Yi Qingyu regarded them with a nod, instructing, "Follow me. Nian Chun, you shall accompany as well. We are heading to Lu Qianqian's Shuiyun Pavilion. I demand the return of all my belongings." With purpose, Yi Qingyu led her entourage towards the Shuiyun Pavilion. Meanwhile, within the pavilion, Lu Qianqian reveled in the splendid jewelry and exquisite garments before her, her countenance radiating delight. Chen Yining, filled with concern, cautioned, "Qianqian, your grandmother merely permitted you to borrow some jewelry from Yi Qingyu. How can you dare to seize her possessions? What will you say if she returns and discovers this?" Adorning her hair with a red gold and ruby hairpin, Lu Qianqian gazed into the mirror, responding, "Mother, you worry too much. I am also a young lady of the marquis's household. These items rightfully belong to me, especially since my grandmother has consented." Chen Yining shook her head, murmuring softly, "You are not yet the young lady of the marquis's residence. I have not yet married your father. You still bear the surname Lu. By acting this way, you will surely provoke Yi Qingyu. Is she someone you can afford to offend? Have you not seen how your grandmother fell ill from the stress she caused? You are now rushing to confront her. What on earth are you thinking?" Lu Qianqian turned her head in displeasure, retorting, "Mother, you underestimate me. I am currently under the protection of His Royal Highness, the 4th Prince. What right does someone disfavored by him have to speak to me in such a manner? Everything that belongs to me has already been enjoyed by her for over a decade. Why should I not reclaim what is rightfully mine? Furthermore, if I do not take these items, how will I present myself before His Royal Highness? Should I appear in a disheveled state? What if he loses interest in me because of it?" Chen Yining remained silent for a moment before responding, "But you cannot just barge in and take her belongings. If you desire something, there are ways to obtain it without causing trouble. Your grandmother only permitted you to borrow a few pieces of jewelry from Yi Qingyu because of your upcoming meeting with the 4th Prince." Lu Qianqian's expression darkened as she impatiently replied, "You need not worry. Even if Yi Qingyu finds out, what of it? It was all sanctioned by grandmother. Her possessions belong to the marquis's household, and grandmother's word is final. What can she do to me? Humph. Do you think I should be concerned about her?" Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice echoed from outside the door, followed by a loud bang as Lu Qianqian's door was forcefully kicked open. The two inside were startled, and, upon seeing Yi Qingyu standing at the entrance, finally came to their senses. Chen Yining approached in a flustered manner and said, "Qingyu, Qianqian is still young. Do not hold her words against her. She spoke thoughtlessly, and as her elder sister, it is your duty to guide her." Lu Qianqian, her heart racing with trepidation, gazed into Yi Qingyu's frigid, watery eyes, feeling a surge of anxiety. Yet, she maintained a facade of defiance, exclaiming, "Sister, I only took some items from you because grandmother instructed me to do so. I am also a young lady of the Ho residence now. Grandmother stated that I am entitled to a share of your belongings. Otherwise, I would be unable to face others, which would bring shame upon the Ho family." As she spoke, Lu Qianqian's confidence swelled, bolstered by the support of her grandmother, father, and the 4th Prince. What did she have to fear from Yi Qingyu? Standing tall, she raised her chin and provocatively regarded Yi Qingyu, declaring, "Sister, you cannot tarnish the Ho family's reputation on your own while denying me the opportunity to restore it." Yi Qingyu scoffed, "The reputation of the Ho family? You think you are worthy?" Chapter 61. The concubine upon witnessing the sudden shift in Yi Qingyu's expression. Chen Yining felt a weight settle in her heart. "Qingyu, Qianqian is your sister. If she has erred in any way, I implore you to show magnanimity and refrain from holding it against her." Yi Qingyu cast a frosty glance at Chen Yining, retorting, "My mother bore only me. There is no sister. Cousin, you seem to be mistaken." Chen Yining, stung by Yi Qingyu's scornful words, struggled to maintain her forced smile. Seeing her mother insulted, Lu Qianqian stepped protectively in front of Chen Yining, declaring, "Father is about to marry my mother, and I am also a daughter of the marquis's household. Whether you acknowledge it or not, this is a fait accompli that cannot be denied. Yi Qingyu let out a disdainful huff. You are rather eager, aren't you? So impatient to become a lady of the marquis's household when your father has yet to marry your mother. You are still Lu Qianqian, and what audacity you possess. Nianshuan, gather my belongings and apprehend this thief who dares to steal from me. Lu Qianqian thrashed in panic, exclaiming, How dare you? Let me go. Yi Qingyu. These are all mine. They were promised to me by grandmother. What right do you have to touch my possessions? Chen Yining, alarmed, interjected, Qingyu, let us speak civilly. Please allow them to release Qianqian. Yi Qingyu smirked. These are my belongings, and not even the marquis dares to lay a finger on them. You truly possess an audacious spirit. Did you not claim it was the old lady's permission? Very well. Let us consult the old lady and see if she indeed authorized you to brazenly pilfer from my courtyard. Lu Qianqian felt a surge of panic as she watched the items she had just acquired, still warm to the touch, being taken away one by Yi Qingyu's people. She glared at Yi Qingyu with envy. Come on, let us go speak to the old lady, Yi Qingyu commanded. I won't go. Lu Qianqian struggled. If you can't bear to part with your things, just take them back. I don't want them, anyway. Let go of me. I refuse to complain to the old lady. Yi Qingyu regarded her coldly. That is not your decision to make. Chen Yining looked at Yi Qingyu with pleading eyes. Qingyu, this time, Qianqian is in the wrong. For the sake of our kinship, and considering her immaturity, please let her go. You can take back what belongs to you. Let it end there. Without even sparing Chen Yining a glance, Yi Qingyu turned and led her entourage out. In Chunhui Hall, Lord Yi was engaged in conversation with the old lady. When do you plan to bring Yining into the household? Lord Yi set down his teacup. Perhaps in due time. After the Empress Dowager's birthday has passed. The old lady nodded. That would be wise. Marrying her sooner would ease our minds. Now that Qianqian has caught the eye of the fourth prince, her intercession on your behalf has restored your position. To connect with the fourth prince is indeed a blessing for our family. Lord Yi nodded in agreement. The old lady's expression shifted. She grew noticeably colder. Humph. Yi Qingyu has admired the fourth prince for many years without earning his favor, yet Qianqian has surpassed her. To have a daughter like Qianqian is a fortune for our household. Lord Yi expressed his profound agreement, acknowledging that had it not been for Qianqian, he might have been doomed to a life devoid of officialdom. During the days when he was stripped of his titles, he endured countless disdainful glances, often cowering within the confines of his residence. What do you intend to do about Shuwen? He inquired. He is your only son, and now, due to the adoption issue, relations with the Duke's household have soured. Yet, Shuwen is the sole heir of our estate. You must acknowledge him. Lord Yi nodded, reassuring his mother. Do not worry. Regardless of the Duke's household, I will recognize my own son. In due time, I shall acknowledge Shuwen under my name, ensuring he is not registered under the Gu family. Initially, I will refrain from petitioning for his title as heir. Should Qianqian manage to wed the fourth prince, we shall no longer fear the Duke's household. At that point, even if I petition for Shuwen's title, the Duke's house will lack the power to intervene. The old matriarch smiled at his words. This is well, if His Highness the fourth prince ascends to that position. Lord Yi quickly interjected, Mother, tread carefully with your words. The old matriarch recognized her misstep and promptly fell silent. At that moment, someone rushed in, flustered. Old Madam Lord, it's bad news. Lord Yi furrowed his brow, weary of continuous misfortunes plaguing the marquis. What now? He asked. It concerns the eldest miss, the old matriarch replied, her expression darkening. What has that wretched girl done this time? It's the eldest miss, she continued, accompanied by a group of guards. Has brought numerous items and is escorting Miss Qianqian towards Chunhui Hall.
What?
That troublesome girl. I knew that the mere mention of her name would herald trouble. Yi Qingyu let out a cold laugh, as if her father were exceedingly reluctant to hear his daughter's name. She slowly entered the room, observing the indifferent smile of Lord Yi. With a sullen expression, Lord Yi sternly commanded, What are you doing? Release Qianqian at once. Lu Qianqian, pale and pitiful, cried out, Father, grandmother, please save me. Sister is going to kill me. Upon hearing Lu Qianqian's words, the old matron was instantly filled with rage. Yi Qingyu, release your sister at once. What are you doing? What has Qianqian done? Do you intend to harm her? Are you seeking your own demise? Yi Qingyu scoffed. That statement is quite erroneous, esteemed matron. Firstly, I have no sister. My mother bore but one child. I urge you to choose your words carefully. Furthermore, Lu Qianqian has pilfered items from my courtyard. I am merely apprehending a thief. You lie. How could Qianqian possibly steal your belongings? Yi Qingyu, you dare to brazenly slander her? The old matron retorted, her voice filled with fury. Chen Yining grasped Lord Ye's sleeve, weeping, cousin, please save Qianqian. Lord Yi took Chen Yining's hand, reassuring her, do not worry, Yining. In this marquis, my word is law. He then commanded, seize this wicked girl. Protect the young lady. The guards surrounded Yi Qingyu, their gleaming steel blades reflecting the incoming light, casting a cold, harsh glow. The marquis was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yi Qingyu would bring so many guards with her. The chilling aura radiating from these individuals suggested they were seasoned warriors, far beyond the capability of ordinary protectors. With a darkened expression, the marquis growled softly, Yi Qingyu, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? A cold smile graced Yi Qingyu's lips as she replied, naturally, I've come to seek clarity. She turned her gaze towards the elder Madame Yi. These items were seized by Lu Qianqian and her entourage from my courtyard, and they injured my servants in the process. She claims this was at your behest. Lu Qianqian asserts that she is now a young lady of the marquis, entitled to half of the possessions in my courtyard, with your permission to take them. Pray tell, elder madam, when did Lu Qianqian become a lady of the marquis? Is she perhaps the illegitimate daughter of my father? Chapter 62. Exile or Silver. Yi Qingyu cast a sidelong glance at the Duke of Yi, her eyes glimmering with an icy disdain. The Duke felt a pang of unease in his heart and hastily averted his gaze, his voice tinged with guilt as he stammered, what nonsense are you spouting? In due time, I shall wed Yining, and Qianqian, being her daughter, is naturally my daughter as well. She is, by all means, a young lady of the Duke's residence. Let her first become a lady of the Duke's residence before claiming such titles. Yi Qingyu retorted with a cold snort. May I inquire, Madam Elder, did you instruct Lu Qianqian to intrude upon my quarters and seize my belongings? Yi Qingyu's gaze was fixed coldly on the elder Madame Yi. The elder madam, feeling vexed under her scrutiny, shot a fierce glare at Lu Qianqian. She had clearly intended for her to borrow under the pretense of needing something, with no intention of returning it once acquired. To her astonishment, this foolish girl had become greedy enough to resort to outright theft, thereby inciting Yi Qingyu's wrath. What nonsense! How could I possibly allow her to steal your belongings? Qianqian merely intended to borrow a few pieces of jewelry. How can that be considered theft? She will return them once she has finished using them. You, as her elder sister, should not be so petty. Lu Qianqian quickly interjected, yes, sister. I merely wish to borrow these items, and I promise to return them once I am done. You have truly misunderstood me. Yi Qingyu's laughter was cold and mocking. Is that so? Borrowing while I am absent from the residence, accompanied by others, and injuring my servants. This is borrowing? Who is truly slandering whom? Bring those servants who aided Lu Qianqian in her theft to me. At once, several servants who had assisted Lu Qianqian in her transgression were brought forth. Speak up. Is it true that Lu Qianqian led you to steal from my courtyard and injured my people? The old woman, noticing that both the matriarch and Lord Yi were present, deceitfully replied, no, my lord. We were merely assisting Miss Qianqian in borrowing these items. There was no theft involved. Indeed, it's merely a matter of borrowing. Yi Qingyu coldly retorted, commanding, bring them forward. Yes, Mississippi. Subsequently, the guards brought forth several individuals, all sons of these women. The old woman panicked, Miss, what is the meaning of this? Why are you binding my son? What wrong has he done to you? Yi Qingyu looked at them with icy disdain. Break one of their arms. No, let go of me. Miss, please don't. Wretched girl. What are you doing? Lord Yi exclaimed in anger. With a chilling smile, responded, you claim not to speak the truth? Very well, for every falsehood uttered, I shall break one of your son's arms. Should you continue, I will break their legs, and if you persist further, I will sever a finger. Approaching the women with grace, she smiled sweetly. So, what will it be? Do you prefer to keep your son's fingers, or will you lie for Lu Qianqian? The women, gazing upon the exquisitely beautiful young lady before them, trembled in fear, realizing how terrifying and ruthless she had become. I must speak the truth. It was Miss Qianqian who instructed us, as per the old lady's command, to assist her in moving items from the evening smoke pavilion. We are merely following orders, my lady. I have spoken honestly, so please spare my son. Indeed, my lady. We acted upon Miss Qianqian's directions, as she claimed they were the old lady's orders, and we could not disobey. Yi Qingyu waved her hand, and the guard's action of releasing his grip halted, standing in formation behind her. Old lady, father, with both witnesses and evidence present, what do you have to say? Yi Hao's expression darkened. You are coercing them. Would they dare to speak otherwise?
Yeving yuchaktet lightly, perturbed.
Is that truly your belief, father? Then I shall report this to the authorities. I had no wish to trouble the prefect, yet it seems unavoidable. The old lady's face turned as dark as coal. Report to the authorities? Have you no shame? While you may disregard your dignity, our Ho residence still values its reputation. You insist on making this a public spectacle.
Do you?
Yi Qingyu smiled as she lightly brushed her sleeve. I am the aggrieved party. What shame is there in that? Old lady, you must carefully examine these items. They were gifts from the Duke's residence to my mother and me, not possessions of the Ho residence.
They solely belong to me.
Miss Lu Qianqian took advantage of my absence, injuring those in my courtyard and seizing my belongings. Yi Qingyu's eyes narrowed slightly. These items must amount to several thousand taels of silver. According to the laws of the Qing dynasty, such actions warrant exile to the frontier. Lu Qianqian, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear and anxiously glanced at Yi Hao. I do not want to be exiled. Father, save me. Grandmother, please help me. Tears streaming down her face, Chen Yinyin gazed at Lord Yi. Cousin, this time it is Qianqian's fault. Please, I implore you to intercede for her with Qingyu, and let her off. Lu Qianqian sobbed, Sister, I realize my mistake. I was momentarily blinded, and took your belongings. I apologize sincerely. Please forgive me. Lord Yi looked at Lu Qianqian, his heart a tumult of anger and resentment. Qingyu, let this matter pass. Qianqian acknowledges her wrongdoing. You have reclaimed your possessions, and nothing has been lost. From now on, she shall be your sister. You must learn to coexist harmoniously.
Please show her mercy this time.
The old matriarch cast a resentful glance at Lu Qianqian, loathing her naivety, yet recognizing that she could not allow Lu Qianqian to face dire consequences, especially given her fortunate connection with the fourth prince. Qingyu, my dear, your grandmother knows you are the most understanding. Qianqian is still young and has never encountered anything of value. It is only natural that she would covet your beautiful jewelry and garments. Please show leniency, considering it is her first offense. A faint smile graced Yi Qingyu's lips. That is not beyond reason. However, I have suffered considerable loss. Let her compensate me with 5,000 taels of silver, and I shall overlook this incident. 5,000 taels. Why don't you just rob someone? Lu Qianqian retorted bitterly. Perhaps you should consider waiting for banishment to Lingnan at the Jingyao prefecture. Yi Qingyu replied coldly, causing Lu Qianqian to fall silent in fear. Matriarch, father. What path do you believe Lu Qianqian should take? The old matriarch and Lord Yi remained silent, their eyes fixed on Lu Qianqian, knowing well that they had no choice in the matter. At present, Yi Qingyu has completely distanced herself from them, and the Duke's residence has followed suit. Their only hope now lies in Lu Qianqian establishing a connection with the fourth prince. However, they cannot allow Lu Qianqian to leave the capital, nor can they permit this matter to reach the ears of the fourth prince. Otherwise, if the fourth prince were to disdain Qianqian, their family would truly be devoid of opportunity. I shall provide you with silver. Lord Yi gritted his teeth and declared. A radiant smile swept across Yi Qingyu's features like a spring breeze. Thus, Qingyu took her leave, kindly requesting her father to deliver the silver to the Wanyan Pavilion today. Otherwise, she could not guarantee that the servants who were punished would keep their silence. Chapter 63. Merely a stepping stone upon concluding her words, Yi Qingyu instructed her attendants to carry her belongings as she departed from Chunhui Hall. The old matriarch, observing Yi Qingyu's exit, was seized by fury and hurled her teacup at Lu Qianqian.
Fool.
I asked you to borrow, not to seize. What is it that clutters your mind? Paste? You have merely handed her the means to leverage against me. Have you been kicked by a donkey? Lu Qianqian collapsed onto the ground, her face ashen, weeping pitifully. Grandmother, I realize my mistake. I was momentarily bewitched upon seeing her splendid possessions. She is so obedient to you. I thought she would endure this loss. The old matriarch scoffed. When has she ever heeded my words? It is a wonder she hasn't driven me to madness. Yet you, foolishly courting her ire. Do you wish for her to hasten my demise? Chen Yinyin hurriedly interjected, and it is all Qianqian's fault. She has simply not been exposed to the world. Having grown up in that small place in Jizhou, she has never encountered anything of worth. Upon seeing Xingyu adorned in such exquisite garments and jewelry, she succumbed to temptation. It is I who have failed to provide her with a better life and the opportunity to experience the world, thus rendering her so naive. With tears cascading down her cheeks, Chen Yining embraced Lu Qianqian, her expression filled with remorse. The old matriarch was about to voice her thoughts, but, upon witnessing the mother and daughter in such distress, chose to remain silent. Lord Yi gazed at Chen Yining, clad in plain garments, his initial ire gradually dissipating. Had he wed Yin from the outset, Qian Qian would not have developed a covetous desire for the possessions of Yi Qingyu, for she was destined to be the young lady of the marquis' residence, entitled to those treasures. It was her lack of exposure that led her to err in such a manner. Ultimately, he too bears responsibility. As a father, he failed to provide his child with her rightful due.
Rise, Qian Qian.
If you desire, procure some new jewelry and garments. There is no need to settle for the used items of others. Here are 2,000 taels in silver notes. Take them for now. Should it prove insufficient, you may inform your father, for it is he who owes you. Lu Qianqian accepted the silver notes, gazing at Lord Yi with a hint of disbelief. Father, I cannot accept this. I was in the wrong. It was my greed that led me to take my sister's belongings. I acknowledge my mistake. Lord Yi sighed softly. Take it. You will soon be the young lady of the marquis' residence. You ought to adorn yourself appropriately, lest others underestimate you. Lu Qianqian glanced at Chen Yining, and upon receiving a nod of approval, she dared to accept the gift. Thank you, father. Very well, let us return. Do not disturb your grandmother's rest any longer. I shall head back to the front courtyard. With that, Lord Yi departed. Holding the 2,000 taels, Lu Qianqian beamed with delight. See, even after my transgressions, father still forgives me. What is Yi Qingyu compared to me? Upon returning to Wanyan Pavilion, within the span of half an hour, a servant of Lord Yi arrived with an additional 5,000 taels in silver notes. Yi Qingyu instructed Wan Qiu to accept them. As Wan Qiu gazed at the silver note in her hand, she couldn't help but lament the kindness shown by the lord towards the young lady. Even though he had married her mother, she was merely a stepdaughter. Yet, it seemed he cared for her more than for his own. A stepdaughter? Yi Qingyu couldn't suppress a cold laugh within her heart. How could she be simply a stepdaughter? She was the true treasure of Lord Yi, the apple of his eye. What was she, after all? Both she and the Duke's residence were merely stepping stones for their ambitions. However, now she would no longer be that stepping stone. Nor would she allow the Duke's residence to serve as one. Noticing the lady's expression turning cold, Wan Qiu assumed she had struck a nerve and hurriedly lowered her head, saying, Miss, it was my thoughtlessness. Please punish me. Yi Qingyu came to her senses, smiled lightly, and replied, It's not your fault. I was pondering other matters. Summon Mosh.
Yes.
Mississippi Mosh entered and bowed. Greeting, Mississippi. Yi Qingyu instructed, Mosh, take a few people and investigate Princess Chongping, focusing on whether she has shown any interest or activity concerning the Duke's residence. Understood. Mississippi Mosh accepted the command and departed. Then, who entered with Aunt Xia, who served beside the second aunt. The old servant bowed respectfully. I have seen the young lady. May she be well. Yi Qingyu smiled as she helped Aunt Xia to her feet, asking, What brings you here, Aunt? Is there something from the second aunt? With a kind smile, Aunt Xia replied, The residence of the second master has been prepared for tomorrow's banquet. The lady sent me to deliver an invitation to you. As she spoke, she presented a simple yet elegant invitation. Yi Qingyu suddenly recalled that she had never taken the time to visit her uncle's new residence. Had it not been for Grandma Xia delivering the invitation, she might have missed the opportunity altogether. With a sigh of regret, Yi Qingyu lamented her recent busyness, which had led her to forget to pay her respects to her uncle and aunt. Grandma Xia smiled and reassured her, saying that the lady of the house understood the young lady's circumstances and was aware of her hectic schedule, which was precisely why she sent the old servant to deliver the invitation. The lady requested that the young lady visit soon to keep the second young lady company. As she knew her temperament, the lady feared that the second young lady might become so engrossed in play that she would neglect her responsibilities. Yi Qingyu smiled brightly, affirming her intention to visit early to ease her aunt's concerns. Grandma Xia continued, expressing that the lady hoped for her to accompany the second young lady, particularly to meet the young man the lady had deemed suitable from the esteemed Du family, who would also be present at the gathering.
Amusement
Sparkling in her eyes, In that case, she would certainly make a prompt visit to reassure her aunt. After Grandma Xia bowed and took her leave, Yi Qingyu mused over the invitation in her hands, contemplating the Du family mentioned by Grandma Xia. She realized that she was not well acquainted with the Du family from the capital, and even in her previous life, she had seldom heard of them, suggesting they might not be a prominent family. Nevertheless, the fact that the second young lady's aunt had taken a liking to this second young master of the Du family indicated that he possessed some remarkable qualities. The following day, Yi Qingyu arose early and set out for her uncle's new residence. As the carriage arrived at the Yi residence, the voice of Yi Qingya resonated. "Sister, you have finally come." Yi Qingyu pushed open the carriage door and gracefully descended, observing Yi Qingya's gentle smile. "How courteous of you today, even coming out to greet me." Yi Qingya shot her a disapproving glance. "Please, spare me the teasing. I hardly slept a wink last night." With a weary sigh, she clung to Yi Qingyu's arm, pouting slightly. "I cannot fathom why mother is in such a hurry to marry me off. I haven't even reached the age of maturity yet. Today, she insists that I meet that Mr. Du alas." Noticing her sister's despondent demeanor, Yi Qingyu chuckled. "Why so anxious? You haven't even met him yet, and you're already losing sleep over it." Chapter 64. Abduction. It was merely a matter of time. Next year, you will come of age, and once you do, marriage will inevitably follow. Aunt Heir is not anxious at all. In some families, arrangements for their daughters are made as early as 12. With a sigh, Yi Qingya remarked, "I am not nervous. I merely feel a bit awkward. Just thinking about that secretive glance is rather, well, you know." As they conversed, they arrived at the front hall where Uncle Heir, Aunt Heir, and elder brother were present. "Uncle, Aunt, elder brother, I should have come earlier to see if there was anything I could assist with. It was Qingyu's oversight," Yi Qingya stated. Aunt Heir smiled and replied, "Oh, my dear. You are here now, so come over. Have you had your breakfast?" Yi Qingyu nodded with a smile. "Aunt, I have already eaten." "Then you and Qingya should head to her courtyard. I will trouble you to keep an eye on this girl today," Aunt Heir instructed. Yi Qingyu pouted. "Mother, why do you speak as if I am about to run away?" Aunt Heir shot her an exasperated glance. "It's of no use to think that way. I merely fear you may cause a scene, which is why I asked your elder sister to look after you." In a huff, Yi Qingya stamped her foot, her small face scrunching up in discontent. She then pulled Yi Qingyu along. "Father, mother, we shall return to my courtyard now." With a lively chatter, Yi Qingya dragged Yi Qingyu to tour her little courtyard, her previous unhappiness completely forgotten. "Miss, Madam said that the eldest young master has brought young Master Du, and they are in the octagonal pavilion in the garden," a maid reported. Instantly,
Je vingja se entusiasm vanet.
Yi Qingyu gently reassured her with a pat. "Let us go over there." Two individuals ventured into the octagonal pavilion of the garden. Upon seeing his two younger sisters approach, Yi Yanji paused momentarily. Yi Qingyu nudged Yi Qingya, who cast her a sidelong glance, sighed softly, and with a hint of a smile, approached. "Elder brother, I heard from mother that you were here. I have brought you some delicacies prepared by the maid in my room." Nearby, young Master Du hurriedly rose upon the arrival of the young ladies, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Miss Yi." Yi Yanji pretended to clear his throat and introduce them. "Young Master Du, this is my younger sister, Qingya, and this is young Master Du." Yi Qingya offered a slight nod, while young Master Du promptly stood and returned the greeting. "This humble servant has the honor of meeting Miss Yi." Yi Qingya assessed him briefly before swiftly averting her gaze back to Yi Yanji. "Elder brother, I shall take my leave now." Yi Yanji nodded. "Young Master Du, Miss Yi, please take care." As she exited the path, Yi Qingyu regarded her with a cheerful smile. "So, what did you think? How was it?" Linking her arm with Yi Qingyu's, Yi Qingya arched her brow slightly. "It was all right, I suppose. It's quite typical, isn't it? Did you not observe how he came across?" Yi Qingyu glanced at him from a distance. "He appears quite refined. Ultimately, it depends on your perception." Yi Qingya pouted slightly, seemingly at a loss.
Je vingju chaklet softly.
"It seems we shall have to consider the opinions of uncle and aunt. If they find young Master Du satisfactory, and given your demeanor, it should work out well." After the banquet, Aunt Heir engaged in conversation with Yi Qingyu. "My dear Qingyu, you must have noticed the young Master Du. What are your thoughts on him? What does Qingya think?" Yi Qingyu chuckled softly. "Aunt, you ought to ask Qingya herself." "I did, but she offered no substantial reply, merely stating that if I approve, then it suffices." Alas, this child, it's ultimately her feelings that matter. Aunt Air lamented, her face clouded with concern. The Du family is quite comparable to ours. A suitable match in terms of social standing. Lord Du and your Uncle Air hold similar official ranks, and he is known to be an honest man, with no unsavory matters tainting his household. Qingya's marriage into their family would not be a cause for distress, Aunt Air murmured. Evidently pleased with her assessment of young Master Du, Yi Qingyu pondered for a moment. It seems Qingya does not harbor any aversion. If it is indeed a promising match, and Aunt has made inquiries, then it appears favorable. Aunt Air nodded in agreement. Yes, your Uncle Air, and I find him quite commendable. This year, young Master Du ranked among the top 3 in the provincial examination, demonstrating considerable talent. Moreover, he has no concubines or extraneous attachments, thus maintaining his integrity. Yi Qingyu sensed Aunt Air's favorable disposition towards the Du family, and she chose not to voice any reservations. Clearly, Aunt had conducted a thorough investigation. As the hour grew late, Yi Qingyu said, Aunt, I shall take my leave and return to the marquis' residence. Very well, I appreciate your efforts today. Allow me to see you out, Aunt Air offered. Yi Qingyu quickly shook her head. No need for such formality, Aunt. Please attend to your own matters. I shall depart now. Upon exiting the Yi residence, Yi Qingyu settled into her carriage, leisurely making her way towards the marquis' estate. Suddenly, the carriage lurched violently, and a figure clad in black intruded within. Before Yi Qingyu could utter a word, she was rendered unconscious by a forceful blow. Miss, please awaken. Yi Qingyu, in a dazed state, heard someone calling her name. As she slowly opened her eyes, she beheld the anxious and distressed countenance of Wan Qiu. Wan Qiu, where are we? Yi Qingyu felt a throbbing pain at the back of her head as Wan Qiu assisted her to sit up. Replying to the miss, we find ourselves in a dilapidated temple outside the city. My subordinates failed to protect you, allowing the nefarious ones to abduct you to this place. They shall escort you away immediately. The shadow guards knelt before Yi Qingyu. Observing the 2 individuals before her, Yi Qingyu furrowed her delicate brows. And who might you be? Her maternal grandfather had dispatched 2 shadow guards to accompany her. She had brought one, while the other remained at Wan Yen Pavilion. The sudden appearance of an additional person made her wary. Esteemed Miss Yi, I am here on the orders of His Highness, Prince Chu, to safeguard you. A companion has returned to inform His Highness of the situation. It was my oversight that led to your predicament. Yi Qingyu's expression softened slightly, touched by surprise. She had not anticipated that Xin Yanli would send someone to protect her. As she gingerly touched the back of her head, assessing the injury, she remarked, It is of no consequence, but this development is unexpected. Are you aware of the identity of those responsible? It is likely a gang from the underworld. Someone has bribed them to target you. Yi Qingyu nodded, leaning against a pillar, her mind already formulating an idea about the potential culprits. First, bind me and Wan Qiu securely, and then stand guard beside us. Miss, are you not leaving? Not yet. I wish to see what they intend to do. A glimmer of frost lingered in Yi Qingyu's eyes. As Wan Qiu observed her mistress's composed demeanor, her own anxious heart began to settle. Miss, do you have any idea who is behind this? Yi Qingyu replied with a faint smile. Although I have many adversaries, only a couple possess such a lack of subtlety in their actions. No sooner had she spoken than the decrepit temple door was thrust open. Yi Qingyu, facing death. You remain quite composed, I see. Yi Qingyu regarded the intruder with an icy smile, devoid of surprise. Lu Qianqian, it is indeed you. Her gaze shifted to Yi Shuwen, who followed closely behind Lu Qianqian. I had thought it was only Lu Qianqian with such a foolish mind. It appears there are 2. Chapter 65. Indeed. 2 fools. Yi Shuwen glared at her furiously. Yi Qingyu, even at this moment, you still refuse to admit your faults. Yi Qingyu scoffed. You 2 are truly a perfect match, a pair of fools. You. Lu Qianqian shot her a cold, venomous glance. Yi Qingyu, keep being stubborn. Once word gets out about what happens tonight, I shall see how you maintain your arrogance. You think you will still be the esteemed daughter of the marquis? After tonight, you will merely be a tarnished wretch who has been defiled by beggars. In this capital, who would still desire a faded flower like you? Yi Qingyu smiled indifferently, her gaze icy as she regarded them. Oh, so this is your scheme. Indeed, 2 fools. Yi Shuwen stepped forward in rage. Yi Qingyu, you caused me to lose my place in the examination, ruining my career. Had it not been for you, I would have surely made the list this year. It is a mercy that I have not killed you. Now, you shall enjoy what we have arranged for you. As he spoke, Yi Shuwen retrieved a pill from his sleeve, intending to force it upon Yi Qingyu. Lu Qianqian hurriedly intervened. What is that? Yi Shuwen eyed Yi Qingyu with malevolence. This is a precious item I acquired at great expense. It will surely turn her into a harlot. Lu Qianqian's expression changed dramatically. Are you a fool? If you give her that, how can she enjoy it? She will only be forced to watch helplessly as those filthy beggars take advantage of her. Crying out in vain to heaven and earth. Ha, Yi Qingyu, even the thought of it brings me joy. This maid is now yours. Lu Qianqian declared, pointing at Wanqiu as she spoke to Yi Shuwen. Yi Qingyu's calm expression suddenly turned icy, her brows furrowing with intensity. Yi Shuwen, should you lay a finger on Wanqiu, I shall take your life. Yi Shuwen smirked. You certainly dote on your maid, but if I choose to act, what will you do about it? As he approached Wanqiu, terror flickered in her eyes. Although she was aware of hidden protectors, a shadow of fear crept into her heart. Lu Qianqian gleefully observed Yi Qingyu. Everyone, come in.
Tonight.
She is yours. Yi Qingyu gritted her teeth, her elegance now tinged with an unprecedented chill. You seek death. Suddenly, a shadow darted before Yi Shuwen, and before he could comprehend, he was sent crashing against the wall. Lu Qianqian, taken aback, witnessed Yi Shuwen being flung away. Turning around, she saw a figure clad in black standing protectively before Yi Qingyu, while another was busy untying her. You actually have hidden guards. Realization dawning upon her. Lu Qianqian looked at Yi Qingyu in horror. You knew it was me all along. You deliberately stayed behind. Yi Qingyu shook off the ropes and smirked with disdain. Thus, you are as foolish as a pig, inviting your own demise. In the realm of noble families, the method employed to eliminate an adversary often reveals a startling lack of sophistication, as exemplified by Lu Qianqian, who naively believes that hiring a thug and abducting someone will serve her purpose. Little does she comprehend that such tactics are profoundly unreliable. Once a person is seized, uncovering the perpetrator and locating the victim is relatively straightforward. Moreover, it is customary for the offspring of prominent families to be accompanied by bodyguards, rendering the chances of a successful attack exceedingly slim. The presence of hidden sentinels further complicates matters. Lu Qianqian, hailing from a modest background, is oblivious to the intricacies of aristocratic maneuvers, leading her to mistakenly assume that enlisting a few individuals to kidnap someone is a clever stratagem. As Lu Qianqian gazed upon the unconscious Yi Shuwen, her pallid visage sprawled on the ground. She fainted in terror. Lacking any protectors, she found herself utterly incapable of contending with the hidden guards surrounding Yi Qingyu. At that moment, the door of the dilapidated temple swung open, and Yi Qingyu looked up to see Shen Yanli's handsome face, etched with an urgency and concern she had never witnessed before. Prince Chu, what brings you here? Shen Yanli approached, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Upon confirming her safety, he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're unharmed. Yi Qingyu, understanding his worry for her, smiled and replied, Do you think these two buffoons could possibly harm me? I appreciate your timely rescue, Your Highness. Shen Yanli's gaze shifted to the two incapacitated individuals on the ground, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his dark eyes. How do you wish to deal with them? Yi Qingyu chuckled. Let us give them a sound beating. They must pay the price for their foolishness. I still have great use for them. Shen Yanli nodded. As you wish. As twilight descended and the city gates closed, let us take refuge for the night at my estate beyond the city. Yi Qingyu nodded in agreement. Shen Yanli gazed at her intently, assuring her, Do not fret. I have already dispatched someone to inform the Duke's residence, ensuring they send word to the Ho residence, notifying them of your brief stay at the Duke's. Surprised by his forethought, Yi Qingyu smiled and replied, Thank you, Your Highness, for your consideration. Shen Yanli extended his cloak towards her, which she accepted without hesitation, as Wanqiu came forth to drape it around her shoulders. The pair exited the dilapidated temple. Moving in tandem, Shen Yanli's voice was as cold as ice, commanding, Jiang Bei, eliminate those beggars. Leave not a single one alive. Yes, Your Highness. After spending the night outside the city, they returned at dawn as the gates opened, making their way to the Duke's residence. In the main hall of the Duke's estate, the atmosphere was tense with the early morning light, as the Duke sat gravely in the principal seat. Su Shi's eyes were shadowed, indicative of a sleepless night, her face etched with worry. Have the city gates opened yet? Last night, His Royal Highness the Prince of Chu had hurriedly left the city, leaving behind a message that caused great concern among the Duke's household throughout the night. Third Madam, the gates are open now. Good. But have the carriages from the Prince of Chu's residence been sighted? Replying to third madam, they have not yet been seen. Su Shi waved her hand in disappointment, instructing, "You may stand guard at the main gate." As the servant exited, Gu Huaiji gently reassured, "Grandfather, mother, there is no need for concern. Since His Royal Highness has assured us, he will surely rescue my cousin." Gu Yuanqing's face was twisted in anger. "Let me discover who is responsible, and I shall flay him alive." The Duke's voice was hoarse. "This matter must remain confidential, otherwise, Qingyu's reputation will be tarnished." The others nodded in agreement. Su pondered for a moment and inquired, "Is His Highness the King of Chu particularly close to Qingyu?" She turned her gaze toward her son for clarification. Gu Huai's expression momentarily faltered, and he averted his eyes in a flustered manner. "It must be due to the incident when my cousin was rescued by His Highness. They have become somewhat acquainted." Su furrowed her brow, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, with Qingyu and His Highness, a solitary man and a woman. The Duke's frown deepened. If this matter were to be disclosed and rumors began to circulate, Qingyu would have no choice but to marry no one but the King of Chu. Yet, the King's leg. Just then, a voice interrupted, "Duke, Madam, young master, Miss has arrived at the west side gate." The group's expressions brightened. "Quickly, let us go and greet her." They had scarcely taken a few steps when they spotted Yi Qingyu approaching gracefully, accompanied by Xin Yanli, whom Jiang Bei was pushing. Yi Qingyu slightly bent her body, tilting to the side as if listening intently to Xin Yanli's words. Chapter 66. The arrival of what was inevitable Qingqing. Yi Qingyu raised her head to see her relatives approaching briskly. The gentle and serene expression on her face was illuminated by a smile as she spotted her grandfather, aunt, and cousin. Su Shi hurried to Yi Qingyu, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Yi Qingyu replied warmly, "Aunt, I am perfectly fine, not a scratch on me. So there is no need for concern." Having met His Highness the Crown Prince, the group exchanged formalities. "No need for excessive courtesy. Let us discuss matters in private." The Duke nodded, inviting the prince to proceed. Upon returning to the inner chamber, the guests settled in, and the Duke inquired, "Qingyu, what exactly transpired?" With a gentle smile, Yi Qingyu explained, "In a moment of carelessness, I fell prey to two foolish individuals. Rest assured, grandfather, I am protected by the shadow guards you provided, and I am unharmed." The Duke's previously stern demeanor softened significantly. How did His Highness discover that Qingyu was abducted? Xin Yanli placed his teacup down, his voice low and grave. "My men fortuitously noticed something amiss with Miss Ye's carriage and promptly reported it to me." The Duke furrowed his brow in contemplation, then rose to bow to Xin Yanli. "I am deeply grateful for your Highness's timely intervention. It spared Qingyu from grave danger." Xin Yanli modestly assisted the Duke, saying, "It was merely a trivial effort. Now that she is safe, I shall take my leave," he declared. "I will escort your Highness out," the Duke insisted. Xin Yanli waved his hand dismissively. "Huaiji may see me out." The Duke paused, nodding. "Huaiji, you shall escort His Highness." Gu Huaiji guided Xin Yanli out of the main hall. The Duke gazed at his somewhat weary granddaughter with a pang of sympathy, choosing not to inquire further. "Qingyu, do rest," he urged. Su Shi escorted Yi Qingyu back to her residence, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Qingyu, is your relationship with His Royal Highness the Prince of Chu quite close?" she asked. If their bond were merely ordinary, the news of Yi Qingyu's abduction would have warranted a message to the Duke's residence rather than a personal rescue mission. Furthermore, given His Royal Highness's physical limitations, his outings had been exceedingly rare over the years, yet he ventured out of the city to save Yi Qingyu. It was inconceivable to think their connection was anything less than significant. Yi Qingyu, not wishing to conceal the truth, decided to speak openly. With the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet approaching, she was likely to be betrothed, a topic that would inevitably arise. Thus, it was prudent to inform her third aunt in advance, allowing them to brace themselves. "I share mutual affection with His Royal Highness the Prince of Chu." "What?" Su Shi was taken aback, her steps faltering. They had arrived at the small courtyard where Yi Qingyu usually resided. She smiled at her astonished aunt. "Aunt, I shall rest now." With that, she entered the house, disregarding Su Shi's struggle to process her revelation. By the time Su Shi regained her composure, Yi Qingyu had vanished from sight. This child. How could she utter such startling words without any explanation? Sigh. Su Shi cast a glance at the courtyard, reflecting on Yi Qingyu's evident fatigue. Before departing with a heavy heart, When Yi Qingyu awoke, the night had already descended. After preparing herself, she made her way to the front hall to join the others for dinner. At the dining table, only her second and third aunts were present. Yi Qingyu inquired, "Where are grandfather and my cousins?" Su delicately served Yi Qingyu her favorite dishes, letting out a soft sigh. "Alas, I know not what significant event has transpired. Someone from the palace hurriedly summoned your grandfather, and your third and fourth cousins accompanied him." Yi Qingyu paused, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. The inevitable had come to pass. At this moment, relentless rains had battered the southern regions for half a month. While the northern lands lay shrouded in a thick blanket of snow, the frigid climate claiming countless livestock. Only the vicinity of the capital remained untouched by rain or snow. Basking in fair weather, yet the citizens of Kyoto remained blissfully unaware of the tribulations besieging the great celebration dynasty. In just 2 days, heavy snow would likely blanket the capital as well. Qingyu, what occupies your thoughts? You need not fret over your grandfather and the others. They shall not go hungry in the palace, Su reassured her. Yi Qingyu returned to the present, smiling as she nodded. Aunt, have you stocked up on grain, fodder, and coal? Su, taken aback by Yi Qingyu's sudden shift in topic, hesitated before responding. Yes, after you informed me, I had some provisions stored away. However, Qingyu, what purpose do you require these for? Yi Qingyu chuckled softly. Aunt, there is no need for your concern. You shall soon understand the utility of these supplies. Should you require anything further, simply seek out Uncle Fu. Su bore no ill will towards Yi Qingyu's enigmatic remarks. She understood that Qingyu's intentions were for the benefit of the duke's household. Moreover, given that those supplies were currently at their most affordable, it was only sensible for their noble estate, with its own horse farm, to stock up accordingly. After the three had dined, they waited for a considerable time. Yet as the hour for extinguishing the lights approached, the duke and his party had yet to return. Until the following morning, when Yi Qingyu was having breakfast, the duke and her cousin finally returned. Grandfather, cousin, have you not slept a wink all night? Observing the weary expressions on their faces, Yi Qingyu, though mentally prepared, had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. In her previous life, she had been an ignorant young lady, sheltered from the hardships of the world, oblivious to the suffering of the common folk. The duke pinched his brow, his voice hoarse and dry. No matter. I shall change my garments and soon attend the morning court. Our discussions in the imperial study extended far too late last night, necessitating a delay in the morning assembly. The two aunts, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from further inquiries. Father, it would be wise to partake in some breakfast before changing, one suggested. The duke nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Qingyu whispered, Grandfather, has something gone awry? The duke did not conceal the truth. Word will surely spread throughout the capital today. The southern regions and Sichuan have endured incessant rains for a fortnight, resulting in crops being swept away and submerged in floods. This year, as harvest seems hopeless. In the north, heavy snowfall has accumulated to 2 feet.
What?
The two aunts gasped in shock, their chopsticks clattering to the ground. Yi Qingyu's eyes darkened as she involuntarily closed them. The calamity of the snow disaster lay not only in the absence of food but also in the plummeting temperatures, leaving the common people without means for warmth, leading to countless deaths from starvation and exposure. The world had become akin to hell. The prices of grain, fodder, and charcoal have surged exorbitantly, causing the citizens of Kyoto to deplete their reserves of food stored for the spring festival. This calamity has left many in the capital struggling to find sustenance. I had my fill, yet the duke seemed disinterested, merely sipping a bowl of porridge before rising to depart. At that moment, Su suddenly recalled something and looked at Yi Qingyu in astonishment. Qingyu, you advised me to stockpile provisions. Did you perhaps foresee the impending snow disaster? Gu Huaizhi and Gu Yuancheng, upon hearing Su's words, exchanged bewildered glances with Yi Qingyu. Gu Huaizhi furrowed his brow, surprised as he addressed his mother. Mother, are you implying that Qingyu had already suggested you gather supplies? He then turned to Yi Qingyu, inquiring, what exactly is going on? Chapter 67. The grain is not for sale. Su felt a twinge of guilt as she glanced at Yi Qingyu. Overwhelmed by shock, she had inadvertently revealed the matter at hand. Although she still found it hard to believe that Qingyu had foreseen the impending snow disaster, her curiosity was piqued. Yi Qingyu sighed softly as she looked at Gu Huai. Cousin, would you believe me if I told you I had a dream? Gu Huai furrowed his brow, fixing a steady gaze upon her. Are you suggesting that you dreamt of the floods and the snow disaster? And you believe it? Yi Qingyu nodded faintly. I understand that you find it hard to accept my words, but I speak nothing but the truth. A month ago, I dreamt of this snow disaster, and it plagued me for 3 consecutive days. She closed her eyes momentarily, her voice growing hoarse as she continued, "In my dreams, countless people perished from the cold and hunger. Even in the capital, many succumbed to starvation and freezing. They fought fiercely over scraps of food, a scene reminiscent of hell itself. This torment lasted for 3 days, unyielding each day." Gu Huai gazed at her in astonishment. Yi Qingyu pressed on. I, too, found it hard to believe, yet a sense of unease lingered within me. With a mindset of cautious optimism, I hoarded some grain and coal, and even advised my third aunt to do the same. To my disbelief, my dream has now manifested into reality. She sighed heavily. The others stared at her in shock. Sharing such dreams lacked credibility. Even if she spoke of it, few would believe her, and she might be branded as a harbinger of chaos. Gu Huai sighed regretfully, pondering. Had his cousin foretold a month prior that southern Jiangnan would face torrential floods and the north would be buried in snow, would he believe her? Surely.
He would not have.
Aware of their busyness, Yi Qingyu departed from the duke's residence after finishing her breakfast. Upon returning to the marquis' manor, Nian Chun promptly approached her. "Miss, Fu Bo has been seeking you several times." Observing his expression, it seemed something significant had occurred. Yi Qingyu replied with a slight hum, "Please inform Fu Bo to come over." Nian Chun hurriedly exited. Yi Qingyu was well aware of Fu Bo's purpose for visiting, and Wan Qiu could surmise it as well. Feeling a twinge of melancholy, "Miss, with the recent dreams of such catastrophic floods and snowstorms, and your foresight in stockpiling an abundance of grain, is there a possibility that those with ill intentions might discover it?" Yi Qingyu delicately sipped her tea and responded, "It matters not. Even if they do find out, it is inconsequential. I do not intend to profit from this grain. It will all be utilized for the benefit of the affected populace."
"Miss,
"There are some developments regarding the matter you asked me to investigate." Mo Shu rushed in from outside. "Oh, do speak swiftly." Yi Qingyu's eyes brightened with anticipation. "I have discovered that the day before Miss Zhao came of age, Princess Yongjia visited the Zhao family. Furthermore, Zhao Qianmei's personal maid had met with the maid of Princess Yongjia at the back door. I have apprehended Xiao Wenyu for questioning. She was enticed by another to conspire against the 4th young master. After arriving in the capital, she was contacted by someone associated with Princess Yongjia." Yi Qingyu's expression grew increasingly frosty. "Princess Yongjia, you say? I had anticipated that it would be Princess Chongping who would take action against the duke's household. To think it is a maiden yet to be wed. Is this vendetta motivated by a desire for her mother's vengeance, or is there another underlying reason?" Yi Qingyu pondered quietly for a moment, her expression chilling. Regardless of the reasons behind Princess Yongjia's actions against the duke's household, had she not possessed memories of her past life, she would undoubtedly have fallen victim to her schemes once more, and her cousins would have suffered grievously. No matter her motivations, she would not spare her. Princess Yongjia, was it? She recalled that in her previous life, she had wed the 5th prince, who, incited by Shen Mingxiu, had rebelled and attempted a coup. She was destined to be poisoned and meet a tragic end. However, Shen Mingxiu, through some means, had intervened, sparing her life and allowing her to return to the princess's residence, which subsequently aligned itself with Shen Mingxiu. It seemed that Shen Mingxiu was seeking to leverage General Chui's military power, yet he had overestimated the standing of the crown princess and her son in the general's esteem. Despite the presence of the mother and daughter duo, General Chui had remained unyielding, refusing to side with Shen Mingxiu. In her past life, when General Chui returned to the capital for duties, he fell ill and ultimately succumbed to his ailments. It was only after his death that military power fell into the hands of Shen Mingxiu's followers. Clearly, General Chui's demise was shrouded in complexity. Mo Shu observed the young lady gazing out the window, remaining silent for a long while.
"Miss?"
Yi Qingyu returned to her senses, retracting her gaze, understanding that she wanted someone to keep watch on Princess Yongjia. "I comprehend." Mo Shu withdrew, coincidentally passing by the hurriedly approaching Uncle Fu. "Miss, you have returned. A grave matter has arisen." Yi Qingyu chuckled lightly. "I am aware, Uncle Fu. Please sit and have some tea. There is no need to rush." Upon witnessing Yi Qingyu's composed demeanor, his previously anxious feelings gradually subsided. "Miss, have you heard the news?" "Yes, I learned of it from my grandfather at the Duke's residence," she replied. Fu Bo sighed. "Alas, miss, you truly possess remarkable foresight. I never anticipated that your orders to stockpile provisions and charcoal would prove so prescient. I just passed by the granary, and the price of grain has already surged. If the common folk were to learn of this, who knows how high the prices might escalate. Your stored grain is bound to yield substantial profits. Yi Qingyu gently set down her teacup. Fu Bo, we shall not sell this grain. In due time, we will sell the charcoal we have hoarded at a premium. You won't sell? Then what of the grain? Fu Bo stared at Yi Qingyu in astonishment. Yi Qingyu did not respond but inquired, has the grain meant for Yenzhou been delivered? Fu Bo nodded. Yes, it has been delivered. However, the delivery personnel have been stranded in Yenzhou due to the heavy snowfall. Fortunately, we sent the grain early. Had we delayed even a couple of days, it would have been buried under the snow en route. As Fu Bo observed his mistress calmly sipping her tea, he could not help but marvel. Had it not been for her directive to expedite the transportation of grain, they might have indeed been trapped by the snow on the way. He pondered whether to commend her exceptional foresight or simply attribute it to good fortune.
Fu Bo,
You shall set out today, bringing along additional personnel. I will have an accompany you for protection. Depart southward today and, upon reaching the disaster-stricken areas, distribute the grain we have stored in the south to the common folk in the name of the emperor. All of it? Fu Bo exclaimed, standing up in shock. Miss, do you intend to donate everything? Why not do it under the name of the Duke's residence? We could gain some reputation from it. Yi Qingyu gently shook her head. Though it appears that our Duke's residence currently wields power and favor, dangers still lurk in the shadows. Those who achieve greatness often provoke their masters. Fu Bo remained silent for a moment, his brow furrowing in concern. Miss, do you think too much? Yi Qingyu gazed at him calmly, choosing not to elaborate. The disaster in the south is severe. I must trouble you, Fu Bo. With you overseeing it, I can rest easy. Fu Bo clasped his hands together. Miss, do not worry. This old servant will ensure that every grain of food reaches the hands of the people. Chapter 68. A visitor. Please invoke family law, and he commanded his subordinate. Stay close to Uncle Fu and ensure his safety. He must not suffer even the slightest mishap. The subordinate complied promptly. As an turned to depart, Yi Qingyu gazed at the swaying crystal curtain, letting out a soft sigh. She hoped her actions could alleviate the suffering of the common folk, for in times of calamity, it is always the people who endure the most hardship. Once you, observing her mistress's furrowed brow, reassured her, Miss, you need not worry. Uncle Fu has always handled matters with great prudence. You can rest easy.
Ye Wing you nodded in acknowledgement.
Once you continued, you have expended all your savings to purchase grain for the people. If His Majesty were to learn of this, he would surely be delighted. Should you inform the Duke of this matter? Yi Qingyu shook her head. Grandfather has likely been quite busy of late. There is no need to trouble him over such a trivial affair. At that moment, an urgent voice called from outside. Old madam. The marquis requests your presence at Chunhui Hall. Yi Qingyu raised an eyebrow, while Wanxiu's expression darkened. Let us go and see what grievances are being aired. Upon entering the courtyard of Chunhui Hall, they were met with the heartrending sounds of sobbing from within. A hint of intrigue danced at the corners of Yi Qingyu's mouth, her icy demeanor momentarily flickering. As they stepped inside, they beheld Lu Qianqian in a disheveled state, her cheeks swollen, kneeling pitifully at the feet of the old matriarch, weeping inconsolably. Grandmother, grandmother, please advocate for Qianqian. My elder sister is being most tyrannical. She actually allowed someone to strike me. What have I done to provoke her? She treats me this way, and in an attempt to save me, young Master Yi has also been battered and bruised. Father, grandmother, you must stand up for us. Yi Qingyu smiled faintly, her gaze enchanting and elusive. What act is this unfolding? Lu Qianqian, gazing at the exquisite beauty of Yi Qingyu, gritted her teeth in hatred and exclaimed, You. She then turned to Lord Yi, her swollen and distressed face streaked with tears. Father, I know I am not favored by my elder sister. She resents me for receiving your affection and has ordered her subordinates to bind and beat me to this state. Oh, Father, will my face ever recover? If I am left with scars, how shall I ever venture out again? Lu Qianqian collapsed onto the old lady's lap, weeping uncontrollably. Grandmother, how am I to live on? What if my face never heals? The old lady and the lord looked at Lu Qianqian's swollen visage, filled with resentment. If her face were ruined, would His Highness the Fourth Prince still take an interest in her? The old lady glared at Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu, are you attempting to defy the heavens? How dare you permit such treatment of Qianqian and Shuwen? Someone, seize her. Who dares to harm my young lady? Manhwa and Wanxiu stood protectively in front of Yi Qingyu, their icy demeanor wary of everyone in the room. Lord Ye's face was ashen as he regarded Yi Qingyu, devoid of any warmth. Yi Qingyu, do you truly believe that having the Duke's residence as your backing grants you immunity? I am still your father. Bring forth the family law. Yi Qingyu gestured for Wanxiu and Manhwa to step aside. Without even a question, my father condemned me. How can it be that what Lu Qianqian says is the absolute truth? Could it not be that she is framing me? Chen Yining looked at Lu Qianqian and Yi Shuwen with a heart full of sorrow. Hatred surged within her, yet she still wept softly, leaning against Lord Ye's embrace.
Cousin, let it be.
It must be that Qianqian has displeased the young lady, which has led to such punishment. It is merely that young Master Yi has been implicated by Qianqian. The fault lies with her. Perhaps it is my mistake for bringing Qianqian to the capital. It is all my fault. Lord Yi spoke gently, soothingly. Yining, how can this be your fault? You traveled all this way for my sake. It is that wretched girl who is to blame. You need not absolve her. Today, I shall ensure she is adequately punished. Does she truly believe that no one can manage her? Yi Shuwen had suffered greatly, lying on the soft couch, unable to move. Having just awakened, he saw Yi Qingyu, and his hatred felt palpable, as if it were a blade piercing towards her. Yi Qingyu, you are utterly outrageous. You ruin my prospects and insult me so. Even if you have the support of the Duke's residence, I shall bring charges against you. Yi Qingyu chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Oh, young Master Yi, please do. I shall be waiting here. Yi Shuwen glared at her fiercely. You need not be so arrogant. Just because I cannot move now does not mean I believe Uncle Yi will tolerate your behavior. With someone as brazen as you from the marquis' residence, how are the people of the capital to regard it? Lord Yi and the matriarch's expressions darkened further, while Yi Shuwen cast a triumphant glance at Yi Qingyu. Unperturbed, Yi Qingyu remained composed, stating, since young Master Yi is unable to rise, there is no need to trouble Lord Yi. Shall I send someone to the Jingzhou prefecture instead? Upon hearing her words, both Yi Shuwen and Lu Qianqian's expressions shifted, emboldened by the support of Lord Yi.
How about that?
I am confident that Uncle Yi will provide both Qianqian and me with a satisfactory explanation. He glanced at Lord Yi, his face bruised and swollen, reflecting his agony. Lord Yi nodded, assuring Shuwen, do not worry. I shall certainly provide you and Qianqian with an explanation. Lord, let the family law be invoked, the steward declared, presenting a whip before Lord Yi. Rising to his feet, Lord Yi grasped the whip, his gaze directed at Yi Qingyu, cold as ice. Lu Qianqian and Yi Shuwen looked at Yi Qingyu with smug satisfaction, as if to say, even if you have the protection of the Duke's residence, it matters not. A father's discipline over his children is beyond reproach. Yi Qingyu, you unfilial daughter, you are the first of your generation to face the family law, truly impressive. Yet, Yi Qingyu exhibited no sign of fear or trepidation at the prospect of being whipped. Instead, she regarded those before her with derision, declaring, if my father dares to lay a finger on me, my people will swiftly abduct Lu Qianqian and Yi Shuwen, even delivering irrefutable evidence of their crimes directly to the Dali Temple. Lord Yi halted, his hand reaching for the whip, his brows furrowed in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? Perhaps it would be prudent for you to inquire about the deeds of your beloved stepdaughter. Yi Qingyu gazed at him coldly, a satisfied sneer gracing her lips. They remained oblivious to the actions of the two of them, yet dared to lay hands on me. Father, even if your reputation is currently tarnished, do cherish the remnants of your honor. Lord Yi turned his gaze, his piercing eyes fixating on Lu Qianqian and Yi Shuwen, who shrank back under his scrutiny. Chen Yining, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily grasped Lord Ye's hand. It cannot be. Qianqian is gentle and naive. How could she possibly know how to hire an assassin? Moreover, where would she acquire the silver? She turned, tears glistening in her eyes as she implored Yi Qingyu, Miss. Even if you harbor disdain for us, you cannot tarnish Qianqian's name. I understand that your aversion towards her stems from your feelings towards me. However, my cousin and I are genuinely in love. I beg you, miss, please allow us to be. Direct your grievances at me. Do not vent your anger on Qianqian, for she is but a child, unaware of the world's intricacies. Alas, it is all my fault. My child, it is I who have wronged you. Chapter 69. Beaten Lord Yi tenderly embraced Chen Yining, offering comfort. Yining, it is not your fault. It is that wicked girl. The old lady's face was shadowed with anger. Yi Qingyu, even if you wish to slander Qianqian, you ought to devise a more convincing reason. Qianqian has only just arrived in the capital. How could she possibly know how to hire an assassin to kill you? You are utterly outrageous. Yi Qingyu let out a low, mocking laugh. What do you mean she doesn't know? Isn't there still Yi Shuwen? She had thoroughly investigated the matter. It was Lu Qianqian who had provided the majority of the funds to pay the kidnappers, while it was Yi Shuwen who orchestrated the hiring. He had been spending his days with a group of rascally friends. Finding a few kidnappers would be a trivial task for him. The old lady's expression grew even colder. What nonsense are you spouting? Shuwen is a scholar and certainly would not be involved in such things. Yi Qingyu propped her chin on her hand, observing the individuals before her with curiosity. I cannot say, but it would be wise for the old lady to question Yi Shuwen. A subtle smile graced her lips as she recalled how Yi Shuwen had been knocked unconscious during the altercation, yet Lu Qianqian had remained fully aware. Witnessing as her accomplices captured the kidnappers. They even confessed in front of her, handing over the banknotes you provided. Oh, and lest we forget, since your funds were insufficient, Yi Shuwen even pawned his own jade pendant for additional money. With a graceful gesture, Yi Qingyu extended her hand, prompting Wanqiu to retrieve a jade pendant from her sleeve and present it to her. Yi Qingyu gently swayed the pendant, inviting the onlookers to take a closer look.
Pray,
examine it carefully and see if it appears familiar. The elderly matriarch gazed at the jade pendant in Yi Qingyu's hand. Her sinister visage froze in disbelief. Was it not familiar? This was indeed the very pendant she had bestowed upon Yi Shuwen. Yi Shuwen glared at Yi Qingyu with a seething resentment, grinding his teeth. I did not. This jade pendant has long been lost. You are slandering me. He averted his gaze, casting a bitter look towards Lord Yi, Uncle Yi. Perhaps we should let this go. I shall accept my fate. How could Lord Yi, in such dire circumstances, remain oblivious to the truth? This pendant had been hanging from Yi Shuwen's waist just days prior, only to vanish after he was assaulted and brought back. This could only indicate that Yi Qingyu's claims bore weight. After a moment of silence, Lord Yi spoke. Must you persist in this? You allowed them to beat Qianqian and Shuwen to such a state. They have no desire to pursue this matter further, yet you still seek to tarnish their names. Qianqian is your sister, and Shuwen is your cousin. Yi Qingyu regarded Lord Yi with amusement. As for the matter of slander, we shall await the results of the investigation by the Dali Temple.
You, Ye Qingyu.
Qianqian is your sister. Even if you harbor disdain for her, you could simply ignore her. How could you send her to the dungeons of the Dali Temple? Do you even comprehend what that place entails? Have you no humanity left? The elderly matriarch reprimanded sharply. Yi Qingyu's smile faded, her gaze turning icy as she replied, What, matriarch? Are you admitting that Lu Qianqian and the others conspired to have me killed? The matriarch remained silent, her eyes fixed on her. Lu Qianqian sobbed, I did not. Big sister, it was not me, it was all Yi Shuwen's doing. He is the one who sought to kill you and threaten me for money. It was he. None of it concerns me. You should send him to the dungeons of the Dali Temple. Lu Qianqian. Yi Shuwen glared fiercely at Lu Qianqian. Yi Qingyu observed the unfolding drama with amusement, a sardonic smile playing upon her lips. Enough. Lord Yi bellowed. This matter ends here. Yi Qingyu let out a soft chuckle, curious about her father's intentions. Is he aiming for a peaceful resolution?
Ha!
Did you consult me about my consent? Lord Yi fixed her with a cold stare, declaring, I have stated that this matter ends here. Were it not for your own reckless actions, causing Qianqian and Shuwen to bear animosity towards you, today's events would not have transpired. You have brought this calamity upon yourself, yet you are unscathed, while they are left in a pitiable state. Do you wish for their lives as well? Yi Qingyu retorted with a sneer, That is a matter for the Dali Temple to decide. I have said, this matter ends here. Yi Qingyu glared back at him, stating that she could not acquiesce. Lord Ye's expression darkened, accusing her of being an unfilial daughter. Bring forth the family law. Manhwa and Wanqiu instantly positioned themselves in front of Yi Qingyu. My lord, are you not afraid of the duke? Lord Ye's expression turned menacing, asserting that the punishment of an unfilial daughter by the Yi household would remain unchallenged, even by the heavens. Yi Qingyu discreetly gestured for an heir to remain hidden, reassuring her maidens with a gentle pat on their shoulders. There is no need for this. You may leave now. If my father wishes to strike, let him do so. I will not acquiesce, even if it leads to my demise. Manhwa and Wanqiu's faces turned pale with urgency. Miss, do not act impulsively. Seize her. A robust matron approached, firmly grasping Yi Qingyu, and with a swift kick, forced her to kneel upon the ground. Miss. Wan Xiao and Manhwa were restrained by the maidservants, their eyes brimming with tears as they struggled in desperation. Lord Yi seized the whip and struck Yi Qingyu's slender back with merciless force. She gritted her teeth, not uttering a sound. The Lord exerted all his strength, sparing not a single ounce of mercy, delivering 10 vicious lashes. Despite her wearing a substantial spring garment, Yi Qingyu's back was left bloodied, her clothing torn, a testament to the Lord's unrelenting brutality. Once the 10 lashes were administered, Lord Yi forcefully cast aside the whip, declaring that these strikes served as a lesson for her defiance. Should there be a next time, it would not merely be 10 lashes. Yi Qingyu knelt upright, her lips bitten and bleeding, crimson trickling down her chin. The moment Wan Xiao and Manhwa were released, they rushed to her side. Miss, how are you? Help me up, she implored, her voice hoarse and strained. With a determined motion, she wiped the blood from her lips, casting a frigid gaze upon Lord Yi. The lesson from my father is etched in my memory. Henceforth, I shall show no mercy. Let the bond of father and daughter be severed by these 10 lashes. Lord Yi had never witnessed such a cold and unfeeling gaze from his daughter. It struck him like a thunderbolt, as if something within him had disappeared. Wan Xiao suppressed her sobs and suggested, Miss, let us return. Miss, allow me to carry you, Manhwa offered, bending down to lift Yi Qingyu onto her back. Upon returning to the Wan Yen pavilion, Wan Xiao gently placed Yi Qingyu upon the bed. As she gazed upon Yi Qingyu's mangled back, marked by 10 gruesome lash wounds upon her fair skin, her heart ached. Oh dear, miss, why would you allow the marquis to strike you? How could you be so foolish? Nian Chun, witnessing the transformation of her once unscathed mistress into this pitiful state, felt her heart shatter, tears streaming down her face. What had transpired? How could the miss have been subjected to such cruelty? Had the marquis lost his mind? Chapter 70. Delivering medicine. Mo Hua gritted her teeth, realizing that not only had he gone mad, but he had also become utterly infatuated with that mother and daughter pair. Nian Chun indignantly declared, I shall seek out the duke.
Wait.
Yi Qingyu interjected, preventing her. Do not inform my grandfather. It is merely a trivial injury that shall mend in a few days. My lady, to endure such humiliation is unacceptable. It was clearly Lu Qianqian's fault. Why should the marquis strike you? Nian Chun exclaimed resentfully. Yi Qingyu lay on the bed, her voice muffled as she replied, when a father disciplines his children, there is no need for justification. Enough. Everyone should return to their tasks. Wan Xiao, apply the medicine for me. There are merits to being punished. In the future, I shall not hold back either, Yi Qingyu murmured softly. Though Wan Xiao likely understood the intentions of her mistress, she remarked, but must you truly endure such a beating? When have you ever suffered in such a manner? When the mistress was alive, you never even experienced a minor scrape. Yi Qingyu fell silent, a wave of longing for her mother washing over her. Though it was merely 10 lashes, she was still a young girl. After the medicine was applied, fatigue enveloped her, and she drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, the room was bathed in the soft glow of lantern light. Wan Xiao, her voice was dry and hoarse, causing Yi Qingyu herself to frown at the unpleasant sound. My lady, you are awake. Does your back still ache? Not too bad. Help me sit up, Yi Qingyu replied. As she moved slightly, the motion tugged at the wound on her back, sending a sharp pain through her, causing her to furrow her brows and press her lips tightly together. In late autumn, with a touch of concern, she said, it would be best if you remain in this position. Otherwise, moving might exacerbate the pain from your injury. Yi Qingyu furrowed her brow and replied, It's fine. My body has become stiff from lying down. Reluctantly, Wan Xiao carefully assisted her into a sitting position. How have the matters I entrusted you with progressed? Before drifting off to sleep, Yi Qingyu instructed Wan Xiao to swiftly inform others of her injury. Rest assured, miss. Currently, half of the capital is aware that the marquis has resorted to punishment against you for the sake of that stepdaughter. Wan Xiao scoffed. There are rumors circulating that you had your legs broken by the marquis, and some even claim that those who were struck by him have disappeared. Has anyone been sent to inform the Duke's residence that I am unharmed? Mo Hua has already gone. Had it not been for the third young master and the third madam intervening, the Duke would have stormed into the Marquis's residence to confront Lord Yi. Yi Qingyu nodded. fully aware that once news of her beating spread, her grandfather would undoubtedly become furious and take action against Lu Qianqian and Yi Shuwen. However, even if the matter reached the Dali Temple, what difference would it make? With Shen Mingxiu's protection, they would be released unscathed within a couple of days. Yi Qingyu sneered. She was determined to tarnish the reputation of the father and daughter, akin to that of a foul sewer. She was eager to see just how long Shen Mingxiu could shield them. Nian Chun, hearing voices from within the room, stepped in slowly and said, "Miss, you are awake. Are you hungry? It is time for dinner." Nian Chun's words reminded Yi Qingyu of her own stomach's grumbling, causing her to lower her gaze in slight embarrassment. Nian Chun covered her lips with a gentle laugh. "Miss, you have not taken lunch. You must be hungry by now. I shall bring you dinner at once." As Yi Qingyu was not in a condition to move about, Nian Chun and Wan Qiu set a small table beside the bed. When an array of fragrant and delectable dishes was presented before her, Yi Qingyu realized just how empty her stomach felt. Indeed, she was hungry. After enjoying her dinner, Wan Qiu moved the lamp closer to the bed and placed the books Yi Qingyu often read within her reach. "You should rest early today. The wound will heal faster that way," she advised. Yi Qingyu picked up the scroll and continued reading. Having already napped for the entire afternoon, sleep eluded her. "You may carry on with your tasks. There is no need to keep me company," she said. Reluctantly, Wan Qiu fetched her embroidery frame and settled on a low couch nearby. Yi Qingyu said nothing further, her gaze fixed upon the scroll in her hands. The next day, Yi Qingyu awoke to the bright light of morning. She gently moved her somewhat stiff body, relieved to find the piercing pain in her back had subsided. "Nianchuan," she called. "Miss, you are awake," Nianchuan replied, entering with a basin of warm water. Upon seeing Yi Qingyu rise, she hastily set down the copper basin and assisted her in sitting up slowly. "How does your back feel? Is there still pain?" Yi Qingyu smiled reassuringly. "It is nothing. The pain is gone." She rose from the bed, standing gradually while Nianchuan supported her cautiously, fearful that any sudden movement might reopen her wound. "Miss, take it slow. Perhaps you should wait until the wound has healed before getting out of bed," Nianchuan said, her brow furrowed with concern. Yi Qingyu gently pushed her hand away, indicating that she did not require assistance, and walked towards the bronze basin. "There is truly no need to worry. My injury is on my back, not my legs. It is far more uncomfortable to remain in bed all day. Indeed, you must exercise caution. This morning, I checked your wound, and it has yet to scab over."
Yes.
"Yes, I understand, Nianchuan," Yi Qingyu replied with a light laugh. By the way, Nianchuan seemed to recall something. "I found this on the stone table in the courtyard this morning. There are several precious medicinal herbs as well. I wonder who left them?" Nianchuan produced an exquisite white jade medicine bottle from her sleeve and handed it to Yi Qingyu. Upon observing the bottle, Yi Qingyu surmised its sender. "Miss, do you know who sent it? Why would someone send medicines so surreptitiously? It cannot be anyone from the Duke's residence." Yi Qingyu smiled. "I know who it is. Let us put these things away. Such gifts can only come from Shen Yanli." Yi Qingyu gazed out the window, noting the world had been transformed into a silvery landscape. "Is it snowing?" Nianchuan nodded. "Indeed, it began last night, and the temperature has dropped suddenly. You must take care not to catch a chill with your injury." As Nianchuan's voice droned in her ears, Yi Qingyu's thoughts drifted far away. It was snowing, and the refugees should be arriving soon. She recalled that in her past life, after 2 days of heavy snowfall, thousands of refugees had flooded in from outside the city. The sudden drop in temperature had led to numerous fatalities, and a great deal of turmoil ensued. At that time, she had been indifferent, merely hearing a few remarks from the servants. Not long after breakfast, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. Yi Qingyu, assuming something significant had occurred, lifted her gaze to find Yi Qingya anxiously pushing the door open, her eyes brimming with concern as they fell upon her. "Elder sister, I heard that you were struck by our uncle and can hardly move.
How are you?"
"Let me see," she implored, scanning Yi Qingyu from head to toe. The urgency of her arrival caused beads of sweat to form on her forehead, her voice laced with worry. Yi Qingyu grasped her hand, a serene smile gracing her lips. "Do I appear to be in distress? It's merely gossip circulating outside. I am perfectly fine. Please have a seat." Observing that her sister appeared to be in good spirits, showing no signs of unbearable pain, Yi Qingya felt a wave of relief wash over her. "You have no idea how terrifying the rumors are out there. They say you are on the brink of death." Chapter 71. Healing. She furrowed her brows, questioning, what could have provoked Uncle to strike you? It was merely a matter of displeasing father. Yi Qingyu was reluctant to divulge the chaotic details that might concern Qingya. How could uncle, despite any grievances, resort to corporal punishment? In our family, neither eldest brother nor second brother has ever faced such treatment. How could he lay hands on a delicate girl like you? Yi Qingya spoke with indignation, always aware that uncle and the old matron held a certain disdain for eldest sister. Yet, regardless of their feelings, she was still their kin. Unless one had committed an egregious fault, such punishment was unfathomable. Generally, corporal punishment was reserved for men. For women and girls, merely kneeling in the ancestral hall for a couple of days was considered a grave affair. Yi Qingyu grasped her hand, offering a gentle smile for reassurance. I am perfectly fine. It is but a minor injury, and I shall recover by morning. Yi Qingya, unconvinced, insisted, show me. With that, she attempted to lift her sister's clothing to inspect her back. Yi Qingyu quickly seized her hand, saying, I assure you, it is nothing serious. On such a cold day, you should not worry about me catching a chill. The room is warm with the charcoal fire. Let me see, so I may feel at ease, Yi Qingya insisted. Yi Qingyu remained firm. Really, it is nothing. If it were serious, do you think I could rise at all? You may inquire with Wanqiu if you wish. Yi Qingya turned to Wanqiu, who smiled and replied, Miss, there is no need for concern. The young lady is quite well now. Very well. If you insist on not showing me, then I shall be content that you are unharmed. With that, Yi Qingya finally relaxed. With a soft sound, Yi Qingya shyly lowered her head. Her parents and elder brother were exceedingly worried. She had rushed over to see you without having breakfast properly. She rubbed her belly, laughing in a somewhat silly, yet endearing manner. Yi Qingyu gently tapped her forehead, teasing, Why are you being so polite with me? Wanqiu, quickly bring over breakfast for Qingya. Yi Qingya smiled sweetly, clinging to Yi Qingyu's arm like a child. You're the best, big sister. Before long, Wanqiu returned with breakfast, placing it on the small table beside the soft couch. Yi Qingya was genuinely hungry and felt no need to maintain a facade of grace in front of Yi Qingyu. She began to eat the delicious meal with gusto. By the way, has your marriage been arranged? After taking a sip of porridge, Yi Qingya replied, It should be soon. Perhaps the engagement will be set in a few days. My father is currently busy with disaster relief, and we will discuss it once he has time. Yi Qingyu nodded. Since uncle and aunt have a favorable view of young Master Du and have inquired about him, it seems they are satisfied.
What are your thoughts on this?
Yi Qingya paused for a moment, then shook her head. I have none. Since it is my mother who has carefully selected him for me, he must be a fine match. I have no complaints. In the Daqing dynasty, while marriages were not entirely arranged without consent, they were largely dictated by parental wishes and matchmakers. Everyone followed this tradition. Her mother had devoted much thought to her marriage, and since they were all pleased with young Master Du, she felt no discontent. Yi Qingyu gazed silently at her, a soft sigh escaping her heart. At the very least, Qingya would not endure the same tribulations as in her previous life. In that past existence, her second uncle, second aunt, and elder brother were all away, leaving her to marry into the capital without the support of her family. That household could torment her as they wished, and being of a stubborn disposition, she never voiced her grievances to her family. It was only when her brother was reassigned to Beijing and came to see her that he learned of her hardships. There is no rush. Since nothing is yet settled, let us first assess the character of young Master Du. Yi Qingyu contemplated before speaking. Is it necessary? Mother has already conducted her inquiries. If he were unworthy, she would not have chosen him, Yi Qingyu replied, appearing rather indifferent. Yi Qingyu paid her sister's thoughts little heed, merely chuckling softly. Once we finish our meal, we shall return. The snow will grow heavier, making it difficult to traverse. Yi Qingyu blinked her clear eyes and said, Elder sister, let me stay with you. You are injured and cannot go out. It would be so dull otherwise. Besides, returning home means being confined within the estate. On such a snowy day, there is nowhere else to go. It is far more enjoyable to keep you company. Yi Qingyu shook her head. No need. You should return to the estate. Inform our second uncle, second aunt, and elder brother that I am well. Father merely struck me a couple of times in his anger. They need not worry. Tell second aunt not to come. Once I am well, I shall visit the Yi residence. The snow will only worsen in the coming days, and the refugees outside the city will increase, leading to chaos in the capital. During this period, it is best for you to remain quietly at home and go nowhere. Her expression was solemn as she earnestly advised her sister. Yi Qingya, having satisfied her hunger, set down her chopsticks and curiously inquired, "Elder sister, how do you know that this snow will be heavy? The news of the flooding in the south has spread wildly these past few days, and the prices of grain outside have skyrocketed. Yet, how could the refugees possibly reach Kyoto? The distance between the south and here is quite considerable." Yi Qingyu's voice was calm yet authoritative. "Just listen well. I will arrange for some coal to be sent." It was the first time Yi Qingya had witnessed such a demeanor from her elder sister. "Very well, I shall convey your message to them." As Yi Qingya climbed into the carriage, the snow began to fall more heavily. Upon her return to the Yi residence, her elder brother and mother were already waiting in the side hall for her. "How is it? Is Qingyu truly gravely injured?" Aunt Air, not allowing Yi Qingya to settle, anxiously asked. Yi Qingya unfastened her heavy cloak and handed it to a servant beside her. "Elder sister is fine. She merely endured a few lashes. She asked me to assure you not to worry and to refrain from visiting her. She will come to see you once she has recovered." "Is that so?" Yi Qingya accepted the teacup handed to her by a maid, warming her hands against it. "Yes, she seemed quite spirited to me. It appears she has not sustained serious injuries. The rumors outside are rather exaggerated. Oh, and elder sister also mentioned that this heavy snowfall will persist for several days. She has instructed that coal be sent to us, and she advised me not to venture outside, claiming that many refugees have arrived and things are quite chaotic." Taking a sip of her tea, Yi Qingya pouted slightly, feeling a touch of exasperation. Elder sister is merely fretting unnecessarily. How serious could it be? If it snows heavily every day, I wouldn't be able to go out even if I wished to. Yi Yanji pondered for a moment. Did Qingyu mention that many refugees would arrive in the capital? Yi Qingya nodded, asserting that her elder sister merely intended to frighten her, to dissuade her from venturing outside. However, Yi Yanji furrowed her brow, insisting that she would not utter such words merely to instill fear. She must have heard something concerning. "You should remain at home, honestly," she advised. After saying this, Yi Yanji left the side hall with a serious expression. As she bid farewell to Yi Qingya, heavy snow began to fall outside, thick as goose feathers. This snowfall was expected to last for 3 consecutive days, accumulating nearly 2 feet of snow. Even the residents of Kyoto faced peril, with many succumbing to the cold and houses collapsing under the weight of the snow. Yi Qingyu remained indoors for 3 days to recuperate, not stepping outside even once. Her third aunt, still deeply concerned, braved the heavy snow to visit her. Only when she confirmed that Yi Qingyu was indeed safe did she finally feel reassured enough to return home. Chapter 72. Distributing porridge after 3 days of recuperation. The wound on her back had formed a scab, thanks to the efficacy of the medicinal salve provided by Xinyanli. Yi Qingyu donned her silver-white fox fur coat, gazing out at the swirling snowflakes. The snowfall had persisted for 3 days, accumulating to over a foot in depth, showing no signs of abating. It was reported that many old houses had collapsed under the weight of the snow. Alas, its arrival had been so sudden, leading to the freezing and suffering of numerous individuals. Wan Qiu, observing the relentless snowfall, lamented, "Your ladyship is indeed astute, having stockpiled charcoal and provisions well in advance, thus sparing us from the fear of freezing." Yi Qingyu murmured, "I hope it ceases soon. What of the refugees outside the city?" Wan Qiu sighed deeply, her expression laden with sorrow. "It is said that many refugees have arrived, numbering not less than 8,000. They are without shelter or sustenance, relying solely on the court's daily offering of porridge. In such frigid weather, those poor souls are scantily clad, many of them ailing, and the snow shows no sign of relenting. The court seems at a loss on how to accommodate such a multitude of refugees. Wan Qiu, please go to the Duke's residence and request some manpower from my grandfather. Prepare to erect a few tents outside the city tomorrow. We shall begin distributing porridge." Yi Qingyu contemplated, "Let us find some individuals to construct a few windbreak tents, and if we can light charcoal fires within to shelter even a handful of people, we shall do so." "I shall attend to it immediately," Wan Qiu replied, braving the heavy snowfall as she departed. Nian Chun remarked, "Miss, you should return indoors. You have been standing out here for quite some time." Yi Qingyu adjusted her sleeves and turned, making her way back into the warmth of the room. As everyone gazed at the relentless snowfall, it abruptly ceased in the dead of night. Prepared well in advance, even before noon the next day, individuals arrived to assist. The kitchen and shelter had already been established. Clad in a thick fox fur coat, Yi Qingyu boarded a carriage and ventured outside the city. Upon her arrival, the first pot of porridge was already simmering. "Miss, what brings you here in person?" The one overseeing the operation was the manager of a grain shop from her mother's dowry. Yi Qingyu had informed Wan Qiu early on, and for these days, he had been supervising the distribution of porridge, ensuring that the shop's assistants managed the business efficiently. "Thank you for your trouble, managerly miss. It is nothing. It is simply the duty of my subordinates." Surveying the surroundings, the open space was considerable, yet their manpower was limited. They had only erected 6 shelters. Within, several braziers burned brightly, while at the entrance, a large pot simmered, releasing steam into the frigid air. A woman was attentively stirring the porridge within. Outside, a long line of people stretched beyond sight, clad in tattered garments, their disheveled appearances and frail bodies evoking deep sympathy in the onlookers amid the biting cold. Yi Qingyu sighed softly. Her abilities were limited. If only she could provide these individuals with some warm clothing, but her funds were scant, and purchasing too few would only lead to further misfortune. "Make the porridge a bit thicker. We need not be frugal with the rice, as we have ample supply from the shop," Yi Qingyu instructed. Her subordinates understood her intent. Let the braziers burn continuously, day and night. Yi Qingyu stepped into the makeshift shelter and surveyed her surroundings. Though modest, it offered some protection against the biting wind and snow. She earnestly hoped that the court would swiftly devise a plan to accommodate these refugees. The number of displaced individuals was only set to increase, and if not properly managed, dire consequences might ensue. Presently, apart from a few soup kitchens established by the court, Yi Qingyu's location was among the first to commence the distribution of rice porridge. The heavy snowfall had just ceased, and even those with good intentions would struggle to prepare in time. Yi Qingyu's advanced knowledge allowed her to act promptly. The fragrant aroma of the porridge wafted through the air, drawing the attention of the surrounding refugees, who eagerly gazed at the large pot at the entrance of the shelter. The porridge was ready, and Yi Qingyu took it upon herself to serve. "Uncle Li, please tend to matters elsewhere. I can manage here," she instructed gently. Li, the manager, nodded and departed. Yi Qingyu turned to the refugees with a soft smile, saying, "Please do not rush. There is enough for everyone." Alongside her, Wan Qiu ladled the thick porridge into the coarse ceramic bowls of the needy, carefully filling them to the brim. "Be cautious, it is quite hot." A gaunt woman, with gratitude overflowing, exclaimed, "Thank you, kind benefactor. I have a child. Might I trouble you for another bowl?" Yi Qingyu responded with a warm smile, her voice as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. "Of course, here is a bun for your child as well." Wan Qiu handed a bun to the child, and at the sight of the food, the eyes of the other refugees gleamed with hope and anticipation. Yi Qingyu raised her voice slightly, kindly asking everyone not to take offense. The little one's savings were meager, and her capabilities were limited. All she could offer was some rice porridge, providing each person with a bun. She truly lacked the means, as her child was still young, and she could only allocate resources for the child. She sincerely hoped for their understanding and extended her apologies. "Benefactor, you must not say such things. The mere fact that you can offer us a bowl of warm porridge is an immense kindness," they replied. "Indeed, dear benefactor, you truly are a deity among us. With a bowl of hot porridge, we find contentment." "Yes, there is no need for you to provide the child with buns. That would be too extravagant," they added. Yi Qingyu smiled, expressing her gratitude for their understanding. "Those who have received porridge may enter the tent. Though humble, it can shelter you from the wind and snow." The refugees responded with heartfelt thanks. Seeing Yi Qingyu's hands reddened by the cold, Wan Qiu urged her gently, "Miss, we are here for you. You should go into the carriage to warm up." "It's nothing really," Yi Qingyu reassured her, continuing to ladle the porridge. "Big sister." Yi Qingyu approached, her skirt lifted and draped in a fox fur cloak. "You actually came here. Is your injury healed? You forbade me from going out, yet you dared to come here. What if you catch a chill? Come quickly, big sister. You should rest." Yi Qingyu instructed her maid to assist, pulling Yi Qingyu down gently. Yi Qingyu's hands were indeed numb from the cold. She was eager for the refugees to savor the warmth of hot porridge as soon as possible, hoping to expedite their relief alongside Wan Qiu. With her limited manpower, the arrival of Yi Qingyu's 2 maids allowed her to warm herself a bit. Holding the warming pot, Yi Qingyu pressed it into Yi Qingyu's hands. In a hushed tone, she murmured, "You, a patient, truly give me no peace of mind."
"Yeving chocolate."
"What brings you here? What else could it be?" Yi Qingyu retorted with an unrefined glance. "I heard you were outside the city, distributing porridge. I couldn't believe it. Yet here you are. You mentioned your injury wasn't healed. It is already healed. I am well aware of my condition, Yi Qingyu reassured as she gently patted her hand. Observing the refugees clad in tattered, thin garments stirred a pang of compassion within Yi Qingya. Elder sister, this is for you. Yi Qingyu looked at the heavy pouch of silver in her hands, bewildered. What is this? Chapter 73. Allow me to be Erlang's concubine. Yi Qingya, feeling slightly embarrassed, averted her gaze. I am not as affluent as my elder sister. These are my savings, and I offer them to you. With this, you can exchange for a few pounds of rice, which serves as a small token of my goodwill towards them. They are truly pitiable. Yi Qingyu smiled gently. Very well. I shall accept it. She understood Qingya's benevolence. To decline would be ungracious. When she marries and prepares her dowry, she would return the favor. Yi Qingya's eyes sparkled with joy. Let me assist as well, since we are already out here. The remaining porridge in the large pots was ready, and the two sisters proceeded to serve it to the refugees. Once all the porridge had been distributed, they rubbed their aching waists and returned to the carriage. Having stood in the frigid cold for an hour, their hands and feet felt numb. Yi Qingya tightened her fox fur coat around her, cradling a cup of hot tea, shivering as she sipped. It is unbearably cold. I felt like I would freeze to death after standing out there for just an hour. How can those people endure such bitter conditions?
Je vinga fronet.
Yi Qingyu took a gentle sip of her hot tea. The court will find a solution.
Come.
Let us return and check on Aunt Air. Indeed, let us hasten back. It is too cold. Although the carriage was warmed by silver carbon, it could not compare to the comfort of home. Upon arriving at the Yi residence, Yi Qingya eagerly dismounted. She turned to assist Yi Qingyu, but suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of her eye. A heavily pregnant woman suddenly fell to her knees before Yi Qingya, weeping profusely as she bowed her head in supplication. Miss Yi, I implore you, grant me and my child a chance at life. As long as you do not cast me away, my child and I will remain as quiet as the deceased, never contesting for your beloved Erlang. Miss Yi, you possess a compassionate heart, akin to that of a benevolent deity. Treat me as you would a stray kitten or puppy, and do not expel me. Startled, Yi Qingya took a step back, her eyes wide with fear as she regarded the unfamiliar woman before her.
Who are you?
You must have mistaken me for someone else. I do not know you, so please rise. As Yi Qingya's sister, Yi Qingyu, descended from the carriage, she witnessed the woman kneeling before her sister. Her forehead bloodied from repeated blows. Yet, she persisted, tears streaming down her face. Miss Yi, please allow me to become Erlang's concubine. All I desire is a place for my child to call home. I seek nothing more. Have a moment of compassion and spare me. In this biting cold, if you cast me out, I shall surely perish. Gradually, a few onlookers ceased their curious gazes, their expressions shifting to pity as they observed the woman, heavily burdened and bloodied, prostrating herself before Yi Qingya. Their glances toward her grew increasingly unfriendly. How pitiful! Miss Yi should just acquiesce, they murmured. Who is this wretched soul, crying so sorrowfully? Alas, she is indeed a tragic figure. Miss, have mercy on her. Grant her reprieve, another voice chimed in. Indeed, in this frigid weather, kneeling like that could lead to her demise. Yi Qingya was both bewildered and flustered, attempting to retreat, yet the woman clutched her skirt tightly. What nonsense are you spouting? I do not know her. Yet the woman clearly called out, Monsieur. Yi Qingya felt a mix of indignation and frustration. I truly do not know her. Yi Qingyu grasped the panicking Yi Qingya, her voice soothing. Qingya, it's all right. She turned to the kneeling woman, a layer of frost glimmering in her eyes. Wants you? Why have you not helped this young lady up? The ground is so cold. What if she becomes ill? Miss, please speak slowly. Your words are unclear, and we are uncertain how to assist you, Yi Qingyu continued. The woman seemed reluctant to rise, yet Wan Xiu and Manhwa forcibly helped her to her feet. No, I shall not rise. Miss, you are compassionate. Please persuade Miss Yi Air on behalf of this unfortunate soul. I seek nothing but to live well with my child. The woman sobbed pitifully, her tears staining her face, evoking sympathy from those around who pointed at Yi Qingya. What is happening? Second aunt, having received news, emerged from the state, her heart trembling as she beheld her surrounded daughter. Mother, I do not know. Yi Qingya's eyes met Wu's, and her fear erupted, tears streaming down her cheeks. She felt utterly wronged. She had done nothing yet found herself ensnared by this woman, unaware of her identity. Second aunt embraced Yi Qingya. whispering words of comfort. Yi Qingyu's demeanor was calm, her voice gentle. My dear lady, if you have something to say, it would be best to do so inside the residence. You are with child. Do take care not to expose yourself to the cold. The woman struggled in terror, protesting. No, I will not enter. I only seek Miss Yi Er's mercy, to grant me a place as a concubine in the Du residence, to provide shelter for myself and my child. I ask for nothing more. If Miss Yi agrees, I shall leave immediately and cause you no trouble. Yi Qingyu regarded her with a cold smile, noting the woman's feeble demeanor and brazen threats. Her words implied that if Qingya did not acquiesce to her demands, one could only wonder what action she might resort to. Yi Qingyu replied with a smile, that simply will not do. Our guest has arrived at the door, and it would be discourteous not to offer her some tea. Late autumn. Please assist this young lady into the house. How naive of her to think she could incite the onlookers to pressure Qingya into compliance. Did she truly believe there was no recourse? As the woman attempted to voice further objections, she felt a sudden loss of speech, her words stifled by an unseen force from manhwa. Two maidservants supported her, making it appear as though they were kindly escorting her into the residence. Once they reached the side hall, Yi Qingyu settled gracefully into her seat, observing the woman, who now lay collapsed on the floor, a glimmer of cold amusement flickering in her eyes. Why is it that you dare not speak now that you have entered the house? The woman's eyes blazed with fury as she screeched, What have you done to me? Upon hearing her own voice, she paused, defiantly declaring, Even in your home, I will not fear you. Aunt Eyre, brimming with indignation, exclaimed, Who on earth are you to tarnish my daughter's reputation in such a manner? Who is it that has instigated you? The woman, exuding an air of fearless defiance, retorted, I am with child by Du Erling. If it were not for my intention to marry her, the Du family would not have cast me aside. I advise you to speak with Madame Du and secure my entry into the household. Otherwise, I shall reveal that your daughter has yet to be wed, driving her to despair. With such words spoken, the gravity of the situation became unmistakable. Aunt Eyre's chest heaved with anger, her trembling finger pointed accusingly at the woman. You, scoundrel! What business does the Du family's affairs have with my family? Enraged and frustrated, Aunt Eyre lamented her belief that she had chosen a suitable son-in-law for her daughter after thorough inquiry into the Du family's reputation and character. Little did she anticipate such a scandal arising from her insufficient investigation, leading to her present humiliation. Chapter 74. Who is pulling the strings? The woman, with her neck held high like a victorious hen, seethed with indignation. If it weren't for Erling's intention to marry your daughter, why would he send me away? I was perfectly content living outside with him. Your family's incessant meddling forced this upon me. Lady Du fears that my circumstances will be uncovered by your household. Hence she urged Erling to escort me away. In this frigid weather, amidst a sea of refugees, where am I to go? If your family would permit me to be Erling's concubine, we could coexist in peace. Should you refuse, then neither of us shall find happiness. The woman reclined nonchalantly on the ground, exuding an air of defiance. Yi Qingya, a naive young girl unfamiliar with the ways of the world, was taken aback by such shamelessness, her face flushed with anger. How can you be so utterly disgraceful? Who said I would marry Du Erling? Regret washed over her. When her mother had inquired about her thoughts, she should have voiced her disapproval to avoid this humiliation. That Du Erling, who appeared to be the epitome of a refined gentleman, had a seemingly immaculate household devoid of any concubines, yet unbeknownst to her, he was clandestinely maintaining a mistress outside. And it seemed she was on the brink of motherhood. Yi Qingyu gently set down her teacup and inquired softly, Did you come here of your own accord? Or were you sent by young Master Du? The woman, caught off guard, faltered for a moment under Yi Qingyu's cool and piercing gaze, her eyes betraying a flicker of alarm. I don't know what you're talking about. I came here of my own volition. Ah, how genuine your affections seem. Yi Qingyu remarked with a hint of irony. Yi Qingya and the second aunt could not possibly misunderstand Yi Qingyu's intentions. It was that scoundrel, Du Er. The second aunt spoke, her voice trembling with indignation. No, it has nothing to do with Erling. I came of my own accord, the woman exclaimed, a hint of panic in her tone. Yi Qingyu let out a scoff. If it weren't for his guidance, how would you know where the Yi residence is? How could you be aware that the second miss of the Yi family is betrothed? How did you know to ambush someone at the front gate at this particular moment? My family has merely hinted at a potential engagement to the Du family. Outsiders are entirely oblivious. How did you come by this information? The woman's face turned pale with fright. I.
Lan cư.
Proceed to the Jingyao prefecture and file a complaint against the second young master of the Du family for defaming a court official. Let us see how he defends himself. The woman, now in a state of utter panic, retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Erlang has never defamed a court official. Yi Qingyu coldly replied. You slander Qingya as jealous and claim that she is unworthy to enter the Du household as a concubine, thus seeking to eliminate both her and the child she carries. The failure to educate a child is the father's fault. By defaming Qingya, are you not also defaming your own uncle? Your uncle, as a court official, cannot allow such baseless slander to go unchallenged. In our great Qinchao, defaming a court official carries the penalty of 30 strokes and 1,000 miles of exile. Since the second young master of the Du family dares to instigate you to tarnish my family's reputation, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Lan Qiu, go to the Jingzhou prefecture immediately. The woman was now genuinely terrified. She rushed to grasp Lan Qiu, but Lan Qiu was not someone she could easily restrain. Effortlessly slipping away and out the door. No, it has nothing to do with Erlang. It is entirely my own decision. Please do not involve Erlang. It is I. I admit my fault. I should not have pressured Miss Yi. Miss Yi, I implore you, have mercy and do not hold my lowly nature against me. Erlang knows nothing. He truly is unaware. The woman fell to the ground at Yi Qingya's feet, desperately tugging at the hem of her skirt, pleading for mercy. Madam, the Du family has arrived. The steward rushed in to report. As his words echoed, Madame Du and her second son stormed in. You wretched woman! How dare you come here? Madame Du was furious and slapped the woman fiercely. Mother! Smack! Woo-woo, Erlang! The second son of the Du family rushed to the woman, enveloping her in his embrace. He turned, suppressing his anger as he faced Madame Du. Mother, even in your rage, you should not resort to violence. Yunxiang is with child. Madame Du, trembling with rage at her son's defense of this disgraceful woman, declared, the Du family will not acknowledge the child of such a creature. She then turned to Wu Shi, her expression filled with guilt as she bowed. Lady Yi, it is all my fault. I apologize for the distress you have endured. I failed to manage matters within my household. Madame Du glanced at Yi Qingya, realizing that this marriage was doomed to fail and that avoiding enmity was the best outcome. She turned back to Yi Qingya, bowing deeply. Qingya, it is your aunt's fault for the grievances you have suffered. I sincerely apologize to you. Madame Du, being an elder, should not be bowing to Yi Qingya. Still dazed by the unfolding scenario, Yi Qingya did not respond as Yi Qingyu quickly rose to support Madame Du from performing the gesture of respect. There is no need for such formalities, Madame Du. This would only embarrass Qingya. It is not customary for an elder to bow to a junior. Mrs. Wu, having regained her composure, though brimming with indignation, restrained her temper and added, Indeed, Madame Du, you are risking the child's well-being with such behavior. She cast a glance at the entwined figures of young Master Du and Yunxiang, wishing she could intervene forcefully. This commotion today could have been avoided had you disclosed your son's extramarital involvement sooner. Had you revealed that your second son had a beloved, we would not have had to endure such disgrace. If it were known beforehand, my family would not have been so entangled with yours. Mrs. Wu was genuinely infuriated. Fortunately, no engagement had been formalized. Had they been betrothed, or worse, had Qingya married only to discover that Du heir had a cherished mistress, the humiliation would have been unbearable. And leaving the Du family would not be as simple. Yunxiang sobbed pitifully. Madame Du, my love for Erlang is sincere. I am aware that I may not be worthy of entering the Du family, and I do not oppose you arranging a marriage for him with a woman of higher standing. I merely wish for us to be together. I implore you, grant us this wish. The child I carry is also of the Du lineage. It is Erlang's child. The young Master Du heir gazed at Yunxiang with deep concern. Mother, I have heeded your wishes and agreed to marry Miss Yi. Why must you still drive Yunxiang away? She carries a child. Forcing her out is tantamount to endangering both her life and that of the baby. This is also your grandchild. Mother, how can you be so heartless? You promised me that as long as I married, you would spare Yunxiang. He then turned to Yi Qingya, his face etched with sorrow and grievance. Miss Yi, since I have given my word to my mother regarding our union, the position of the mistress will undoubtedly be yours. However, I implore you not to hold Yunxiang's situation against her. Please allow me to bring her into the household. Rest assured, she will not disturb you or cause you any distress. You, How can you utter such shameless words? Yi Qingya had never encountered such a brazen individual, and her delicate face turned pale, devoid of any color from anger. Chapter 75. You are no longer a member of the Du family, she laughed in anger. Rest assured. Our love affairs are of no concern to you. Even if I were to renounce the world and become a nun, I would never marry someone as shameless as you. Young Master Du furrowed his brow, regarding Qingya with disdain. Miss Yi, mind your language. As a lady of a prominent family, you ought to be gentle and respectful. Such harsh words are unbecoming of a woman. Wretched child, cease your insolence. Lady Du, infuriated, felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her son. Madam Yi, this child has lost his senses. Mrs. Wu's face turned an ominous shade, rage surging within her. I do not believe he is mad. Rather, he is bringing disgrace upon the Yi family. Lady Du hastily interjected, Madam Yi, please calm your anger. Today's misdeeds are solely my wayward son's fault. Punish him as you see fit. Your words are misguided, for the Yi family bears no obligation to raise your son, Mrs. Yi retorted. A stern and composed voice resonated from outside, as Yi Yanji's strikingly handsome face appeared, radiating an intimidating chill. Upon witnessing her elder brother's arrival, Yi Qingya felt even more aggrieved. Elder brother, Wu Yi Yanji gently patted her head, his voice laced with boundless affection. Eldest young master. Lady Du sighed as she regarded the newcomer. The second elder entered with an imposing stride, his cold countenance emanating an icy aura. Behind him trailed the visibly agitated Lord Du. Young Master Du, if you are dissatisfied with the marriage, you ought to voice your concerns directly. I commend your audacity in attempting to tarnish a woman's reputation. How could you even conceive such a notion? Yi Qingyu rose to greet him. Second uncle. The second elder nodded. Qingyu, please take a seat. Lord Du approached and struck young Master Du with a resounding slap, exclaiming, You wretched child. Yun Xiang, delicate and gentle, shielded young Master Du, pleading, My lord, it is for me that Erlang has acted. Please do not strike him, but rather, hit me instead. Young Master Du could not bear to witness his beloved harmed before him. He swiftly pulled her behind him and resolutely absorbed Lord Du's furious slap. Erlang, let me see if it hurts, she sobbed. Oh, Erlang, it is my fault that you suffer. I should have left quietly and not sought to meet you. Her tears flowed sorrowfully, causing young Master Du's heart to ache immensely. He glared at Lord Du with resentment, declaring, Father, the outcome of this day is a direct result of your coercion. I have professed my sole affection for Yun Xiang, yet you compel me to wed another. Very well. I acquiesced, believing you would permit me to take Yun Xiang as my concubine, but you have broken your promise and sought to end her life. This is the consequence of your disregard for my wishes. Lord Du, enraged, pressed his hand to his chest, gasping for breath, his once genteel visage twisted in fury. Well, you truly are my dear son. No, you are not my son. You are my ancestor. My ancestor. Second son. Do you wish to drive your father to his grave? Lady Du, attempting to soothe her husband, was rendered speechless by their son's words. Lord Du pushed away Lady Du's hand, panting heavily as he turned to his uncle. Lord Yi, all fault lies with my family. The marriage must be annulled. I am at a loss as to how to atone for the harm done to your esteemed daughter. Alas. He turned his gaze towards young Master Du heir, his voice feeble. You are not my son. You are merely an ancestor. The Du family, being of modest means, cannot afford to support such a grand figure as yourself. From now on, associate with whomever you please. Indulge in whatever absurdities you wish. The Du family shall remain silent, for you are no longer a member of our household. We can no longer bear the burden of a progenitor such as you. Madame Du, in a state of panic, clutched the hem of Master Du's garment. My lord. Regardless of young Master Du heir's defiance, he is still our son. The child I carried for 10 months, the blood of the Du family. Are you truly casting him out? How can this be resolved? The members of the Yi family looked on in astonishment at Master Du, none expecting him to take such a drastic step. The second master sighed, Brother Du, there is no need for such extremity. Although our family has concealed the matter of the concubine, allowing it to escalate to the Yi residence and subjecting us to humiliation, it must be said that the Du family possesses commendable values. Master Du is an honest man, and Madame Du is kind and forgiving. Otherwise, they would not have sought to marry their daughter into our family. Madame Du wiped her tears, her voice choked with emotion. This matter has been mishandled by our family. The truth is, it was only upon learning of the impending union with the Yi family that this scandal came to light, revealing his illicit affair. I truly lack the face to speak of it, only wishing to rid ourselves of that woman. I never imagined that he would descend to such depths. It is our family that has concealed this matter. We bear the guilt. Madame Du, filled with regret, pounded the table, her eyes swollen from weeping. Witnessing her distress, Madame Wu felt a pang of sympathy. After all, parental bonds often entangle one in the debts of their offspring, and how many parents can truly prevail over their children? The elder master maintained a composed demeanor, casting a cold gaze upon young Master Du. Brother Du. The events of today have escalated to an unfortunate extent for both our families. Fortunately, we have kept this matter within the confines of our household, away from public scrutiny. I shall ensure that my servants are instructed to maintain discretion, and we shall regard this engagement as null and void.
Brother Du.
Please escort the young gentleman and the lady away. Master Du rose, bowing deeply. Today, my family has acted discourteously, and we shall make amends. He paused, then added, I shall uphold my word. Upon returning home, I will proceed to the ancestral hall and have this wayward son removed from the family register. He shall no longer be recognized as a son of the Du family. With that, Master Du turned and departed. It was only then that young Master Du realized his father's words held weight, devoid of threat. Father, father, he exclaimed, grasping Yunxiang's hand as he hurriedly pursued his father, his steps faltering in a state of disarray. How disgraceful for a family of scholarly repute to have produced such a wayward child, the elder master scoffed, watching young Master Du's retreating figure with disdain. Yi Qingyu, with a gentle smile, offered words of comfort. Though this uproar has unfolded, it is perhaps for the best. If Qingya had wed him only to discover such truths later, that would have been the gravest misfortune. The assembly nodded in contemplative agreement. If that moment were to truly arrive, even if the cloud-like fragrance were to be dismissed, it was certain that Master Du heir would seek her out again. Not only would Qingya be coldly neglected and subjected to humiliation, but even if a separation were to occur in the end, the wounds inflicted upon Qingya would linger, making it difficult for her to find a suitable partner in the future. Mrs. Wu wept silently, lamenting, It is all my fault. Had I conducted a thorough investigation, I would not have allowed my daughter to suffer such indignity. Initially, Yi Qingya was consumed by rage. Yet upon witnessing her family's unwavering protection and her mother's tearful regret, her anger gradually subsided. Mother, I do not blame you. That Master Du, despite his seemingly refined appearance, proved to be utterly shameless. The mere thought of him pointing fingers at her ignited a fierce hatred within her. Mother, I shall remain at home, accompanying you and father. I no longer wish to marry. Chapter 76. It was intentional. Yi Yanji spoke with an unprecedented gentleness. If you do not wish to marry, then stay at home. I shall provide for you. His sister, even if she chose to remain unmarried for life, would never be subjected to such neglect. The second uncle and aunt, hearing their son's words, chose to remain silent. Yi Qingya felt a surge of happiness. Embracing her elder brother's arm, You are the best, brother. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Yi Qingyu rose with a smile to bid her farewell. Yi Qingya, feeling somewhat embarrassed, looked at her. Elder sister, I apologize for causing you concern. Allow me to see you out. Yi Qingyu smiled as she took her hand. Upon returning to the Ho residence, night had already fallen. This day had indeed been exhausting. After having dinner, Yi Qingyu leaned back on the soft couch and drifted into slumber. Wanqiu cautiously examined the injury on her back and, seeing that the wound had not reopened, she felt a sense of relief. Uncertain of how long she had slept, Yi Qingyu awoke groggily. Wanqiu, noticing her wakefulness, gently said, Miss, you should move to the bed. Yi Qingyu, her eyes still heavy with sleep, gazed at the dim light and looked outside, realizing that it was completely dark. What time is it? It is nearly the hour of the dog. Sitting on the soft couch, she remained dazed for a moment, then struggled to rise. Wanqiu hurriedly approached to assist her, chiding softly, Please be cautious of your back injury. Yi Qingyu murmured a sleepy acknowledgement, allowing Wanqiu to help her settle down again. The following morning, Yi Qingyu was awakened by the biting cold. Even with the coal fire lit within the room, the chill was unbearable. Wanqiu, why is it so cold? Has the coal fire gone out? Yi Qingyu curled herself into a ball, humming softly as she inquired. Wanqiu rubbed her hands together, her breath visible in the chilly air. Miss, it is exceedingly cold today. I had not anticipated such frigid weather. We have a brazier in the room, and I have lit another. Soon, it shall be warm within. With a sigh, Wanchio continued, last winter was never this cold. How can it be that spring has yet to arrive? Yet the flowers and plants in the courtyard have succumbed to frost? Listening to Wanchio's words, Yi Qingyu gradually regained clarity of thought. She sat up, the memories of her past life slowly resurfacing. Indeed, it was just as she recalled. The day following the heavy snowfall was particularly frigid. She remembered that there were no reserves of charcoal in the manor, only a meager amount left from the previous year. The price of charcoal had skyrocketed, traded by the costing 10 taels of silver, a sum that even the affluent families could scarcely afford. Moreover, the marquis's residence was not as wealthy as it seemed. She was even more unfortunate, having received only a small portion. Wanchio and Nianchuan endured the cold alongside her. Yet it was her third aunt who feared for her well-being and sent a considerable amount of charcoal. However, in her folly to gain favor with the old matriarch, she had given it all away, leaving herself vulnerable to the biting cold, ultimately falling ill. It was only when her third aunt came to check on her that she was taken to the Duke's residence. Otherwise, she might have perished from that illness. Miss? Noticing Yi Qingyu lost in thought, Wanchio gently spoke. Yi Qingyu snapped back to reality. Get up and fetch my winter garments. Bring several sets. We shall be going to the Duke's residence shortly. Certainly, Wanchio replied. In late autumn, joy lingers in the air. On such a chilly day, the young lady has once again sustained an injury. It is far more reassuring for her to recuperate at the Duke's residence, away from the uncertainties that may arise at the Marquis' estate, where the intentions of those individuals remain unpredictable. Her wounds have yet to heal, and she must not encounter further misfortune. After breakfast, Yi Qingyu, accompanied by Wanchio and Mo Shu, boarded a carriage bound for the Duke's residence. Upon sighting Yi Qingyu's carriage, the gatekeeper hurried into the estate to announce her arrival. Madam, the young lady has arrived, he reported. At that moment, Su Shi was conferring with her sister-in-law, Zhong Shi, deliberating whether to visit the Marquis' estate to check on Yi Qingyu. Despite having received word that her injuries were not severe, her heart remained unsettled. Hearing that Qingqing had ventured outside the city to distribute porridge the previous day gave her some comfort. Yet she still felt compelled to visit the Marquis' estate to ease her mind. Upon hearing the gatekeeper's announcement, both women's faces brightened. It seems fortune favors us. Let us hasten to welcome Qingqing, they exclaimed. As Yi Qingyu stepped through the main entrance, she was met by Su Shi and Zhong Shi, who approached her hand in hand, taking small, hurried steps. Noticing her pallor and the concern etched in their gazes, Su Shi exclaimed, My dear child, you claim to be well, yet your face tells a different tale. Let me see where you are injured. How is it faring? Yi Qingyu found herself bemused as her aunt hurriedly began to tug at her clothing in the bustling courtyard. It was quite a public display, and it appeared her aunt was flustered in her concern. Zhong Shi quickly intervened, gently chiding Su Shi. On such a frigid day, you ought to consider the child's well-being. Whatever needs to be discussed can wait until we are indoors. Come, Qingqing, let us go inside swiftly. Yi Qingyu nodded with a smile, as she was led by her two aunts into the side hall. As soon as she was seated, Su Shi hurriedly handed her a warming pot that had been placed on the chair, saying, Look at your cold hands. Quickly warm them up.
Je vinc similet gente.
Her voice soft. Aunt, I am truly fine, you need not worry. Su Shi shot her a disapproving glance, retorting, Fine? Just look at your pale little face. Devoid of color. Yi Qingyu chuckled helplessly, replying, Aunt, I have only just come inside from the cold. It is merely that I am a bit chilly. I have long since recovered from my minor injuries. If you do not believe me, you may ask Wanchio. Wanchio, understanding the concerns of the two ladies for their young mistress, reassured them, Rest assured, madams, the injury on the young lady's back has completely healed. Really? Wanchio affirmed. Indeed, third madam, do you doubt my word? Had the young lady's injuries not healed, I would not have allowed her to step outside, even if it meant I had to weep. Yi Qingyu cast a helpless glare in her direction. Su Shi and Zhong Shi were well aware of Wanchio's loyalty and deep regard for Yi Qingyu, thus they placed their trust in her words. That is good to hear. Alas, my child, after sustaining an injury, you should have allowed me to check on you. Is it not intentional to cause your aunt such distress? My heart has been in turmoil these days, listening to the rumors outside. I have not slept well at all. Su Shi sighed in relief. Zhong Shi looked at Yi Qingyu with a nurturing expression, saying, Qingqing, it is a relief that you are well. You cannot fathom how Had it not been for the recent turmoil in the court and your refusal to let your grandfather visit the marquis' residence, your grandfather would have taken a knife to confront the Marquis of Qingyuan. At this point, a hint of resentment flickered across the gentle visage of Lady Zhong. Humph. I have never encountered such a father. What heinous crime have you committed to warrant such disciplinary measures? Yi Qingyu hastily interjected with soothing words to placate her two aunts. Aunt, it was I who deliberately provoked Lord Yi. He, for the sake of his reputation, would certainly punish me. Otherwise, I would be compelled to kneel in the ancestral hall for several days. In this frigid weather, enduring a few lashes would be far more bearable. Su Shi widened her eyes in disbelief. Child, are you suggesting that you would rather receive lashes than kneel in the ancestral hall? Chapter 77. Trouble among the refugees outside the city. Yi Qingyu smiled, though not entirely without purpose. She had endured the whip for a reason. By the way, Aunt San, has grandfather returned to the residence in recent days? She was aware that the court had been tumultuous of late, embroiled in heated debates over disaster relief. The grain that was supposed to be dispatched to the south for aid was suddenly unavailable, as the 3 granaries under the Ministry of Revenue surrounding the capital were devoid of supplies. Upon this revelation, the entire court was taken aback. The Minister of Revenue, Lu Zhen, was promptly imprisoned, and the emperor was furious, ordering the Supreme Court to investigate the matter and instructing the left and right deputy ministers of revenue to gather grain for transport to the south. Su sighed, stating that your grandfather had visited only once in recent days, and that was merely to inquire about your situation.
Now,
the number of refugees outside the city was steadily increasing, prompting the emperor to command your grandfather to devise a solution in conjunction with the capital. Yi Qingyu furrowed her brow, contemplating how best to meet with her grandfather and third cousin. Presently, all eyes in the court were focused on the disaster relief efforts in the south. However, the north was also beset by heavy snowfall, necessitating aid. Moreover, the severe winter had decimated a significant portion of the livestock among the Turkic tribes to the north. In their desperation for grain, they attacked the border town of Pingliang, which was defended by her uncle. With war reigniting, the grain that had been gathered was dispatched southward, and reports of conflict from the border continued to arrive. Her uncle had submitted a request for supplies, yet securing provisions for an army of 100,000 in the capital was no small feat. It could not be accomplished in just a day or two. Her uncle sought to borrow grain from the neighboring Yan and Liang prefectures of the northern border. Yet they had not managed to procure even a single grain. The 100,000 troops, famished and weary, confronted the robust army of the Turks. In a desperate bid to expedite the conclusion of the war, the maternal uncle resolved to undertake a perilous raid against the Turks with his elite soldiers. Alas, 1,000 valiant men perished, and the maternal uncle himself met his demise on the battlefield. Unbeknownst to her, the eldest cousin valiantly held the fort at Pingliang, despite his injuries, until the court's provisions finally arrived, a full month later. Even so, he successfully defended Pingliang, and the Turks, unable to breach its walls, found themselves thwarted. By the time the imperial supplies and reinforcements arrived, the once mighty army had dwindled to a mere 20,000, many having succumbed to the harshness of hunger and the bitter cold, though the city remained intact. The staggering losses among the soldiers prompted the emperor to relieve the eldest cousin of his command, summoning him back to the capital. Consequently, the Duke of Shenhua's residence began to decline, and the grandfather no longer enjoyed the emperor's favor as he once did. The duke and the third son returned. The announcement from the doorman drew Yi Qingyu's thoughts back to the present. She looked up to see her grandfather, clad in a fox fur coat, striding in with purpose. Grandfather, cousin. Yi Qingyu rose, smiling at both of them. The duke was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yi Qingyu, surprised that she would be here. He had intended to visit her at the Ho residence. Qingqing, what brings you here? How is your injury? Yi Qingyu smiled as she stepped forward to receive the duke's fox fur, handing it to a maid beside her. Do not worry, grandfather. It is merely a superficial wound, and I have lost not a drop of blood. The duke regarded her with a mixture of skepticism and concern. Really? You are quite certain there is nothing amiss? Though he hesitated to inspect his granddaughter's injury, he noted that her complexion appeared quite healthy. Yi Qingyu nodded. Of course, how could Qingqing dare to deceive you? Esteemed elder? Have you had your breakfast at this hour? The duke shook his head, weariness etched upon his face, as he accepted the hot tea offered by Su. No, I have not. I have not slept all night. Where would I find the time for breakfast? Zhong has long been busy preparing the morning meal. Yi Qingyu observed the exhaustion on her grandfather's and third cousin's faces, her brow furrowing even deeper. It seemed that the plight of the refugees was not so easily resolvable. Ever since her grandfather took on the responsibility of managing the refugees, her third and fourth cousins had been assisting him. Where's the fourth cousin? Gu Huaiji rubbed his forehead and spoke in a hoarse voice. Fourth brother and the officials from the capital are still outside the city dealing with the refugees. They should return shortly. Outside the city? Third cousin, did you come back from outside? Has something happened with the refugees out there? Yi Qingyu felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. Indeed, it was freezing last night, and the refugees outside had neither warm clothing nor shelter from the cold, leading to the unfortunate demise of many. Gu Huaiji took a sip of tea to soothe his throat, his voice becoming clearer. It was exceedingly cold last night, and the refugees tried to break into the city, causing quite a commotion. Did you not set up a few tents outside and light some braziers within them? Yi Qingyu nodded, a sense of panic rising within her. Pray, tell me it was not a riot among the refugees over a scramble for space. She could not help but chastise herself internally for not considering the sudden drop in temperature the previous night. Her few tents could only shelter a few hundred refugees. In such bitter cold, those desperate souls would surely fight for the warmth of the coals. Yi Qingyu was filled with self-reproach, lamenting that her lack of foresight had led to calamity, affecting both her grandfather and her third cousin. The Duke waved his hand, assuring her, "It is not your fault. Your intentions were noble. If it were not for your tents and the warmth of the charcoal fires, we cannot fathom how many lives might have been lost to the frigid night." Alas, who could have anticipated such a sudden drop in temperature during spring? The occupants of the room exchanged silent sighs, grappling with the rare and unprecedented weather that had befallen them. Although tents had been erected outside the city to shield against the biting winds and snow, they lacked the essential charcoal for warmth. Even the palace was facing a shortage of coal. Where could they procure excess supplies for the refugees? Moreover, the number of refugees was steadily increasing, and with more people came the potential for chaos. Just then, a servant opened the door, and Gu Yuancheng strode in briskly, addressing the Duke, "Grandfather. The refugees have been pacified." The Duke looked up, relieved. "That is good news. Please take a seat and rest." Gu Yuancheng removed his cloak and accepted the teacup offered by a maid, remarking, "It feels so much warmer at home." Yi Qingyu smiled. "Cousin, you have worked hard." Gu Yuancheng's smile was bright and unfaltering, showing little sign of fatigue. "I am robust and resilient. Fortunately, the patrol officers managed to keep the refugees at bay. Otherwise, they might have surged into the city, leading to untold disorder." Yi Qingyu furrowed her brow, reflecting, being constantly restrained by the officials is not a sustainable solution. "We must devise a proper plan to address this situation." Gu Huai nodded, pondering the relentless chill of the day, wondering when warmth might grace the land once more. The cold seemed interminable. If only the weather were milder, the refugees could remain outside the city, receiving sustenance, without causing turmoil. Once the floods in the south abated, they could be returned to their homeland. Yet, in such frigid temperatures, most of these individuals, having come from warmer southern regions, had little experience with snow and were ill-equipped to withstand the cold. Just last night, hundreds perished from the biting freeze. As Gu Huai spoke, his eyes reflected profound sorrow. These were lives resigned to fate. The emperor had decreed that refugees were not permitted entry into the city, leaving them no choice but to endure the harshness outside. In such relentless cold, how many could survive? In their struggle for existence, what desperate actions might they resort to? Chapter 78. How to arrange it. Yi Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. She was aware that such wintry days were not destined to linger. Today marked the coldest day, and in but 5 days, the temperature would abruptly rise, returning to the warmth of early spring. Yi Qingyu bit her lip, uncertain whether she should speak. Seeing her hesitation, Gu Huai inquired, "Qingqing, if you have something to say, please do not hesitate." Yi Qingyu glanced at the Duke, who appeared equally attentive. With trepidation, she began, "Grandfather, Cousin San, are you aware of my dreams over the past 3 days?" Upon hearing this, the Duke recollected his granddaughter's foreboding dreams and nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, indeed, Qingqing. Did you dream of when this frigid weather might relent?" Gu Huai's eyes sparkled at the Duke's question, intrigued by the possibility that the dreams could hold prophetic significance, particularly regarding the recent heavy snowfall in the capital. "Yes, Qingqing, what else did you see in your dreams? Perhaps it might offer us a solution." "In my dream, I saw that today is indeed the coldest day. However, I had forgotten the details." Yet I sensed that it would grow warmer, and after 5 days, the temperature would surge to that of early spring before the snowfall. Upon hearing her words, the Duke's eyes brightened like stars. So it will warm up in 5 days? Gu Huai and Gu Yuancheng were equally elated, realizing that they merely needed to endure these 5 days. Seeing their expressions devoid of doubt, Yi Qingyu spoke up, "Grandfather, cousin, what I have recounted are merely the events from my dreams. Are you not concerned about the possibility that they may not come to pass?" Gu Yuancheng replied, "Cousin, the occurrences in your dreams have aligned perfectly with the present events, indicating that your visions of the future may also hold true. What is there to question? Alas, had we known of your remarkable foresight earlier, we could have been better prepared." Gu Huaiji shot him a stern glance. "Do not speak carelessly. Our cousin confides in us out of trust. If outsiders were to learn of this, they might harbor misguided thoughts about her, leading to unnecessary troubles." The Duke regarded Gu Yuancheng with a serious demeanor. "Mind your words. This matter must remain undisclosed to outsiders. Understood?" Gu Yuancheng nodded. "Grandfather, rest assured, I am aware of the gravity of the situation." Yi Qingyu smiled gently. "Grandfather, you need not worry. It is only you who believe my fanciful tales. Should I disclose them to outsiders, they would likely deem me mad. Who would believe such things?" The Duke's expression remained grave. "Even so, caution is paramount. Your dreams are strikingly vivid. Should those with ulterior motives become aware, they may assume you possess some extraordinary ability, which could be detrimental to you. It is wiser to exercise discretion." Yi Qingyu obediently nodded. "Yes, I shall heed grandfather's advice." At that moment, Su Shi entered with servants carrying dishes. "Father, breakfast is ready. Please come and dine." Yi Qingyu stood with a smile. "Grandfather, allow me to serve you."
Indeed.
"My family holds the deepest affection for my grandfather." The Duke, filled with mirth, is aware that with the arrival of the cold days as envisioned by Yi Qingyu in her dreams, all that is required is to navigate these 5 days with tranquility, after which the weather will warm, and all will be well. After partaking in a light breakfast and resting for an hour, the Duke, accompanied by Gu Huaiji and Gu Yuancheng, made his way to the imperial palace. Within the imperial study, the emperor, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, was expressing his ire towards the kneeling deputy ministers of the Ministry of Revenue. Noticing a young eunuch bearing a report hastily entering, Eunuch Wei gestured discreetly, prompting him to exit the study quietly. Eunuch Wei immediately spotted the Duke standing at the door and promptly bowed in respect.
"Lord Shen," he addressed.
The Duke returned the gesture, requesting Eunuch Wei to announce his urgent matter to His Majesty. With a smile, Eunuch Wei replied, "Please wait a moment, Lord Shen." "Your Majesty." "Lord Shen requests an audience." The Emperor's voice, still laced with anger, commanded his entry. "Yes," Eunuch Wei affirmed, exiting the study to usher the Duke inside. As the Duke entered, he witnessed the Emperor hurling the documents in his hand vehemently at the deputy ministers, exclaiming in fury, "I instructed you to procure grain, and yet in these several days, you have managed to gather only this paltry amount. What purpose does this serve? How can you not keep watch over the granaries? If you cannot safeguard the silver in the treasury, why not sacrifice your own heads as well?
Get out."
"If you do not provide the requisite amount of grain within 2 days, I shall have your heads." The 2 deputy ministers rose apprehensively, their voices trembling as they declared, "Your humble servant takes his leave." The Duke of Shen observed the hasty departure of the ministers and regretted arriving at the palace at this particular moment, fearing he might also incur the Emperor's wrath. The old minister has met His Majesty. No need for formalities. The Emperor sipped his tea, suppressing his anger. "Duke Shen, what brings you to see me? Is it true that the situation with the refugees outside the city has not been handled properly?" The Duke quickly reported, "Your Majesty, rest assured, the refugees outside have been pacified." "Very well," the Duke continued. "I have a matter to discuss with you."
"Speak."
"I believe that although last night's riot among the refugees was quelled, if we do not find a proper way to accommodate them, similar incidents may arise again." The Emperor pondered deeply. "And how do you propose we accommodate them?" The Duke replied solemnly, "I believe we should erect warm military tents to shelter them from the cold and provide them with charcoal for heating throughout the day, ensuring they receive 2 meals a day to prevent hunger. If they have warm shelters and food, they will not cause further disturbances." The Emperor's expression darkened, his voice icy. "Do you think I am not aware of this? The military tents are already assigned to them. What will the soldiers use? We are already short on charcoal in the palace. From where do you expect me to procure enough charcoal to keep them warm? If I had these resources, would I still be concerned about them?" Did you return to the palace merely to present me with such useless suggestions? The Duke maintained a composed demeanor, Your Majesty. This cold weather cannot persist indefinitely. If we could allocate some military tents from the army for the refugees, it would greatly alleviate their plight. As for the issue of provisions, my granddaughter possesses a grain shop, and she has informed me that the grain within is no longer for sale. It has all been donated to the court to support the refugees. The Duke paused momentarily, seemingly in deep contemplation. Regarding the matter of coal, I find myself at a loss, Your Majesty. Might it be possible for the palace to allocate some resources? I could also distribute some of the coal for my household, or perhaps encourage other ministers to contribute as well. Surely, we can gather sufficient supplies. Your Majesty, let us endure this hardship for a mere 3 to 5 days. Once the temperature rises, coal will no longer be necessary. If we can provide comfort to the refugees outside the city, once the calamity in the south is resolved, we can return them to their homeland. Chapter 79. Let us all donate the Emperor, with a stoic countenance, coldly snorted. If this chill were to last merely 3 to 5 days, your methods would suffice, but should it persist indefinitely, you would soon find yourselves bereft of provisions and fuel. If it truly lasts for 3 to 5 days, we could endure together. I would brave the cold alongside everyone. Even the Astronomical Bureau dares not predict the duration of this frigid spell, yet you speak so recklessly. At the mention of the Astronomical Bureau, the Duke retorted with a disdainful huff. That is their incompetence. If they possessed any real capability, they would have foreseen such a calamity. The Emperor shot him a glare. Do not evade the question. I demand to know how you ascertain when the warmth will return. If the Bureau lacks the necessary skills, surely you must possess some insight. The Duke rubbed his nose. Predicting the weather is not within my purview, Your Majesty. We cannot afford to linger in this manner. If we prohibit the refugees from entering the capital, their discontent will only grow. If we do not find a proper way to accommodate them, the events of last night were merely the beginning. Let us trial this for a few days. If it proves ineffective, we shall devise another plan. We cannot remain indifferent indefinitely. After a prolonged silence, the Emperor finally spoke. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall make the necessary preparations at once. The Duke exited the imperial study, and the Emperor, fiddling with the jade qilin in his hand, called out, Summon the Minister of Military Affairs. As the Duke emerged from the study, Gu Huai and Gu Yuancheng hurriedly approached him. Grandfather, did His Majesty agree? A rare smile graced the Duke's serious expression. Indeed, he has consented. Gu Yuancheng's eyes widened in delight. That is splendid news. This way, the refugees outside the city will find some comfort and at least will not perish from the cold. Gu Huaizhi wore a broad smile, urging, Let us hasten back to prepare. The Duke escorted the two to the city government office, where he conveyed the Emperor's message to the governor. Meanwhile, the Minister of War dispatched personnel to transport military tents from the army to the outskirts of the city, handing them over to the patrol camp, while the coal allocated from the palace was delivered to the Kyoto government office. The Emperor issued a proclamation, calling upon officials, nobility, and wealthy merchants to donate coal and grain, which enlivened Kyoto in an instant. The Duke toiled outside until midnight before returning home. Although Yi Qingyu was concerned for her grandfather, she was utterly fatigued and, under the persuasion of her two aunts, retreated to her room to rest. Upon rising the next day, Yi Qingyu learned from her third aunt that her grandfather and two cousins had only returned home in the dead of night and were still asleep. We need not wait for them to have breakfast. Let us eat first, for who knows when they shall awaken. Second Aunt Zhong nodded in agreement, serving Yi Qingyu her favorite dishes. Indeed, they have hardly had a proper night's rest these past few days. Now that there seems to be a resolution at hand, they surely deserve a good sleep. Let us not disturb them but allow them to rest peacefully. Yi Qingyu also nodded in agreement. By the way, second sister-in-law, Father mentioned that we should reserve enough coal for our household and donate the surplus. How much coal do we have left? Zhong paused in her serving, contemplating before responding. We still possess a considerable amount. We stockpiled 5 carts, and Qingqing had 3 additional carts sent over. In these past few days, we have only utilized 2 carts of coal. Zhong chuckled softly, expressing her uncertainty about how long the cold weather would persist and her reluctance to use the available resources. Fearing a shortage, in recent days, the coal from the coal shop had been turned over a dozen times. If supplies ran low, even having silver coins would not guarantee a purchase. Su laughed heartily in agreement, remarking that since the cold would last only 3 to 5 days, It was of no use to hoard resources. They decided to heed their father's advice, reserving just enough for their needs and donating the rest. Yi Qingyu, having retired early the previous night, was unaware of the coal donation initiative and inquired if it was proposed by her grandfather. Su confirmed, stating that he had suggested to the emperor that the ministers contribute some coal, and even the palace had allocated a portion to be sent to the city government, all intended to aid the refugees outside the city. Otherwise, if more people succumbed to the cold, it would surely incite greater unrest, which would be a source of distress for the emperor. Yi Qingyu nodded thoughtfully, considering her own stock of coal and pondering how much remained. She summoned Wanqiu, instructing her to fetch the steward of the coal shop, as she had matters to discuss. Wanqiu complied and shortly returned with a young man clad in a blue outfit, exuding a vigorous demeanor. "Miss, the steward has arrived," Wanqiu announced. Yi Qingyu looked up and recognized the youthful face, feeling a sense of familiarity. "You are Shaoan?" Shaoan smiled and bowed respectfully, replying, "I have the honor of meeting you, Mississippi. When Master Fu left the capital, he entrusted me with the management of his affairs. The coal shop is currently under my supervision. How may I assist you?" Yi Qingyu gazed at the refined young man before her, who had shed his previous pallor, now exuding a demeanor of openness and respect. She had not anticipated that Uncle Fu would place such trust in him. Given Uncle Fu's astuteness, he would not have entrusted him with his affairs without thoroughly assessing his loyalty and capabilities. "Thank you for your hard work recently. I summoned you to inquire about how much coal remains in the coal yard," she said. Shaoan replied, "Miss, most of the coal we stockpiled has been sold. We initially invested 5,000 taels, and our profit over the past few days amounts to 53,800 taels. Here is the ledger for the coal yard." Shaoan produced the meticulously prepared ledger and banknotes from his sleeve and presented them to Yi Qingyu. Surprised by his thoroughness, she accepted the documents, casually flipping through them. "I did not call you here merely to review the accounts. I wish to know how much coal is left. Let the remainder be donated to the refugees." Shaoan was taken aback, not expecting Yi Qingyu's intention. Touched, he responded, "Miss, there is not much coal left, approximately 10 carts." Yi Qingyu nodded. "Then I trouble you to transport this coal to the city government office." Shaoan cupped his hands in acknowledgement. "I will see to it immediately." After Shaoan departed, Wanqiu met him at the door, while Mosh observed the banknotes casually placed on the table, a look of astonishment on his face. "Miss, you have spent such a considerable sum, yet you have finally recouped some of it." Yi Qingyu smiled faintly. "Indeed, it is considerably more than I had anticipated." The two of them engaged in light conversation, and upon Wanqiu's return, she remarked, "Miss, the Duke and his party have risen." Yi Qingyu rose and donned her fox fur coat before heading to the side hall. Upon her arrival, she found the Duke and his companions partaking in their morning repast. "Grandfather," Yi Qingyu greeted with a smile and a respectful bow. The Duke, having just finished his meal, set down his utensils and returned her smile, saying, "Qing Qing has arrived." Yi Qingyu stepped forward to gently massage the Duke's shoulders, cheerfully remarking, "I heard you and my cousin returned late last night. You must be weary." The Duke patted her hand, signaling her to cease the massage. "Qing Qing, please sit and converse." Yi Qingyu, ever obedient, settled down and inquired, "Grandfather, has the situation with the refugees been resolved?" Chapter 80. Rewards. The Duke remarked that this chapter could be considered concluded. They were now sheltered in warm military tents, receiving 2 meals of porridge daily. Although it did not fully satisfy their hunger, it ensured they would not starve. Once the flooding in the south was under control, they would be able to return to their homeland, and all would be well thereafter. Yi Qingyu nodded, expressing her relief. After a moment, she inquired, "Grandfather, has the court received any news from the northern border?" The Duke paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Qing Qing, do you know something?" Yi Qingyu shook her head, stating, "No, I only thought about the heavy snowfall in the north. Given how cold it is here, it must be even more frigid up there. I wonder how Uncle and the others are faring at the border." The Duke gently patted her head and reassured her, though the north is experiencing heavy snow, conditions within our borders remain manageable. The people in the north are accustomed to storing grains and vegetables. They will not go hungry. Indeed, do not worry, cousin. We are quite used to the cold in the north. Every spring, there are a few days of chill, but the populace is well prepared and will be fine." Gu Yuanqing added with a smile. Yi Qingyu smiled softly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. The Duke's arrangements had ensured that the refugees remained settled in their tents. As the weather grew warmer, signs of melting snow began to appear. On the 5th day, The temperature rose dramatically, enveloping the surroundings in a spring-like warmth. As the thick blanket of snow transformed into rivulets of water, the refugees outside the city ceased their charcoal burning, and the pleasant weather brought smiles to their faces. The Duke was summoned to the palace by the Emperor. "Your humble servant pays his respects to your Majesty. Please, no formalities." His Majesty, the Emperor, fixed his gaze intently upon the Duke, causing the Duke to clear his throat in mild discomfort. "Your Majesty, you summoned me for a reason? Pray tell, Duke Shen. How did you foresee the swift warming of the weather?" The Duke feigned ignorance. "I am not aware of such matters, Your Majesty." The Emperor shot him a pointed look. "Did you not predict that the warmth would arrive in 3 to 5 days? It indeed turned warm after 5 days. How did you come by this knowledge?" The Duke, appearing perplexed, replied, "Your Majesty, I merely offered a figurative example. The refugees must be accommodated somehow. My intention was to suggest trying this method for 3 to 5 days. If it proved ineffective, we would devise another plan. I possess no skill in divination. How could I possibly know?" With an air of pride, he continued, "However, I too did not anticipate such a rapid warming. This is indeed a fortuitous omen." Observing the Duke's expression of unexpected relief, the Emperor's doubts began to dissipate. "It is certainly a good sign," he nodded in agreement. "By the way, your granddaughter has generously donated a considerable amount of grain these past few days. I heard from the governor of the capital that she even contributed 10 carts of coal. Truly, she is a kind-hearted child." Upon hearing the Emperor mention his beloved granddaughter, the Duke's heart swelled with pride. "Indeed, my granddaughter embodies kindness. She is obedient, courteous,
and generous."
The Emperor, amused by the Duke's display of pride, recalled the family's well-known affection for the young girl. "Today, I received a memorial from the governor of Yuzhou, stating that someone has been distributing grain in the southern region under the name of the court. The governor discovered that the grain shop is registered under your granddaughter's name. Are you aware of this matter?" The Duke was taken aback and replied to His Majesty, "I truly did not know about this. My granddaughter has not mentioned it to me." Observing his expression, the Emperor discerned sincerity and realized he was indeed unaware. In recent days, her subordinates had distributed a considerable amount of grain, while the supplies arranged by the court had yet to arrive in the south. Her actions had expedited the provision of grain for the court and helped alleviate the hardships of the people in Jiangnan, a remarkable achievement indeed. She has alleviated my pressing concerns. I must reward her handsomely. I will have the Empress select some items suitable for women, which you may take back to your granddaughter." The Duke, beaming with joy, expressed his gratitude on behalf of his granddaughter. The Emperor, smiling, remarked, "Merely bestowing some gifts seems rather insufficient. How about I arrange a marriage for her as well?" The Duke's smile faltered momentarily. "Your Majesty, my granddaughter is still in mourning and has not yet reached the age of marriage. There is no rush regarding this matter." The Emperor, recognizing the delicacy of the situation, conceded, "Very well. Should she have someone in mind to marry, she may inform me, and I shall arrange the union." The Duke bowed deeply, thanking His Majesty. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, he was followed by the eunuch bearing the imperial edict and attendants carrying the bestowed items. Su and Zhong, witnessing the influx of palace personnel, looked at the Duke in confusion. "Father, who are these eunuchs?" The Duke chuckled with delight and proclaimed, "These are the rewards bestowed upon Qingqing by His Majesty. Quickly summon her to receive the edict." Su hurriedly instructed a maid to fetch Yi Qingyu. At that moment, Yi Qingyu was engrossed in her reading within her courtyard when a maid rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Miss, someone from the palace has arrived, requesting your presence to receive the edict." Yi Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. "Me? To receive the edict? Could it be that the Emperor has arranged a marriage for me?" The mere thought sent her heart racing. She hastily rose, adjusted her attire, and followed the maid with quickened steps to the main hall. Upon entering, she noted the presence of several palace attendants, and seeing her grandfather's calm demeanor eased her anxiety. The eunuch Wei, who was there to announce the edict, greeted her warmly. "I have the pleasure of meeting Miss Yi." Yi Qingyu promptly bowed and replied, "This humble girl pays her respects to the eunuch. Thank you for making this journey." Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "Miss Yi, there is no need for such formality. Now that everyone is assembled, let us proceed with the proclamation." The attendees knelt in reverence as the edict was read aloud. "By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees, Yi Qingyu, daughter of the Marquis Qingyuan and granddaughter of the Duke of Zhen, is virtuous and benevolent. In light of the recent floods in the south, she has generously donated grain to the people, thereby rendering great service to the state. Henceforth, she is to be awarded this honor as a token of appreciation. Thus it is decreed. Miss Yi, the Duke, please accept the edict. We, the minister and his daughter, express our deepest gratitude for His Majesty's generous bestowal. Eunuch Wei cheerfully remarked, "It is time for me to return to the palace. Duke, Miss Yi, I bid you farewell." Yi Qingyu quickly stepped forward, smiling as she presented a purse to Eunuch Wei, saying, "Your efforts are greatly appreciated, esteemed eunuch." Wei Gonggong left with an unchanging smile and a nod. Yi Qingyu let out a deep sigh of relief. Turning to the Duke of the State, she inquired, "Grandfather, why has His Majesty suddenly conferred a reward upon me?" The Duke chuckled. "Is it not because my dear Qingqing is too kind-hearted? The Emperor received a petition from the governor of Yuzhou, stating that you provided grain to aid the people in the south, thus rendering great service to the court, which prompted His Majesty's generosity." With a shift in his tone, the Duke continued, "Qingqing, when did you send someone to Yuzhou to distribute grain?
Why did you not inform me?
Are those few individuals by your side sufficient?" Yi Qingyu replied with a gentle smile, "It was Fu Bo who went to Yuzhou. Ever since I had that dream, I have been restless. I instructed Fu Bo to procure more grain in the south, thinking that even if a disaster does not occur, it can still be sold. However, should my dream prove true, it would save countless lives, and thus, it would be a good deed." Chapter 81. The Empress Dowager's Birthday Banquet. Upon hearing her words, Su felt a wave of emotion wash over her. "Child, you always shoulder everything alone. You should share your thoughts with us." Yi Qingyu smiled and replied, "Aunt, it was merely a dream. How could I dare speak of such fantastical matters? I feared that mentioning it might cause you worry about my nightmares and disrupt my sleep. I was just being cautious, but to my surprise, it has come true. Therefore, upon hearing from my grandfather about the flood in the south, I sent Uncle Fu to Yuzhou. I believe the relief grain from the court should be arriving shortly, and Uncle Fu should be back soon." The Duke chuckled heartily. "That is splendid, truly splendid. You are a good child, aware of the hardships faced by the common people. You are indeed the pride of our Duke's household." Su smiled warmly. "Qingqing has always been a good child. Among all the children in the capital, none can compare to her thoughtfulness and noble character." Zhong sincerely chimed in, "Indeed, Qingqing is truly a wonderful child." Gu Huai and Gu Yuancheng gazed at her with affectionate smiles. Yi Qingyu felt a blush creep onto her cheeks at the praise from her elders. At that moment, the steward hurried into the room, reporting, "Duke, there is an emissary from Shokong Palace outside." Everyone was taken aback, and the Duke promptly instructed, "Quickly, invite them in." Shokong Palace is the residence of the Empress Dowager, and now that she has sent someone to the Duke's residence, it is likely concerning her upcoming birthday celebration in a few days. The Duke was well aware that the Empress Dowager's birthday was but 3 days away. However, given the current calamity, it was evident that the Empress Dowager would not wish to celebrate under such dire circumstances, especially knowing that the Emperor was occupied with arranging relief funds for the disaster-stricken areas. It seemed that circumstances had indeed shifted. A few individuals hastened towards the entrance to greet Eunuch Xia. Upon encountering Duke Xin, Eunuch Xia approached with a beaming smile. Duke Xin promptly returned the gesture, inquiring about the Empress Dowager's instructions. Eunuch Xia surveyed those behind the Duke, his gaze lingering momentarily on Miss Yi Qingyu before he spoke with a smile. "In 3 days, we shall celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday." Initially, she was resolute in refusing to allocate funds for the festivities. Yet the Emperor has proclaimed that with the recent stabilization of the southern floods and the harsh winter days behind us, it is indeed a cause for celebration. Thus, it has been decided to host a banquet in conjunction with the Empress Dowager's birthday to uplift everyone's spirits and reward the diligent efforts of the officials during these trying times. The Duke nodded in agreement, acknowledging the Emperor's wisdom. Eunuch Xia's attention then turned to Yi Qingyu, addressing her as the esteemed granddaughter of Duke Xin and the distinguished Miss Yi of the Qingyuan marquis. Yi Qingyu gracefully curtsied, saying, "Miss Yi pays her respects to Eunuch Xia." Eunuch Xia, with a warm smile, remarked, "Miss Yi, you are too kind. The Empress Dowager has insisted that I extend a formal invitation for you to attend the birthday banquet in 3 days. Your contributions in the south to stabilize the situation and procure grain for the court have garnered the Empress Dowager's admiration, and she is eager to meet you." Yi Qingyu was taken aback, humbly responding, "Your Majesty, you flatter me." The smiling Eunuch Xia turned to the Duke, saying, "I kindly invite the Duke and the 2 ladies." along with their sons, to join the lively festivities at Shokong Palace in 3 days. With that, eunuch Xia took his leave. Duke Shin promptly offered, "Allow me to escort you out, eunuch." As Yi Qingyu watched eunuch Xia depart, she sensed there was something unsaid. The upcoming birthday banquet for Her Majesty was, after all, intended to select brides for the princes and bestow marriages. Watching eunuch Xia leave, Gu Yuancheng remarked with a hearty laugh, "Now everyone in the capital must be aware of my cousin's grain donation." Yi Qingyu could only manage a wry smile, replying, "Cousin, please do not jest. I truly did not foresee this outcome. It was merely a moment of impulse, and I never intended to draw attention to myself. Alas, it would be prudent for me to remain indoors for a few days." Yi Qingyu genuinely did not anticipate that her act of donating grain would become common knowledge. Her initial intention was simply to win the emperor's favor. She was well aware that the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration would not be cancelled, and that she would still be bestowed a marriage, just as in her previous life. She did not wish for her maternal grandfather to use the safety of the Duke's residence as leverage against her in defying the Dowager's wishes. As long as she performed acts beneficial to the country, earning the goodwill of the Emperor and the Dowager, there remained a possibility for negotiation regarding her marriage. If the Dowager and the Emperor considered her feelings, she could avoid marrying Shin Mingxiu and thus avert repeating the mistakes of her past life. For the past 3 days, Yi Qingyu had not stepped beyond the gates of the Duke's residence. On the 4th day, she accompanied her 3rd and 2nd aunts into the palace. Yi Qingyu was quite familiar with the imperial palace in her previous life, when Shin Mingxiu was appointed crown prince and resided in the Eastern Palace. She too had lived there, thus she had grown accustomed to the surroundings. As she gazed upon the familiar flora and fauna, a sense of disorientation washed over her. "Qingqing, what troubles you?" Su Shi observed her pale complexion and, assuming it was due to her long absence from the palace, reassured her, "There is nothing to fear. The Empress Dowager is kind and gentle. When you were a child, your mother brought you to meet her, and she took a great liking to you. Do you remember?" Yi Qingyu was momentarily taken aback and gently shook her head. The events of her childhood were hazy in her memory. However, in her past existence, she had been intimately acquainted with the Empress Dowager, who had treated her with great affection. After entering the Eastern Palace, she often remained by the Empress Dowager's side. Although the Empress Dowager had always been somewhat distant towards Shin Mingxiu, she had never shown such aloofness towards Yi Qingyu. It was only after becoming familiar with the Empress Dowager that she learned of the close friendship between the Empress Dowager and her maternal grandmother, which explained the warmth shown towards both her and her mother. Unfortunately, her mother had passed away early, leaving only fleeting memories of their visits to the palace during her childhood, which she could scarcely recall now. Having mourned for her mother for over 2 years, and with her mother's passing, Yi Qingyu had devoted herself to filial piety, seldom attending gatherings. It had indeed been a considerable time since she last laid eyes upon the Empress Dowager. Noticing her distraction, Zhong Shi gently urged, "Qingqing, there is no need for concern. The Empress Dowager is exceedingly benevolent. Just remember to maintain your decorum." Yi Qingyu nodded in acknowledgement. "Qingqing will remember." Guided by the palace maid, the ladies of the Duke's residence swiftly arrived at Shokong Palace. They arrived at neither too early nor too late, and by this time, the flower hall of Shokong Palace was already populated by a considerable number of official ladies and young misses. The maid led them to their designated seats among the Duke's ladies, then performed a respectful bow, and withdrew. In their prominent position, they shared a table with the venerable lady of the Duke of England, along with the first and second ladies. They exchanged greetings with the old matriarch, who responded warmly, wishing them well. The lady of the Duke of England was indeed a kindly elderly woman, smiling and waving her hand, urging them to be seated without further ceremony. "Mrs. Zhong remarked with a smile on her face, noting how robust the old lady still appeared. The old lady chuckled, acknowledging her age with a light-hearted tone. "Ah, I am indeed but an old bone, ha. Oh, what a beautiful child this is. She must be your younger sister's child, Mrs. Su complimented the old lady's keen eye, explaining that Qingqing was indeed the child of Qing Shuang. Yi Qingyu once again rose to perform a bow, greeting the old lady with respect, and expressed her wishes for the old lady's continued health. Chapter 82. Princess Chongning, good. My dear child, come here, the old matriarch said, grasping Yi Qingyu's hand, her eyes brimming with affection. What a beautiful child you are. Your features resemble those of Qing Shuang so closely. Yi Qingyu, feeling somewhat bashful, lowered her gaze. Su Shi smiled and added, "Indeed, Qingqing bears a striking resemblance to Qingxuang." Suddenly, a caustic voice pierced the festive atmosphere. "What is the point of mentioning a deceased person at such a joyous banquet? Is that not rather ominous?" The lively ambience came to an abrupt halt as all eyes turned towards the source of the remark. Yi Qingyu, who had previously been radiating joy, felt a chill sweep over her countenance as she lifted her gaze to the speaker. The lady at the adjacent table, adorned in the garb of a princess, exhibited a grand demeanor, though her expression was marred by unmistakable hostility, her eyes directed at Yi Qingyu filled with malice. Furrowing her brow slightly, Yi Qingyu realized she did not recognize this woman. However, others did. Su Shi's expression turned frosty. "Princess Kong, the deceased, must be respected. What ill fortune is there in discussing Qingqing's mother? Princess Kong?" The mother of Prince Kong, Xin Xian, who had passed away 3 years prior. As the sole legitimate heir of Prince Kong, he had been doted upon excessively, fostering a reckless disposition. Had it not been for the late Prince Kang's previous assistance in securing the throne, the emperor would not have tolerated Xin Xian's unruliness. Understanding the enmity emanating from Princess Kong, Yi Qingyu discerned that she was attributing the assassination attempt on Xin Xian to the Qingyuan marquis. With an air of calmness, Yi Qingyu regarded Princess Kong, devoid of any trace of fear, and remarked, "I kindly urge the princess to exercise caution in her words." The princess of the Kong dynasty wore an expression of anger. It was the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and to speak of a deceased individual was a profound disrespect to Her Majesty. The amiable countenance of Lady England also faded, realizing it was a misstep on her part. "As surely the Empress Dowager would not hold me accountable for my wife's folly." The princess of the Kong dynasty was momentarily silenced by Lady England's words. Just as she prepared to respond, a voice called out, "The Emperor has arrived. The Empress Dowager has arrived. The noble consort has arrived." Everyone rose to pay their respects, exclaiming, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empress Dowager!" "You may be seated," the Emperor commanded. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Thereupon, the Emperor assisted the Empress Dowager as they ascended to the elevated seats. The Empress Dowager, resplendent and regal, smiled down upon the assembly. Following closely behind them were a host of concubines, princes, and princesses, who took their places. With a gentle smile, the Empress Dowager remarked, "I had no intention of celebrating this birthday. However, the Emperor informed me that the floods in the south have been resolved and that the refugees are now well cared for. It is a perfect occasion for a banquet, allowing our diligent ministers and their anxious families to unwind and enjoy some merriment." Everyone nodded in agreement, smiling. What the Empress Dowager says is true. Several princes and princesses presented their birthday gifts, and after the Emperor shared a few cups of wine with the Empress Dowager, he hastily departed. The feast was laid out before them. Having dined extensively in the palace in a previous life, Yi Qingyu did not find it extraordinary and ate with dignified composure. Yi Qingyu lifted her wine glass, inhaled its aroma lightly, and slightly furrowed her brow before setting it down. "Miss Yi." Yi Qingyu looked up, and a radiant visage appeared before her. Upon recognizing the visitor, she hastily rose to pay her respects. "This humble subject greets Princess Chongning." Princess Chongning, Shen Xiao, was the beloved daughter of the late Empress and the biological sister of Xin Yanli. In her previous life, Yi Qingyu maintained a cordial relationship with her. Princess Chongning possessed a refined nature and a gentle, innocent character, always treating her with kindness. Even when her betrothal was usurped and the emperor commanded her to enter into a political marriage, she bore no resentment or objections. A fleeting thought crossed Yi Qingyu's mind, tinged with a hint of confusion. Logically, in this lifetime, there should be little to no interaction between her and Princess Chongning. Princess Chongning scrutinized her with a cautious gaze, her eyes reflecting warmth and fondness, yet she seemed apprehensive of startling her, refraining from overt displays of affection. With a soft smile gracing her lips, her voice chimed melodiously. "Miss Yi, there is no need for excessive formalities. I have heard from my father about your generous act of providing grain to the southern regions, and I am truly impressed. I long to meet you, yet I find you even more beautiful than I had imagined." Yi Qingyu replied with a smile. "Your Highness,
You flatter me."
I merely happen to own a grain shop in Yuzhou. It is but a trifling matter, and His Majesty has overly praised this humble subject." Princess Chongning shook her head, saying, "Nay, it is you who are too modest. Among the many families with grain shops in the south, It is evident that you have selflessly given the entirety of your shop's supplies to the suffering populace, revealing the kindness that dwells within your heart. Yi Qingyu felt a sense of bashfulness at the praises of her own kin, let alone those from a princess. Her cheeks flushed a charming shade of crimson as she responded, "Your Highness, please refrain from such compliments. I truly do not deserve them." Observing her genuine embarrassment, Princess Chongning decided not to press further. "Very well, I shall remain silent on the matter," she said, leaning closer to whisper. "My elder brother has spoken highly of you." Yi Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment, and her exquisite visage became noticeably rosy. Princess Chongning could not help but stifle a giggle at her shyness, realizing that the third prince's affections were not unreciprocated. "Third sister, what secret conversation are you engaged in?" A soft, melodious voice suddenly interrupted, causing both Princess Chongning and Yi Qingyu to startle. Princess Chongning, upon seeing the little bundle of joy that had approached her, patted her chest in relief. "Little Six, you startled me. What brings you here? Where is Lady Igwe?" The sixth princess, with her sparkling eyes and innocent tone, replied, "I came here secretly because I miss third sister. You haven't played with me for quite some time." Clearing her throat, Princess Chongning felt a twinge of guilt. "Third sister has been rather busy lately, so please do not hold it against her." The sixth princess nodded understandingly, saying, "All right, I forgive you. But today, third sister must play with me." Princess Chongning smiled and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I promise." The sixth princess clapped her tiny hands in delight and turned to Yi Qingyu, exclaiming sweetly, "This sister is so beautiful. Will you play with little Six?" Yi Qingyu rose and performed a courteous bow, greeting the sixth princess, who was indeed quite adorable. This little princess, the youngest daughter of the emperor, was born of the esteemed concubine Yi and was merely 7 years of age, yet she had not yet received a title. A shadow crossed Yi Qingyu's expression as she recalled that the sixth princess would not survive the winter of this year. Upon hearing Yi Qingyu's compliments, the sixth princess beamed with delight, revealing a row of small white teeth as she thanked her elder sister for the praise. Observing the sweet and delicate princess, Yi Qingyu couldn't help but think of the child she had once carried in her previous life, pondering whether it was a boy or a girl. Noticing the slight dimming of Yi Qingyu's demeanor, Princess Chongning inquired, "Miss Yi, what troubles you?" Yi Qingyu quickly regained her composure, waving her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Just lost in thought." Chongning responded, "If you face any difficulties, feel free to share with me. I would certainly assist you." Yi Qingyu smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Oh, how dreadful this tastes." Chapter 83. No need for false kindness. The two turned their heads to find that the sixth princess had, unbeknownst to them, surreptitiously consumed the drink from Yi Qingyu's glass. She scrunched her little brows and pouted. "Third sister, this is dreadful. Why does everyone seem to enjoy it so much?" Princess Chongning hurriedly rose and snatched the cup from her hand, exclaiming, "My little ancestor, this is alcohol. You are far too young to be indulging in such things. Do you understand?" The sixth princess, her face twisted in displeasure, replied, "It's unpleasant. I merely wanted to try it since everyone else was drinking it. Hee hee." Princess Chongning, exasperated, shot her a warning glare, "And if your mother finds out, just wait until she punishes you." The sixth princess quickly begged, "Third sister, you mustn't tell mother. Please keep it a secret, I implore you." Princess Chongning, with a hint of annoyance, flicked her little forehead. Yi Qingyu, concerned, inquired, "How do you feel, sixth princess? Are you dizzy?" She worried for the child who had never tasted alcohol before. The sixth princess shook her head, "Not at all. I just caught a whiff of the plum scent and thought it smelled delightful, so I wanted to taste it. I had no idea it would be so dreadful," she said, her face contorted in distaste. Yi Qingyu explained, "I cannot consume plums. They cause me to break out in rashes. That is why I left the plum wine untouched. Had I known, I would have discarded it." Princess Chongning interjected, "It's little Lu's greed that caused this. It is not your fault. So you cannot eat plums?" Yi Qingyu nodded. Beside them, Su spoke, noting that Qingyu had been sensitive to plums since childhood, not only breaking out in rashes but also suffering terribly. Princess Chongning expressed her concern, stating that they must be particularly cautious with her diet. Su nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager spoke. Upon hearing her call, Princess Chongning promptly rose to pay her respects, addressing her as grandmother. The Empress Dowager, with a gentle countenance, inquired, "Chongning, who is this young lady by your side?" Princess Chongning replied, This is the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Qingyuan, Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu hastily stood to bow, declaring, "This humble servant has met the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager smiled warmly and asked, "Ah, dear child, are you not the daughter of Duke Xin?" Yi Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, but affirmed, "Indeed." The Empress Dowager, with a nurturing smile, beckoned her closer, saying, "Come here, dear." Yi Qingyu approached the Empress Dowager, who took her hand and remarked, "Indeed, you are the child of Qingshuang. Your features bear 7 parts of her likeness." With a sigh, the Empress Dowager reminisced, "I recall when your mother brought you to see me, not long after you and little Lu had barely begun to walk. How time flies, you have grown so much. Alas, your mother departed this world at such a young age." Yi Qingyu's expression softened, and her voice became more subdued as she responded, "If my mother knew you still remembered her, it would bring her great joy." The Empress Dowager gently patted her hand, sighing, "Qingshuang was a wonderful girl." Below them, the elderly lady of the British Duke interjected with a smile, "Indeed, upon first meeting this child, I too lamented the early departure of such a remarkable woman, who even incurred the displeasure of the Princess of Kong." The Empress Dowager's expression faltered. "Oh." She turned her gaze towards the Princess of Kong. The Princess of Kong, taken aback, hurriedly offered her respects, acknowledging, "It was a moment of indiscretion on my part." Observing the princess's demeanor, the Empress Dowager felt a twinge of discontent, remarking, "You are not a child any longer. Your words and actions still lack the necessary discernment." The Princess of Kong bowed her head in submission. "Your Majesty, you are correct. I acknowledge my mistake." Yi Qingyu interjected, "Your Majesty, the Princess of Kong merely misspoke. Today is your birthday celebration, and we should not tarnish the joyous occasion." The Empress Dowager nodded, "You are a sensible child. Princess of Kong, please be mindful of your words and actions in the future." For a brief moment, the Princess of Kong fell silent, then abruptly lifted her head and glared fiercely at Yi Qingyu. "There is no need for your feigned kindness. If it weren't for your Qingyuan Duke's estate, my Xianer would not be bedridden and unable to move. What pretense of virtue are you putting on here?" A palpable silence enveloped the surroundings. The Empress Dowager, taken aback by the Princess of Kang's audacity, thought, "How outrageous." The Princess of Kong, far from restraining her anger, erupted, "Your Majesty, I cannot contain my fury. Xianer is also your grandson. His life has been ruined by the Qingyuan Duke's estate, and yet she continues to act as if she is virtuous." The Empress Dowager's expression darkened. "Today is a day of celebration for me. Are you intentionally trying to disrupt it?" The Princess of Kong retorted defiantly, "I dare not, Your Majesty. I am merely overwhelmed with indignation. I see you possess quite a bold spirit. Must I elucidate the character of Xianer? The debts he has incurred have not only disrupted the grand banquet of the venerable matriarch of the Qingyuan marquis, but have also resulted in his entire family being incarcerated in the capital's prison. The fact that they have refrained from seeking compensation from your household is solely due to the influence of the imperial family. Yet here you are, lamenting your plight. Would you prefer that I petition the emperor to investigate the misdeeds of Xianer thoroughly?" The princess consort of the Kong Wang expressed her indignation further. "Your Majesty, Xianer is also your grandson. Why do you show favoritism towards this vile individual? Had his family provided adequate protection, how could he have met such a tragic fate? His life is effectively ruined." The Empress Dowager retorted with a stern demeanor. "Protection? He has sown the seeds of his own misfortune, and now he must reap the consequences. The Qingyuan marquis did not summon him. He brought the assassin upon himself, shattering their celebration and subjecting an entire family to suffering. Your household has not sought to offer solace or atonement, yet you still lay the blame upon them. Do you possess any shred of conscience?" The assassination of the Kong prince at the Qingyuan marquis was a scandal that stirred great commotion. From servants to the matriarch, the entire household spent several days in the capital's prison, facing repercussions not of their own making. It is said that upon their release, the Qingyuan marquis immediately visited the Kong prince's residence to offer apologies. However, it was reported that he did not even cross the threshold of the Kong prince's estate, and his gestures of contrition were met with disdain, cast back at him, without ceremony. Consequently, the populace began to avoid the Kong prince's household altogether. Even if one is truly engulfed in anger, it is imperative to direct it towards the appropriate individuals. No matter the circumstances, reason must prevail. A dilapidated royal mansion without an heir, steeped in such ambiguity, is a sight to behold. The Duke of Kong, once looked down upon by the common folk of the capital, has now become a mere shadow of his former self, yet remains oblivious to the need for restraint. It is perplexing to fathom the thoughts of the Duchess of Kong. The noble ladies surrounding her cast scornful glances towards the Duchess, their expressions brimming with derision. Consort Lu, with a playful smile gracing her lips, remarked, "Today not only marks the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, but it also commemorates the successful efforts of various officials in addressing the southern floods. Your incessant disputes have rendered everyone restless. Do you have grievances regarding today's banquet?" Her voice, soft and languid, seemed to float through the air, devoid of any weight, yet her words carried a chilling impact. To express discontent towards His Majesty. Has the Duchess of Kong truly lost her senses? The onlookers could not help but marvel at Consort Lu's captivating charm. She remains a favored figure in the palace. In the absence of an empress, aside from the Dowager Empress, she holds the highest rank, and her words resonate with an icy authority. Even the Duchess of Kong, despite her foolishness, could discern the underlying message in Consort Lu's words. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "Your Grace, I meant no such thing. Who dares to voice dissent against me?" Chapter 84. The sixth princess is in trouble at that moment. His Majesty the Emperor strode in with a commanding presence, having just concluded his business in the imperial study. Observing the heavy atmosphere enveloping the hall, he was immediately unsettled by the words of his beloved consort, which only exacerbated his already irritable mood. The Princess of Kong had not anticipated that her ill-timed remarks would reach the ears of His Majesty, leaving her trembling with fear and filled with regret for having believed that individual who suggested she humiliate the house of Qingyuan today. "Your Majesty, it is my fault. I have spoken out of turn and incurred the displeasure of the Empress Dowager and the noble consort. I beg your Majesty for forgiveness." The Emperor did not even cast a glance at the prostrate figure before him, but instead approached the Empress Dowager with genuine concern. "Mother, do not be angry. Today is your birthday celebration. If someone has offended you, they should be expelled. Come here." "Xian, what is wrong? Do not frighten third sister." As the Emperor's words faded, a voice filled with panic emerged from Princess Chongning. Noble consort Yi hurriedly approached, taking the unusually flushed sixth princess from Chongning's hands. "Xian, what has happened?" she asked anxiously, her gaze darting to Chongning. "Third sister, what is the matter with Xian?" Chongning, in a state of confusion, shook her head. "I do not know either. She was perfectly fine just a moment ago." Yi Qingyu rushed over as well. The sixth princess mumbled incoherently, her small face flushed, as if it were stained with blood. Yi Qingyu furrowed her brow, recalling that the sixth princess had inadvertently consumed a bit of fruit wine not long ago. Noble consort Yi, with a furrowed brow, pondered, "Is she intoxicated? The child, so young, how can she be so gluttonous?" The noble consort understood that her daughter was not only curious, but also possessed a voracious appetite. It was evident that she had seen others indulging in fruit wine and had surreptitiously tasted it herself. Yi Qingyu was taken aback by the noble consort's expression and, after a brief pause, said, "Noble consort, it is entirely my oversight that allowed the sixth princess to sip from my cup." She hesitated, her brows furrowing, however. "I must say that the sixth princess does not appear to be inebriated." The commotion on their side had naturally caught the attention of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor above. The Empress Dowager inquired with concern, "Chongning, what has happened to the little six?" Princess Chongning, her face full of guilt, replied, "Grandmother, it is my fault for not keeping an eye on her, allowing her to drink the fruit wine. Yet, she does not seem to be merely intoxicated." The Emperor frowned, commanding, "Someone, quickly summon the imperial physician." At that moment, another lady rose and, bowing, said, "Your Majesty and Empress Dowager, I am Lu Lin's wife, the head of the Imperial Hospital, and I possess some knowledge of healing arts. May I examine the sixth princess?" The Empress Dowager nodded. "Then I shall trouble you." Lady Lu approached, and Yi Qingyu and the others quickly made way for her to attend to the sixth princess. After observing the sixth princess's complexion and taking her pulse, Lady Lu's brows gradually knitted together. The noble consort, filled with concern, asked, "Lady Lu, what is the matter with Xian?" With a serious expression, Lady Lu gently reassured the noble consort, "Do not worry, noble consort. The sixth princess is not in any grave danger." She turned and bowed, addressing Your Majesty and Her Highness the Empress Dowager. "I have examined the pulse of the sixth princess. Although there are slight indications of inebriation, primarily It appears that a drug was mixed into the wine consumed by the sixth princess. Both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor were taken aback, incredulous at what they had just heard. What did you say? A drug? Madame Lu nodded, affirming, indeed. The complexion and pulse of the sixth princess reveal the effects of the drug. As she is still a child, her condition resembles that of intoxication accompanied by a fever. However, the dosage was minimal, and though she will suffer some discomfort, there is no grave danger. Madame Lu could not help but internally criticize, pondering from whom this child had clandestinely procured the wine, leading to such a predicament. Upon hearing Madame Lu's words, Yi Qingyu and Princess Chongning exchanged wide-eyed glances. Filled with astonishment, the Empress Dowager, now furious, exclaimed, "What nonsense! Who would administer such a vile poison to a mere child?" The Emperor's expression darkened, commanding, "Investigate this matter thoroughly. I wish to uncover the truth." Suddenly, the princess consort of the King of Kong interjected loudly, "I know who is responsible. It is Yi Qingyu. It was her fruit wine that the sixth princess consumed, and she must have intended to harm her." Instantly, all eyes turned towards her, scrutinizing as she pointed at Yi Qingyu with an insinuating gaze. Yi Qingyu regarded the princess consort with a cold stare, perceiving her as a rabid dog, relentlessly attacking her. Madame Su hastily knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, and Her Highness the Empress Dowager, Qingyu did not touch that cup of plum wine. The child cannot consume plums, as it would cause her to break out in rashes." The princess consort of Kong sneered. "How could it possibly be as you claim? It was not she who poisoned the wine. How could the sixth princess have been harmed?" Su was incensed by the princess consort's absurdity, gritting her teeth in vexation. "May I ask, Your Highness, how does Qingyu know that the sixth princess would be coming? What purpose would it serve to administer poison to a mere child? Even a fool would not commit such an act. The truth is, someone sought to embarrass Qingyu by poisoning her. Qingyu, being allergic to plums, did not touch that cup of wine. It was only the curious sixth princess who took a sip, thus falling victim to the scheme." The expression of the princess consort turned pale as she retorted, "You claim she did not touch it, yet the wine glass was right before her. How could she possibly evade responsibility?" Princess Chongning interjected, "Father, grandmother, I can attest that when I came to find Miss Yi, she had a full glass of fruit wine before her, untouched. It was the sixth princess who, seizing the moment while I conversed with Miss Yi, stealthily drank a small sip, which is why the wine was slightly diminished." Yi Qingyu bowed and said, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, your discernment is commendable. I've been allergic to plums since childhood and cannot tolerate even a trace. Thus, upon catching the scent of the plum wine, I set the cup aside and did not touch it. My allergy is well known to Dr. Chun and Dr. Liu from the Imperial Medical Institution. Your Majesty may summon them for verification. Furthermore, my maidservants and the elders of the Duke's household are also aware of this matter." Yi Qingyu then turned to the princess consort. "You allege that I conspired to harm the sixth princess. May I ask, Your Highness, how could I have known that the sixth princess would come to my table?" The princess of King Kong was taken aback by the question, her complexion paling. "You. Princess Chongning has come to see you, and naturally, the sixth princess would seek to speak with Princess Chongning," she stammered. Yi Qingyu let out a cold laugh. "Is that so? How can this humble servant be certain that Princess Chongning would indeed come to seek me? This is my first encounter with Princess Chongning, and I have never been acquainted with her before." The anxiety on the face of the princess of King Kong deepened. You. Yi Qingyu continued, "If I were to harm Her Highness the Princess, why would I target the young sixth princess? The poison known as quickengia seems more suited for a girl of Princess Chongning's age, does it not?" The princess of King Kang's face turned ghostly pale, unable to provide a response. Chapter 85. It was you who caused my misfortune. The Emperor and the Empress Dowager could hardly believe that Yi Qingyu had poisoned the sixth princess. After all, it was merely a drug to induce clear weather. A notion so foolish that only the dimmest of minds would conceive it as a means to harm. The Empress Dowager, with a stern countenance, declared, "Princess Kong, you have brought disgrace upon the royal family." Her fierce gaze directed at Yi Qingyu was laden with contempt, as if she wished for nothing more than to eradicate her. Princess Kong cried out, "Your Majesty, I am wronged. I have not harmed the sixth princess." The Emperor had long since lost patience with the Kong family. With the Kong prince incapacitated and unable to wreak further havoc, he found a semblance of relief. However, he was astounded by the sheer folly displayed by Princess Kong. To cause a scene at the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration was nothing short of courting death. Summon the investigators. I demand a thorough inquiry. You claim to be wronged? I shall make the truth abundantly clear. At that moment, the imperial physician hurriedly arrived, reporting that the sixth princess had already been taken to the side chamber of Shokong Palace by noble consortie. After examining her, he approached the emperor to deliver his findings. Your Majesty, Your Highness, he began, the sixth princess has ingested a substance known as peach blossom powder. Fortunately, she consumed only a minuscule amount. I have prescribed a remedy, and after a brief slumber, she shall be well.
Upon hearing this,
the Empress Dowager breathed a sigh of relief. That is indeed good news. But what exactly is this peach blossom powder? The physician hesitated before replying. It is a remedy commonly used in the pleasure quarters. The expressions of both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor darkened, for it seemed that Madame Lu's diagnosis had proven accurate. The Emperor inquired, Dr. Chun, it has come to my attention that the legitimate daughter of the Qingyuan marquis, Yi Qingyu, has suffered from a rare plum allergy since childhood. You have attended to her, is that so? Dr. Chun, taken aback for a moment, responded, Your Majesty. Indeed it is true. I was summoned by the Duke of the State to treat Miss Yi when she was merely 4 or 5 years old. Her allergy to plums is quite uncommon, and I still recall the details vividly. The Emperor nodded, expressing gratitude for the physician's diligence. Dr. Chin bowed before taking his leave. At that moment, the commander of the Imperial Guard led forward a maidservant, stating, Your Majesty, this maid is the one who served wine to Miss Yi. This wine vessel is a specially crafted Mandarin duck pot. With a mere twist, different wines flow forth. The princess consort of King Kong gazed at the subdued maidservant, who appeared utterly deflated. The maid, terrified of her fate, cried out, Your Majesty, esteemed Empress Dowager, I was coerced by the princess consort of King Kong to poison Miss Yi. I implore your mercy. I beg for forgiveness. She wept as she prostrated herself. The emperor, visibly irritated, rubbed his temples and ordered, Take her away. He then turned to the princess consort of King Kong. Do you have anything to say? The princess consort, with a self-deprecating smile, slumped to the ground, utterly devoid of the grace and poise befitting her status. She harbored resentment towards the Duke of Qingyuan, yet she acknowledged that the responsibility for Xian's predicament did not lie with the Duke. It was her failure to appropriately restrain his actions that led him to commit numerous wrongdoings. They intended to take his life. Had he not ventured to the Duke's residence that fateful day, but instead to that infamous establishment, what guardian could have possibly saved him? She was infuriated that the Duke's household had not detected the assassin sooner, while simultaneously recognizing that Xian had brought his misfortune upon himself. Were it not for the incessant whispers in her ear sowing discord against the Duke's family, she would not have acted so irrationally today. It was I. I bribed a maidservant to administer poison to Yi Qingyu. My Xian lies in bed, caught between life and death, while the Duke's progeny revel in their carefree existence.
Why?
Why must this be so?
Iam furis, iam enraged.
I cannot bear to see her thrive. She must face humiliation. If my Xian cannot live well, then I shall ensure her life is not one of splendor and ease. The Empress Dowager pointed at her in ire, exclaiming, I believe you have lost your sanity. The princess consort of Kong, in utter despair, retorted, I am indeed mad. Ever since Xian has lain in a state of limbo, I have descended into madness. Yi Qingyu gazed steadily at her and remarked, The Prince of Kong has been wounded for quite some time now. I have not remained sequestered within my residence. If the princess consort seeks vengeance for her son, why not do so on the streets outside the palace? There are myriad means to exact retribution. Why resort to this method that would only tarnish my reputation? Why choose the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet as the stage for such chaos? Surely, anyone should recognize that today is the most inappropriate day for turmoil. For a considerable time, the princess had refrained from seeking retribution against anyone from the Qingyuan marquis.
Why?
On this day, did she choose to target my humble self? Has your influence also reached my father, prompting him to unleash the peach blossom powder upon me? It appeared that the princess of King Kong had come to a realization as she suddenly lifted her gaze towards Yi Qingyu, her widened eyes ablaze with fury from betrayal. The Duke Wei spoke up, addressing the emperor, Your Majesty, there are no issues at the male table. The Qingyuan marquis is enjoying his meal and drink. Upon witnessing the expression on the princess of King Kong's face, Yi Qingyu discerned that someone had intentionally manipulated her into targeting herself. In her previous life, She too had attended this banquet, where the Duke of Kong had been injured at the Qingyuan marquis. On that occasion, the Princess of King Kong had also been present but had not laid a finger on her, merely observing her with a semblance of disdain. The occurrence of such an event now could only suggest one possibility. She had obstructed someone's path, and the Princess of King Kong had been incited to harm her. The astuteness of those present was undeniable. Who could fail to grasp the unfolding drama? The depths of pity for the Princess of King Kong were profound. In such a setting, any breach of etiquette would invite ridicule, and she had been foolishly manipulated into becoming a pawn. With her eyes filled with a vengeful glare, the princess turned to one individual, her voice as frigid as the winter's chill. "You dare to harm me. I shall slay you." The Princess of King Kong rose abruptly, advancing towards that person.
Ah!
Help! A palace maid had already intervened, grasping the princess to restrain her. The Princess of Kong was consumed by rage, her eyes aflame with hatred. "If it were not for your instigation, I would not have acted against Yi Qingyu on such a significant day. You wretched woman, I shall take your life. You have ruined me." Yin Hongxiu, the wife of the Duke of Jing'an, appeared somewhat flustered, her expression imbued with a sense of pitiable innocence. "Your Majesty, I have done nothing wrong. The Princess of Kong seeks to cast her sins upon me." She wept. "Princess, I have always advised you to express gratitude to the Qingyuan marquis residents. It is you who harbors resentment against them. When have you ever heeded my counsel? Now, having committed such an act, you wish to shift the blame onto me. I have been nothing but sincere and devoted to you, and this is how you repay me, dragging me into your misdeeds?" The Princess of Kong, ablaze with fury, retorted. "You speak falsely. Were it not for your incessant claims that the Qingyuan marquis residence is responsible for Xianyu's incapacitation, and given that Yi Qingyu now basks in glory due to her charitable deeds, becoming a desirable match for all, would I have sought to humiliate her with my actions? It is you who has provoked me, and yet you refuse to acknowledge it." Chapter 86. The bestowed marriage. The Lady of Jing'an wept with profound sorrow, exclaiming, "Your Highness, how can you so unjustly accuse me? I merely expressed that Xian'er is currently akin to a mere shell of a man, and urged you to care for him diligently, to seek out a divine physician who might restore him. Moreover, it is a fact that Missy has been praised for her generous donation of grain. You spend your days attending to Xian'er in the royal residence. I only wish to share a few words to alleviate the tedium, yet you have misconstrued my intentions. How is that my fault? You twist my words." The Princess of Kong flushed with indignation. Yi Qingyu observed the escalating tension between the two, her expression icy, a layer of frost enveloping her gaze. "The Lady of Jing'an?" Yi Qingyu turned her attention to the dignified figure seated nearby, who was engrossed in the unfolding drama. She had almost forgotten that such a rival existed. The Princess Yongjia, lost in contemplation, suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon her. She turned to find Yi Qingyu wearing a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, her eyes glimmering with enigmatic intent. A tremor coursed through her, though her visage remained composed, offering Yi Qingyu a warm smile in return. Yi Qingyu's smile deepened, rich with meaning, as she reciprocated the princess's congenial gesture. To the Princess Yongjia, that brilliant smile appeared as chilling as winter's frost, piercing her very heart. She could not help but furrow her brow. Had Yi Qingyu uncovered something? The Emperor and Empress Dowager had long grown weary of the bickering between the Princess of Kong and the Lady of Jing'an, ordering their removal from the palace. The Emperor, barely containing his fury, declared, "Take their titles from them. They shall no longer disturb the peace of the palace." The Emperor took a moment to compose himself and, feeling remorseful, addressed the Empress Dowager. "Mother, it was my oversight that allowed these two to disrupt your birthday celebration. The fault lies entirely with me." The Empress Dowager shook her head and replied, "What does this have to do with you, Your Majesty? The Princess Consort of King Kong has always been rather thoughtless. It was only a matter of time before she caused a scene. Fortunately, no one was harmed. From now on, let her remain quietly in the residence and care for Xian'er." The Emperor nodded in agreement, acknowledging his mother's words. Noticing the somber expressions of the attendees due to the earlier incident, the Empress Dowager suppressed her anger and stated, "Since today is my birthday, we should celebrate joyfully. Your Majesty, now that the fourth and fifth princes are no longer young, it is time they took wives." The Emperor smiled and responded, "You are right, Mother. Today is your special day, and all the noble ladies of the capital have come to celebrate. Perhaps we should consider suitable brides for them." The onlookers observed the harmonious exchange between the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, feeling a mixture of emotions. It was already predetermined that today would involve selecting consorts for the two princes, yet they were putting on such a display. Consort Lu, beaming with delight, chimed in, indeed. The fifth prince should have a bride to manage him. Empress Dowager, you're discerning, I will surely find him a fitting match. The Empress Dowager playfully retorted, as his mother, you should have selected well for him. Instead, you have passed the responsibility on to me. The Emperor laughed and added, naturally. No one possesses a better eye than that of mother. The Empress Dowager, with a smile, concluded, a suitable match must be one they themselves desire. The Empress Dowager cast her gaze upon the fourth and fifth princes seated at the lower end, inquiring, my dear little ones, do you have any young ladies whom your hearts desire? Speak freely, and today, your grandmother shall arrange your marriages. The fourth and fifth princes promptly rose to their feet. The fifth prince, known for his sweet tongue, remarked, naturally, the best choice will be made by grandmother. I shall heed her counsel. Shen Mingxiu nodded in agreement, affirming that they would rely entirely on the grandmother's judgment. The Empress Dowager acknowledged this, stating, in that case, I shall take a closer look at your options. The Emperor chuckled, thank you for your efforts, mother. The young ladies present straightened their backs, sitting upright in anticipation. While some bolder ones dared to steal glances at the two princes, their hearts brimming with expectation. Yi Qingyu nonchalantly sipped her tea. It was then that the Empress Dowager turned to concubine Lu, asking, you are the mother of the fifth prince, best suited to discern which young lady would befit him. Among the ladies present, do you have any recommendations? Concubine Lu discreetly glanced in Yi Qingyu's direction and replied, indeed, I have a few candidates. The Empress Dowager raised an eyebrow, smiling as she inquired, oh, which young ladies do you have in mind? Concubine Lu, with a soft laugh, responded, I have set my sights on the legitimate daughter of the Qingyuan marquis. She hails from a military family, and I believe her spirited nature would complement the fifth prince's more boisterous demeanor. If it were a young lady from a scholarly family, I fear she might find the fifth prince too uncouth. Though their voices were hushed, all eyes were drawn to Yi Qingyu, and the assembly observed closely. Yi Qingyu feigned ignorance, seemingly oblivious to the gaze that lingered upon her. She sipped her tea nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at Princess Yongjia. The princess, unrestrained by the bitterness in her eyes, was caught off guard by Yi Qingyu's casual observation and instinctively turned away. Yi Qingyu let out a cold snort, for she was well aware that consort Lu had intentions of marrying her off to the fifth prince. This manipulation was a deliberate attempt to tarnish her reputation by inciting the Wangfei of Kong to act against her. In her previous life, Yi Qingyu had nearly been betrothed to the fifth prince, having also heard of consort Lu's designs and sensed the prince's peculiar interest in her. It was this awareness that had prompted her to beseech her grandfather to intercede with the emperor on her behalf for a marriage to Shen Mingxiu. Since her rebirth, events that were destined to unfold remained unchanged. The last encounter with the fifth prince had still revealed his intentions toward her, a fact that was unlikely to alter, indicating that the marriage proposal would inevitably resurface. This time, however, she refrained from requesting her grandfather to plead with the emperor for her. She intended to devise her own means to evade this impending union. This was her strategy to garner favor in the eyes of the emperor. She would not allow her grandfather to leverage the esteemed legacy of the Duke's household to secure a marriage decree for her. With her own merits recognized, both the Empress Dowager and the emperor currently held her in high regard. Should she defy the imperial will, it might incite their displeasure. Yet she believed that, even in their anger, they would listen to her rationale. What she sought was that delicate thread of patience from the emperor. Upon hearing of consort Lu's interest in Yi Qingyu, the Empress Dowager could not help but cast her gaze upon her. She harbored a profound fondness for the child, whose demeanor was both courteous and appropriate, and, notably, possessed a heart full of kindness. She inquired of the emperor regarding his opinion on the daughter-in-law chosen by concubine Lu. Although the emperor was unfamiliar with Yi Qingyu, her reputation had certainly reached his ears. She had alleviated the court's worries by distributing grain in the southern territories and had provided porridge for the refugees outside the capital, as well as donated food and coal. Truly, she was an admirable young woman. The emperor pondered for a moment, uncertain whether the Duke of Jingua would consent, as he had previously attempted to arrange a marriage for his granddaughter, only to be met with a scowl and a sharp retort. Chapter 87. The princess's heartfelt affection. The emperor remarked, I find the legitimate daughter of the Qingyuan marquis to be a commendable young lady. However, regarding this marriage proposal, we must consider the young lady's own sentiments. The Empress Dowager and concubine Lu concurred, that is only natural. With a gentle tone, the Empress Dowager addressed Yi Qingyu. Qingyu, I bestow you upon the fifth prince as his royal consort. What are your thoughts on this matter? At her words, the assembly collectively inhaled sharply. Their gazes fixed intently upon Yi Qingyu, filled with envy, jealousy, indignation, and reluctance. Yi Qingyu rose and performed a curtsy, acknowledging the fifth prince, a scion of noble lineage, blessed with unparalleled grace. To become his consort would undoubtedly be a fortune earned over several lifetimes. The Empress Dowager smiled and remarked, So, you are quite pleased with the fifth prince. Flustered, Yi Qingyu hastily waved her hand. No, your majesty. Please forgive my impertinence. The fifth prince, with his noble demeanor and virtuous character, is indeed the ideal match for any young lady, however. Her fair visage flushed with a delicate crimson, and her eyes betrayed a hint of trepidation. The Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and concubine Lu discerned that Yi Qingyu was reluctant to accept this marriage proposal, noting her bashful demeanor suggested she held affections for another. While the fifth prince had initially worn a smile, he now appeared displeased upon realizing that Yi Qingyu dared to defy the imperial decree. Meanwhile, Shenmingxiu, observing the fifth prince's changing expression, found it difficult to conceal a trace of satisfaction beneath his gentle smile. He cast a glance at Yi Qingyu, astonished that she dared to defy an imperial edict, particularly in the presence of the emperor and the Empress Dowager. It seemed her affection for him ran deep. Henceforth, should they wed, he ought to treat her with greater kindness. Upon witnessing Yi Qingyu's refusal to marry her son, the expression of concubine Lu soured, her typically gentle voice now tinged with a hint of coldness. Pray tell, do you already have a betrothal, or is there someone you hold dear? Su Shi, noticing concubine Lu's countenance, felt a surge of panic. She had not anticipated that the Empress Dowager and concubine Lu would favor Qingyu as a bride for the fifth prince, nor did she foresee Qingyu's audacity to resist an imperial command. Oh, her fragile heart. Hastily Su Shi knelt and spoke, Your Grace. I must inform you that Qingyu is not betrothed. However, her mother has recently passed, and she is still in mourning. Concubine Lu retorted coldly. It is not as though the marriage is imminent. We can grant the betrothal now, and allow her to wed once her mourning period concludes. Su Shi was about to interject when Yi Qingyu discreetly tugged at her sleeve, saying, Your Grace, the fifth prince possesses extraordinary grace. Surely, he deserves a partner who is wholly devoted. It is I who am not worthy of his highness. The Empress Dowager, observing the sincerity etched upon her face, felt a stirring of compassion. Being granted a union with a prince is a blessing that many covet but few attain, yet she boldly declined. A young woman who can openly express her affections is clearly courageous and values emotional connections. Although the emperor felt displeased by Yi Qingyu's reluctance to marry his son, he harbored a fondness for her, which fostered a sense of leniency in his demeanor. Enough, reveal to me which young man has captured your heart, and today I shall fulfill your fervent wish. Yi Qingyu, her cheeks flushed, gazed at the emperor, and despite her shyness, she spoke. This humble servant harbors feelings for his highness, the Prince of Chu. I beseech your majesty to grant my wish. As her words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. The emperor, somewhat nonchalant, inquired, the Prince of Chu? Who might that be? The Prince of Chu? It was only then that the emperor realized to whom Yi Qingyu was referring, his eyes widening in astonishment as he asked, Are you speaking of Liu? Shenmingxiu's expression turned a ghastly shade, his gaze fixed on Yi Qingyu, brimming with intensity. Although the fifth prince was taken aback that Yi Qingyu would prefer to marry the wasteful Xin Yanli over himself, he felt a surge of satisfaction witnessing his fourth brother's thunderstruck demeanor. While he was aware of his fourth brother's indifferent facade towards Yi Qingyu as a fellow man, he could not help but feel a sense of pride at her treatment of him. Despite their shared allegiance, the sight of his brother's astonishment elicited a disdainful smirk from him. Su Shi, naturally aware of the relationship between Yi Qingyu and the Prince of Chu, was taken aback by the audacity of this child. She thought that if Yi Qingyu desired to marry the prince, she should simply have the prince approach the emperor or the Empress Dowager for a formal decree. For a young lady to express her intentions so boldly, was it not an invitation for mockery? Unfazed by the incredulous gazes of those around her, Yi Qingyu bowed deeply, revealing her delicate, fair visage, her petite earlobes blushing crimson, as if they might bleed. The Empress Dowager was taken aback by Yi Qingyu's astonishing rejection of the enviable suitor, Xiao Wu. Yet she felt a fondness for Liu. It was not that she believed Liu to be unworthy, during his time as the crown prince. He had been the object of desire for many noble young ladies who aspired to wed him. However, now that Lear was crippled and destined to live as a languid prince, with no hope of ascending the throne, he had become someone whom the young ladies of the capital shunned like a venomous snake, who would be willing to marry their delicate daughters to a disabled man. The Empress Dowager, her voice tinged with uncertainty, inquired, "Qingyu, do you mean to say that your heart belongs to Prince Chu?" Without raising her head, Yi Qingyu replied in a muffled tone, "Your Majesty, it is indeed His Highness, Prince Chu. Why would you choose to marry Lear? Are you not aware that he will never walk again?" This was the question on everyone's lips. Yi Qingyu rose, her face flushed with feminine shyness, and asserted, "Even so, His Highness, Prince Chu, is a paragon of heroism. His legs were sacrificed to protect the citizens of Daxia. Despite this, he remains benevolent and compassionate, having bestowed upon me a life-saving grace." Observing her earnest demeanor, the Empress Dowager's smile grew more genuine. "Good child, please rise. The ground is cold. Come here to me." A matron hurriedly stepped forward to assist Yi Qingyu to her feet. The Empress Dowager took her hand and said, "If you wish for me to bestow a marriage between you and Lear, it is not solely within my power or the Emperor's. It must also be Lear's own consent." The Emperor regarded Yi Qingyu with a newfound warmth, for indeed, it was his own decision whom he would marry. At that time, Shen Yanli voluntarily requested the position of crown prince and sought the Emperor's decree for the freedom to marry. Both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager consented to his wishes. Thus, in his previous life, Shen Yanli never married. The Emperor and Empress Dowager never pressured him. As the Emperor felt a sense of guilt towards him, Shen Yanli was his most favored heir, having sacrificed his legs for the Daxia dynasty. And he had been coerced by officials, ultimately losing his title as crown prince. Therefore, the Emperor tended to indulge his requests. Princess Chongning, perceptive as ever, rose to her feet, saying, "Father, grandmother, I shall go fetch my elder brother." With a bright smile, Princess Chongning thought to herself how rare it was for her elder brother to find a woman he cherished, and she was determined not to let this potential sister-in-law slip away. Chapter 88. Is His Highness upset? The Empress Dowager smiled helplessly. It had been quite some time since she had seen the girl so lively. Upon observing the Emperor and the Empress Dowager's evident satisfaction with Yi Qingyu, the imperial concubine Lu felt a flicker of chill in her eyes, yet she maintained her charming smile and remarked, "If His Royal Highness the Prince of Chu were to agree to this marriage, it would indeed be a joyous occasion. His Highness has faced many trials over the years, and having someone who understands him by his side would certainly provide some comfort to your Majesty and the Empress Dowager." The Emperor, noticing that imperial concubine Lu was not displeased by his selection of a daughter-in-law, regarded her with increased affection, saying, "What my beloved consort says is true." Before long, Princess Chongning arrived, pushing Shen Yanli along. As the grandson, it was natural for him to attend the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, yet he would never join the men's table, typically offering his congratulations privately before returning home for a family reunion dinner later in the evening. Princess Chongning had come from the side hall of the Shokong Palace without uttering a word, leaving Shen Yanli utterly perplexed. Breathless, Princess Chongning reported, "Father, grandmother, the third prince has arrived." Shen Yanli gazed at Yi Qingyu seated beside the Empress Dowager, momentarily taken aback. "I have seen father and grandmother, but may I inquire why I have been summoned?" The Empress Dowager chuckled and asked, "Did Chongning not inform you?" Shen Yanli shook his head, and as Princess Chongning hurriedly pushed her brother closer, she remained unresponsive. The Empress Dowager turned her gaze to her granddaughter, who playfully stuck out her tongue, realizing the child was intentionally withholding information to tease her elder brother. The Empress Dowager smiled and said, "Today, I bestow a marriage between you, my dear grandson, and the legitimate daughter of the Qingyuan marquis house. Miss He has expressed that she harbors affections for another and thus has resisted my decree." The Empress Dowager noticed that her third grandson's indifferent demeanor shifted upon hearing her words. She continued, "Miss Yi has declared that her heart belongs to you. Your father and I cannot dictate your fate, so I have summoned you to inquire if you would consent to take Miss Yi as your wife." Shen Yanli gazed at Yi Qingyu, who sat beside the Empress Dowager, her face adorned with a bashful expression. He was taken aback by her forthright admission of affection towards him. Did she not fear his rejection? How would she cope if he declined? Shen Yanli's expression grew somber as he replied, "Grandmother, I am willing to marry Miss Yi. I humbly request your blessing for our union." The Empress Dowager, pleased by his acceptance, replied, "Very well, I shall grant a marriage between you two." The emperor, observing that his son had not objected, felt a sense of joy. Believing he was quite content with Miss Yi, concubine Lu interjected with a smile, "What a joyous occasion this is, your majesty. In this spirit of celebration, might I trouble you to also arrange the marriage of the fourth prince and Xiaowu?" The Empress Dowager, beaming with delight, responded, "Indeed. I have noticed that Xiaowu and Yongjia have grown up together and are of similar age. What do you think of their union, concubine Lu?" Concubine Lu, radiating happiness, affirmed, "Your wisdom is commendable, Empress Dowager. Xiaowu is fortunate to have a fine young lady like Yongjia." The Empress Dowager nodded. "I have heard that the legitimate granddaughter of Minister Zhao is known for her grace and poise. Shall I bestow her upon the fourth prince as his consort? What are your thoughts, your majesty?" The emperor nodded, for the Empress Dowager's judgment was indeed unparalleled. "You too, hasten to express your gratitude to your great-grandmother." The fourth and fifth princes bowed in appreciation, thanking the Empress Dowager for the marriage arrangement. With official matters concluded, the emperor departed with the princes. The longevity banquet was nearing its conclusion. The Empress Dowager, weary from the festivities at her advanced age, was supported by Princess Chongning as she returned to the rear hall of Shokong Palace. The ladies and young maidens from various families also began to disperse. As Yi Qingyu stepped out of Shokong Palace, she heard someone call her name. "Miss Yi." Turning around, she saw Princess Yongjia smiling warmly at her. Yi Qingyu replied with a faint smile, "May I inquire what brings the princess to summon me?" Princess Yongjia responded with a gracious smile. "I have come specifically to thank Miss Yi. Your refusal of the Empress Dowager's marriage proposal has allowed me to secure a favorable match with the fifth prince. Now that we are to be relatives, should you require assistance in the future, I shall exert myself to help you. I am confident that His Highness the King of Chu's leg will recover. My mother knows an exceptional physician who specializes in leg ailments. I shall arrange for him to visit the residence of the Duke of Qingyuan, and if I can be of any assistance, it will be a token of my gratitude to you, Miss Yi." A subtle smile graced Yi Qingyu's lips as she replied, "I appreciate the princess's kind intentions."
Yet,
she was not blind to the sarcasm laced within those words. How could one forsake the promising fifth prince in favor of a man with crippled legs? It was as though the princess was openly calling her foolish. Even Su, who stood nearby, discerned the underlying meaning in Princess Yongjia's remarks, her expression darkening with indignation. Yi Qingyu grasped Su's hand, a faint smile adorning her face, as if she had not perceived the underlying meaning in the words spoken. The coldness in Princess Yongjia's gaze intensified, and she remarked that should Miss Yi require anything, she could seek her at the princess's residence. Yi Qingyu responded, expressing her gratitude for the princess's generous offer, vowing to cherish it in her heart. As she raised her head to smile gently at the princess, Yongjia's pupils constricted sharply, and her smile nearly faltered. "Then, I shall take my leave," Yi Qingyu said, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, please." Princess Yongjia hastily departed from Yi Qingyu, while her maidservant sensed her mistress's genuine anger, yet remained oblivious to its cause. After all, was not the princess eager to become the consort of the fifth prince? It seemed perplexing that she would harbor anger now that her wish had been fulfilled. Su, observing the rapidly retreating figure of Princess Yongjia, felt a surge of resentment. She muttered softly, "Humph, what a piece of work. If it weren't for Qingqing's disdain for the fifth prince, she would not have the audacity to flaunt herself before us, pretending to be so magnanimous when, in truth, it is all an act." Yi Qingyu tugged at Su's sleeve gently, urging, "Aunt, we are still in the palace. Let us save our words for later." Su pouted, "I am merely expressing my frustration." After taking a few steps, they spotted Shen Yanli waiting a short distance away. Upon noticing their approach, Shen Yanli addressed them, "Madam San, I shall escort you back." Su pressed her lips together, replying, "That would be most kind of you, Your Highness." She cast a glance at Yi Qingyu, who, unperturbed, walked over to Shen Yanli's side and took hold of his wheelchair, pushing it forward. Su and the others instinctively distanced themselves from the two. Shen Yanli remained silent, seemingly sulking, as if awaiting Yi Qingyu to speak. Observing the faint displeasure etched upon his flawless features, the tightly pressed corners of his lips betrayed his irritation. Yi Qingyu understood that his annoyance stemmed from her actions in Shokong Palace, where she had both rebuffed marriage proposals and conveyed her feelings, leaving herself with no avenue for retreat. In a gentle tone, Yi Qingyu inquired, "Your Highness, are you upset?" After a brief pause, Shen Yanli finally responded no. Playfully, Yi Qingyu urged him, then please smile for me. Chapter 89. Defying the Edict? You possess quite the capability. Shen Yanli turned around, his captivating phoenix eyes darkened with a solemn gaze fixed upon her. Yi Qingyu felt a pang of empathy at the mixture of anger and helplessness reflected in his eyes. And she couldn't help but sigh, acknowledging, I understand that you are upset with me for not informing you in advance about my actions today. Shen Yanli replied, his voice tinged with a slight huskiness, I am not angry about that. If you desire a betrothal, I can simply petition my father or grandmother. Yi Qingyu sighed again. I, too, am in a position of helplessness. How could I have known that the Empress Dowager would bestow a marriage upon me today? If I do not refuse this union, must I truly wed the fifth prince? Shen Yanli fell silent. You could have sent word to me. I could have resolved it. Yi Qingyu responded, I am aware of your ability to assist me, but my actions are also to address some lingering troubles from the past. From this day forth, anyone observing will believe I remain devoted to you, and the previous rumors will dissipate on their own. Shen Yanli was fully cognizant of the rumors. Those declarations of her affection for Shin Mingxiu had become common knowledge in the capital. However, after today, people would begin to suspect that such gossip had been intentionally spread. A young lady, if not truly devoted, would not forsake a suitable match like the fifth prince to choose a man destined to be a mere prince with no prospects. The fifth prince is indeed the most likely candidate for the position of crown prince. The future consort of the fifth prince may very well become the future empress. And who wouldn't feel envious of such a prospect? Anyone with a modicum of rationality would not forsake such a golden opportunity for something as trivial as mere silver. They would either be lost in infatuation or simply foolish. Shen Yanli cautioned, you should not take such risks. Should you provoke our father or grandmother, defying their authority could lead to severe repercussions. Yi Qingyu responded with a confident smile, fear not, I am well aware of my limits. After all, I have already made my mark as a benevolent figure before the emperor. Even if he were to be upset, I trust he would still be inclined to hear me out. As long as I mention you, both the emperor and the empress dowager would not hold it against me. What Yi Qingyu did not express was her understanding of Shen Yanli's concerns regarding her choice to marry him. If she did not apply some pressure, he might very well have watched her wed the fifth prince. With a playful smile, Yi Qingyu remarked, well then, the entire capital is now aware that I will marry no one but you. You must treat me well, or I shall indeed become the fool in their eyes. Shen Yanli's lips curled into a smirk as he retrieved a small box from his sleeve and presented it to her. For me? Yi Qingyu's eyes sparkled as she accepted it. Upon opening the modest box, she discovered a pair of exquisite earrings carved from top-quality lotus jade, fashioned in the likeness of blooming lotus flowers. Yi Qingyu's face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, what made you think to gift me something? Seeing her joy, Shen Yanli's eyes twinkled with mirth. As Long Ning said, girls adore receiving beautiful things. Yi Qingyu's sparkling eyes were captivating. Did you carve this yourself? She asked. Shen Yanli nodded. If you do not fancy it, I can craft something else for you. Yi Qingyu carefully closed the earring box and smiled. I truly adore it. Your craftsmanship has become increasingly refined. These earrings are far more exquisite than the hairpin you gifted me previously. A smile graced Shen Yanli's lips. I am glad you like it. As they engaged in their soft conversation, they arrived at the palace gates, where the Duke and Gu Huai were already waiting by the carriage of the Duke's residence. Upon seeing Yi Qingyu gently pushing Shen Yanli, while they laughed, the Duke's already stern countenance darkened further, appearing as though ink might drip from it. Ching, come here.
Ye Wingyu, noticing her grandfather's demeanor, obediently complied.
The Duke's voice was cold. Might His Highness the Prince of Chu find time to visit my residence for discussion? Shen Yanli replied, of course. The Duke then turned and entered the carriage, while Gu Huai exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Yanli before following him inside. Upon reaching the Duke's residence, Yi Qingyu wished to accompany her grandfather to his study, hoping to charm him into softening his mood. However, the Duke shot her a fierce glare. You return to your room and stay there. I shall come to find you later. Gu Huai signaled her with his eyes, indicating that she should refrain from provoking the Duke further, allowing the elder to vent his frustrations elsewhere. He could hardly unleash his anger upon his beloved granddaughter, directing it instead towards the man who had emboldened her to defy his authority. Yi Qingyu was acutely aware that her impulsive decision must have greatly alarmed her grandfather, filling her with a sense of guilt as she obediently returned to her courtyard. Su Shi, concerned for her well-being, remained by her side. After about half an hour, a servant arrived to summon her to the side hall. Inside the side hall were the Duke, Madame Zhong, Gu Huaiji, and Gu Yuancheng. Yi Qingyu wore a conciliatory smile as she respectfully greeted her grandfather. The Duke retained a stern expression, admonishing her, "Do not attempt to charm or feign innocence. You have shown considerable boldness today." Yi Qingyu quickly acknowledged her error, saying, "Grandfather, your granddaughter understands her mistake." Su Shi interjected, "Father, the situation arose quite suddenly. Had Qingqing not refused, she would have had no choice but to marry the fifth prince." Madame Zhong added, "Indeed, father. Who could have anticipated that the Empress Dowager would suddenly take it upon herself to arrange marriages for the princes during her birthday celebration? We were unprepared." Though Qingqing's response may have been somewhat reckless, the outcome is favorable. Marrying His Highness the Prince of Chu is far better than marrying the fifth prince. Our Duke's residence has always been known for its loyalty. We never intended to seek glory through the merits of another. Although His Highness the Prince of Chu may have physical limitations, marrying the fifth prince would have positioned our family alongside him in the eyes of the public. If the fifth prince were to ascend the throne in the future, the trials and tribulations that Qingqing would face amidst the courtiers of his harem would be immeasurable. The Duke was naturally aware of the considerations at hand. However, as he gazed upon his beautiful granddaughter, he felt a deep reluctance at the thought of her marrying a man with disabilities. It mattered little what others might say about her. Marrying into the Prince of Chu's household would require her to undertake additional burdens in caring for him. His granddaughter, whom he had cherished and nurtured so tenderly, was not meant to serve anyone. Yi Qingyu was acutely aware of her grandfather's affection for her. "Grandfather," she began, "I know that should I inform you, you could leverage the military prestige of the Duke's residence to refuse this marriage. Yet, I shall inevitably marry, even if it is not a royal union. My fate in marriage lies in the hands of the marquis' household. The nature of my future spouse is not something I can dictate. I do not wish for you to offend His Majesty or Her Highness the Empress on my behalf. Moreover, His Royal Highness the Prince of Chu is an exemplary man. When he is well, he will not be in want of my attention. By marrying him now, I can avoid the burdens of royal succession. We can simply live our lives in peace, away from prying eyes." The Duke, observing her seemingly content demeanor, felt a pang of irritation. How could she be so pleased? After all, the man she spoke of was a mere shadow of his former self, a far cry from the prince he had been in his youth. Yi Qingyu pouted slightly. "His legs are not beyond healing. I have heard tales of a renowned physician, Master Ge, who has successfully treated cases of severed limbs. If we could find him, perhaps His Royal Highness's legs could be healed after all." Chapter 90. Trouble in the North, Dr. Ge? The Duke furrowed his brow. "I have never heard of him." Gu Yuancheng blinked in contemplation for a moment. "Grandfather, it seems there truly is a renowned physician in the north. I wonder if it is the one my cousin mentioned." Gu Huaiji's eyes brightened. "You have heard of him? Why have you never mentioned this before?" He had been inquiring about skilled doctors who could treat Xin Yanli's leg. Although Xin Yanli appeared indifferent to the prospect of a lifetime in a wheelchair, his legs were not devoid of sensation. When pain struck, it could be excruciating enough to take half his life. None of the imperial physicians had any solutions, and the emperor had issued a decree calling for eminent doctors from across the realm, yet all who came were ineffectual, incapable of alleviating his suffering even slightly. Gu Yuancheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I only heard someone mention it in passing. I cannot ascertain its truth. Moreover, I am unaware of what sort of physician you are seeking, third brother." A flicker of thought crossed the Duke's eyes. If Xin Yanli's leg could indeed be healed, then he would be the most legitimate heir to the throne, and tranquility would likely be disrupted. Yi Qingyu surveyed the expressions of those present, her smile fading. "Grandfather, I wish to make a trip to the north and require my fourth cousin to accompany me." The Duke's brow furrowed tightly. "You are going to the north? What is your purpose there?" Gu Yuancheng remained somewhat perplexed. Had they not just been discussing marriage arrangements? How had the conversation shifted so abruptly to a journey to the north? "Cousin, do you have pressing matters in the Northern Territory? Just instruct me, and I shall have our fourth cousin assist you upon his return. As a delicate young lady, how can you endure such harsh and frigid lands? It has just snowed heavily there, and the roads are perilous and difficult to traverse. You must not go." Su remarked. "Indeed, Qingqing, if you have affairs in the north, you may simply write a letter for your uncle to assist you. If that proves unfeasible, let your fourth cousin make the journey. You are but a tender young girl. How could you endure such hardships?" Yi Qingyu shook her head. "My uncle and the others are too occupied to lend me aid." "Grandfather, There may be impending conflict at the border. The Duke's expression shifted. Ching, are you suggesting what you dreamed of? Yi Qingyu nodded, affirming, yes. Many occurrences from my prior dreams have come to pass, and the likelihood of conflict at the border is high. Hence, I urged Uncle Fu to stockpile provisions in Yenzhou early on. Uncle Fu is tied up in the south, and I must personally oversee the mobilization of those supplies in the northern territory. Gu Yuancheng interjected, even if conflict arises. The matter of provisions still falls under the jurisdiction of the court. The others fell silent, and Gu Huaizhi sighed. If Qingqing asserts that she has stockpiled provisions, it implies that our uncle lacks the court supplies. Presently, all available grain has been transported south. Should war break out in the northern territory, it will not be a matter of days to gather sufficient supplies. We have yet to receive any war reports, waiting for such news before arranging for provisions, coupled with the time required for transport to the frontier, will take at least 10 days. However, if the army faces a shortage of provisions and endures hunger for even 10 days, how many will survive? The border need not be attacked by the Turks. They would be directly overrun. Yi Qingyu's voice was heavy. It was not merely about provisions, but rather, someone sought her uncle's life. As her words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The Duke was acutely aware of the implications behind her statement. It was not just that someone desired Hunger's demise, but rather, someone coveted the military power of the Duke's residence. Yi Qingyu continued, the details of the dream are vague. I merely sensed in my dream the news of the Northern Front's turmoil. Consequently, when stockpiling provisions, I instructed Uncle Fu to dispatch 300,000 stones of grain to Yenzhou, which is in closer proximity to Pingliang City, making transportation far more convenient than from the capital. I thought, ideally, the dream would prove false, and we could sell the grain in Yenzhou without incurring a loss. The Duke furrowed his brow. Nonetheless, he remarked, even so, there is no need for you to go in person. Should conflict arise there, it would certainly be perilous. Even with Shaoxi's protection, it remains exceedingly dangerous. It would be better for me to go. Yi Qingyu replied with a smile, Grandfather, the grain over there can only be managed by me or Uncle Fu. No one else is capable. Time is of the essence. It would be prudent for you to assign a few skilled guards to protect me and Cousin Si. Madame Su's face was etched with concern. Then let us recall Uncle Fu. He should go instead. Yi Qingyu chuckled. Aunt San, Uncle Fu is far in the south. By the time he returns and travels to the northern front, we would have already missed the opportune moment. It is most suitable for me to go. Rest assured. I will ensure my own safety. The Duke gazed at his granddaughter's resolute expression, understanding that he could not dissuade her. When do you plan to depart? The sooner, the better. The conflict in the northern territories has commenced, yet the reports have yet to reach the capital. The Duke sighed. Then let it be tomorrow morning. The assembly dispersed, and the Duke summoned Yi Qingyu and Gu Yuancheng to his study. I shall dispatch covert guards to protect you. Since your departure from the city must remain clandestine, we cannot afford to draw attention by having an excessive number of escorts. Yi Qingyu nodded. Tomorrow morning, I will disguise myself as a man and ride out of the city with my cousin. This will not only expedite our journey, but also avoid scrutiny, as traveling by carriage would be too conspicuous. The Duke agreed. Very well, we shall procure a carriage once we are beyond the city limits. Yi Qingyu remained silent as she approached the Duke's desk, took up a brush, and penned a letter, which she then handed to him. Grandfather, please find a way to deliver this letter into the hands of Commander Li Yuanchao, but ensure he remains unaware of your involvement. The Duke accepted the letter, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. What are you planning? Is there a connection between you and Li Yuanchao? Yi Qingyu's expression turned steely as she replied, This is merely a gesture of reciprocity. She composed herself and added, Surely, Grandfather has a means to swiftly communicate with Uncle. Please inform him to be wary of those around him. Though Yi Qingyu was uncertain whether there were traitors in her uncle's ranks, she recalled from her past life how her uncle had led a surprise attack against the Turks, only to be surrounded. He and his 10,000 soldiers were ultimately entombed there, with only a handful managing to escape. If one were to claim that no one conspired with the Turks, how could they possibly have known that the uncle would lead a surprise attack? Given the uncle's martial prowess and strategic acumen, even if the ambush had failed, he would have surely managed to retreat unscathed. It is inconceivable that he would succumb to a hail of arrows from the Turks. The Duke had long suspected that there was a traitor among his eldest son's ranks, particularly when he realized someone coveted the military power of the Duke's household. After all, Even in the absence of provisions, with Heng's capabilities, holding the city of Pingliang for 10 days or half a month would pose no challenge. Having made all necessary arrangements, Yi Qingyu returned to her quarters, instructing Mo Shu to pack some clothing and silver so she could rest early and rejuvenate her spirit. For she was to set off at dawn the following day. On the morrow, Yi Qingyu arose early, while Wan Qiu styled her long hair into a masculine topknot, and Su Shi provided her with garments from Gu Huai's childhood for her to don. Chapter 91. Pingliang City in the late autumn. Wan Qiu's face was etched with concern. "Miss, you must take care of yourself. Once you leave the city, have the fourth young master hire a carriage for you. The further north we travel, the colder it will become. Do not forget to purchase some charcoal. I have packed your thick clothing. Should you feel cold, remember to ask Mo Shu to fetch it for you. There are loose coins in your bundle for your daily expenses, and the banknotes are with Mo Shu. If you need to spend a significant amount, do not hesitate to retrieve them from him." Wan Qiu continued to murmur anxiously, fearful of overlooking something, her eyes brimming with worry and reluctance. Yi Qingyu gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Do not fret. Fourth cousin will protect me, and once we reach the northern territories, my maternal uncle will keep me safe. There is no need for concern." The climate had returned to a spring-like warmth, and outside the city, the willows were green, and the flowers blooming. Many young scions of wealthy families, having been confined indoors for an extended period, were now feeling restless and unwell. In recent days, a considerable number had ventured out of the city to partake in horseback riding and leisure activities. The refugees outside had mostly been dispersed. The floods in the south had receded, and the displaced populace, provided with funds from the court, had largely returned to their hometowns. With only a few remaining in the capital, Yi Qingyu and her companions, exuding the demeanor of affluent young nobles on an outing, were allowed to pass through the city gates without scrutiny. As she gazed back at the gate receding into the distance, a profound sigh of relief escaped her lips. Gu Yuancheng, with a smile, remarked, "We are merely 50 miles away from Fujian County. Once we arrive there, we shall procure a carriage, and you need not ride a horse any longer." Yi Qingyu shook her head. "No need, fourth cousin. I prefer to ride."
It will be faster this way.
Gu Yuanchen widened his eyes, exclaiming, "That simply won't do. You, a delicate young lady, may find leisure in horseback riding, but to endure a relentless journey on horseback, I am already weary, let alone you." Yet Yi Qingyu was resolute, insisting, "I can persevere, fourth cousin. The journey from the capital to the northern frontier takes 4 to 5 days on horseback. If we were to travel by carriage, it would extend to over 10 days. There is no time to squander. If I truly cannot endure it, we can always hire a carriage later." Seeing her unwavering determination, Gu Yuanchen realized that his little cousin's resolve was indeed commendable, and he reluctantly acquiesced. "But if you find yourself unable to continue, you must speak up. Do not suffer in silence." Yi Qingyu smiled and nodded in agreement. Thus, the two set off at a brisk pace toward the northern frontier. After 3 days of riding, Yi Qingyu did not utter a single complaint, nor did she express any desire to switch to a carriage, even though her thighs had become sore and chafed. Each night, she applied ointment and resumed riding the following day. Mo Shu had always believed that, despite her cunning, his young lady was akin to any other delicate girl. Soft as water, he did not expect her to endure such hardship. His gaze toward Yi Qingyu shifted to one of profound respect. On the 4th day, as dusk descended, they arrived in Anling City, which lay a day's journey from Yenzhou. After spending the night in Anling, they set forth once more toward Yenzhou. Along the way, they encountered numerous carriages laden with goods, hastily transporting their cargo, while groups of ordinary folk helped one another, with pack mules carrying their burdens from the north. Yi Qingyu's gaze deepened, indicating that the turmoil in the northern territories had indeed commenced. These individuals must have feared for their safety, prompting them to leave prematurely. Gu Yuancheng discerned this as well. Glancing at Yi Qingyu, he hastened their pace towards Yenzhou. By the time they entered the city of Yenzhou, twilight had descended. Yi Qingyu was unfamiliar with the city, whereas Gu Yuancheng was quite acquainted with it. Having grown up in the northern regions, though his home was in Pingliang, Yenzhou was undoubtedly one of the most prominent cities in the north, and he had visited it on numerous occasions. Upon mentioning the name of the grain shop that Uncle Fu had established here, Gu Yuancheng guided them, and they swiftly located the place. Before the Shin family's grain shop, Gu Yuancheng knocked on the door, his skepticism evident as he contemplated how such a modest establishment could possibly accommodate 100,000 stones of grain. Grain sales resume at dawn, We've sold out for today, a vexed voice emanated from within. Yi Qingyu stepped forward, declaring, "We come from the capital. Please open the door." No sooner had her words faded than the door swung open. The doorkeeper, holding a lantern, scrutinized the visitors with caution. "Are you from the capital?" Yi Qingyu, maintaining a composed demeanor, nodded. The doorkeeper examined her countenance closely, then gasped in a hushed tone, "You are the young lady?" "It is I. Let us speak inside." Yi Qingyu replied. The doorkeeper promptly stepped aside with great respect. Yes, young lady, please enter." The group hastily made their way into the shop. As soon as they settled, the elderly doorkeeper bowed, introducing himself. "I am Li Gui, the steward here. I have the honor of meeting the young lady." Yi Qingyu responded. "Uncle Li, there is no need for excessive formality. Do you recognize me?" Manager Li smiled gently and said, "I was once the steward at the granary of the Duke's residence in the capital and have had the pleasure of meeting the young lady before." Yi Qingyu nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Li, for coming to this harsh land of Yenzhou." Manager Li quickly waved his hand, saying, "The young lady is too kind. However, I did not expect you to come here. Perhaps you are unaware that the war in Pingliang has already begun, and many are hastily departing. What brings you here at such a time?" Being placed in Yenzhou by Master Fu indicates his trustworthiness. Yi Qingyu inquired, "How long has it been?" Manager Li replied, "It has been 7 days." Gu Yuanqing's expression grew grave. "What is the situation at the border?" General Gu has repelled the Turks' attacks on numerous occasions, and holding Pingliang City should be manageable. However, it is said that the city is running low on supplies. It remains uncertain how much longer it can endure. Gu Yuanqing frowned. "Have they not requested grain from the court?" "It is said they have, but supplies from the court will take time to reach the border," replied Manager Li. Gu Yuanqing's expression hardened. "I must go to Pingliang and assess the situation." Yi Qingyu quickly interjected. "The roads are treacherous and dark. It would be prudent to wait until morning." Gu Yuanqing looked at Yi Qingyu, his concern evident. "Cousin, do you truly possess 300,000 stones of grain?" Yi Qingyu smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, cousin. There is more than enough. The grain is not within Yenzhou City, but outside its walls. I will accompany you to Pingliang to ascertain the situation." She then turned to Manager Li. "Please prepare the carriage and horses, Uncle Li, and await our news." Manager Li assured Miss, "Do not worry. Although it is late, I have instructed the staff to prepare some refreshments. You and the young master may have a light meal. And the rooms are all tidied up for a restful night, as we shall continue our journey tomorrow." Yi Qingyu nodded in acknowledgement, expressing her gratitude for Uncle Li's efforts. The relentless travel over the past days had left her physically exhausted, despite her silence on the matter. Additionally, she harbored concerns about the situation at the border. When the servants presented the food, she merely nibbled a bit before succumbing to slumber. After a night of restorative sleep, Yi Qingyu completed her morning rituals and proceeded to the front hall for breakfast. She then set forth, once more with Gu Yuanqing, towards Pingliang City. This time, she did not decline the carriage that Manager Li had arranged for her. The journey from Yenzhou to Pingliang City required a full day by carriage. Pingliang City, a small town on the border of the Great Xia dynasty, lay beyond which were the vast steppes of the Turks. The outskirts were characterized by expansive, flat grasslands. The scions of the Duke of the State have safeguarded the northern borders since the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty, and currently, it is the family of her maternal uncle that maintains watch here. Over the years, her uncle's family has scarcely left Pingliang City. As the carriage entered Pingliang City, twilight had already descended. Chapter 92. The onset of war. As the bustling townsfolk hurried through the streets, they greeted Gu Yuanqing, who sat atop his horse, with warm exclamations. "Ah, fourth young master, you have returned." Gu Yuanqing, smiling, engaged in conversation with the people. "Indeed, I am back. How have you been lately?" Well, they replied. "You have returned swiftly this time. It is not easy to visit the capital. Why did you not stay longer?"
You see,
Fourth young master must have heard about the impending war, prompting his return to assist the general. The townsfolk expressed confidence, remarking, "Those Turkic invaders, every spring, come seeking a fight. With the general's undefeated record, there is nothing to fear from them." Yi Qingyu, listening to the townspeople, felt a profound trust in her uncle. She recalled the past, where those in power disregarded the lives of the common folk. Had it not been for the townspeople's unwavering support for her cousin in defending the city, they would have perished beneath the hooves of the Turkic horsemen on the day of its fall. Gu Yuanqing furrowed his brow and inquired, What is the situation at the front? The townsfolk, brimming with pride, replied, with General Gu in command, the Turkic forces will stir no significant trouble. Rest assured. Fourth young master. At last, Gu Yuanqing's furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. He bid farewell to the townsfolk with a respectful gesture and, accompanied by Yi Qingyu, made his way toward the military camp at the northern edge of Pingliang City. The military camp, being a crucial stronghold, was heavily guarded. Upon recognizing Gu Yuanqing, the sentries expressed surprise but allowed passage. However, upon seeing Yi Qingyu disembark from the carriage, the guards' expressions turned peculiar. Fourth young master, you have brought back a young lady? Could she possibly be the fourth lady? Yi Qingyu was acutely aware that the military camp was a place of significance, not to be entered by just anyone. She instructed her guards and the coachman to wait for her outside the camp. The sentinel, with a stern expression, informed her, Fourth young master, this is a restricted area. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. Miss, you cannot bring her inside. Gu Yuanqing noticed the guard's peculiar gaze directed at him and found no inclination to speculate on their thoughts. This is my cousin, he stated. The guard replied, Cousin? That is still not permissible. Gu Yuanqing's expression darkened, and just as he was about to erupt in anger, he was stopped by Yi Qingyu. Fourth cousin, please go ahead to see uncle, inform him of my arrival. He will certainly arrange for our passage. Gu Yuanqing suppressed his mounting frustration. Very well, dear cousin. Please wait for a moment. He proceeded into the military camp, while Yi Qingyu and Emo Shu remained patiently waiting, displaying no signs of impatience. The camp was filled predominantly with rugged men, and the rare appearance of a woman, especially one as exquisitely beautiful as Yi Qingyu, drew their attention involuntarily. In less than a quarter of an hour, a robust man clad in armor approached with a commanding stride, Gu Yuanqing trailing behind him. Yi Qingyu observed from a distance, noting that the man appeared to be in his 40s, with streaks of gray at his temples and a resolute face etched with concern. His weathered eyes bore a striking resemblance to her mother's. It was her uncle, Gu Chongyun. From afar, Gu Chongyun spotted a young girl cloaked in a white fox fur, standing vivaciously against the cold backdrop of snow. Her delicate features evoked memories of his younger sister. He had never seen the child left by his sister, yet this child bore a striking resemblance to her, indeed 7 parts out of 10. You are Qingqing. Yi Qingyu gazed at her granduncle, feeling somewhat at a loss, her voice unexpectedly tinged with a hint of hoarseness. She had previously met her granduncle. Gu Chongyun felt a pang in his heart. Good, good, a fine child, you have grown so much. He intended to pat Yi Qingyu's shoulder, but upon noticing the dirt-laden state of his hands, he swiftly withdrew them. He had just returned from the battlefield. Shall we step inside and converse? Yi Qingyu observed his gesture and, with a radiant smile, wrapped her arms around Gu Chongyun's. All right, granduncle. Gu Chongyun's movements momentarily stiffened, and his eyes grew moist. Good, he uttered, his voice choked with emotion. She was his only niece, born and raised without his knowledge, and he had failed to return even for a glimpse when his sister passed away. Inside the command tent, the various deputy generals were astonished to see their commander hastily return with a young girl. A rare smile graced Gu Chongyun's stern visage as he introduced her to the deputies. This is my niece. Your granddaughter? The daughter of Gu Qingshuang? The legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Qingyuan? Yi Qingyu, unperturbed, gracefully greeted each of the generals. Her talents and beauty were renowned even in the grand capital of Kyoto, let alone in a smaller locale like Pingliang. The generals, witnessing the young lady's elegance and poise, could not help but express their admiration.
Monsieur.
There is no need for such formality. Gu Chongyun smiled and said, The day is drawing to a close, and we have just engaged in battle with the Turks. You all should return to your tents for rest. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. With that, his subordinates took their leave. Suddenly, Gu Chongyun seemed to recall something. Zhu Qingyi, please remind the governor of Yenzhou to expedite the supply of provisions. Yi Qingyu, leisurely surveying her surroundings, was jolted into attention by Gu Chongyun's words. One of the departing vice-commanders, upon hearing Gu Chongyun, turned back and clasped his hands in salute, assuring, Rest assured, General, I shall see to it. As she watched the man depart, Yi Qingyu remained momentarily dazed. She recognized him now. Although she had not noticed him earlier, she recalled his name, Zhu Qingyi, one of the vice-commanders who had led a night raid against the Turkish camp under her uncle's command. Remarkably, out of over 10,000 elite soldiers, only he and a few others had returned. Later, she had encountered this man at the residence of the fourth prince, where Shin Mingxiu had seized control of the northern military forces and annihilated the entire clan of the Duke of State, with Zhu Qingyi succeeding him as the commander of the northern army. Gu Yuancheng, familiar with her demeanor, noticed the sudden change in Yi Qingyu's expression and inquired, "Cousin, what is the matter?"
Ye Wingyu regainet her komposure.
Gu Chongyun also sensed her unease and asked, "Do you know Vice Commander Zhu?" Yi Qingyu smiled and shook her head. "Of course not. I merely heard my uncle instructing this general to borrow provisions from the governor of Yenzhou. Is there a shortage of supplies in the camp?" Gu Chongyun let out a sigh. Indeed, after the new year, the provisions that the court was supposed to allocate to the northern army have yet to arrive. Unexpectedly, a heavy snowfall has caused the death of a significant portion of the Turkic livestock, intensifying the assault on Pingliang City. I submitted a battle report to the court 5 days ago, along with a petition for supplies, yet there has been no response thus far. Gu Yuancheng glanced at Yi Qingyu and inquired, "Father, how much longer can our provisions last?" Gu Chongyun sighed again. "At most, 10 days. I have heard that the southern region has suffered from floods. The court must be preparing to allocate disaster relief grain. Did you hear anything about it before you left?" Chapter 93. Whoa. I shall not return. Gu Yuancheng remarked, "When I departed from Kyoto, the court had yet to receive the reports from the northern front. Though the floods in the south have subsided, the court finds itself in dire straits, without provisions." Gu Chongyun was taken aback. How could the court possibly be devoid of grain? Kyoto, situated in the heart of the Central Plains, is renowned for its abundant rainfall and has always been a bountiful province for grain production. Surrounding Kyoto, there are 3 granaries, each capable of storing 1 million share of grain. Even if the southern floods necessitated relief efforts, surely not all supplies would be dispatched southward. Gu Yuancheng sighed. The granaries in Kyoto are empty. Empty of provisions? Although Gu Chongyun was a military general, he was also well-versed in the intricacies of officialdom. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the underlying reasons. If Kyoto itself was without supplies, and the south had just endured a disaster, what hope could there be for provisions here? Yi Qingyu observed the fluctuating expressions on Gu Chongyun's face and softly inquired, "Uncle, do you intend to borrow grain from the governor of Yenzhou?" Snapping back to reality, Gu Chongyun sighed. "Indeed, but the governor of Yenzhou is also tasked with disaster relief and is not in a position of abundance. Zhu Qingyi has a good rapport with the governor, which is why I sought to leverage that connection to procure some grain, with the intent of returning it once the court's supplies arrive." Yi Qingyu lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Suddenly, Gu Chongyun cast a sharp glance at Gu Yuancheng. "Why have you brought Qingqing with you? Even if you were unaware of the impending conflict, were you oblivious to the heavy snowfall? In this frigid weather, have you brought her here to endure such hardship?" Gu Yuancheng, taken aback by the reprimand, momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Yi Qingyu chuckled softly, "Uncle, you cannot blame my fourth cousin. It was I who stealthily followed him here." Gu Yuancheng, drawing his neck in, murmured, "How could I possibly stop my cousin from coming?" Gu Chongyun raised his voice. "Do you still think you have a reason? Why didn't you send your cousin back to the capital before returning?"
Ye Wingyu interjected. Unne.
"You truly cannot fault my fourth cousin. It was my persistent insistence to accompany him, and when he refused, I resorted to tears. He had no choice but to bring me to see you." Looking at Yi Qingyu, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to his sister, Gu Chongyun found it hard to hold any resentment. His tone softened considerably. "Child, even if you wish to visit, you must choose a more opportune moment. It is a perilous time, with battles raging and lives lost to the cold. What purpose does your visit serve?" Sighing, he continued, Qingqing, it is not that your uncle does not welcome you, but the current chaos with the Turks vying for provisions has left Pingliang City in a precarious state. You shall rest for a day, and the day after, I will have your fourth cousin escort you back to the capital." Gu Yuanqing's expression shifted dramatically. If his cousin were to leave, the border would indeed face a dire shortage of supplies. Yi Qingyu cast a calming glance at Gu Yuancheng, her delicate face darkening, lips pouting defiantly as she turned her head away. "I refuse to go back. Humph." Gu Chongyun turned to Gu Yuancheng, his eyes laden with inquiry. Gu Yuancheng, momentarily taken aback, was at a loss regarding the performance his cousin was putting on and could only evade his father's gaze. "Why will you not return?" Yi Qingyu sniffed, her clear eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "My father and grandmother are pressuring me to marry. Yet I am still in mourning for my mother and have not even reached the age of maturity. They are hastily trying to arrange a union for me. If it were a suitable match, it might be bearable, but… Yi Qingyu turned her head, her sobs breaking forth. Gu Changyun, a grown man, unaccustomed to comforting such a delicate young lady, felt utterly flustered upon witnessing her distress. He glanced at his son. You, go comfort your cousin. Gu Yuanqing recoiled. Father, I am not good at comforting anyone. Perhaps you should handle it. He, too, was at a loss. Qingqing, please cease your tears. Share your grievances, and your uncle will advocate for you. Yi Qingyu, through her choked sobs, lamented, Father and grandmother wished to marry me off to an elderly man as a concubine. He already has 2 sons. Woo-woo. Uncle, I refuse to be a widow's concubine, nor do I wish to become a stepmother to someone else's children. I barely escaped, and if you do not offer me refuge, I shall have no choice but to perish.
Woo-woo.
Hearing her words, Gu Changyun was incensed. What audacity! Fear not, Qingqing. Your uncle will stand up for you. For now, stay here while the turmoil subsides, and once the battle concludes, I shall return to the capital to advocate for your cause. Yi Qingyu, face buried in her hands, whimpered, Really? Uncle, you won to cast me away? Gu Changyun reassured her, Now that you are here, where would I send you? Rest easy and make yourself at home. Yi Qingyu finally lifted her head, her thick long eyelashes adorned with glistening tears, presenting a sight both pitiable and poignant. She sobbed softly. Thank you, uncle. I always knew you were the best. Gu Changyun wore a stiff smile, admitting, It was my mistake for misjudging you without understanding the situation. I shall have your 4th cousin escort you back to the general's residence, where your aunt and elder cousin await. Yi Qingyu obediently nodded. I will listen to uncle. Gu Yuanqing, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. Goodness, how quickly his little cousin's expression transformed. To think she could even deceive his father with such audacity was truly remarkable. Gu Yuanqing, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry, and take your cousin back home. Night is approaching, Gu Changyun urged. Coming to his senses, Gu Yuanqing replied, Oh, all right. Cousin, I will escort you to the general's residence. Gu Changyun added, Allow me to see you off. As Yi Qingyu rose and exited the tent, she suddenly inquired, By the way, uncle, where is my elder cousin? Gu Changyun replied, Oh, your elder cousin is out on patrol. When he returns, I shall have him visit you. He will surely be delighted to know you are here. Yi Qingyu smiled. All right, uncle, my 4th cousin, and I shall head to the general's residence now. Watching Yi Qingyu board the carriage, Gu Changyun cautioned, Be careful on the slippery roads. Let the coachman proceed slowly. As darkness fell, riding became increasingly difficult, and Gu Yuanqing climbed into the carriage as well. He gazed at Yi Qingyu's delicate, lovely face, which had shed its earlier expression of distress, and could not help but marvel. He had not anticipated that his cousin possessed such adept skills in charming others. His elder cousin was certainly gaining new insights. Yi Qingyu's expression was serene, devoid of any trace of shame. Given the relationship between her 4th cousin and her eldest cousin, would he truly believe our words? According to the outcomes of her past life, the court supply of grain would not arrive for another month. Her scant provisions could hardly sustain them until the court supplies made their way. Originally, such a delay was unnecessary, but there were those within the court who could not abide by the Gu family's hold on the military authority of the northern borders. Thus they deliberately prolonged the wait. Gu Yuanqing pondered for a moment. His elder brother was not a man of rigidity. As long as it was for the sake of the common people and to defend Pingliang City, even if he harbored doubts, he would still make the effort to test the waters. That would suffice. Chapter 94. The 4th young master returns with his young wife. The carriage ambled slowly to the eastern side of Pingliang City, where the general's residence was situated, occupying a substantial portion of the city's eastern expanse. As the doorman observed Gu Yuanqing alighting from the carriage, his eyes widened in astonishment. 4th young master, did you not go to the capital? How is it that you have returned so soon? The 4th young master had journeyed to the capital for his wedding. Could it be that the nuptials were completed in such a brief span of time? As he beheld Yi Qingyu disembarking from the carriage, the doorman's suspicions were confirmed. Yi Qingyu possessed a graceful figure and an exquisite, ethereal beauty. The 4th young mistress is truly enchanting. The doorman was momentarily entranced before he snapped back to reality and rushed into the residence, exclaiming, Madam, Madam, the 4th young master has returned, and he has brought the young mistress with him. Gu Yuanqing, Yi Qingyu, the 1st Madam, Lady Jiang, and the 1st young mistress, Lady Gua, were dining in the side hall when they heard the doorman's exuberant announcement. They nearly choked in surprise. After taking a sip of tea to steady herself, Lady Jiang inquired, "What did you say? Is my son back?" The doorman, beaming with joy, replied, "Indeed, madam. Not only has the fourth young master returned, but he has also brought along the fourth young mistress." Lady Jiang's teacup clattered to the ground in shock. "What did you say?" "My son has returned with his wife." The doorman confirmed, "Yes, the fourth young mistress is as beautiful as a celestial being." Lady Gua paused in her actions of feeding her son, her face a tableau of disbelief. "Is it possible? How long has it been since fourth brother left? Has he married so swiftly?" Jiang paused to reflect, realizing that something was amiss. Indeed, it had only been a little over a month since Chen had departed. Marriage was not a matter to be taken lightly. Initially, they had planned for their son to return to the capital to consult with his in-laws. Once everything was confirmed, she intended to journey back with silver and various betrothal gifts to secure a bride for her son. Had it not been for the heavy snowfall that delayed her, she would have already arrived in the capital by now. As the future mother-in-law, how could she not have reached the venue before they exchanged vows? The more Jiang pondered, the more unsettled she became, casting a dubious glance at the doorman. However, the doorman failed to perceive any irregularity. After all, if it were not for the young mistress, how could the fourth young master have brought a young lady back with such apparent intimacy, sharing a carriage no less? He scratched his head, brimming with certainty. Indeed, the fourth young master had returned with this beautiful young lady. Who else could she possibly be, if not the fourth young mistress? "Be silent. Cease your nonsensical chatter." Gu Yuanqing strode in briskly, followed leisurely by Yi Qingyu and Mo Shu, both wearing expressions of amusement as they observed the furious Gu Yuanqing. Upon seeing her son return, Jiang was filled with both surprise and delight. "Chena, you haven't truly brought a wife home, have you?" Gu Yuanqing was left speechless. "Mother, she is my cousin from my aunt's family." Jiang turned to Yi Qingyu, who greeted her with a smile. "Qingyu has come to pay respects to you, Andy, and to greet my dear cousin." Jiang, a lady from Kyoto, accompanied by her husband Gu Changyun, arrived in Pingliang City. Naturally, she had encountered Gu Qingshuang before. Yi Qingyu bore a striking resemblance to her mother. Anyone familiar with Gu Qingshuang would immediately recognize Yi Qingyu as her daughter. Jiang was somewhat astonished. "Is that you, Qingxing? You've grown so much." Since her arrival in Pingliang, she had not returned to Kyoto, and thus had never met Yi Qingyu. However, the affairs of the duke's residence often mentioned Yi Qingyu, so she was well aware of her existence. "You truly resemble your mother," Jiang remarked with a smile.
Come, sit down.
"I assume you haven't had dinner yet? Someone, please prepare more dishes." Yi Qingyu politely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, aunt." It was then that Jiang remembered her eldest daughter-in-law and introduced them. "This is your eldest cousin-in-law, and this is your little nephew, Anan." Gu remarked, "Grandfather's letter mentioned my cousin. Now that I see her, it is evident that she is indeed beautiful." "Greet your aunt." Anan, shyly gazing at the unexpectedly beautiful aunt, softly greeted, "Hello, aunt." Yi Qingyu replied warmly, "Hello, Anan. Here is a little gift for you from your aunt. Do you like it?" Mo Shu presented Yi Qingyu with an exquisite longevity lock, which she then offered to Anan. Anan grasped the longevity lock, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Yi Qingyu. Gu was taken aback that Yi Qingyu had also prepared a gift, thinking, "Why is my cousin so courteous? We are all family. Such gestures are unnecessary." Yi Qingyu smiled gently. "Upon meeting Anan for the first time, it would be remiss of me, as her aunt, to display any rudeness." Guasher, an ordinary lady from Yenzhou City, always perceived the ladies of the capital to be rather haughty. Even her own mother-in-law bore an air of arrogance. Yet, Yi Qingyu, with her esteemed status, exhibited not a trace of pride, instead radiating warmth and approachability. Guasher turned to her son and said, "Anan, you should express your gratitude for your aunt's gift." Although Anan was merely 4 years old, she had been well taught and sweetly responded, "Anan thanks her aunt." Guasher entrusted the child to the nursemaid to play, while the kitchen finished